Chapter 1. The Pirate World, East Sea. Boliu Village. At a nearshore fishing ground west of the village, the golden rays of the setting sun bathe a small fishing boat, making its final return. An elderly fisherman rose with joy, illuminating his weathered face. At the bow sits a girl with flowing red hair, admiring the evening glow of the sunset. Suddenly, the girl's expression tightens, and she rises, her gaze fixated on a dark object floating not far away on the water's surface. "Grandpa Hai-Ching, what is that? It looks strange," the girl exclaims, pointing at the dark mass. The old fisherman follows her drishang and gasps. "Oh no, that's a drowning person." He hastily rows the boat over and uses a fishing net to retrieve the dark object, revealing a boy clad entirely in black. The fisherman presses down on the boy's abdomen several times, and water bursts forth from his mouth. "Grandpa Hai-Ching, is he dead?" "Whether he is dead or alive doesn't matter. Let's take him back first." In a small seaside room, the boy in black awakens, eyes fluttering open. "Where am I? How did I end up here? Why do I feel so small?" Suddenly, fragments of memory flood back to him. It turns out that in his previous life, he was a failed online writer named Mo Xiaoping, who had gone 3 days without food. On the third night, while struggling to write, his body finally gave in and he perished before his computer screen. This body is no longer Mo Xiaoping's. Instead, he has assumed the body of a boy named Getaway D, Mike, who drowned. Upon realizing this, he comes to a conclusion. He has traversed into another realm. He has entered the world of his favorite anime, One Piece. Moreover, he has embodied a member of the D clan. He mourns for his former self for 3 seconds before bursting into laughter. "Haha, from now on, I shall be known as Getaway D Mike. I will inherit the will of the D clan." After a brief pause, Mike declares, "Since I have arrived in the pirate world, I should set a small goal for myself, to become a king of the seas." Suddenly, a peculiar voice echoes in his mind. Ding! The lucky draw system has been successfully bound, and the attribute panel has automatically activated. Immediately, an attribute panel materializes in his mind, displaying Host, Getaway D Mike. Age, 17. Skills, none. Luck value, 0-10. Upon hearing the system's voice, Mike is overwhelmed with joy, thinking heaven truly favors every traveler. I am now one of the blessed with a system. Ding! The lucky draw system rewards the host with a beginner's gift pack. Mike opens the beginner's gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired new skills. Iron block. Finger pistol. As a seasoned pirate enthusiast, Mike knows that both iron block and finger pistol are the most formidable defensive and offensive techniques within the Navy's 6 styles. This lucky draw system is incredibly generous. Soon, Mike sees the skill section of the attribute panel light up with iron block and finger pistol. With such a powerful beginner's gift pack, if he draws even more formidable skills in the future, his goal of becoming a king of the seas will be well within reach. With this thought, Mike excitedly inquires, "Little Lucky, how can I earn draws?" The host can obtain luck value by completing tasks such as recruiting pirate crews, conquering islands, rescuing victims, and defeating naval commanders assigned by the system. Once the luck value reaches the required draw value, a draw can be conducted. "Oh, I see. This system is truly a divine aid for me," Mike exclaims happily. Ding! System reminder. The more critical the moment, the more favorable the draw rewards will be. No problem. I will never waste a draw opportunity unless I am on the brink of death. Mike ensues. At this point, Mike realizes that the 10 refers to the draw consumption value. Currently, his luck value is 0, which does not meet the consumption value, meaning he cannot draw yet. Suddenly, a girl with red hair pushes open the door. "You're not dead. You truly are lucky. When we rescued you, you had already stopped breathing," the girl remarks. Mike gazes at the girl before him, whose long red ponytail and large, expressive eyes make her appear quite kawaii, and struggles to recall who she is. However, after much deliberation, he can only remember the name of this world, failing to recall any events that transpired in this body. With every gain, there is a loss. He has acquired the lucky draw system, yet lost all memories of his boat's past. Nevertheless, Mike is grateful that the memories of his previous life as Mo Xiaoping remain intact, and he retains a vivid recollection of the pirate world. "Who are you?" Mike asks, momentarily dazed. "Am I Luo Li Huanmeng, and Grandpa Haiqing brought you back. What's your name?" Sitting up in bed, Mike raises his fist and declares, "I am Ketaway D. Mike, destined to become a king of the seas." Suddenly, a wave of pain courses through his body, and he winces, hiss. It dawns on Mike that he is covered in bruises. A king of the seas. Ha ha ha, you must be joking. I'm aiming to become a culinary god of the seas. Huanmeng giggles. That's perfect. Let's set sail together. You could be the chef on my ship. With a chef aboard, I won't starve to death. Mike exclaims enthusiastically. I was just kidding. I can't go to sea with you. Huanmeng replies. Why not? Is it because I'm not handsome enough? Is my dream not grand enough? Am I not strong enough? Or do you think I'm broke? Mike's rapid-fire questions cause Huanmeng to frown, pondering, did I just save a complete fool? Huanmeng rolls her eyes, setting down the clothes in her hands, and says to Mike, since you're awake, change your clothes by yourself. Come eat once you're done. Wonderful. I can finally eat. Mike exclaims in excitement. Once Huanmeng leaves the room, Mike picks up the clothes, thinking, did I wake up a bit too early? If I had known she came to change my clothes, I would have pretended to be unconscious. Mike removes his tattered, dirty black attire and changes into clean clothes before stepping out of the room. Upon exiting, he is greeted by a lavish spread on the dining table. Braised fish, meat on the bone, stir-fried shrimp, and a large bottle of cola. Having starved to death in his previous life, Mike's eyes gleam at the sight of such a sumptuous feast, his mouth watering profusely. He hastens to the table, disregarding the presence of Zhang Haiqing and Huanmeng, and directly grabs a piece of meat to devour. Bang! Just then, the door is suddenly flung open. A large man clad entirely in black stands at the entrance, his menacing countenance accentuated by a wide, thick mouth and protruding fangs, wielding a massive mace resembling a basketball. Where's that little brat, Mike? The black-clad giant bellows. Mike takes a bite of meat, ravenously chewing away, completely indifferent to the imposing figure before him. All that occupies his mind is the delicious food. At that moment, a small pirate in black, brandishing a knife, rushes to the giant's side, pointing at Mike, who is thoroughly enjoying his meal, and declares, Captain Heijia, the one eating over there is Mike. Oh, kid, I didn't recognize you in those new clothes. Come back to the ship and scrub the deck. Hurry. Heijia commands coldly. Heijia hefts the mace in his hand, as if to remind Mike of the consequences should he refuse to comply. Mike gathers from his words that he was merely a deckhand on a ship. He finally realizes that the injuries on his body were inflicted by these pirates. At this moment, Zhang Haiqing and Huanmeng instinctively recoil in fear. Yet, Mike remains unfazed, continuing to munch on his meat and sip cola, utterly ignoring Heijia, not even sparing him a glance. Heijia senses an unprecedented contempt directed at him. You filthy deckhand, how dare you disregard me? I'll show you the might of this mace. No sooner had he finished speaking than Heijia swung the mace toward Mike with the intent to strike him down. The force of the blow suggested he aimed to inflict serious harm. Huanmeng couldn't help but close her eyes, not wanting to witness Mike's potential demise. However, just as Heijia raised the mace, Mike instinctively sensed impending danger. He instinctively hunched his back, silently reciting, Iron Block of the Navy's 6 styles. Clang! The mace crashed down with a powerful whoosh, striking Mike's body, producing a sound reminiscent of iron clashing. Yet, Mike showed no signs of injury. The small pirates behind the black-clad figure could not help but utter a chorus of astonishment. Huanmeng sensed something was amiss with the sounds, and, upon opening her eyes, was equally taken aback. At that moment, a voice resonated in Mike's mind, announcing, Ding, the system has issued a mission. Subdue the black armor pirate crew. Upon hearing the mission assigned by the Rui system, Mike cast a glance at the black-clad figure, thinking to himself, subduing this dark fellow should be a piece of cake. Meanwhile, the black-clad figure appeared bewildered. His earlier strike had failed to harm Mike, but had left his own arm tingling. How did this kid suddenly become so formidable? He mused inwardly. Seeing Mike unaffected by his blow, casually eating as if nothing had happened, sparked an inexplicable fury within him. Raising his massive hammer once more, he aimed to smash the dining table, exclaiming, "I'll teach you to eat." Just as the hammer was about to crash down, Mike set aside his cola, extended his arm, and effortlessly blocked the incoming blow. "You can smash me, but you shall not touch my meal." Mike returned the half-eaten bone to his plate and asserted, "You have disturbed my meal. This transgression is unforgivable." With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful punch to the black-clad figure's abdomen. After taking 2 steps back, the black-clad figure spat out a mouthful of blood. Huanmeng suddenly appeared beside Mike, asking Mike, if the circumstances were reversed, it would be evident that the less urgent the moment, the more disappointing the prize drawn would be. Mike suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing, how could I have forgotten this in my moment of joy? Having just subdued the black armor pirate crew, it seemed they were indeed in the least critical situation, which explained the empty draw. During another lottery, Mike resolved to refrain from using it until the direst moment. "Enough shouting," he declared, raising his arm. "Since you all refer to me as Captain, you shall obey my commands from now on. I, Captain Mike, we are always at your service," the crew of Little Pirates chorused. "Now, I have 2 tasks for you. First, repair this broken door. Second, construct a small boat. I plan to set sail with Huanyin tomorrow." Mike issued his orders. "Yes, Captain Mike." Black Armor led his little pirates off to their tasks. Suddenly, Huanyin stormed up to Mike, furious. "When did I agree to set sail with you? Did I give you my consent? What gives you the right to decide for me? Did you not claim you wish to become a culinary master of the seas? If you do not venture out, merely residing in this humble fishing village, how can you ever attain that title?" Mike retorted that I only said that casually. "How could you take it seriously?" Huanyin replied with a bitter smile. "Dreams cannot be spoken of lightly. If one possesses a dream, one should strive earnestly to realize it. For the sake of one's dreams, even the loss of life is a worthy sacrifice." As Mike spoke, he recalled his past life as Mo Xiaoping, who had devoted his youthful existence to pursuing the dream of becoming a web literature deity. Although it was a rather foolish endeavor, the spirit of dedicating oneself to one's dreams was indeed commendable. "I agree with your sentiment, but I cannot accompany you to sea," Huanyin said angrily. "Very well. I shall not force you. By the way, did you prepare all this food?" Mike inquired. "Yes, I did, if you find it delicious." "Then eat your fill." Mike picked up a piece of braised fish with his chopsticks, devouring it in one bite, exclaiming, "This is truly exquisite. I have never tasted such delicious food before." At that moment, the previously silent Song Haiqing took a seat at the dining table, picking up a newspaper and saying, "Huanyin, you have grown up. It is time for you to pursue your dreams at sea." "But, Grandpa Haiqing, you rescued me from the icy wilderness and raised me. I have yet to repay you. I want to stay by your side and care for you for a lifetime," Huanyin said, tears streaming down her face. "What foolishness. I am still in good health. I do not require your care. You should set sail with him. When you return after circling the Grand Line, that will be the best repayment for me." "But, Grandpa Haiqing, no more buts. Have you forgotten our initial agreement for you to learn cooking from me?" Song Haiqing countered. "Grandpa Haiqing, Huanyin will never forget her beginnings." Huanyin's tears glistened in her eyes. "Huh? Thank you. Uncle, you are truly an enlightened man," Mike said, giving a carefree thumbs up. Song Haiqing looked at Mike, a glint of coldness in his gaze, and said, "Do not celebrate too soon that I understand the dangers of the sea. You must protect her. If she suffers even the slightest harm, I will not spare you. Rest assured, Uncle, if anyone wishes to harm Huanyin, they must first step over my corpse," Mike vowed. Song Haiqing nodded, falling silent. Yet his expression remained serious. "Mike, you should address him as Grandpa Haiqing, not Uncle. How old are you?" Huanyin teased. "I am 17. Mike replied, "I am 18. You can call me Sister Huanyin." "Chef," Mike declared without hesitation. "You must not call me that." "Chef," Mike repeated. "Da. You are so annoying," Huanyin exclaimed, slightly exasperated. Suddenly, Mike noticed that Song Haiqing was holding the newspaper upside down and said, "Uncle, your newspaper is flipped." Song Haiqing blushed with embarrassment upon realizing he had been holding the paper wrong for quite some time. Quickly flipping it back over, when Song Haiqing finally held the newspaper correctly, Mike saw that the date was May 1, 1520, of the sea-round calendar. "Uncle, is this newspaper from today?" Mike asked. "Indeed, it was delivered by the Seagull at noon." "I haven't had a chance to read it yet," Song Haiqing replied. "This is fantastic. It seems I can set sail 3 days earlier than Luffy," Mike exclaimed. Luffy, who was that? Is he your friend? Huanyan inquired. You may not know him yet, but soon the whole world will. I would love the chance to befriend him. Mike said that he felt that his crossing into this timeline was perfectly timed, coinciding with the Great Pirate Era, where everyone was drawn to the sea by the words of the Pirate King, Roger. How could he possibly be absent from this adventure? Most of the food on the table was consumed by Mike, who, feeling satisfied, promptly fell asleep with his head on the table. The following morning, Mike awoke to find himself lying in bed. He quickly sat up, glancing around, and confirmed with the lottery system in his mind that he was not dreaming, but had indeed traversed into the world of pirates. At that moment, Huanyan knocked on the door and entered, saying, "Let us go. Everything is ready. Wonderful. We can set sail," Mike exclaimed, jumping out of bed in excitement. When Mike and Huanyan arrived at the seaside, Song Haiqing and Black Armor were already waiting for them. There was also a small boat with a canopy and a large sail, which appeared to be a modified fishing vessel, already stocked with water and food. "Captain Mike, let us join you on your voyage," Black Armor said. "Your task is to protect the villagers in this coastal area and ensure that no other pirate crews cause trouble here. Understood?" Mike commanded. "Understood, Captain Mike." Meanwhile, Song Haiqing held a small flower pot with a willow branch planted in it. "Huanyan, take this flower pot with you. Always remember, you are the first person from our Bolia village to set sail. If you cannot endure the sea, you can always return. This will always be your home," Song Haiqing told Huanyan. With tears in her eyes, Huanyan accepted the flower pot and hugged Song Haiqing tightly, saying, "Grandpa Haiqing, I will never let you down. I will earn the title of Culinary Master of the Seas." "Good child. While you are out there, take good care of yourself and be strong. Do not shed another tear. The sea is merciless and will never show sympathy for the tears of the weak. Nor will it spare you simply because you are a girl. You must grow stronger to thrive in this era." Huanyan etched Song Haiqing's words deeply into her heart, nodding and wiping away her tears, declaring, "Grandpa Haiqing, I promise, I will not shed another tear." "Good. That determination is all that matters. Let us go," Song Haiqing said. That moment, Black Armor and the little pirates had already pushed the small boat into the water. Mike stood on the boat, calling out to Huanyan, "Huanyan, hurry aboard. The ship is about to set sail." Huanyan wasted no time, clutching the flower pot and leaping onto the small boat. With a united push from Black Armor and the little pirates, the small boat raised its large sail and sailed smoothly towards the depths of the sea. Mike and Huanyan stood at the bow, waving goodbye to Song Haiqing and the Black Armor pirate crew until they were out of sight. "Mike, why do I feel like I've boarded your pirate ship?" Huanyan said, blinking her large eyes. "That it's not just a feeling. You have truly boarded a pirate ship. You are now a pirate." Mike chuckled. "That I am going sailing." "I have no intention of being a pirate," Huanyan retorted. "Right? Sailing. Did you bring a compass?" Mike suddenly remembered that a compass was essential for their voyage. "No. Besides, even if I had a compass, I wouldn't know how to read it," Huanyan replied. Mike covered his face and laughed. "We are quite the pair. I can't tell east from west, nor can I sail a boat." "What?" Huanmeng gazed at Mike in astonishment, her mouth agape, as if her jaw might drop to the ground. "Mike, you are nothing but a grand deceiver. You lured me onto your pirate ship. I want to disembark. I wish to return home." Huanmeng lamented with a tinge of regret. "Ha ha ha. If you can swim back, then by all means, go ahead and leave. I won't stop you." Mike chuckled, reclining in the boat's canopy. Huanmeng approached the bow, her eyes scanning the vast, boundless sea, completely oblivious to how far they had drifted from the shoreline. With not a single island in sight, the thought of swimming back was daunting, and even navigating by boat seemed an impossible task. With this realization, Huanmeng's hope of returning home suddenly dimmed. She slumped down in the boat's cabin, her demeanor one of dejection. "Without a compass and lacking any sailing skills, what are we to do? Are we destined to perish at sea right after setting sail?" Huanmeng remarked gloomily. Mike turned to her and said, "Aren't you going to disembark? I thought you truly intended to jump into the sea. Do you lack the courage?" "Ha!" Suddenly, Huanmeng seized an orange and stuffed it into Mike's mouth, declaring, "I'm not foolish. I would never jump into the sea. I absolutely refuse to disappoint Grandpa Haiqing." Mike chewed the orange, skin and all, and after a few coughs, exclaimed, "It's both sour and sweet. Truly delightful." Huanmeng was nearly driven to exasperation by Mike's antics. "Think of a solution. The provisions and fresh water aboard won't last us long. Fear not. The sea may be merciless, but humanity is kind. We shall set forth to seek companions," Mike proclaimed. with this desolate expanse of ocean devoid of any signs of life? Where are we to find companions? Huanmeng replied helplessly. Suddenly, Mike, reclining on the deck, sensed an unusual movement beneath the vessel. Be cautious. Something seems to be stirring beneath the boat. He warned. No sooner had he spoken than the water below began to churn violently, causing the boat to tilt abruptly, sending their provisions crashing into the sea. In a moment of panic, Mike clutched the mast with one hand while desperately holding onto a barrel of oranges with the other. Huanmeng attempted to grasp the mast but slipped, unable to secure her hold, her screams echoing in fear. Just as she was about to plunge into the depths, Mike extended his leg before her, urging, "Grab my leg." In that instant, Huanmeng, disregarding everything else, clutched Mike's leg tightly. Suddenly, a massive creature, resembling a serpent with the jaws of a crocodile, surfaced beside their small boat. "The king of the near sea," Mike exclaimed in astonishment. It appeared that the king of the near sea was a formidable adversary that every mariner must confront. 10 years prior, Shanks had lost an arm to this beast while rescuing Luffy. Today, it had reemerged. Abruptly, the creature's eyes glowed crimson as it opened its cavernous maw, revealing rows of sharp teeth, seemingly intent on devouring both Mike and Huanmeng along with their vessel, faced with such mortal peril. Mike thought, now is the time to draw upon luck. "Little Rui, I wish to draw once," he called out to the Rui lottery system in his mind. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill, Navy 6 Styles Moonwalk." "Ha ha ha. Little Rui, you have truly warmed my heart this time. This skill is precisely what I need." Mike rejoiced inwardly. At that moment, the boat stabilized slightly, allowing Mike to set down the barrel and pull Huanmeng alongside the mast. "Hold on to this mast tightly. No matter what happens, do not let go." "Understood." Huanmeng nodded. Mike rose, seizing a bundle of rope from the boat, and shouted at the fearsome king of the near sea, "You wretched fish! Return my provisions." The creature seemed to comprehend Mike's insult, its eyes flashing with fury as it lunged toward him with its gaping mouth. Moonwalk. Mike propelled himself upward, leaping gracefully into the air, landing above the king of the near sea. Realizing Mike had positioned himself atop its head, the creature tilted its head back, attempting to snap at him once again. The king of the near sea's massive form created towering waves with each movement, causing the small boat to rock violently, while Huanmeng clung desperately to the mast, too fearful to let go. Now's the chance. Mike fashioned a large noose with the rope and hurled it with precision, ensnaring the creature's upper jaw as if placing a decorative cap upon it. Once bound, the king of the near sea thrashed violently, attempting to bite through the rope. Mike was determined not to grant it that opportunity. Iron block. Utilizing the moonwalk, he propelled himself and delivered a powerful punch to the beast's head. A low, pained growl escaped the king of the near sea as it submerged, frantically swimming away. "What the hell? This is nothing like I envisioned. I wanted it to submit, not go mad," Mike exclaimed, hastily jumping back onto the small boat and wrapping the rope around his arm. "Come on, together, let us ride the waves." Huanmeng shouted, "Mike, don't act recklessly." Suddenly, the rope tightened, nearly dragging Mike into the sea, but fortunately, he had already activated the iron block skill, anchoring his feet firmly to the boat. The king of the near sea pulled Mike along, causing the boat to surge over the waves as if surfing. There was no direction, only speed. Stop already. The boat is about to fall apart." Huanmeng screamed in terror. What a thrill. This is exactly the sensation I crave." Mike shouted excitedly. "Charge forth, king of the near sea." At that moment, Huanmeng wished to strike Mike with a frying pan, thinking it would be simpler to drive away the king than to play with it. Time slipped away as the small boat raced aimlessly across the ocean, leaving Huanmeng feeling dizzy. Having never experienced seasickness before, she now longed for the boat to come to a halt so she could relieve her discomfort. However, Mike appeared far from finished with the thrill, urging the king of the near sea to swim faster. Even faster, just as Mike was caught up in the excitement, two small boats suddenly appeared ahead. Blocking their path. Two individuals stood on the boats, each brandishing a sword aimed at the other. "Hey, clear the way. The king of the near sea is coming through. Watch out," Mike shouted loudly. The two sword wielders, upon hearing Mike's call, showed no intention of moving aside. Instead, they synchronously pointed their blades toward the king of the near sea. Mike yanked on the rope, attempting to steer the king of the near sea away. But to no avail. He shouted, "You two, move aside quickly. Be careful not to be eaten." As soon as the words left his mouth, both individuals simultaneously slashed at the king of the near sea, sending two arcs of blade energy flying toward it, forming a white cross. Boom! The unfortunate king of the near sea met its demise without uttering a single cry. Wow, what an impressive sword technique! Mike exclaimed in awe. Yet, though the king had been slain, the small boat Mike was on continued to surge toward the two swordsmen. Spare us, O masters of the blade! Mike cried out hoarsely, seeing no sign of mercy in their expressions. Hearing Mike's plea, the two swordsmen swiftly sheathed their swords, revealing sly smirks upon their faces. Just as Mike's boat was on the verge of colliding with them, both acted in unison, halting the small vessel. Once the boat came to a stop, Mike realized that one of the swordsmen sported a head of green algae, donned a belly band, and was adorned with 3 swords. Such a nonconformist appearance could only belong to Zoro. 3-sword style, Zoro? What brings you here? Mike asked excitedly. Zoro cast a sidelong glance at Mike. Are you here to challenge me? No, I'm not here for a duel. It's merely a coincidence, Mike replied. If you're not here for a duel, then leave at once. Be careful lest I inadvertently injure you. I intend to slice this challenger into sashimi. Zoro glared at the other sword-wielding figure, a murderous glint in his eyes. Mike observed the challenger, who had black hair and eyes, clad in a vest and beach shorts, the open vest revealing his chiseled abs, with a curved sword at his waist. At first glance, Mike thought he was merely on vacation. Roranoa Zoro, do you dare to be a bounty hunter? Today, I shall show you what it means to be hunted by pirates, the challenger exclaimed, swiftly drawing his sword. Draw your blade, since you wield a blade. I shall not take advantage of you. Zoro unsheathed the sword Wado Ikamanji from his waist. Come, let us duel. At that moment, the two of them synchronously kicked MC's small boat, causing it to retreat a short distance before coming to a halt. Although the king of the near sea had been slain by these two, MC still held onto the rope tied around the king's mouth, rendering the corpse akin to an anchor securing the small vessel. Zoro and the man clad in a vest and beach shorts engaged in their duel, their blades clashing with a resounding clang, neither able to gain the upper hand for the time being. Suddenly, a figure clinging to the mast, Huanmeng, shouted, MC, you scoundrel! Immediately after, MC felt something strike his head. Turning around, he was astonished to see Huanmeng wielding a frying pan, realizing she had indeed struck him with it. What are you doing? Are you Red Wolf? If you are Red Wolf, then I am certainly not Grey Wolf. MC blurted out without hesitation. What is Red Wolf? And what is Grey Wolf? Huanmeng inquired, perplexed. MC touched his head where he had been struck and discovered a large bump had formed. It's nothing. I was just rambling. MC hastily clarified. Humph, why didn't you protect me just now? You nearly got me killed. I, who rarely get seasick, have already vomited 3 times. Huanmeng complained somewhat petulantly. Suddenly, MC said with a serious expression, from now on, you must train yourself and grow stronger. If you cannot endure even a slight increase in the boat's speed, what will you do in the face of a storm at sea? Upon hearing MC's words, Huanmeng furrowed her brow, surprised that this mischievous boy, a year younger than herself, could utter such mature sentiments. She suddenly perceived that beneath MC's childish exterior lay a mature soul. Embarrassed by this realization, Huanmeng asked MC, is your head all right? I saw you get hit hard by that round hammer, and yet you have no bump. Why is it that I lightly tapped you and you ended up with such a large swelling? MC was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking, how can it be the same? When that round hammer hit me, I used the iron block skill. You caught me off guard with your sudden strike. Of course a bump would form. However, MC refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead smiled at Huanmeng, praising her. It's because your hand's strength exceeds that of black armor. Is it? Huanmeng responded, her expression darkening. Just then, a fierce blade aura hurtled toward MC's small boat, carrying the intent to cleave it in two. MC stood at the bow, activating the iron block skill, and met the fierce blade aura with a punch. The aura was immediately dissipated. What is wrong with you two? Did we not agree to avoid harming the innocent? MC shouted. Zoro and the man in beach shorts found their blades locked in a stalemate, both sides having endured a grueling battle and now resorting to sheer strength. Kid, you should step back a bit, the man in beach shorts said coldly. No, I refuse to leave. I want you as my companion. MC declared. Who are you, a nameless brat, to think you can have me, Bugatti Longway, as your partner? What qualifications do you possess to make such a demand? The man in beach shorts retorted. MC maintained his composure and continued to inquire. Longway, which pirate crew do you belong to? I do not belong to any pirate crew. I prefer to act alone, Longway replied. Then it is fortuitous. We are currently in search of companions. I hereby appoint you as our ship's swordsman. MC proclaimed. Kid, you do not have the right to make decisions for me. The pirate crew you wish to join must at the very least be of the caliber of an emperor of the sea. Longwei declared with arrogance. Upon hearing Longwei's words, MC was not angered. Instead, he activated Moonwalk, performing a flip in midair and landing beside Longwei and Zoro. The blades of Longwei and Zoro still clashed together. MC reached out and gripped Longwei's saber, applying pressure and astonishingly shattering it. Both Longwei and Zoro were taken aback, realizing that this boy was indeed extraordinary. You have lost, MC told Longwei. On what basis do you declare my defeat? Longwei questioned defiantly. To Zoro's strongest combat style is the three-sword style, and he is currently only utilizing one sword to match you evenly. If he were to employ all three, you would undoubtedly fall. MC explained. Impossible. I am destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. How could I possibly lose to Zoro, a mere pirate hunter? Longwei exclaimed in shock. Zoro sheathed Wado Ikemanji, his tone icy as he stated, I am the world's greatest swordsman. As for you, at best, you can only aspire to be third. MC interjected. You intend to reserve second place for Kuina, I presume. Zoro's eyes narrowed in surprise. He thought to himself, I have never mentioned Kuina to anyone. How does this boy know about my past? How do you know? Zoro glared at MC with a chilling gaze. Ha! Do not fret. There is much more I know. Zoro, you have lost to Kuina 2001 times. Do you not feel shame boasting that Kuina deserves to be placed second in the world? MC suddenly revealed Zoro's embarrassing past before Longwei, and although Zoro was typically stoic, he found it difficult to bear having his old wounds exposed. Clang! Zoro unsheathed Wado Ikemanji, the blade's tip poised at MC's nose that if Zoro wished to kill MC, with a mere flick of his wrist, he could effortlessly pierce MC's skull. Yet, MC was unfazed by Zoro's murderous intent. He pinched the blade between his fingers and grinned. Ha! This Wado Ikemanji carries Kuina's will. Do you wish to grow stronger with it, or would you prefer it to break in your hands? Who exactly are you? How do you know so much? Zoro asked, his grip on the sword trembling slightly. My name is Ketaway D.MC, a man destined to become the emperor of the sea, MC proclaimed with raised arms. Longwei and Zoro gazed at MC, astonished by his confidence and ambition. Stop. Let go of MC. Huanmeng on the small boat suddenly shouted loudly. Zoro glanced at Huanmeng not far away, then sheathed Wado Ikemanji. There are still those who are concerned for you. However, based on your current dream, I shall spare your life, Zoro stated. You cannot kill me, for you lack the strength to do so, if you wish to take my life. Wait 2 years, you are still far from it, MC retorted mercilessly. Zoro felt he could not see through MC any longer, sensing that he resembled a behind-the-scenes mastermind who possessed far too much knowledge. You three, stop standing there foolishly. If we meet at sea, we are all friends. Quickly help lift this big fellow. I shall treat you to roasted meat. Huanmeng, seeing that the three were no longer at odds, felt the tense atmosphere had eased somewhat and sought to use the promise of a meal to make peace. To her surprise, this tactic proved quite effective. Longwei was the first to respond. Sure. I happen to be hungry. I know of a nearby small island where we can roast meat. I know as well. Allow me to lead the way. Zoro said. Do not. You are hopelessly direction-only challenged. Do you not realize this? MC interjected. Who says I am directionally challenged? Zoro retorted. Then do you know how to return to Frostmoon Village? MC asked as Zoro's eyes widened, and he replied defiantly. I do not know. Otherwise, I would have returned long ago. Ha ha ha. You admit it. MC laughed heartily. The three of them bound the king of the near sea with ropes, then worked together to tow the king in 3 small boats. Under Longwei's guidance, they finally arrived at a small island. Although it was called a small island, it was essentially just a massive rock protruding from the sea, barren and devoid of anything. The three managed to haul the king of the near sea onto the island, and Zoro used his sword to chop the king into uniformly sized blocks of meat. This sword is meant for slaying those nefarious pirates. It is my first time using it as a kitchen knife, which feels rather wasteful, Zoro remarked with a pained expression. MC patted Zoro on the shoulder and said, Zoro, I possess 2 renowned swords housed within the weapon shop of Roga Town. One is the illustrious Ghost/3, and the other is the Snowstrider. In a few days, when you arrive there, simply present my name to retrieve them. I am unable to return home, so how would I know the way to Roga Town? Zoro lamented. Someone will guide you there, Mike proclaimed, adopting an air of a seer. Zoro, somewhat skeptical, inquired, Who will take me? The secrets of fate cannot be divulged, Mike replied it that moment. Longway approached Mike, holding a piece of roasted meat, and exclaimed, Mike, you crush my sword. You should certainly gift me a fine blade. Without hesitation, Mike snatched the meat from Longway's grasp and devoured it. Once he finished, he let out a satisfied burp, declaring, that was delicious. Indeed, Huanmeng possesses the talent to become the culinary master of the seas. And what about me? Can I become the world's greatest swordsman? Longway asked. Absolutely not. Why not? I train in the harshest winters and the sweltering summers. I swim in icy waters and stand firm against fierce storms. I can even crush large stones with my bare hands. Why do you say I cannot become the world's greatest swordsman? Longway exclaimed in frustration. Mike glanced at Longway, clad in a vest and beach shorts, finding him quite amusing, hardly resembling a swordsman. Yet, Mike appreciated this trait, for discovering fascinating companions during the monotonous voyage across the sea would undoubtedly enhance their journey. I shall leave Zoro to Luffy, as you will not be joining us, Mike teased. Very well. If joining your ranks will lead me to become the world's greatest swordsman, then I shall agree to be your companion. Longway declared resolutely. If I fail to achieve that title, I shall be the first to take your head. Ha! Splendid, Mike joyfully said to Huanmeng. Huanmeng, we have found our first companion. Now, we are 3. It cannot be. With me, we are still only 3. Longway frowned. Indeed, let us embark on a quest to find more companions, Mike suggested. However, I currently lack a sword. Longway still clung to the notion of a blade. Yet, Mike had no sword to offer, so he turned to Zoro, his intent clear. He wished for Zoro to lend a sword to Longway. What gives? You claim to provide me with 2 renowned swords. Yet I have yet to see one, and now I must compensate with one of mine, Zoro remarked with a smirk. Never mind. As a swordsman, it is simply unacceptable to be without a sword. I have 3. I shall gift you one. No need for thanks. If you wish to express gratitude, challenge me to a duel. Zoro, truly a man of substance, even when bestowing a sword, did so with flair. He tossed one of his blades to Longway, who caught it and asked, Why this one? Why not give me the one with the white hilt? Impossible. To claim that sword, you must first defeat me. Zoro replied coldly. Hee, I was merely jesting. I knew without guessing how significant that sword, Haidadai, is to you. Longway chuckled awkwardly to can't you 3 enjoy your roasted meat in peace? Must it always be about swords and slashing? Is it truly so entertaining? You all must eat heartily and live well. Huanmeng, who was grilling fish, interjected. Indeed, the trio exclaimed in unison as they savored their grilled fish. If only we could have a cup of wine. Zoro remarked, We have wine. It's stored in the compartment of our small boat. Huanmeng replied. Before Huanmeng could finish, Longway and Zoro leaped onto the boat, scrambling to retrieve the wine. The 2 wrestled to haul a barrel of wine onto the small island. Lacking cups, they boldly drank straight from the barrel. Before long, the 4 had devoured nearly all of the Sea King's feast, leaving only bones behind, and finished the entire barrel of wine. After a hearty meal, the 4 dozed off on the island, only to awaken to the realization that a small boat was missing. Where is my boat? Longway wondered, perplexed. Ha! Your boat is gone. Isn't that splendid? Just right for setting sail with Mike. Zoro yawned widely. Mike too found it curious. Upon disembarking, they had clearly secured all 3 small boats, so how could one suddenly vanish? Mike exchanged glances with Zoro, who wore a subtle smile, revealing that he had intentionally severed the rope, allowing Longway's boat to drift away. This reminded Mike of the time Zoro had faced Kuma in a life-or-death struggle to protect the unconscious Luffy. Zoro possessed that spirit of silently safeguarding his comrades while concealing it from them. Mike smiled faintly, silently commending Zoro. Thus, with Mike's blend of kindness and authority, along with Zoro's assistance, Longway became Mike's 3rd companion. As they approached the boat to bid farewell to Zoro, Mike quietly approached him and whispered, Kuina is not dead. She awaits you in the new world of the Grand Line for your 2002nd challenge. Is that true? Zoro's exterior remained calm, yet his heart raced with excitement. She is incredibly strong now. You must become stronger to stand a chance in your 2002nd challenge. Mike urged that Mike's words struck a deep chord within Zoro. Kuina, while an opponent he sought to challenge, was in truth the cherished light of his heart. Upon learning of her tragic demise from a fall down the stairs, Zoro had nearly lost his sanity in those days. he thought of her while eating, walking, and even in his dreams he often envisioned her during training. That it took him a long time to bury his feelings for her deep within, deliberately pushing the memories aside. Yet now, with Mike's assertion that Kona was alive, waiting for him in the new world, Zoro's longing surged forth. The resolute Zoro could not help but exclaim, "Before I challenge her, I shall not lose to anyone." Mike patted Zoro's shoulder, saying, "You will undoubtedly achieve that." At that moment, Mike understood the meaning of a man shedding tears only when truly moved by sorrow. "Hey, Mike, hurry up and board the ship. What is there to lament between two men who have known each other for less than half a day?" Huanmeng called out, "True gold is easy to find, but a true confidant is rare." Mike turned to see Longwei already rowing the boat away. "Wait for me." Mike executed a couple of moonwalks and leaped onto the small boat. "Zoro, until we meet again," Mike shouted. "Green hair, next time we meet, I will not rest until we determine a victor in our duel." Longwei called out, "Zoro, when we meet again, I shall treat you to the finest grilled meat in the world and the most exquisite wine." Huanmeng chimed in. Zoro waved farewell to the three, saying, "Until fate allows our paths to cross again." Mike had initially thought that with Longwei as a companion, they would have an experienced navigator who knew the way. Yet in actuality, Longwei was just as clueless about sailing. "Longwei, do you have a sea chart or a compass? Where are we headed now?" Huanmeng inquired. "No, I'm just rowing aimlessly," Longwei replied. "Nanny, how did I end up with two complete fools? Without a sea chart or compass, how do we intend to enter the Grand Line?" Huanmeng exclaimed in frustration. Mike lay back in the boat, yawning, saying, "How boring. If only we had a musician and a dancer on our ship." "Mike, stop dreaming. With just the three of us, we resemble fools adrift on the ocean. We don't even have someone knowledgeable about our course, let alone a proper ship. How do you expect to reach the Grand Line with this tiny vessel?" Huanmeng sighed. "All right, let us now seek out our navigator," Mike declared with enthusiasm. "And we need a grand ship, one where I can freely wield my sword." Longwei echoed Mike's enthusiasm. Huanmeng glanced at Mike and Longwei with an expression of disbelief, asking, "How can you both be so confident?" "Confidence can empower the heart," Mike replied to Huanmeng. "To strengthen our bodies, we must first fortify our spirits. Only when both our hearts and bodies become strong can we truly be deemed formidable." "I concur with what Mike stated," Longwei chimed in. Huanmeng continuously refreshed her understanding, feeling as though the profound truths she had gleaned over the past 18 years paled in comparison to what she had learned in just half a day at sea. "Well then, you are both correct. Enough of this, you two big fools," Huanmeng pouted, her tone irritable. When a girl scolds a boy as a big fool, it typically indicates that she has internally acknowledged his sentiments. Mike stood at the bow of the boat, eager to scout the horizon for islands or pirate crews that this moment. Mike wished for the Rui lottery system to assign him some tasks. Without such assignments, he would be unable to accrue Rui points. And without those, there would be no lottery. And without the lottery, he couldn't gain any advantages. However, after a long search, the vast ocean yielded not even a shadow. Leaving Mike somewhat disheartened, just as disappointment settled in, he suddenly spotted a whirlwind rapidly approaching their small vessel across the water. "Not good. We are about to encounter a waterspout," Mike exclaimed urgently. Huanmeng noticed it too and quickly shouted, "Pull in the sails." Lacking any sailing experience, Mike had no choice but to heed Huanmeng's advice, for she had at least fished in the past. After Mike and Longwei furled the sails, they hastily grabbed the oars, rowing with all their might to distance the small boat from the impending waterspout. Yet, despite their frantic efforts, the boat merely spun in place, showing no signs of movement. Soon, as the waterspout drew near, the wind intensified, causing the small vessel to sway uncontrollably. "We are going to be swallowed by the waterspout," Huanmeng screamed in terror. "How exhilarating! Let the sea winds blow us skyward," Mike shouted, undaunted, his excitement growing. "Ha ha! If I had a trusty sword, I could sever this waterspout," Longwei declared confidently. The small boat began to spin with the waterspout, gaining speed with each rotation. The trio felt dizzy, yet they could sense the boat ascending, as if preparing for flight. Suddenly, the small vessel started to spiral upward with the waterspout, truly taking to the skies. The waterspout moved rapidly, with its wind speed only increasing. Mike's boat felt as if it were trapped in a rotating barrel, unable to escape or halt. After an indeterminate amount of time, the waterspout abruptly ceased, leaving not even a whisper of wind, and the boat plummeted from the sky as though derailed. Duh. We're going to die. Huanmeng shrieked. This is exhilarating. Absolutely thrilling. This is what a true flying ship feels like. Mike exclaimed, I want to soar even higher. Even higher, Longway shouted in delight. Unsurprisingly, the small boat plummeted from the sky. The physical constitution of those in the pirate world is significantly sturdier than that of individuals from Mike's former home on Blue Water Star. Even a fall from several meters would not result in serious harm. Mike shook his head, realizing they had landed on a sandy beach of an island. He roused the fainted Huanmeng beside him, asking, How are you? You didn't die, did you? If you did, I would starve once more. I'm fine. I'm not dead yet, Huanmeng replied. Longway stood up, stretching lazily and exclaiming, Wow, that was refreshing. Suddenly, Longway spotted his lost boat right there on the beach. I found my boat. How did it end up here? Longway exclaimed, jumping off the boat and running towards it. It must have been swept here by the waterspout, Mike remarked dismissively. Suddenly, a voice from the Rui lottery system rang in Mike's mind. Ding! System task issued. Conquer Whirlwind Island. So this island is called Whirlwind Island. However, the system's task requires me to conquer it. How is that defined? Mike inquired. What must I do for it to be considered conquered? Xiao Rui. Ding. System task item issued. A Rui pirate flag. Ding. Once the host plants the Rui pirate flag on Whirlwind Island, the system will deem the task complete. Suddenly, a Rui pirate flag appeared in Mike's hand. The black flag was adorned with a skull, behind which two white bones were crossed. The Rui pirate flag was tied to a pole. Mike chuckled to himself. As long as I plant this Rui pirate flag on the island, the task will be a cinch. Determined to complete the task swiftly, Mike raised the flag and thrust it into the sand of the beach. However, the moment the pole touched the sand, a white disc emerged from it. When the pole made contact with the disc, it was unexpectedly repelled. Mike's wrist twisted painfully. Ouch. It seems this task is not as straightforward as I imagined. The system isn't deceiving me, is it? Mike frowned. Mike, where did you pick up a pirate flag? Huanmeng inquired. This ISNT picked up. What do you think? It will become our pirate flag from now on. Mike waved the Rui pirate flag in his hand. Great. It looks rather cute. I like it. That's the one. Huanmeng agreed. Longway rummaged through his boat, seemingly searching for something, but it appeared he found nothing, and in frustration, he cleaved the boat in half with his sword. Where could it have gone? I distinctly tied my wine gourd to the boat before my duel with Zoro. Longway pondered aloud. It's just a wine gourd. It might have already sunk to the ocean. Mike scoffed. That's no ordinary wine gourd. It's very important to me. Longway insisted. Suddenly, the sand on the beach began to stir, and numerous figures clad in grass skirts emerged, brandishing knives, forks, and sticks. Looking as though they intended to rob them. At that moment, Longway noticed that one of the old men sporting a white goatee was holding his wine gourd. Return my wine gourd, Longway demanded of the old man. The old man stroked his beard and replied defiantly, I want to give it back. Upon hearing the old man's blunt refusal, Longway's anger flared, and he drew his sword, intent on attacking him. Just then, the figures emerging from the sand shouted, They have a pirate flag. They are pirates. There must be treasure aboard their ship. Let us seize it. Drive the pirates away. Protect Whirlwind Island. Mike was at a loss for words, bewildered by these individuals. Are they really this simple-minded? They don't waste any time before trying to rob us. The old man raised his cane and commanded, Seize everything from their ship. In an instant, those clad in grass skirts charged toward Mike's small boat with their weapons brandished. Originally, Mike's boat had contained some provisions, but after the ordeal with the Sea King and the Waterspout, there was almost nothing left. Seeing them attempt to loot the boat, Mike made no effort to stop them, thinking that since there was little left, they could take whatever they found as a gift from him to welcome them to their new surroundings. However, Huanmeng spread her arms, blocking the small boat's path, shouting, You two big fools, what are you waiting for? They're here to rob us. Longway looked at Mike and said, I'll handle them. Do not harm them. Mike replied that in truth, the moment those in grass skirts emerged from the sand, Mike suspected they were not hostile, but rather the island's inhabitants for why they were lying in wait to rob. Mike believed there must be a deeper reason. Understood, Longway responded. Armed with his sword, Longway countered each attacker with the back of his blade. In the blink of an eye, the once menacing grass-skirted individuals lay sprawled on the ground. Their weapons seized by Longway, who held them in his other arm. Wow, that's impressive. With her delicate hands cradled before her and her head tilted adorably, Huanmeng spoke at that moment. Mike approached the bearded goat and said, "Please, hand me the wine gourd. I do not wish to harm an elder." Upon witnessing Longwei in an instant, the bearded goat trembled and cautiously extended the wine gourd to Mike. After accepting it, Mike promptly tossed the gourd to Longwei. Longwei hurriedly discarded the knives and clubs beside him, catching the gourd and exclaiming, "Thanks a lot." "No need for thanks," Mike replied. He then inquired of the bearded goat, "Why do you seek to steal our belongings?" We are compelled to act this way," the bearded goat responded. "What forces you to do so? Please, share your plight with us. Rest assured, we mean you no harm." Mike gently reassured the bearded goat. Sensing that Mike and his companions bore no ill intentions, the bearded goat revealed the truth that we are the last remaining villagers of Whirlwind Village. I am the village chief. The bearded goat. Many years ago, 2 notorious pirate crews descended upon our village, pillaging and wreaking havoc. These crews even clashed violently, leaving devastation in their wake. Mike gazed toward Whirlwind Island, and despite the distance, he could still discern the ruins of collapsed houses and crumbling walls. "Chief Bearded Goat, it has been over a decade. Why have you not sought to rebuild your village?" Mike asked. "Alas," Chief Bearded Goat sighed. "After those 2 pirate crews departed, they left behind a white-haired girl. Though everyone knew she was the offspring of those pirates, we could not bring ourselves to harm her, for we took pity on her and raised her during our most difficult times. However, little did we know that she turned out to be a wind sorceress. A wind sorceress." Mike, Longwei, and Huanmeng were taken aback by the chief's revelation. "Indeed, she is the wind sorceress. Cyclones manifest at her fingertips. I have seen her uproot trees with a mere strike. I have even witnessed her walking upon the sky." At this point, the villagers began recounting their various encounters with the wind sorceress, each tale more fantastical than the last, almost deifying her. Chief Bearded Goat raised his hand, signaling for silence, then addressed Mike. "We have attempted to rebuild our village, yet the wind sorceress frequently unleashes cyclones upon us, thwarting our efforts faster than we can construct." Upon hearing this, Mike exclaimed, "How splendid! She sounds quite intriguing. I wish to have her as our companion." Longwei, equally intrigued, quickly added, "Where can we find this wind sorceress?" "Lead us to her at once." Huanmeng, delighted by their enthusiasm, chimed in, "Yes, you two should invite this wind sister aboard our ship. And do remember to ask if she knows anything about sailing." Huanmeng volunteered to remain behind to guard the empty little boat. Under Chief Bearded Goat's guidance, Mike and Longwei set off to seek the wind sorceress, while the villagers, fearful of her, trailed at a distance. "That if you truly manage to bring the wind sorceress with you, our entire village shall be eternally grateful," Chief Bearded Goat declared. "No problem," Mike assured him. Along the way, Mike learned from Chief Bearded Goat that the wind sorceress's original name was Wingfishjiana, and she now resided in solitude within the Whirlwind Cave on the mountain. Due to persistent storms, the villagers had abandoned building homes above ground, opting instead to excavate dwellings underground. The winds on the mountain were fierce, and the higher they climbed, the stronger the gusts became. Moreover, the winds behaved strangely, blowing downward along the slope, making the ascent increasingly arduous. "I have never encountered such a challenging mountain to climb," Longwei exclaimed, using his sword for support. "This mountain is exhilarating. Charge forth." Mike seemed to possess boundless energy. Longwei glanced at Chief Bearded Goat, who, despite his age, navigated the mountain with remarkable agility, showing no signs of fatigue. "Old man, your climbing skills are impressive. How is it that you show no effort?" Longwei inquired. "This mountain I have traversed for the better part of my life. For the sake of delivering food to the wind sorceress, I have walked this path against the gale for 7 or 8 years. Naturally, I possess greater stamina than you." Chief Bearded Goat replied. At that moment, Longwei sheathed his sword and straightened his posture, asserting, "How could you possibly be stronger than me?" He surged ahead, disregarding the mountain's difficulty, eager to prove himself superior to Chief Bearded Goat. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Whirlwind Cave. The fierce winds pouring from within made it difficult to stand upright. How does Jinnah manage to dwell in such a tempest? Longwei wondered aloud. "What we find unbearable may very well be the ideal training ground for her," Mike suggested. "Wind Sorceress, come forth," Longwei called into the cave. No sooner had he spoken than a swirling gust enveloped Mike and Longwei, encircling them in a whirlwind. Chief Bearded Goat, however, remained unscathed. Soon, a girl with flowing white hair, barefoot, floated out of the cave. The wind tousled her long hair, obscuring her face and lending her an air of mystery. "You two are pirates?" Her ethereal voice carried a hint of menace. "Indeed. We have come to invite you to join us." Mike replied that I shall not acquiesce to your request. Abandon this endeavor at once. Jianna retorted angrily. "Leave this island swiftly, or do not blame me for being unyielding. If you refuse us, we shall not depart," Mike insisted. "Prepare to perish." Suddenly, Jianna spread her slender, alabaster hands, and two small whirlwinds materialized in her palms. Double cyclone. With a flick of her wrists, the small whirlwinds expanded rapidly, their speed intensifying. In a blink, the two powerful whirlwinds merged, doubling in velocity as they surged toward Mike and Longway. Realizing escape was futile, Longway dropped to the ground. Meanwhile, Mike activated his finger guns, embedding his fingers into the stone at the cave's entrance. The whirlwind's speed continued to escalate, and Longway, prone on the ground, felt his legs lift off the earth. His beach shorts nearly blown away. Grasping his shorts with one hand to keep them from being whisked away, he quickly drew his knife with the other, stabbing it into a large rock for stability. Meanwhile, cracks began to form in the stone where Mike's fingers were lodged. Jianna, pushing the whirlwinds to their maximum speed, was still unable to lift Mike and Longway and had no choice but to cease her assault. At that instant, Longway withdrew his knife from the stone and swung it in a single fluid motion. .1 sword style. Demon slash. Mike, taken aback by Longway's rapid response, realized too late that he could not intervene, especially with such ferocity. He had never witnessed Longway wielding such a formidable technique even during his duel with Zoro. As Jianna halted, exhausted from exertion, she was caught off guard by Longway's slicing attack. The crescent-shaped blade of energy swiftly approached her, and Jianna felt a sudden tug as the blade grazed her palm. Turning back, she was astonished to see Mike had intervened. Jianna blew a breath, parting her long white hair from her face, and asked in surprise, "Why did you save me?" At that moment, Mike finally beheld Jianna's true visage, charming and alluring. "I wish for you to join us," Mike declared. Jianna forcefully pushed Mike aside and floated back into the cave on the winds. Mike turned to Longway, exclaiming, "Longway, she nearly perished beneath your blade." "Ha ha ha, in my haste, I miscalculated my strength. Fortunately, you were timely in your rescue," Longway chuckled. Longway chuckled foolishly as Mike shook his head with a smile and proceeded into the cave. Followed closely by Longway and Goatbeard, as they ventured deeper, Mike sensed that the wind within the cave began to diminish gradually. Suddenly, a piece of paper fluttered out from the depths of the cave. Mike reached out to catch it, and to his astonishment, it was a nautical chart. A nautical chart? What could such a thing be doing in this cave? Mike pondered with confusion. Goatbeard stepped forward and remarked, "Perhaps she is longing for her family. She must belong to the sea. How could she possibly remain cooped up in this small cave? Her heart yearns for the ocean." Mike then inquired, "But why hasn't she ventured out to sea?" Goatbeard replied, "Perhaps her heart is still bound by unresolved feelings." "What kind of feelings?" Mike asked. "She was abandoned on this island when she was merely 7 years old. It has been 10 years now. The villagers could raise her, yet they cannot provide her with familial love. Over these 10 years, her heart must be in turmoil, torn between the villagers who nurtured her and the pirate crew that destroyed her home. She doesn't know what choice to make," Goatbeard explained. With every question Mike posed, Goatbeard had a ready answer, indicating his profound understanding of Kana. Upon grasping Kana's situation, Mike clutched the nautical chart and dashed toward the Whirlwind Cave. Deep within the Whirlwind Cave lay a breathtaking vista, reminiscent of a small loft atop a grand villa. Kana sat quietly by the bedside, wiping her tears, while a multitude of nautical charts, including those of the East Sea and the Grand Line, adorned the nearby table. Mike approached Kana, placing the chart that had been whisked away by the wind into her hands, saying, "Come with us. Be our navigator. From this day forth, you shall no longer be alone. You have us, your comrades, with whom you can share your burdens." Kana brushed her hair aside and gazed into Mike's earnest eyes. Suddenly, she stood up and embraced Mike, bursting into tears. After a while, when Mike sensed that Kana's weeping had subsided somewhat, he said, "Do not cry. If you continue, you will cease to be beautiful." At Mike's comforting words, Kana let out a small laugh amidst her tears. "Kana, are you a devil fruit user?" Mike suddenly asked. "Yes, I consumed the whirlwind fruit. I can manipulate the direction of the wind at will." Kana replied, releasing her hold on Mike. "Ha, that's fantastic. It is perfect to have you as our navigator," Mike exclaimed, unable to suppress his laughter. Longway leaped high into the air, declaring, "At last, we can set sail for the Grand Line. I will become the world's greatest swordsman. I will be the emperor of the seas," Mike proclaimed. Kana added, "Then let me guide your path," seeing that Kana had opened her heart due to Mike's words and agreed to join him. Goatbeard felt a surge of joy. "Let us depart at once," Kana urged. "Aren't you going to take some nautical charts and clothing?" Mike inquired. "There is no need for charts. I have memorized all the EC charts. As for clothes and shoes, I can simply buy new ones," Kana replied cheerfully if Mike were to reveal at that moment that he possessed only a small boat and was utterly penniless. Kana would likely have turned her back on him. Upon exiting the Whirlwind Cave, Kana asked Mike, "Could you block the entrance with a stone?" Mike turned to Longway and said, "It is time to showcase your true strength." Longway smiled and replied, "Yes, okay." Drawing his sword, he struck the large rock at the cave entrance with a single blow. .1 sword style. Stone slash. The massive rock was instantly cleaved in two, crashing down to seal the entrance of the Whirlwind Cave. Suddenly, the winds across Whirlwind Island came to a halt, enveloping the surroundings in a profound silence. "What is happening?" Mike asked with curiosity. Kana explained, "The Whirlwind Cave is the eye of the storm for the entire island. All winds pass through here. Once the entrance is blocked, the winds on the island will cease." "Is that so? Why didn't anyone do this before? And why did you destroy the houses that the villagers built?" Mike inquired. Kana responded, "I did not intend to cause destruction. I wished for the villagers to be free from pirate attacks. If the village on the ground no longer exists, those wicked pirates will see only ruins and have nothing to plunder, compelling them to leave. This way, the villagers can live normally in the houses they have dug underground." Kana's reasoning, though seemingly lacking in foresight, was rooted in good intentions. Goatbeard suddenly wept, saying, "Child, I never knew you thought this way. We have all wronged you." At that moment, the villagers who had followed, armed with forks and sticks, arrived at the Whirlwind Cave. "Over these 10 years, I have truly caused you much trouble. I will never forget your kindness. And now I must take my leave that I hope you will not hold any grudges against me." Kana addressed the villagers. Only then did the villagers truly understand Kana's good intentions, and they began to lower their weapons. In the past, whenever pirate ships approached Whirlwind Island, Kana would be the first to use her wind-manipulating abilities to blow them away, a fact known to the villagers. The decade-long rift between Kana and the villagers was mended in that moment. With tears of emotion streaming down their faces, suddenly, Mike felt an unusual sensation from the lucky pirate flag in his hand, a faint white smoke emanating from the tip of the staff. Could this be a sign for me to plant the flag? Mike approached the blocked entrance of the Whirlwind Cave and attempted to plant the lucky pirate flag into the stone. As the staff made contact with the rock, a small white disc appeared on its surface. However, this time, instead of being repelled as it had been when inserted into the sand, the staff was drawn in slightly. And then the white disc vanished, firmly anchoring the lucky pirate flag to the rock. Mike tried to pull it out, but it would not budge. The lucky pirate flag was firmly embedded in the rock. Immovable. Ding. Task completed. Reward: 30 points of luck value. Ding. Luck value has reached the consumption threshold. Would you like to draw a lottery? Mike thought in his mind. Not a chance. Are you trying to trick me into drawing? Thanks for participating. I want to be fooled. Kana noticed that, with the winds having ceased, the lucky pirate flag appeared somewhat limp as it was stuck in the stone. Thus, she waved her left hand gently, summoning a gust of wind that made the flag flutter proudly. Rustling loudly, "From now on, this place will be under my protection," Mike declared to the villagers. "If any pirates dare to act maliciously here, I will be the first to hold them accountable. Captain Mike. Captain Mike." The villagers began to chant. After descending the mountain, Goatbeard asked Mike to name the mountain. Consequently, Mike suggested naming it Starting Point Mountain. Starting Point Mountain symbolizes the true beginning of Mike's adventurous journey of freedom across the seas. Mike and Longway, accompanied by Kana, returned to the sandy beach, only to find a gigantic red crab ruthlessly demolishing their small boat with its two massive pincers. The boat had already been reduced to a pile of wreckage. Yet there was no sign of Fantasy Dream. Where is Fantasy Dream? She was supposed to watch over the boat. Mike exclaimed in panic. She was probably eaten by the crab. Longway replied, upon hearing this. Mike thought it quite possible. "You wretched crab, give me back my life." Mike shouted as he charged toward the enormous crab. The crab, seeing Mike storming toward it in fury, scuttled sideways into the sea in fright. Mike activated Moonwalk and swiftly caught up to the giant crab, seizing one of its legs. This massive red crab was as large as two small boats combined at that moment. An immense power surged within Mike. "Give me back Fantasy Dream." He lifted the giant crab and hurled it forcefully onto the beach. "Longway, tear this crab open and retrieve Fantasy Dream from its belly. There may still be hope." Mike instructed Longway. "Got it." Longway sprang into the air, landing atop the giant crab, and with two swift strikes, he severed its two massive pincers and all 8 legs, leaving only the central shell intact. Just as Longway was about to split the shell in half, Mike urgently interjected, "Don't strike like that. We don't want to harm Fantasy Dream inside. Indeed, I should pry open its shell." Longway remarked. Before Longway could use his knife to pry it, Mike directly leaped onto the crab's round shell, activating his finger gun technique, and pierced through the crab's exterior, peeling it away piece by piece. As if unwrapping a package. "Huanmeng, where are you?" Mike anxiously shouted while dismantling the crab's shell, calling into its belly. "Huanmeng hasn't turned into crab excrement, has she?" Longway inquired. "How could that be possible? A crab's digestion cannot occur so swiftly. Besides, even if Huanmeng did turn into crab waste, I must find her. I promised her grandfather that I would protect her from harm. How could she perish so quickly?" Mike lamented. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. "What are you two up to?" "Eating raw crab entrails." Mike looked up in astonishment, only to find Huanmeng standing beside him. Mike was momentarily taken aback, then stood up and embraced Huanmeng, exclaiming, "You're not dead. This is wonderful. Let me go. Don't crush my flower pot." Huanmeng protested that it was only then that Mike realized his excitement had led him to act a bit too fervently, and he quickly set Huanmeng down, rubbing his hands nervously. "Where did you go just now?" "I went to find soil for Lu Ji." Huanmeng replied, "Doh. Thank goodness you weren't here. You weren't harmed. This giant crab destroyed our ship." Mike stated that, "Oh dear. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Does that mean we no longer have a ship?" Huanmeng said, filled with guilt. That moment, Jinna approached and asked, "Is this young lady also with us?" "Yes, her name is Iloli Huanmeng, our ship's cook." Mike introduced that, "I am Windfist Jinna, the navigator of Mike's pirate crew." "You are the Wind Demon Girl?" Huanmeng exclaimed in surprise. "Well, sort of, but I prefer not to be called the Wind Demon Girl." Jinna replied. The two girls, upon meeting, could not help but compliment each other on their appearances, hair, and attire, and Huanmeng and Jinna were no exception. Mike stood by the sea, gazing at the vast expanse, contemplating. "It is time for a lottery. This time, I hope to draw a ship, even if it's just a small one." With that thought, Mike addressed the lottery system in his mind. "Little Rui, I wish to draw." Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a devil fruit. The phoenix fruit. Suddenly, a fruit resembling a dragon fruit appeared in Mike's hand, adorned with spiral patterns. "So this is what a devil fruit looks like, but I will not consume it. Eating a devil fruit would mean being abandoned by the sea. I refuse to become a landlubber," Mike thought. The phoenix fruit, a rare mythical beast fruit even more elusive than the natural type. If only Huanmeng could eat it, I wouldn't have to worry about her safety anymore. Mike quickly stowed the phoenix fruit in his pocket, ensuring no one else noticed. Although the phoenix fruit was precious, what Mike urgently needed was a ship. The first drawing did not resolve the fundamental issue of being shipless. Mike once again addressed the lottery system in his mind. "Little Rui, I wish to draw again." Mike silently prayed to draw a ship. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a large knife. Thunderbolt. When Mike saw the result, he was momentarily speechless. What on earth is happening today? Why is the Rui system failing to meet my wishes? I wanted a ship. Mike held the thunderbolt in his hand, shaking his head. Is the Rui system simply rewarding Longway? Since I destroyed Longway's tang knife, let us gift him this thunderbolt. Longway, here, a large knife for you, Mike said to Longway. Longway hurriedly approached Mike and received the thunderbolt, noticing the sheath adorned with cloud patterns, with ribbons entwined around the handle. Unable to resist, Longway drew the blade, revealing a flowing shape with serrated lightning patterns on the blade. "Its edge jagged. Thunderbolt, what a magnificent knife!" Longway exclaimed in admiration. Just then, Gienna approached Mike and suggested, "Why don't I ask the villagers to help us build another ship?" "Hold on a moment. Let me see if I can draw a ship this last time," Mike replied. Gienna, puzzled, asked, "Ships can be drawn?" I possess a lottery ability that allows me to draw many urgently needed items. Mike explained, "Oh, I understand. You must have eaten the drawing fruit, right?" Jiana remarked that Mike's expression darkened. Why is it that whenever someone mentions abilities, they assume one has consumed a devil fruit? Mike was just an ordinary individual among countless others who happened to have a system. It's somewhat similar, but not entirely," Mike said vaguely, not wanting to explain to Jiana what system support meant. With his current Rui value only sufficient for 3 draws, and having failed to draw a ship in the first 2. Mike's desire for a ship intensified. "Little Rui, I wish to draw once more," Mike resolutely stated. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a large sea vessel, the sailing windbreaker. Wow! Hooray! This is exhilarating. I finally drew a ship." Mike felt an urge to sing in joy. However, when he saw the ship in his hand was no larger than his palm, he suddenly felt awkward in a way. What is the Rui lottery system doing? Can such a tiny vessel truly be considered a sea ship? Mike chuckled helplessly, saying it looked more like a model of a sea ship. Mike held the miniature sea ship model up to his eyes for a closer inspection. The bow was shaped like a wave curling upwards, forming a small platform, with a 3-story house on the ship, a lawn in front, and a small garden behind. The ship also boasted 3 tall masts, the tallest one flying a Rui pirate flag, with the largest sail adorned with the same skull and Rui pattern as the flag. While Mike was admiring the sea ship model, a system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! System reminder. Please place the sailing windbreaker into the sea as soon as possible. Mike scratched his head, pondering, if such a small ship is placed into the ocean, won't it be swept away by the waves immediately? Regardless of his thoughts, Mike carefully followed the system's instructions and gently placed the sailing windbreaker into the water. However, the moment the sailing windbreaker model touched the sea, something unexpected occurred. As soon as the sailing windbreaker made contact with the water, it began to grow rapidly, as if it were absorbing water. Before long, the petite model transformed into a massive ship. "Wow! Incredible!" Jiana exclaimed. "This is utterly unbelievable. What is happening?" Huanmeng said in disbelief. "Ahaha! This ship is simply amazing," Longwei said, his eyes sparkling. "This is our sailing windbreaker pirate ship. What do you think? Are you satisfied?" Mike bragged. "Satisfied," the 3 replied in unison. "Great. Let us board quickly. Let us sail freely on the waves," Mike commanded, and Jiana was the first to leap aboard, buoyantly stepping onto the ship, with Longwei eagerly following suit. "Hey, Longwei, Jiana, can you 2 check if there's a rope ladder on the ship? Throw it down. I can't jump up," Huanmeng shouted. However, once Jiana and Longwei boarded the ship, they dashed into the little house, eager to explore, completely ignoring Huanmeng's cries. "Mike, could you carry me up?" Huanmeng had no choice but to seek help from Mike, who hadn't yet boarded. "In no way." Mike firmly declined. "Why not? Are you abandoning me?" Huanmeng said, feeling somewhat wronged. "Not at all. I have a gift for you." "What gift?" In this critical moment, Huanmeng felt a flicker of hope at Mike's mention of a gift. Mike pulled out the phoenix fruit from his pocket and handed it to Huanmeng, saying, "Try this little fruit. It's sweet and sour, absolutely delicious." "What kind of fruit is this? I've never seen it before." Huanmeng grasped the phoenix fruit and took a small bite. As soon as she swallowed, she realized she had fallen for Mike's trick. Suddenly, she opened her mouth in a retching motion, her face contorting with displeasure as she exclaimed, "This is absolutely dreadful. It's even more nauseating than cuttlefish ink." "Mike, you deceitful scoundrel. I shall never trust you again." Mike, witnessing Huanmeng consume the phoenix fruit, couldn't help but smile knowingly and said, "What you have just eaten is the mythical beast's phoenix fruit." Huanmeng's eyes widened in surprise as she pouted. "Did I just consume a devil fruit? Huh. As if something so fortunate could happen. I shan't trust you any longer." At that moment, Longwei lowered the rope ladder from the ship and called out, "Mike, Huanmeng, hurry up here. This ship has the most splendid little house. The amenities are incredibly well equipped." Seeing the ladder lowered, Huanmeng dashed towards the sea, eager to ascend the ship. However, the instant she stepped into the water, which barely reached her knees, she felt an overwhelming weakness and began to topple backward. Mike, having anticipated the need to rescue Huanmeng, rushed to her side and steadied her before carrying her back to the shore. "Did you truly give me a devil fruit?" Huanmeng inquired. "Indeed. I claimed it was delicious merely to trick you into consuming it." Mike chuckled. "Do you feel any changes in your body?" Huanmeng handed the willow branch pot to Mike and wiggled her fingers. only to discover that they could transform into delicate feathers. Then, with a swift motion of her arms, she unfurled a pair of magnificent wings. With her wings shielding her, Huanmeng spun around in delight, her form transforming into that of a phoenix, radiating a warm, reddish-yellow flame as if she were enveloped in a celestial aura. She crouched slightly, flapped her wings twice, and leapt into the air, soaring effortlessly. Wow, Huanmeng can transform into a fire phoenix. I truly underestimated her. Longwei gazed at her in awe. Yet, as it was Huanmeng's first flight, she struggled to control her direction and headed straight towards Longwei. Get out of the way, Huanmeng intended to shout, but instead, a jet of fire erupted from her mouth, hurtling towards Longwei that he swiftly drew his blade, thunder, to counter it, and a deafening clash ensued, culminating in sparks and flashes of lightning. Upon landing on the ship and returning to her human form, Huanmeng confronted Longwei. Did you intend to kill me? I told you to move aside. I didn't understand your intention, besides, with such a large deck. Where else could I land? You can't expect me to be a tree, Longwei replied, feeling aggrieved. Humph. Even if you were a Wutong tree, I wouldn't land on you, Huanmeng retorted angrily. Just then, as Mike was about to board the ship, a voice called out from behind. Captain Mike, please wait. I have something important to give you. Mike turned to see the villagers approaching with delicious food and wine, following the call of the goat-bearded man. What important item do you have? Mike asked. The goat-bearded man twisted open his cane to reveal a treasure map hidden inside. This is a treasure map left after the battle between those two pirate crews 10 years ago. The reds marks the location of the treasure. I am giving it to you, hoping you will find it, he explained. Mike accepted the treasure map with gratitude, saying, Thank you so much. I was worried about our finances on the ship. Now, once we find the treasure, we shall be wealthy. At that moment, the villagers began sending food and wine up the rope ladder to the ship. Mike was overjoyed, having set sail and already reaped such bountiful rewards. The treatment was simply marvelous. After boarding, he returned the willow branch pot to Huanmeng and handed the treasure map to Jinnah, saying, Let us embark on our treasure hunt. All right, no problem, Jinnah replied. Mike stood at the prow of the ship and shouted, Set sail, weigh anchor. Longwei stowed the rope ladder and anchor, while Jinnah summoned a mighty gust of wind, unfurling the grand sails of the ship, which swiftly glided toward the horizon. The villagers of Whirlwind Island cheered as they watched them depart, exclaiming, We can finally live on solid ground. As the villagers began rebuilding their homes, the four aboard the windbreaker commenced a jubilant sailing party, just as they were enjoying their feast on the ship's lawn. A pirate ship, even larger than the windbreaker, approached them. The massive pirate ship appeared dilapidated, its sails tattered, and bearing the scars of cannon fired as the ship drew near. Mike recognized the Black Panther figurehead and the skull hourglass pirate flag. Realizing it belonged to the Clipper pirates, who had been relentlessly pursued by the warlord of the sea, Hawkeye, just 7 days into their journey on the Grand Line, it seems our party is about to be interrupted, Mike said, slicing a piece of steak. Continue enjoying yourselves. I will handle them, Longwei declared, setting down his cup. Let us wait and see. There's still Hawkeye trailing behind. Mike responded. Hawkeye? Where is he? Why is he pursuing us? Longwei inquired. This ship is Clipper's invincible warship, the Blade. This unfortunate fellow disturbed Hawkeye's dreams the moment he entered the Grand Line, which is why he is being pursued relentlessly. Mike explained that moment. Jinnah interjected. Captain Mike, how do you know this so well? Yes, you've been with us the whole time, yet you are the only one who knows, Huanmeng added, equally perplexed. Mike paused for a moment before replying. Because I am the captain. Jinnah and Huanmeng exchanged skeptical glances, their expressions suggesting disbelief. Ding, the system issued a mission. Subdue the Clipper pirates. Mike had initially intended to search for treasure and leave Clipper to Luffy. But the lottery system had issued such a task, and it seemed he had no choice but to comply. Suddenly, a small pirate from the decaying ship shouted, Captain Clipper, there's food on the ship ahead. Clipper approached the bow, spotting Mike and his companions feasting aboard. Having gone 7 or 8 days without a meal, Clipper's crew looked upon the scene as ravenous wolves would eye their prey. Lads, there's a feast on the ship opposite us, and their vessel is new. If we seize their ship, we'll not only have endless food but can also challenge the Grand Line once more. Clipper rallied his crew. The Clipper pirates swiftly closed in on the windbreaker, and some of the smaller pirates, unable to contain themselves, began swinging from ropes tied to the mast, shouting as they charged over. Charge! Let us go! I want a feast, they yelled, eager to seize the ship and disguise themselves to evade Hawkeye. Longway suddenly stood up, drawing thunder and slashing at the ropes the small pirates swung from. In an instant, a blade of lightning severed the ropes, leaving charred ends, and the small pirates plummeted into the sea. You wish to board our ship? You must first consult my blade, Longway declared, striking a heroic pose. At that moment, the two ships were perilously close, with some small pirates already setting up a long ladder between them, hastily climbing over. Just as Longway was about to strike again, Jinna said, "Let me handle this." With a flourish of her hand, a small whirlwind appeared, which she tossed lightly. In an instant, the small whirlwind transformed into a massive one, sweeping the ladder and the small pirates into the ocean. You wish to board our ship? You must first consult my little whirlwind, Jinna proclaimed. Longway glanced at Jinna and remarked, "Little girl, you're mimicking my words. I was merely inspired," Jinna retorted. "Ha, this is too amusing. With you two around, it's wonderful. You handle the small pirates, and I will subdue Clipper," Mike declared. Just as Mike and Clipper were about to clash, a small boat adorned with a cross and two lit candles at the bow slowly approached them. "Captain Clipper, that person is closing in." A small pirate ran to Clipper's side, shouting. "What? So soon?" Click found himself in a state of panic that moment. Mike also spotted the figure, a man adorned with a black top hat trimmed with white fur. Clad in a burgundy-patterned shirt, draped in a black trench coat, and bearing a small knife shaped like a cross on his chest, while a large black sword named Knight was slung over his shoulder. "Look, that man is my hawk, the Hawkeye," Mike exclaimed to Longway. Longway gaped in astonishment, his jaw dropping as he uttered, "So this is the legendary swordsman, the foremost master of the blade, Hawkeye. Truly, he exudes an overwhelming aura." Indeed, Captain Mike's intuition was spot on, Jinna remarked. "How handsome." Huandream gazed dreamily at my hawk. Mike curled his lip in thought. Do all cooks possess this infatuated disposition? Could Huandream possibly be the female version of Sanji? At that moment, silence enveloped the scene, with everyone fixated on Mihawk. Suddenly, Mihawk rose, drawing forth the massive sword Knight from behind him, his eagle-like yellow eyes radiating a piercing fury. "Disturb me, dream disruptor. Die." Mihawk's gaze sharpened as he swung his sword, unleashing a colossal wave of blade energy that crashed against the surface of the sea, hurtling towards Click's indomitable warship, the military blade. With a thunderous roar, the already beleaguered Click pirate ship was cleaved in two by Mihawk's strike. The young pirates aboard clung desperately to the masts and railings, striving to prevent themselves from plunging into the depths below. "Help! Captain Click! Save me! I don't want to die yet," the young pirates cried out, their voices filled with despair. Click, standing at the bow of his ship, helplessly observed as his vessel succumbed to the depths, sinking slowly yet inexorably. "Such formidable blade energy," Longway murmured, his brow furrowing slightly. "Indeed, it is not merely powerful," Jinna added. "Little girl, why do you keep mimicking my speech?" Longway shot an exasperated glance at Jinna. That moment, Huandream clasped her hands to her cheeks, exclaiming, "The way he wields his sword is so captivating. I wonder if I could ask him for an autograph." As everyone was taken aback, Mike suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha! Click, is your ship truly so fragile? With a single swing, he has split it in half." Click stood at the verge of his sinking ship, defiantly addressing Mihawk. "Hawkeye, deliver a blow to this scoundrel's new ship, so he can cease his boasting. I am sparing your life out of divine mercy." "How dare you command me in such a tone?" Mihawk pointed Knight at Click, declaring, "Do you believe I won't cleave you in two?" True to his reputation as the world's foremost swordsman, Mihawk spoke with an air of arrogance, ready to cut down anyone who displeased him. The latter remark sent a shiver down Click's spine, causing him to nearly soil his golden armor as he slumped onto the shattered deck, trembling and begging for mercy. No, please spare me. I no longer possess a ship. Grant me a chance to survive." Mihawk sheathed Knight behind him, stating, "I have had my fill of amusement. I shall no longer entertain you brats. It is time for me to return to my castle and resume my slumber. Thank you for your mercy." Click expressed his gratitude while inwardly praying, "Hawkeye, please depart swiftly. Once you are gone, I can seize this fellow's new ship with ease." As Mihawk settled into his small boat and prepared to depart, Longway, standing atop the ship windbreaker, called out, "Hey, Hawkeye, halt. I wish to challenge you." Mike was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Longway, dressed in a vest and beach shorts, would utter such a bold declaration. Everyone was stunned, with Click feeling an intense sense of anxiety as he thought, could this fellow be a fool, daring to challenge Hawkeye? Mihawk turned his head to cast a glance at Longwei, remarking, "You have a fine sword in your hand, little brat. When you have forged it into a black blade, come back and challenge me." Longwei prepared to leap from the ship, but Mike suddenly grasped his shoulder, saying, "Longwei, do not act impulsively. Train diligently, and one day he will fall before your sword. For now, let us focus on defeating the Click pirate crew." Suppressing his anger, Longwei shouted at Mihawk, "Hawkeye, wait for me. There will come a day when I will defeat you and lay waste to your castle." "Humph, a spirited little brat. I shall await your arrival," Mihawk replied before nonchalantly paddling away on his boat. At that moment, Huandream approached Longwei, patting him on the shoulder. "Hey, that was quite impressive. Your audacity in challenging Hawkeye was truly admirable." "Such courage." Longwei scratched his head, a hint of bashfulness creeping onto his face as he chuckled. "Ha, I was merely putting on a show. I am well aware of my own limitations. However, I will strive to forge thunder into an unparalleled black blade. Indeed, I also possess self-awareness." Jiana chimed in. "Little girl, why do you persist in mimicking me? Is it amusing?" Longwei retorted, feigning annoyance. Jiana pouted, saying, "I have lived in a cave for so long without conversation. It's a rare opportunity to practice my speech. I assent it. Why do you scold me? It makes me unhappy, and I am not easily appeased. Longwei, it seems you have found yourself in quite the predicament. Handle it as you see fit." Mike chuckled. Longwei stood there, bewildered. Meanwhile, Click, who had been slumped at the bow of the ship, suddenly sprang to his feet, triumphantly exclaiming, "Listen up, everyone. Hawkeye has departed. There is nothing to fear. Steady yourselves and seize that new ship ahead." All right, the young pirates, who had just been rendered speechless by Hawkeye's presence, felt invigorated by Click's rallying cry and began to brandish their swords, shouting with fervor as they prepared to charge forward. Suddenly, a lean figure wielding dual hammers barred their way, declaring, "Allow me to handle them first." This individual was none other than the commander of Click's pirate crew, the Ghost Man, Akin. Ghost Man Akin. "Do not overestimate yourself. You must be starving by now," Mike warned. "Enough chatter. I shall easily defeat you little fish while starving." Akin retorted, "Who among you dares to challenge me?" "I will," Longwei declared, leaping directly in front of Akin. "Ghost Man Akin, what are you so arrogant about? My sword has long been eager for a duel." Without further ado, Akin ceased his banter, narrowing his pupils as he spun his dual hammers and struck towards Longwei. Longwei drew his sword in response, blocking one of the hammers, producing a cacophony of clashing metal and sparks. Almost simultaneously, the other hammer swept towards Longwei's waist by the time he attempted to defend himself. It was too late. In an instant, Longwei was sent flying, landing on the deck of the sinking ship. "Longwei, you aspire to be the world's greatest swordsman. How could you fall?" Jiana exclaimed. "Little girl, I was merely testing the waters." "Watch as I strike him down," Longwei sneered. "You have no opportunity left," Akin declared. Suddenly, Akin pressed his advantage, swinging his dual hammers down towards the prostrate Longwei's head. Driven by desperation for food, Akin was relentless in his assault. Longwei, however, remained unfazed, lying on the ground with his hands atop his head, firmly gripping thunder. Just as Akin's hammers were about to descend upon him, Longwei swept his arms upward, dragon strike, with a flash of lightning. Thunder's blade cleaved through Akin's hammers. In an instant, a thunderous explosion rang out as the dual hammers shattered, the iron balls flying off into the ocean. "Wow, Longwei is incredible," Jiana gasped in astonishment. The young pirates behind Akin collectively gasped, unable to contain their shock. "This guy has actually defeated our commander." He was lying down and swinging his sword. I saw lightning on his blade. At that moment, Longwei sprang to his feet with a flourish, delivering a horizontal slash at Akin, blood spraying forth. Akin collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen, unable to rise again. It is unwise to engage in battle on an empty stomach, Longwei proclaimed. No sooner had Longwei spoken than a figure clad in iron shields leaped from the sea, striking Longwei on the head with the shield. Longwei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as blood streamed from his head, causing him to collapse. Longwei. Mike, witnessing Longwei fall, immediately leaped from the ship to his side. Finding Longwei unconscious, he swiftly hoisted him up, utilizing the moonwalk technique to return him to the ship. Take care of Longway. I will deal with that scoundrel. A surge of anger welled up within Mike. Very well, Captain Mike, exclaimed Jinna. I shall accompany you, said Huandream. No, you have yet to master the power of the Phoenix, Mike retorted. Huandream nodded. All right then, do take care. Recalling from his previous memories, Mike recognized that the Iron Shield man was Barrow, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Clyke pirate crew. Although he donned iron shields on his body and arms, considering himself invulnerable in defense, his weakness was glaringly apparent. His head. Mike leaped directly from the ship onto Barrow's head, delivering a swift kick to his nose, followed by 2 agile kicks in midair. Blood gushed from Barrow's nostrils as he collapsed onto the deck, utterly incapacitated. Harm my comrades, and you wound my very soul, Mike declared coldly. At that moment, Clyke, who had been standing a short distance away, witnessed the defeat of his 2 captains and felt a sense of urgency. Boy, state your name, Clyke demanded. I am Ketaway D. Mike, a man destined to become the Emperor of the Seas, Mike proclaimed. Ha! What a fool's dream, Clyke scoffed. Just moments ago, Hawkeye was merely one of the 7 warlords of the sea. You witnessed his strength. With a single slash, he could cleave my ship in twain. If you aspire to be the Emperor of the Seas, you must possess power greater than his and formidable allies to boot. And you 4 little wretches think to become the Emperor of the Seas, Clyke taunted with a sneer. Mike smirked. Numbers do not equate to strength. Your fleet of 50 ships and over 5,000 men fled back in just 7 days upon entering the Grand Line. How dare you boast before me? Mike's words struck a nerve with Clyke, igniting his fury. You know too much, boy, Clyke suddenly shouted as he opened the covers of his golden armor. Rocket cannon. 2 rocket cannons erupted from Clyke's shoulders, hurtling towards Mike. Mike, get out of the way, both Huandream and Jinna cried out simultaneously. Yet, Mike had no intention of evading. Instead, he activated his iron block skill. The rockets collided with Mike, producing a deafening roar, followed by a thick cloud of smoke, leaving Mike's fate uncertain. Little brat, now you know my might, Clyke gloated. However, as the smoke cleared, Mike stood unharmed, gripping the rocket heads in his hands. Clyke was taken aback, thinking to himself, this kid possesses some genuine skill. Clyke, your rockets must have been dampened. These foul projectiles are simply atrocious, Mike remarked disdainfully. Suddenly, Clyke brandished his most powerful weapon, the battle gun. Boy, my battle gun weighs over 2,000 pounds. If you can withstand it, I shall call you Grandpa, Clyke proclaimed. Come on, grandson, I want to hear you say it, Mike jested. With a furious roar, Clyke swung the massive battle gun, charging at Mike. Mike remained calm, fully prepared to clash with Clyke head-on. He was eager to ascertain whether Clyke's battle gun was superior or if the iron block and finger pistol techniques from the Navy's 6 styles were mightier. The golden battle gun whirled through the air, accompanied by a crackling sound, as it descended upon Mike. Boom! Another tremendous explosion ensued. What followed left everyone in stunned disbelief. Mike emerged unscathed, while Clyke's battle gun shattered into countless pieces. Clyke stood there, utterly bewildered, his mind racing with the words, how is this possible? I have already held back 2 moves. As Mike approached Clyke, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon Clyke's golden armor, then activated his finger pistol technique, dismantling the armor piece by piece as though peeling a crab. In an instant, before Clyke could comprehend what was happening, he stood stripped of all armor and clothing, save for a pair of beach shorts. At that moment, Mike seized Clyke by the ear and said, Grandson, what should you call me? Grandpa, spare me. Grandpa, please, Clyke whimpered in desperation. You submit? Mike pressed. I submit? I submit. I shall obey you from now on. May you soon ascend to the throne of the Emperor of the Seas, Clyke hastily replied. Ha! Very well. Given your sincerity, I shall let you off today, Mike declared. Just then, the voice of the wishful lottery system echoed. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward. 20 points of wishful value. Captain Mike, I have a request. Clyke knelt before Mike, pleading, please, grant us some food. We are on the verge of starvation. No, Mike replied curtly. Suddenly, the other small pirates also knelt before Mike, bowing repeatedly, some even weeping. Captain Mike, please, we beg you, spare us some food. We have not eaten in days. We are on the brink of starvation. Please, save us. The defeat of the Clyke pirate crew's 3 major forces, Ajin, Barrow, and Clyke, had shattered their morale, leaving the remaining crew members in despair, weeping uncontrollably. Witnessing this scene, Mike was reminded of his past life, when he too succumbed to hunger, empathizing deeply with their plight. However, the appetite of the now ravenous Mike was so immense that even he found it hard to believe. If he were to indulge, the provisions aboard the ship would be depleted within 3 days at that moment. Mike recalled that Zepp's floating restaurant lay in the East Sea, and he resolved to direct them there for sustenance. "Cease your weeping. When I starved, not a single tear fell from my eyes. To die for one's dreams is to die without regret," Mike proclaimed. The small pirates exchanged bewildered glances, failing to grasp the meaning behind Mike's words. Observing their confusion, Mike continued, "I shall not provide you with food, but I can offer you a small boat and guide you to where you can find a meal." Upon hearing the prospect of food, the previously despondent small pirates suddenly regained their spirits, exclaiming, "Thank you, Captain Mike." Mike granted them a lifeboat from the windbreaker and instructed them to follow the planned escape route to reach the floating restaurant. The small pirates, along with Clyke and Adjun, crowded onto the lifeboat and hastily departed. Mike stood alone at the bow of the ship, gazing at the vast expanse of the sea under the evening glow. Overwhelmed by the beauty of it all, he felt as though he was being embraced by the ocean. Suddenly, Longway, his head wrapped in bandages, burst out of the small house, shouting, "Who hit my head? Who? I shall have their head." Jinnah chased after him. "Longway, you haven't been knocked silly, have you? The needle used to stitch your wound is still stuck in your head. No wonder it feels like a needle is stabbing my head. Please help me pull it out. I still need to fight," Longway urgently insisted. Jinnah removed the needle from Longway's head, stating, "What are you fighting for?" While you were unconscious, Mike dealt with them all. Longway surveyed his surroundings. The sea was calm, and the Clyke pirate crew had vanished, having long departed the battleground. "All right, it seems my head is still not tough enough. I must enhance my cranial training. I shall forge an indestructible head," Longway declared, picking up a dumbbell from the lawn and bringing it down upon his own head. This was not training. This was self-harm. Yet, by the time Mike and Jinnah sought to intervene, it was too late. Longway collapsed once more. Fortunately, he had not inflicted serious harm upon himself, merely succumbing to a brief concussion at that moment. Huandream called from the small kitchen window, "Dinner is ready." The happiest moment for Mike was when Huandream announced mealtime. He sprinted from the bow of the ship to the dining area at breakneck speed. With Longway unconscious and unable to eat, Mike devoured Longway's portion as well. That evening, Mike dropped anchor, opting not to sail at night. The three of them lay on the grass of the ship, gazing up at the stars above. "Mike, could you regale us with tales of your past?" asked Huandream. "That I too wish to hear," chimed Jinnah. "Alas, I have little recollection of my former days, yet I can share with you a story about the Azure Star. Would you care to listen?" inquired Mike. "Absolutely. I adore stories," responded Huandream, in a moment of inspiration. Mike began narrating the tragic tale of his previous life. On the Azure Star, there existed 7 continents and 4 great oceans, comprising 7 landmasses and 4 vast seas. In a quaint little city of one of these continental nations, there lived a boy named Mo Xiaoping. Mike recounted the sorrowful chronicle of his past life. Upon concluding Mike's story, Huandream sighed. "So, it is true that you consume so much out of fear of starving like Mo Xiaoping?" Mike was momentarily taken aback, replying, Yes. Ha! Worry not. With me around, you shall never go hungry. I absolutely adore the meals prepared by Sister Huandream." Jinnah chimed in. As night deepened, Mike chose to guard the ship alone, reassuring Huandream and Jinnah to rest in their quarters. Sitting beside Longway, Mike mused aloud. "Longway, my friend, what were you thinking? To knock yourself unconscious is quite a feat." Suddenly, Longway blurted out in his sleep, "I challenge you." "I shall duel," startling Mike. Chuckling to himself, Mike thought, "This Longway dreams of dueling even in slumber. He truly is a sword enthusiast." Mike spent the night beside Longway on the grassy expanse as dawn broke. Mike and Longway were still in a deep slumber when Jinnah's voice pierced the tranquility. "Mike, Longway, awaken to witness the sunrise," she called. Mike, yawning and rubbing his bleary eyes, replied, "What is so special about a sunrise?" Longway suddenly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Who wishes to duel with me? Let us battle for 300 rounds. Longway, are you out of your mind?" "Do you remember who we are?" Jinnah retorted, exasperated. "Doe, it is you too." "I recall now. I was engaged in a duel in my dreams all night," Longway remarked. Hurry, come see. Today's sunrise is extraordinary. A solar eclipse will occur, Jianna announced. The four gathered at the ship's edge, gazing as the sun gradually ascended, the orange-hued clouds adorning it with resplendent beauty. Suddenly, the sun, resembling a conical straw hat, revealed a notch. The solar eclipse had begun, Jianna exclaimed. Mike had witnessed solar eclipses before, yet this one was peculiar. The sun's notch did not gradually expand, but instead elongated as if it were pierced by an arrow. Before long, the sun appeared to split into two halves, akin to a watermelon cleaved in twain. Wow, this is exceedingly rare. A millennium for a moment like this. Mike exclaimed in awe. Indeed, it may not occur even once in 1,000 years. Do you still fault me for waking you this morning? Jianna inquired. Not any longer. To behold such a marvel is a serendipitous encounter. Mike responded. Suddenly, still entranced in his dreams, Longwei questioned, Little girl, how did you know such a spectacle would unfold this morning? Please cease calling me little girl. I am not a child anymore. Jianna pouted. You are 2 years younger than I. Are you not still a child? Longwei countered Pei that moment. Mike also felt perplexed. Out in the vast ocean, devoid of any means to check the weather, how did Jianna foresee the solar eclipse? Moreover, she had roused them early to witness it together, which was truly remarkable. Jianna, could it be that you possess the ability to predict weather phenomena? Mike queried. I am unsure. I have always been particularly sensitive to changes in celestial events since childhood. Jianna replied. Mike suddenly realized inviting Jianna onto the ship was an astute decision, akin to discovering a treasure. She consistently brought surprises. Jianna is a naturally gifted navigator. Jianna, splendidly done. Today, you shall receive an extra chicken leg. Huanmeng declared. After relishing the sunrise and the extraordinary solar eclipse, Mike continued steering the ship towards Treasure Island. During their smooth voyage, Mike served as Longwei's sparring partner, assisting him in honing his swordsmanship, enhancing his explosive strength, and improving his head's resilience. Though Mike had shown restraint, Longwei still emerged with a bruised visage. Meanwhile, Jianna accompanied Huanmeng in practicing flight. Jianna continuously adjusted the wind speed and direction, striving to help Huanmeng adapt to various wind conditions while in her phoenix form. Suddenly, Huanmeng soared above and shouted, Ahead lies an island. Could it be the treasure island we seek? Jianna glanced at the treasure map and affirmed. Indeed, we are nearing our destination. Wonderful. We are about to uncover the treasure. We shall become wealthy, exclaimed Huanmeng, descending from the sky with gleaming eyes to expedite their arrival at Treasure Island. Jianna employed her wind-controlling abilities, harnessing the wind to propel them swiftly towards the island. With Jianna's remarkable talent as a wind-controlling navigator, their journey became effortless. Before long, they arrived at Treasure Island. The island was not particularly large. It was a pyramid-shaped volcanic isle, with smoke billowing from the crater at its peak, seemingly on the verge of erupting with lava. As the ship approached Treasure Island, Mike stood at the bow, eagerly awaiting the moment they docked to leap ashore. Mike, be careful, Longwei suddenly shouted, drawing his sword and lunging towards Mike. Clang! Longwei's blade struck down, and a wooden arrow landed at Mike's feet. Mike picked up the wooden arrow and remarked, It appears someone arrived here before us. Just then, another wooden arrow soared through the air, which Mike deftly caught with his hand. Following the trajectory of the arrow, he spotted an individual concealed in a tree at the island's edge. Hey, I see you up there. Come down at once, Mike hollered. The individual, realizing they posed no threat to Mike and had been discovered, leapt from the tree and fled into the island's dense foliage. What a coward, Longwei scoffed. Initially, it was agreed that Jianna would remain behind to guard the ship, but at the moment everyone disembarked, Jianna abruptly changed her mind, insisting on joining the treasure hunt. Mike observed Longwei, Huanmeng, and Jianna, their heads shaking in unison, none willing to stay behind with the ship. Gazing at the vacant sea, Mike proposed, Since everyone is so keen on treasure hunting, let us split into groups. Longwei and I shall team up, while Jianna and Huanmeng will form another team. Let us see which group discovers the treasure first, shall we? Agreed. The three affirmed eagerly. Thus, the four divided into two groups and commenced their treasure hunting adventure. Mike, why did that fellow flee upon seeing us? Longwei inquired as he walked alongside Mike. Perhaps he was intimidated by your presence, Mike chuckled. Following the direction in which the individual had fled, Mike and Longwei ventured into the island's dense foliage. Suddenly, Mike sensed something amiss among the trees. It appeared they had been tampered with. prompting him to exercise caution. Longway, be wary of traps in the vicinity. No sooner had Mike finished speaking than the surrounding trees began to sway, and a barrage of wooden arrows rained down upon Mike and Longway. Watch out. Longway swiftly drew his sword, spinning it overhead before striking downward. Cyclone slash. The blade's energy erupted like a whirlwind, and with a series of crackling sounds. The ground was littered with severed wooden arrows, emitting the acrid scent of charred wood. Impressive, Longway, Mike exclaimed. I learned it on the fly. It seems the cyclone style of swordsmanship holds considerable power, Longway humbly replied. It appears that uncovering the treasure will not be an easy feat. This island is riddled with traps. Mike remarked that I wonder how Huanmeng and Jinnah are faring. Longway pondered. However, after taking just a couple of steps forward, they suddenly felt the ground give way beneath them, and they plummeted into a pitfall. Da-da! Mike and Longway screamed in unison. In an instant, they went from worrying about others to finding themselves ensnared. Fortunately, there were no sharp spikes in the pit. Otherwise, the two would have been pierced like a beehive. Mike and Longway jumped out of the pit and exchanged glances, both covered in dirt, before bursting into laughter. Just as they chuckled, Mike suddenly felt a movement beneath his feet, and a net ensnared them both, lifting them off the ground. Longway, shouldn't we be a bit more cautious? Mike remarked. Indeed, we acted like fools, falling into this cursed trap time and again. It infuriates me, Longway replied. Mike chuckled. Big fool, ha. Longway joined in. Ha, quite foolish indeed. The two took their time to extricate themselves from the net, still laughing like a couple of simpletons. Suddenly, a voice called from below. Hey, you two, how can you still laugh when death is imminent? Peering through the woven grass net, Mike spotted a figure below, brandishing a bow and arrow, clad in a tiger skin garment, a red headband adorning his brow, and a golden necklace around his neck. You were the one who shot me with an arrow, weren't you? Mike inquired. Yes, that was me, the ocean hunter capable of piercing the sun. Chow Yuni, are you frightened? Chow Yuni declared. You split the sun in two with that arrow, truly impressive. Mike feigned astonishment. Ocean hunter? Chow Yuni. Keep boasting, Longway retorted. I cleave the sun with my blade. Chow Yuni, with bow drawn, proclaimed. You are ensnared in my specially crafted golden net, and there is no escape. I shall shoot my sacred wooden arrow through your hearts, returning you to the embrace of the sea. Suddenly, Mike heard a sound of the net tearing and quickly asked, Longway, did you draw your blade? No, the hilt of thunder was beneath you. I couldn't draw it, Longway exclaimed. This is bad. The net is about to break, Mike warned, and before he finished speaking, the net tore apart with a loud rip, sending Mike and Longway tumbling down like a stack of pancakes, landing squarely on top of Chow Yuni. What kind of golden net is this? It's just grass rope. It can't even bear our weight. Mike exclaimed at that moment. Chow Yuni, trapped beneath them, grimaced in pain and urged, Get off me. You've crushed my insides. Mike stood up and looked down at Chow Yuni. Why did you set these traps? Weren't you here to seek treasure? I am not in search of treasure. I am its guardian. There is no treasure on this island. You have come to the wrong place. Chow Yuni brushed off the dirt from his clothes. If there is no treasure on this island, why set traps? Mike countered. Chow Yuni fell silent, a crow cawing overhead, thinking to himself, I seem to have let something slip. These traps are for hunting, Chow Yuni insisted. Oh, then do you know where the treasure is? Mike inquired. I already told you. There is no treasure on this island. I have looked. All those chests are empty. There is no treasure at all, Chow Yuni declared. Longway suddenly drew his knife and pressed it against Chow Yuni's neck, saying, Take us to see those chests. Let's talk this through. Don't use the knife. I will take you there, Chow Yuni replied. Just then, Mike noticed the golden necklace around Chow Yuni's neck and remarked, That necklace of yours seems quite valuable. As he spoke, Mike reached for the necklace. Chow Yuni quickly grasped it with both hands, exclaiming, It's fake. Worthless? Worthless? No worries. I'm just having a look. I don't want it, Mike responded. Longway pressed the knife closer to Chow Yuni's neck, commanding, Let go. Startled, Chow Yuni immediately released his grip. Mike snatched the necklace from Chow Yuni's neck, mischievously saying, If it's free, why not take it? Even grasshopper legs are meat. No, you can't take it. It was a gift from my father before he set sail. Chow Yuni pleaded anxiously. Doh, how fortuitous. It seems to hold special significance for you. Now, take us to find the treasure, or this necklace will not be returned, Mike declared, placing the necklace around his own neck. Realizing he could not overpower them, Xiao Yuni relented. Fine, I will take you to the treasure's location. But I warn you, there is truly no treasure left on this island. It was taken long ago. There are only a few empty chests. Enough chatter. Just lead us there. Longway sheathed thunder, threatening. Don't even think about running. Or I will slice you in two. I won't run. This island is tiny. Even if I tried. Where could I go? Xiao Yuni replied. Thus, Xiao Yuni led Mike and Longway to the treasure site, with Xiao Yuni as their guide. The path became much easier, and they no longer fell into traps. However, Mike felt a persistent presence trailing behind them. Xiao Yuni, are there others on this island besides you? Mike asked. No. My mother passed away from illness when I was 5. And my father set sail when I was 6, never to return for 11 years. No one has come to this island for 11 years, aside from my parents. You two are the first living people I have encountered. Xiao Yuni said, a hint of sadness in his voice. So you've seen many dead people then? Mike inquired. Well, there are often people who perish at sea, washed ashore on this island. Xiao Yuni replied. Through their brief interaction, Mike discerned that Xiao Yuni's words contained both truth and embellishment, perhaps a means of self-protection. Xiao Yuni led Mike and Longway to a cliff, pointing at 6 large chests atop it. That is the treasure site. If you don't believe me, feel free to check. Mike gazed at the 6 chests perched in the crevice of the cliff, resembling hanging coffins. They look rather unique. I'll go take a look. Mike said, climbing up there is no easy feat. It took me 2 days to ascend last time. Xiao Yuni cautioned. Mike asked, since you climbed up before, why didn't you bring the chests down? Xiao Yuni paused, saying, my father told me these chests must not be moved. Why not? I don't know. Then let me bring them down today. With that, Mike activated his moonstep skill and swiftly reached the chests. Wow. How did he leap up like that? Why can't I? Xiao Yuni asked, jumping in place. Longway glanced at Xiao Yuni, saying, I wouldn't know. I'm not capable of that. If I were there, I would slice those 6 chests down with a single blow. Xiao Yuni boasted, no. Even with 100 arrows, you couldn't bring them down. Longway scoffed. Xiao Yuni, frustrated by Longway's taunt, clenched his teeth in anger, breaking the wooden arrow in his hands from sheer agitation. What's wrong? Do you wish to duel with me? I'm ready for it. Longway repeated his catchphrase. Humph. Xiao Yuni sighed, exasperated. While the two bickered, Mike had opened the 6 chests on the cliff, only to be met with disappointment as they were all empty. After all this time and excitement from Windstorm Island to this point, Mike felt as if those 6 empty chests were mocking him mercilessly. Xiao Yuni, you were right. They are all empty. Why keep them here? Better to return them to the ground and save the trouble. The more Mike thought about it, the angrier he became, and he angrily toppled all 6 chests to the ground. The empty chests fell from the cliff, landing at Longway's feet. Seeing the empty chests ignited a surge of frustration within Longway, who unsheathed his sword and smashed one of the empty chests. Boom! Suddenly, with a resounding roar, the ground began to tremble, and cracks appeared on the cliff face. In a state of panic, Xiao Yuni exclaimed, my father said these 6 boxes are meant to suppress the demons lurking beneath this island. If you topple them, the demons will be unleashed. Mike descended from above, exclaiming, why didn't you say so earlier? We must leave this place at once. The cliff is about to collapse. Longway shouted. The 3 of them, realizing the urgency, immediately sprinted down the mountain. However, they had barely run a short distance when a thunderous crash echoed as part of the cliff gave way. Mike ran. He glanced back at the cliff and suddenly noticed that only a small section had crumbled, rather than the entire structure. Stop. Don't run just yet. Something seems off, Mike said. Longway hastily halted as well. It appears the ground has ceased shaking. Let us go see what is happening, Mike suggested. Xiao Yuni, who had run the fastest, called out from a distance, trembling, don't go over there. If the entire cliff collapses, we won't have enough time to escape. Mike and Longway disregarded Xiao Yuni's warning and headed straight back to the cliff. The section that had collapsed revealed a smooth stone wall, seemingly crafted by human hands. Mike examined the fallen stones and realized their texture was entirely different from that of the exposed stone wall, as if the fallen rocks had been deliberately piled up to conceal what lay beneath. Picking up a stone, Mike struck it against the smooth wall twice and pressed his ear against it, hoping to hear an echo indicating emptiness. However, he heard nothing. What are you doing? Huanmeng and Jinna approached, seemingly out of nowhere. How did you find this place? Mike inquired that we heard noises and came to investigate. You two are not thinking there's treasure hidden within the cliff, are you? Huanmeng asked. Perhaps there is, Mike replied. Jinna waved her small hand, summoning a gust of wind that swept the dust from the cliff's surface. Suddenly, a line of small characters appeared on the smooth stone wall, reading, "No treasure here, 3 billion berries. 3 billion berries." The four of them gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief. At that moment, Xiao Yuni shouted from a distance. "Focus on the important part. It says there's no treasure here. It means this place is devoid of riches," Mike countered. "Have you forgotten the saying there's no silver here? 300 taels. What is there's no silver here?" 300 taels mean? Xiao Yuni asked, puzzled. Mike suddenly realized he had subconsciously treated this place as the Blue Star. Now, they were in the world of One Piece, and past proverbs no longer applied. "I'll explain it to you later," Mike said. Jinna tilted her head. "It's quite obvious. I believe there must be treasure here. Otherwise, how would they know about 3 billion berries? Who cares if it's there or not? Let us break it open and find out," Longwei declared. With that, Longwei drew his sword, thunderclap, and swiftly struck 3 times, creating a triangular cut in the smooth stone wall, yet the wall remained unyielding. The force of Longwei's strikes seemed to merely tickle the surface. "Stop wasting your effort. Your strength still has room for improvement. Look around for any peculiar objects. Perhaps one of them is the mechanism to open this wall," Mike suggested. The four began to search the area for a mechanism, while Xiao Yuni stood calmly, firmly believing that there was no treasure to be found. Mike, observing the inscription "No treasure here, 3 billion berries," felt something about the word "no" seemed off. He placed his hand over the word and pushed with force. To his astonishment, the word vanished, replaced by treasure. So the mechanism was here all along. "It seems there truly is treasure," Mike exclaimed. Suddenly, the stone wall began to move, startling Xiao Yuni, who hurriedly ran down the mountain. "Coward!" Longwei shot a glance at the fleeing Xiao Yuni. The wall slowly ascended, revealing a cavern brimming with treasures, glimmering piles of wealth that dazzled the eyes. "Wow! Treasure! Incredible! We almost missed this. We're going to be rich." The four, having never seen such wealth, gasped in awe. Just then, Xiao Yuni returned, equally astonished by the scene before him. He had always believed the treasure would be inside the 6 large boxes, not hidden within the cliff itself. Suddenly, a woman's boisterous voice echoed from behind them. "Haha, thank you so much. You've helped me find the treasure. What a coincidence. Let us split it in half." Mike turned to see a woman with short orange hair, dressed provocatively, adorned with a tattoo of the Arlong pirates on her left arm. It was the cunning thief, Nami, in her quest to gather 100 million berries to save Kokoyashi village. Nami had been stealing treasures from pirate ships. No wonder Mike had felt someone tailing them when they arrived on the island. Nami had followed the trail of treasure to this very spot. "Nami, are you here to find treasure too?" Mike said, his eyes sparkling. You know me," Nami replied, surprised. "Not only do I know you, but I even know your measurements. 98, 58, 88, Mike blurted out. Nami was the embodiment of the alluring goddess in Mike's past life, and he had meticulously studied her perfect proportions. However, in the next moment, Nami delivered 2 swift punches to Mike's head, leaving him with 2 fresh bumps. "Pervert, how dare you lust after my body? Die," Nami exclaimed, landing 2 more punches on Mike's head. Mike felt the additional bumps forming. He thought, Nami certainly packs a punch. It's no wonder the male members of the Straw Hat crew can't handle her. Nami is like the female version of Garp. Mike quietly mused he would never voice these thoughts. After all, as a transmigrator, he possessed a unique advantage. No one could predict the unfolding events better than him. Where did this crazy woman come from? How dare you hit our captain, Mike? If you touch him again, I won't hold back, Jinna interjected, stepping protectively in front of Mike. Who do you think you are? Why should we share the treasure we found? I won't give you a single berry, Huanmeng replied coldly. Mike, delighted to see the 2 ladies defending him, felt a mix of joy and embarrassment, quickly interjecting, No, we are all friends here. With so much treasure, we can't possibly take it all. Nami only needs 100 million berries. As long as she can carry it, she can take as much as she wants. Nami's face momentarily showed shock. While it was not strange that Mike knew her name and measurements, knowing about the 100 million berries was quite peculiar. Nami thought to herself, perhaps he's just lucky. All right then. Thank you, Nami said, dashing towards the treasure. Don't just stand there. Now that we've found the treasure, let us grab as much as we can, Mike exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. This treasure is practically a gift. Not taking it would be foolish. In an instant, the 6 of them transformed into treasure hunters, each seizing coins, jewels, crowns, necklaces, and bracelets made of gold, stuffing their pockets and adorning themselves with anything they could carry. Fearing they might miss out, Mike filled his pockets to the brim. He stumbled upon a golden music box, only to discover a book beneath it. He quickly discarded the music box and unearthed the book. Finding it bore the name Gold Roger, the name of the former pirate king, Roger. Could this be Roger's logbook? In his heart, Mike speculated. He hastily opened the book, only to discover that although it was filled with square characters, he could not comprehend a single word. The contents were inscribed in ancient script. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and stones rained down from the cave's ceiling, accompanied by numerous wide fissures appearing. Mike, the volcano is about to erupt. We must leave this place immediately, Jana exclaimed. Upon hearing that the volcano was about to erupt, Mike shouted, everyone, retreat quickly. Hurry. Upon hearing Mike's urgent call, Huanmeng, Longwei, and Nami dashed down the mountain. While only Kainei, adorned with gold, continued to collect treasures, seemingly oblivious to the urgency. Why aren't you running? If the volcano erupts, you'll be buried, and you won't be able to escape. Mike yelled at Kainei. I have guarded this island for 11 years. I never knew the treasure was hidden here. Let me take just a little more, Kainei replied. Mike took a couple of steps, turned back, and saw Kainei still gathering treasures. He urged, stop. We must leave quickly. Your life is at stake. Suddenly, a large rock fell from the cave's ceiling towards Kainei, and Mike swiftly pulled him aside just in time, as the rock crashed down where Kainei had been standing. Kainei suddenly stuck out his tongue and bolted away. That you're really fast, Mike remarked helplessly. The 6 of them ran towards the sea while glancing back at the volcano's activity. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. The ground trembled violently, and the volcano erupted in an instant, a surge of hot air rushing towards them. Immediately, lava gushed forth from the volcano's mouth, resembling a kaleidoscope in bloom. Mike ran frantically without looking back. But he felt a wave of heat behind him. Turning around, he saw the lava swiftly closing in. Just as the next wave of lava threatened to engulf them, Mike activated Moonwalk, lifting Nami into the air. Almost simultaneously, Jana lifted Longwei and took to the skies, while Huanmeng transformed into a phoenix, clutching Kainei's shoulder with its claws and soaring upwards that a drop of scorching lava splashed onto Kainei, quickly burning a hole in his tiger-striped coat. The 6 of them made it to the ship, and Longwei hurriedly pulled up the anchor while Mike unfurled the sails. Jana conjured a powerful gust of wind, and the 3 worked in unison. The ship swiftly distancing itself from Treasure Island. The 6 stood side by side on the ship, witnessing the once vibrant Treasure Island being consumed by the volcanic eruption, slowly sinking into the sea. My home. How could it just be gone? Kainei said, tears of sorrow welling in his eyes. That my little boat was destroyed too, and it had 100,000 berries on it. Nami lamented. Hey, you two don't be so despondent. Escaping from the volcanic lava is already a stroke of good fortune. Huanmeng remarked at that moment. Kainei, exhausted, leaned against the ship's railing and despondently said, the island is gone. My home is gone. If my father ever returns, he will never find it again. Kainei's words struck a chord with everyone, invoking a sense of longing for home that cast a somber atmosphere. The true man should aspire to the wider world, making the seas his home. Henceforth, our ship will be our home. The windbreaker will forever be our sanctuary, Mike proclaimed emphatically. Kainei looked up at Mike and asked, I have no home now. Can you take me in for a while? Of course, but we're heading to the Grand Line. Do you wish to join us? Mike replied. What? You're going to the Grand Line? That treacherous sea? Kainei exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, we are venturing to the Grand Line to realize our dreams. My dream is to become the Emperor of the Seas, Mike declared. My dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman. Longwei added that I aspire to be the culinary god of the seas. Huanmeng chimed in. I will always follow Mike, forever serving as his navigator, Jana stated. Those with dreams exuded confidence, and the 4 raised their arms, proudly declaring their aspirations. Kainei looked at the 4 before him and forced a smile. Do you all think I have no dreams? Mike asked, Is your dream to wait on the island for your father to return? No, Kainei suddenly shouted in anger. My dream is to shoot through the flag of the world government and blast the celestial dragon's bubble helmets. Do you dare? The four were momentarily taken aback, and Nami's eyes widened in surprise at Kainei's words. They had not anticipated that the seemingly weak Kainei harbored such rebellious dreams within. Mike removed the gold necklace from his neck and returned it to Kainei, his expression serious. Kainei, dreams are not mere boasts. Dreams require action. Kainei fastened the necklace around his neck, placing his fist over his heart. Professing, I swear to my heart, I am not boasting. My parents and I used to live in the Goya kingdom, but due to the cruelty of the celestial dragons, we became homeless, ending up on this island. My mother fell ill and died as a result, and my father went to sea seeking revenge for her. Mike placed a hand on Kainei's shoulder, sincerely saying, if you are willing, come with us to the Grand Line. Thank you, Mike, Kainei said, tears brimming in his eyes and no need for thanks. You will be our lookout from now on. Your eyes will be the eyes of the windbreaker, Mike declared. Kainei nodded vigorously at that moment. Huanmeng smiled and said, you all should hand over your treasures. I will manage them for everyone. Why? Longwei asked in disbelief. Because I am the ship's cook. Don't you need money to buy ingredients and cook? Do you think your food and drink just appear out of thin air? You big fool. Huanmeng retorted angrily that, oh, fine. I'll hand it all over, Longwei said as he emptied his treasures onto the ground beside Huanmeng. As long as there is food, treasures are useless. I'll hand mine over too, Mike added, similarly relinquishing all his treasures. Seeing Mike and Longwei surrender their treasures so readily, Kainei, as the new member, felt compelled to do the same and quietly followed suit. Huanmeng, can I keep a little pocket money? I want to buy pretty clothes, Jana asked with a smile. Sure, from now on, this money will belong to the two of us sisters. We can spend it however we like. Huanmeng replied gleefully. Can I have some pocket money too? Kainei timidly inquired. No. If you want pocket money, it depends on your performance. Whoever keeps the deck cleanest or trims the lawn best will receive a bit more pocket money. Huanmeng explained to Kainei. Huh, we have to work for pocket money. Kainei said incredulously. It depends on my mood. Those who perform well will get pocket money. Those who don't, won't even get food. Huanmeng warned. Yes, I will definitely perform well. Kainei stood at attention. Everyone chuckled together at that moment. Huanmeng looked at Nami and said, you must share half of your treasure with us. A fair share for a fair meeting. No, I can't give it to you. This treasure is very important to me, Nami replied pitifully. Huanmeng glanced at Mike, seeking his opinion. Mike scratched his head and laughed. Haha, it's fine. Nami, we'll take you home. Take me home. Nami hesitated. Yes, we'll take you back to Kokoyashi village and deal with Arlong, Mike said. Nami frowned, suddenly drawing the stick from her possession and pointing it at Mike. Who are you? How do you know so much? Because he is our captain. Jana suddenly waved her hand, summoning a whirlwind beneath Nami's feet. Put down that stick. Otherwise, I'll throw you overboard to feed the fish. At that moment, Nami felt herself being lifted off the ground by the whirlwind and quickly put away the stick, saying, are you all devil fruit users? Indeed. We are all quite powerful. We can easily help you deal with Arlong, Mike declared. Arlong has a bounty of 20 million berries. What is your bounty? Nami asked. We have no bounty. Mike was rendered speechless by Nami's indifference. How could they possibly defeat Arlong without even a bounty on their heads? Nami pondered. Are these individuals truly seeking their own demise? However, the ship was laden with treasures abundant enough to amount to 100 million berries. Once they return me home, I shall stealthily abscond with these riches, thus liberating Kokoyashi village. Just as Nami was lost in her reverie, Mike suddenly proclaimed, Ghana, let us proceed to Kokoyashi village. I, Longwei, steer to the right. We embark, Ghana commanded. As the Mistral approached Kokoyashi village, the silhouette of Arlong Park loomed in the distance, its malevolent pirate flag fluttering ominously above. Encircling the village were groves of orange trees, their citrus scent wafting through the gentle breeze, evoking the sweet and sour aroma of ripe oranges at that moment. Mike stood at the bow, addressing Xiao Yuni. Do you see the pirate flag flying over Arlong Park? Indeed, Xiao Yuni nodded affirmatively. Did you not claim you would pierce the world government's flag? Consider that wretched pirate flag as your target. Practice your aim and bring it down. Are you confident? Mike inquired. Absolutely, replied Xiao Yuni. adjusting the modified bow and arrow crafted from ship S materials. Once we draw closer, watch my skill, under the deft coordination of Longwei and Ghana. They maneuvered the vessel into the river leading to Arlong Park. To everyone's astonishment, the park was eerily deserted. Why is it so quiet? Nami found the silence unsettling. No1 here is just perfect. Let us act swiftly. We will dismantle Arlong Park, Mike declared with authority. Xiao Yuni, engage. Understood, Mike. Arrow of the flag, Xiao Yuni shouted, drawing the bowstring to its limit and releasing an arrow aimed at the dreadful pirate flag. The arrow sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, severing the flagpole, and the pirate flag fell gracefully from the eaves. Mike leaped from the ship to retrieve the flag, presenting it to Xiao Yuni. Here, this is the first flag you've shot down. I shall shoot down many more pirate flags in the future. I intend to collect them all, Xiao Yuni exclaimed, accepting the flag. Certainly, leave the rest to us. Longwei, Huanmeng, it's our turn. Mike charged forward, delivering a powerful blow that shattered one of the pillars supporting Arlong Park. Longwei followed suit, drawing his sword, thunder, and delivering 2 swift slashes, cutting down 2 more supporting columns. The structure trembled violently before it began to collapse. At that moment, Huanmeng transformed into a phoenix, soaring into the sky and unleashing a torrent of flames directed at Arlong Park, igniting it in a fierce blaze. Nami stood frozen, her mind racing. This is disastrous. I must distance myself from these individuals swiftly. If Arlong's subordinates see me with them, they will surely believe I am complicit. And if Arlong turns against me, how shall I ever acquire 100 million berries to save Kokoyashi village? With that thought, Nami stealthily gathered her treasures and slipped away. Mike, are we not being a tad rash? We have yet to confront Arlong. Yet we have already demolished his lair, Huanmeng remarked, reverting to human form. Arlong is a sawtooth shark man, notorious for his sharp, serrated nose. He is a minor member of the warlords of the sea. Mike replied, have we not thus incurred the wrath of the warlords of the sea? Is he not a formidable figure like Hawkeye, capable of cleaving a ship in 2? Huanmeng questioned. Fear not. Arlong has severed ties with his former pirate crew and formed a malevolent alliance with the Marines. Engaging in nefarious deeds, Mike assured. Suddenly, Ghana shouted from the ship. This is bad. That Nami has absconded with our treasures. What? Huanmeng rushed aboard, discovering that the lock on his treasure chest had been pried open. Leaving it utterly empty, he was instantly consumed with rage. That ungrateful little thief. We returned her home and defended her, only for her to steal our money. I shall burn her. Huanmeng fumed. I am going after her. She has even taken my drinking money. I cannot rest until I have avenged this affront. Longwei added angrily. She has even pilfered the money I set aside for beautiful garments. If I find her, I shall toss her into the sea for 3 days and nights, Ghana declared. The 3 individuals, having lost their money, were as despondent as if they had lost their lives, their hatred for Nami palpable. Xiao Yuni felt a pang of discomfort, wanting to voice his frustration but refraining as he observed the intensity of their ire. He turned to Mike and asked, Mike, why are you not angry that she has stolen our money? What is there to be angry about? Wealth lost can be regained. Mike chuckled. True, she may steal, but I too possess my skills. Before you all raised Arlong Park, I had already extracted the valuables from within. Behold, Xiao Yuni gestured to the satchel slung over his shoulder. Mike's eyes sparkled with realization. Remarkable. Xiao Yuni, I hadn't anticipated your swiftness. It's a skill I honed by pilfering bird eggs in my youth. Xiao Yuni chuckled awkwardly. Observing the agitation among his companions, Mike decided to instruct Ghana and Xiao Yuni to relocate the ship to the village harbor and ensure its security. Yet, Mike felt a gnawing unease. Such a grand act of destruction at Arlong Park should have caused a stir throughout the village, yet not a single villager had come to witness the spectacle. Was something even more significant transpiring within the village? Just as Mike, Longwei, and Huanmeng exited through the rear of Arlong Park in search of Nami, they unexpectedly encountered Arlong, flanked by 2 of his officers, rushing toward the park in a frenzy. Upon sighting Arlong, Mike's immediate instinct was to crush him. You 3 pathetic humans think you can destroy my park and escape unscathed? Arlong sneered, his mouth stretching wide. Mike retorted with a cold smirk. Arlong, at last you reveal yourself. We have been seeking you. Oh, do you wish to meet your demise? Arlong scoffed. The one destined for death is you. Mike countered. Suddenly, Octopus Xiaoba approached, brandishing 6 knives. 3 of you. 2 knives each. Just right. My barbecue will have meat again. Xiaoba, an octopus man and one of the 3 officers of the Arlong pirates, sported 2 legs and 6 arms. Capable of wielding 6 knives simultaneously, I shall handle this. Let me. Longwei charged 4th.1 knife cannot hope to defeat my 6. Xiaoba boasted, "It is not about quantity, but precision." Longwei replied, an icy determination gleaming in his eyes as he slowly drew thunder from its sheath. "Every strike demands a wager of life. Are you prepared to meet your end?" Xiaoba was momentarily daunted by Longwei's imposing presence. Caught off guard in that instant of hesitation, Longwei unleashed his blade .1 sword style. 6 slashes of the octopus. Longwei's strikes were executed with such speed that they were barely visible. Xiaoba blinked, bewildered, and before he could react, all 6 of his knives remained untouched, while Longwei had already sheathed his sword. "Done," Longwei whispered. Suddenly, Xiaoba's 6 octopus arms fell to the ground, releasing a tantalizing aroma akin to barbecue. As if seasoned, they could be consumed. Xiaoba stared in disbelief at his severed limbs, feeling no pain, not a single drop of blood escaping the wounds. Thunder's electric charge had numbed the pain. Xiaoba finally screamed in realization. "Cease your wailing. It is futile. Your arms will eventually regenerate," remarked Kurobi, a soft-bodied fisherman with 2 small braids. "Allow me to take care of these intruders," Kurobi cried out. Yet, just as Kurobi was gathering his strength, Mike launched a preemptive strike. Iron block. Charging fist. For the first time, Mike augmented his foundational skills from the Marine 6 styles with a new technique, although Mike currently only mastered iron block. Pointing finger and moonwalk from the Marine 6 styles. Defeating the mere soft-boned fisherman Kurobi was well within his capabilities. Poor Kurobi, still in the midst of charging his power, was suddenly sent flying into the air by Mike's strike. Vanishing with a howl, Longwei and Mike dealt with Octopus Little 8 and Kurobi as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. It was astonishingly simple. Suddenly, the silent Arlong lunged forward with his mouth wide open, aiming to bite Mike's neck. Arlong's teeth were akin to those of a shark, exceptionally hard and razor-sharp, capable of shattering bones upon contact. Realizing Arlong was about to bite him, Mike quickly ducked behind a nearby stone pillar. Arlong's sharp teeth clashed against the pillar, shattering it into pieces that fell to the ground. Wow, that was close. Though Mike was aware of Arlong's formidable teeth, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise upon witnessing the destroyed pillar. Ding! The system issued a mission. Defeat Arlong. Upon hearing the task assigned by the Lucky Draw system, Mike chuckled to himself, thinking, "It seems Little Lucky is also quite averse to Arlong. It appears that showing mercy to Arlong is no longer an option." Now that Arlong had failed to bite Mike, he attempted several more times, forcing Mike into a corner. "Where will you run now? Prepare to meet your end," Arlong shouted, lunging at Mike once more. This time, Mike had no choice but to confront Arlong head-on. Iron block. Consecutive fists. Mike unleashed a flurry of punches, striking Arlong's teeth with such force that they shattered into countless fragments. Arlong spat out 2 large teeth and retorted, "Futile. Even if my teeth break, they will grow back immediately. When they do, I will break them again, until your body is devoid of calcium and unable to grow teeth." Arlong suddenly looked bewildered, having no comprehension of calcium, iron, zinc, or vitamins. At that moment, Longwei shouted, "Mike, do you need my help?" "No, just watch how I defeat this foul fish," Mike declined. Suddenly, Mike remembered that after subduing the Krieg pirates, the system had rewarded him with 20 points of lucky value that he had yet to use. Allowing for 2 draws, facing Arlong now certainly qualified as a crisis. Moreover, the system had issued a mission to defeat Arlong, meaning that draws at this moment would surely yield no empty results. "Little Lucky, I wish to draw twice." Mike immediately utilized both opportunities. The lucky draw system echoed in his mind twice. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a new skill. Marine 6 Styles Shave. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn another new skill. Marine 6 Styles, Gale Foot. Upon hearing these 2 notifications, a joyful smile spread across Mike's face as he mused. With 5 techniques from the Marine 6 Styles at my disposal, defeating you, Arlong, will be a mere formality. Suddenly, Arlong, having dislodged the broken rows of teeth, quickly grew another set in their place. "Inferior wretch, I shall crush your skull," Arlong bellowed, charging at Mike once more. "Foul fish, you underestimate me." Iron block, chain fist. Mike innovated a new technique based on iron block, delivering a relentless series of hard punches to Arlong's mouth, face, and nose. Arlong, believing his body to be more resilient than that of a human, had not anticipated such an assault. Yet, as Mike's chain fist landed upon his head, he began to falter. Feeling that he had delivered sufficient punishment, Mike prepared to withdraw, but not before landing a hook punch directly to Arlong's jagged nose, causing it to twist upward. Arlong straightened his jagged nose. Seething with rage, "You lowly brat. It seems I underestimated you." Suddenly, Arlong drew forth his massive saw-like sword. "Prepare to die," he roared, as the great blade swung down towards Mike. He swiftly activated the shave technique. Teleporting behind Arlong, Gale Foot, Fishback Slash, Mike executed a sweeping kick that arced like a crescent moon, striking Arlong's back. Before Arlong could react, a spray of blood erupted from his wound, accompanied by a piercing pain that made him grit his teeth in frustration. "Ah!" Arlong cried out in a frenzy, lifting his great sword once more to strike at Mike. However, compared to the instantaneous movement of shave, Arlong's actions appeared to be in slow motion. It's time to end this. Pointing finger, honeycomb coal, Mike unleashed his newly created skill, jabbing his fingertips into Arlong's body with ferocity. In no time, Arlong was drenched in blood, his eyes wide open, already unconscious. With a clatter, the massive sword fell from his grasp as the towering Arlong, standing at 2.63 meters, slumped backward. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward: 30 points of lucky value. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the sky as two figures plummeted down, crashing onto Arlong's body, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the soft-boned fisherman Kruby and the kissing fisherman Jew. They appeared to have been blown into the air by Kana's whirlwind before falling back down. Meanwhile, Octopus Little 8 had long since fled to an unknown location. "Mike, well done," Longway praised, giving Mike a thumbs up. "You're getting stronger every day. I haven't even lifted a finger, yet you've already defeated Arlong." Fantasia remarked. Mike silently thought to himself, "My apologies, Arlong. I'm merely fulfilling a mission. However, whether I defeat you or not, someone else would come for you. Your misdeeds have caught up with you. This is your retribution." At that moment, Nami appeared before Mike, carrying two large bundles. "Thank you. I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you. I never imagined you could truly defeat Arlong. Here is your treasure, and my share as well. Returned to you intact," Nami declared, handing over the two large bundles of treasure to Fantasia. Though Fantasia had intended to scold Nami, seeing her return the treasure, he chose to forgive her. "Little thief cat. At least you have some conscience. This is the food money for our entire crew. By stealing our food money, you've endangered us all." Fantasia quickly took the two large bundles. Suddenly, numerous villagers emerged from behind the houses, cheering with joy. "Hooray! We no longer have to pay Arlong. We are liberated. We are finally free. Indeed, we no longer need to fear Arlong and his gang." It turned out that these villagers had been living in fear of Arlong, hiding away while secretly observing. Seeing the villagers' happiness, a radiant smile spread across Mike's face. That moment, a figure with a windmill hat approached from the crowd. It was a Jin, the village guard of Kokoyashi village. "Who are you?" a Jin inquired. "We are pirates," Mike replied. Upon hearing this, the previously jubilant villagers fell silent, staring at Mike in astonishment, fear evident in their voices. "Pirates? Fear not. We are benevolent pirates," Fantasia quickly clarified. "Benevolent pirates?" The villagers exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe it. "Ha! You are all heroes. You defeated the Arlong pirates and saved the villagers of our entire village. We should thank you." A Jin expressed that it was but a small matter. "Nothing to fret over." Mike waved his hand dismissively. "By the way, make sure to tie up Arlong and his two lackeys tightly, and deliver them to the Navy for the bounty. But remember, do not deliver them to Captain Mouse of the 16th Division. That is imperative." The villagers, upon noticing that Mike had entrusted them with the task of collecting the bounty, promptly sprang into action, binding Arlong, Crocodile, and Gio with great fervor. They even placed a gag over Arlong's mouth to prevent him from gnawing through the ropes. At that moment, Jinnah approached from a distance and exclaimed, "Tie up the mouth of that long-snout kissing fishman with ropes, lest he awakens and sprays water everywhere. If it weren't for Xiao Yuni shooting a stick into his mouth to silence him, our ship would have been utterly destroyed." Consequently, The villagers secured the kissing fish's elongated snout with ropes, which brought them some relief, Mike thought to himself. Thanks to Jinnah and Xiao Yuni guarding the ship. Otherwise the windbreaker would have faced ruin. When Fantasy Dream saw Jinnah approaching, she hurriedly called out, "Jinnah, come help me with a bag." Nami not only returned our treasures, but also gave back her share. At this, Jinnah glanced sideways at Nami and remarked, "You do have a semblance of conscience. Given how well we've treated you, you shouldn't have stolen our treasures." Nami shrugged her shoulders, somewhat helplessly saying, "I am sorry. It was a momentary lapse." Suddenly, a person came rushing from the crowd, shouting, "Nami! Nami, it's terrible. Colonel Mouse has led the Navy to your family's orange orchard. He even injured your sister Nojiko." Upon hearing this, Nami's heart sank, sensing that trouble was afoot, and she dashed towards her family's orange grove. The villagers and a Jin also hurried towards the orchard. Why would the Navy go to the orchard? Could it be that they are thirsty and wish to steal oranges? Jinnah asked innocently. Mike chuckled. They wouldn't bother with mere oranges. They aim to seize Nami's hard-earned wealth accumulated over 8 long years. At this juncture, Fantasy Dream and Longway also approached Mike. Fantasy Dream, puzzled, inquired, why would Nami keep her hard-earned money in the orchard? Mike, as he walked alongside the villagers, began to explain Nami's circumstances to Longway. Fantasy Dream and Jinnah. 8 years ago, in order to protect the villagers from Arlong's tyranny, Nami was compelled to join the Arlong pirates, mapping the world for him, and she struck a deal to buy the freedom of the entire Kokushia village for 100 million berries. Hence, she resorted to stealing from pirate ships. However, she didn't want the villagers to know, which is why she hid the money in the orchard. No wonder I saw the Arlong pirates tattoo on Nami's arm. Now it all makes sense, Fantasy Dream exclaimed. She is an extraordinary girl, quietly shielding the entire village from harm. Jinnah added that in truth, the entire village was aware of Nami's sacrifices, yet they all pretended to be oblivious. Merely to uphold her dignity, Mike continued. Upon hearing about Nami's plight, Longway unsheathed his blade with a crack, declaring, I understand. This Colonel Mouse is colluding with Arlong in the shadows. He intends to rob Nami's money from the orchard. I shall cut him down. Indeed. You grasped the situation well, Mike responded. When Mike and the others arrived at the orchard, the villagers and the Navy were already at an impasse, facing off on either side of Nami's treasure pit. Poised for battle, Nojiko lay sprawled on the ground, her arm bleeding profusely. Nami rushed to support Nojiko, asking, Sister, are you all right? I'm fine, Nojiko managed to say before fainting from blood loss that a Jien urged, quickly, help carry Nojiko to Dr. NK. At that moment, 2 villagers hurried over to lift Nojiko away. Filthy rat, you harmed my sister. I shall not spare you, Nami declared, pulling out a stick and aiming a strike at Colonel Mouse. However, just as she swung, 2 Navy soldiers charged forward, severing her stick with their swords. Immediately after, 2 more soldiers seized Nami in their grasp. Colonel Mouse approached Nami, cupping her chin with his hand, saying, Hey there, you're quite a looker. I fancy fiery girls like you. I've taken both your wealth and you. Nami struggled fiercely, cursing, You filthy rat, let me go. At that moment, Mike witnessed his alluring goddess being harassed by the lecherous Colonel Mouse. And his fury erupted. How dare you treat my goddess with such disrespect? I shall knock your teeth out. Mike fumed in an instant. Mike activated his shave technique, appearing beside Colonel Mouse, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the Colonel's prominent tooth. A Navy soldier gasped, Colonel Mouse. They are the ones who defeated Arlong. What? Arlong was defeated by them. Colonel Mouse quaked with fear, his legs trembling. Colonel Mouse, we should flee. Another soldier urged. Flee? You're the Navy. They are pirates. Capture them, and you shall return to accolades and promotions. Charge, Colonel Mouse commanded. Upon hearing the promise of promotion, the Navy soldiers rallied their spirits, rushing towards Mike with blades drawn. Suddenly, Longway appeared beside Mike, stating, Leave the ones with swords to me. All right, Mike replied. Longway, single-handedly facing hundreds, effortlessly felled a multitude of Navy soldiers. Colonel Mouse, hiding behind the fallen soldiers, discreetly pulled out a gun, aiming it at Nami that if I can't have you, then I shall kill you. Colonel Mouse sneered with a vile and cruel expression. Mike, attuned to Mouse's every move, positioned himself in front of Nami just as the colonel pulled the trigger. The bullet struck Mike, producing a sharp ping, and the bullet head dropped into his palm. Gripping the bullet, Mike confronted Colonel Mouse with a devilish glare, saying, "You're quite arrogant, aren't you, to dare shoot at Nami in my presence? Do you not wish to live?" At that moment, Colonel Mouse resembled a mouse caught before a cat, trembling uncontrollably, his pants soaking as he cowered before Mike. "What do you want? Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll shoot." Colonel Mouse raised the gun again, directing it at Mike. "Go ahead. If you don't, you're a coward." Mike grinned menacingly. Suddenly, Colonel Mouse's gun clattered to the ground as he fell to his knees. Trembling, I was wrong. "I want to dare again. Please spare me," he pleaded. Mike grasped Colonel Mouse's whiskers, saying, "These whiskers have long irked me. I've always wanted to yank them out." With that, Mike yanked out 3 of Colonel Mouse's whiskers with force. "Ouch!" Colonel Mouse yelped in pain. "Get lost. You are henceforth forbidden from stepping foot in Kokushia village. Should you dare return, I shall take your life," Mike proclaimed, kicking Colonel Mouse away with authority. Colonel Mouse, having been sent flying, scrambled to his feet, fleeing in terror. The Navy soldiers who had been felled by Longway, seeing Colonel Mouse's retreat, also scrambled to their feet, discarding their weapons and fleeing alongside him. Oh, how wonderful. We've driven Colonel Mouse away. Indeed, we can finally live in peace. Today is a day worth celebrating. Let us warmly welcome our heroes. The villagers erupted in joyous cheers once more. At that moment, Nami joyfully leaped into Mike's arms, embracing him tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you." The happiness came so unexpectedly. The once coveted goddess now willingly nestled in his embrace. Mike felt an overwhelming sense of bliss. Suddenly, Mike froze, nervously wrapping his arms around Nami, gently patting her shoulder. "No need to be so affectionate. It's merely what I ought to do." Nami released Mike, playfully punching him on the head. "Annoying. Who's being affectionate with you?" Mike gingerly rubbed the swelling on his head, saying, "Your strength is rather formidable. I was even contemplating inviting you onto my ship." At that moment, Jinnah approached Mike, blowing a gentle breeze over the swollen bump on his head, and exclaimed, "Captain Mike, we cannot allow her to board our ship. You are pirates. I have no intention of joining your vessel," Nami declared defiantly. Mike chuckled and replied, "It's all right. You need not board my ship. In a few days, another ship will come to fetch you. At that time, you can embark on their vessel and pursue your dream of charting the world. We shall await your return on the Grand Line." Upon hearing Mike's words, Nami was taken aback, contemplating, "I have never met Mike. How could he know so much about me? He even knows my dream and says a ship will come for me soon. Could it be true?" At that moment, Ajian stepped forward and suggested, "Why not let us host a celebration for you before you depart?" "No need. You may celebrate amongst yourselves. We must hasten to Lowtown to procure the essentials for our journey into the Grand Line," Mike asserted resolutely. Nami, feeling a twinge of reluctance, inquired, "Mike, must you leave so soon?" "Indeed," Mike nodded. "Let me gift you some oranges. They are rich in vitamins and can effectively prevent scurvy. Please, you must accept them," Nami insisted. Suddenly, Huanmeng approached, coldly interjecting, "You need not concern yourself with this. I am the ship's cook, and I will ensure their nutrition is well taken care of." Mike thought to himself that it was indeed wise not to invite Nami aboard, as both Huanmeng and Jinnah's disdain for her was glaringly obvious. Mike quickly urged, "Let us accept her kind gesture. You can accept them yourself." "We will not," Huanmeng and Jinnah retorted in unison. "Very well. If you two refuse, I, along with Longway and Xiao Yunin, shall accept them," Mike declared. However, Longway suddenly remarked to Mike, "I will see if there is any wine for sale in the village. I must fill my gourd before we depart." Upon seeing Longway leave, Huanmeng and Jinnah also took their leave, clutching their treasures. Watching the 3 of them retreat, Mike felt a pang of awkwardness and said, "All right, if none of you wish to accept them, I shall take them myself." At this juncture, Nami approached Mike and said, "If they do not want them, so be it. I do not wish to give them any either. These are my favorite fruits. I will give them solely to you." Mike nodded. "I am particularly delighted to receive oranges from you. I look forward to our reunion on the Grand Line. Indeed, if fate permits, we shall surely meet again," Nami replied, her cheeks faintly flushed. Nami, bearing a small basket of oranges on her back and cradling a flower pot containing a tiny orange tree, accompanied Mike to the port. Only then did she unload the small basket from her back and hand it to Mike, also presenting him with the little orange tree. Just as Mike took the tiny orange tree, Nami's delicate hands suddenly enveloped his, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. As if electrified, the once visioned goddess of allure not only embraced him, but also tenderly held his hand, causing warmth to surge through Mike's body, nearly inducing a nosebleed. "Mike, this is no ordinary little orange tree," Nami exclaimed it that moment. Mike thought, surely she is not about to say this is a token of our love, urging me to care for it dearly. However, this infatuated thought was swiftly shattered. It is an exceedingly rare four-season orange tree. It blossoms and bears fruit in any season. I hope you will take good care of it. When we meet again, do not forget to save one of its little oranges for me." Nami smiled. "Certainly, I will cherish it with utmost care," Mike assured her. Suddenly, a cacophony of chaotic shouts erupted from the village, growing increasingly closer. "Capture him. He is a wine thief. Hurry, seize him. His gourd is filled with all the wine from my shop. Capture that pirate. He is a fraud." Mike turned to see Longwei being pursued by a mob of villagers. As Longwei sprinted ahead, he raised his gourd, drinking from it. "Mike, set sail and flee. I have no money on me," Longwei shouted. Mike mused, this fellow truly has the audacity to drink their wine without payment, prompting them to chase him through the streets. Suddenly, Mike withdrew his hand from Nami's grasp. Leaping onto the ship, "Set sail," Mike commanded. Xiao Yunin hurriedly stowed the anchor, while Huandream ascended the mast to lower the sail. Jianna summoned a gust of wind, and the ship, the Breakthrough, immediately set sail. "Hey, must you sail so swiftly? It's too far. I can't jump aboard," Longwei exclaimed it that moment. The villagers shouted, "Nami, help us catch him." "No," Nami protested. Longwei dashed past Nami, thanking her as he leapt toward the ship, narrowly missing the edge. Just as he was about to plunge into the sea, Mike swiftly grasped Longwei's arm, pulling him aboard. Meanwhile, Nami confronted the pursuing villagers, stating, "I will cover his wine debt." The villagers suddenly burst into laughter. "No need. We simply wish to keep them here for a celebration. Indeed, we have yet to express our gratitude. They are our heroic pirates." At that moment, the village constables Ajian and Nokigao arrived at the dock, observing Mike's departing ship, exclaiming, "They are worthy of our respect as brave warriors of the sea." "Farewell," Mike's voice echoed from the Breakthrough. The villagers waved vigorously until the ship vanished from their sight. Nami silently whispered to herself, "Until we meet again, if fate allows." Aboard the Breakthrough, Mike set down the small basket and retrieved 2 oranges, asking, "Do you all eat oranges?" Huandream, Longwei, and Jianna turned their heads, remaining silent, their silence indicating they did not wish to partake. Quite the proud bunch, are we? What's this? Are you feeling envious seeing Nami embrace me?" Mike tossed an orange to Xiao Yunin, saying, "Catch, Xiao Yunin." Xiao Yunin caught the orange, but as he began to peel it, the silent trio shot him murderous glares, leaving him unsure whether to eat it or not. "What grudge do you 3 hold against Nami? I have explained it all to you. You have wronged her. She stole from us for the sake of the villagers, and besides, she has already returned what she owed us. You need not be so relentless." Mike's expression shifted, revealing his irritation. The silent trio exchanged glances, realizing they may have gone too far. Suddenly, they burst into laughter, dispelling the tension. "What is going on here?" Mike asked. Somewhat bewildered at that moment, Jianna approached Mike gently and said, "Captain Mike, we do not wish to lose you. Promise us, do not let Nami board the ship, will you?" Mike's head was suddenly filled with question marks, leaving him in a state of confusion. Huandream also joined Mike's side, stating, "Mike, from the moment you laid eyes on Nami, we have ceased to exist in your heart, have we not? Have you been bewitched by her beauty? Do you remember your original dream? Indeed, even I, a grown man, felt it the instant you were embraced by Nami. Your IQ plummeted to 0. Longwei chimed in. Mike suddenly grasped their sentiments. They were indeed jealous of Nami. "Ha ha, you 3 are quite amusing. Nami is the navigator of the Straw Hat crew. She does not belong to us. Do not fret. However, it is quite possible we may cross paths again on the Grand Line." Mike laughed. "That is reassuring. This way, my position as your navigator remains unchanged." Jianna sighed in relief that of course, "You are a better navigator than Nami. You are our companion, and we shall never part," Mike affirmed. "Forever companions. No abandonment. No giving up." The 5 of them shouted in unison. Xiao Yunin, smiling, asked, "May I eat the oranges now?" "Go ahead." "Ha!" Huandream chuckled. It was only then that Xiao Yunya drooled and took a bite of the orange, exclaiming, sour and sweet, truly delicious. Longwei picked up a fruit knife, tossed an orange gently, and with a swift motion of the knife, the orange peel spiraled down in a single strip. Now that the orange is peeled, I can devour it whole, Longwei declared, stuffing the peeled orange into his mouth. Whether it was the fondness of these few individuals for oranges or the exceptional taste of the ones gifted by Nami. Before long, the small basket of oranges was completely consumed. Mike cradled a potted Satsuma orange tree and strolled towards the garden behind the cottage, intending to plant it there. Upon reaching the small garden, he noticed a young willow tree already planted. Huandream, did you plant this little willow tree? Mike inquired. Indeed, this is the willow branch Grandpa Haiching broke off from that large willow tree at the entrance on our first day out at sea. I didn't expect it to grow roots when I placed it in the pot, so I decided to plant it here in the small garden. Huandream replied. What a coincidence. I shall plant this Satsuma orange tree beside this young willow so that they can keep each other company, Mike said as he planted the orange tree next to the willow. Great. Let's see which of them grows faster, Huandream exclaimed. Meanwhile, within the Navy's 16th Division, Colonel Mouse picked up a telephone bug and dialed the Information Relay Center at Navy headquarters in Marineford. Hello, this is Colonel Mouse from the 16th Division of the Navy. I have an important battle report to relay to Admiral Sengoku. Colonel Mouse bellowed into the phone, startling the communications soldier answering the call. At that moment, Sengoku, accompanied by a small white goat, leisurely entered the relay center to collect newspapers and happened to overhear Colonel Mouse's roar. Seeing Sengoku enter, the communications soldier immediately stood up and saluted. Good day, Admiral, Sengoku nodded with a grin. Good. I shall personally take the call. The communications soldier handed the telephone bug to Admiral Sengoku. Hello. What important battle report do you have? How many pirates have you captured in the East Blue? Sengoku inquired. Admiral Sengoku, it's major news. A remarkably formidable group of pirates has emerged in the East Blue, and I request an immediate bounty on them. Colonel Mouse reported. Sengoku yawned. The East Blue, the weakest sea with an average bounty of only 3 million berries. What significant news could possibly come from there? Admiral Sengoku. This pirate crew is truly exceptional. They not only defeated Click, who commanded 50 warships and over 5,000 men, but they also vanquished Arlong, the highest bounty in the East Blue. Most importantly, they were able to hold their ground against Hawkeye, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, forcing him to retreat. Colonel Mouse exaggeratedly boasted about Mike, hoping to inflate the bounty to attract powerful pirate hunters to eliminate him. Upon hearing that they could hold their own against the warlord Hawkeye, Sengoku was taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure. As he was aware of Colonel Mouse's reputation, his rank was merely a result of connections and monetary influence within the Navy, and his strength was no better than that of an ordinary soldier. So his words could not be fully trusted. Nevertheless, Sengoku had indeed received word through his informants in the East Blue that Arlong had indeed been defeated by a pirate crew. It seemed this pirate crew was not to be underestimated. A bounty order must be issued immediately. All right, I understand. Do you have any photos of them? Sengoku asked. I do. I'll send them over right away, Colonel Mouse replied excitedly. Sengoku set down the intercom and picked up the photos that Colonel Mouse had sent. The first photo featured Mike. Capturing the moment, he yanked Colonel Mouse's mustache, his fierce gaze and slightly curled lips making him appear as a truly malevolent demon. The second photo showcased Longwei, striking a pose with a thunderbolt in hand, sparks crackling, his movements remarkably stylish. Sengoku coldly recited their names. Kodaway D'd up Mike. Bugatti Longwei. 2 ignorant lads. A day later, the ship Windbreaker was steadfastly making its way to Rogue Town. Jinnah was busy tallying the items and budget needed upon arrival at IT that moment. A news-selling seagull landed on the ship's railing. Huandream took a newspaper and placed 100 berries into its collection pouch. Yet the seagull did not fly away, instead emitting 2 strange calls. Huandream deposited another 100 berries into the seagull's pouch, and only then did it flap its wings and take off. Sitting beside Jinnah in a reclining chair, Huandream remarked, "Why did the newspaper suddenly increase in price today?" Just as Huandream unfolded the newspaper, 2 brand new bounty notices fell out, landing squarely on Longwei's face, who was napping on the lawn. Longwei opened his eyes, picked up the bounty notice stuck to his face, and upon seeing his photo, he instantly became alert. "Hey, Mike, Your bounty has been issued, Longway shouted. Mike, who was nearby compiling a list of dishes he wanted to eat, jumped up immediately upon hearing that he had been bountied and snatched the notice for a closer look. 35 million berries. Mike exclaimed in astonishment that Mike's first bounty was even higher than Luffy's initial bounty. Thanks to Colonel Mouse's embellishments to Sengoku. At that moment, Huandream, Jinna, and Xiao Yunya were equally astonished, each holding the bounty notice and counting the zeros after the 35. Longway, why do you have another bounty notice in your hand? Whose is it? Mike asked. It's mine. Let me see it. What's your bounty? Not showing you. However, Mike swiftly executed a shave and snatched the bounty notice from Longway's grasp. Upon seeing Longway's dashing photo, Mike suddenly fumed. Why does your photo look so handsome while mine looks so monstrous? No choice. I am inherently handsome, Longway boasted. Well, what's the use of being handsome when your bounty is only 10 million? Mike retorted. Longway knew Mike would inevitably say something like that after seeing the photo, so he could only sulk and say, I need to train harder. Although it's not as high as mine, it's still quite impressive. Don't be discouraged. With better performance in the future, your bounty will rise, Mike chuckled. Longway said nothing further, but lifted his 2,000-pound barbell and began practicing his chopping form. 1, 2, 3. Meanwhile, in Boliu village, Zhang Haiqing also saw Mike's bounty notice at home. Muttering to himself, this lad is impressive. In just a few days, he's become the most notorious pirate in the East Blue. I just wonder how Huandream is faring now. On the other side, Heijia, holding Mike's bounty notice, addressed his crew of pirates. Starting tomorrow, we must train diligently to enhance our strength. In a few days, we shall head to the Grand Line to rendezvous with Captain Mike. Rendezvous! 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 The young pirates shouted in unison. Brandishing their swords and clubs, Mike approached Huandream, holding Longway's bounty notice, and asked, Huandream, to celebrate our bounties, can we prepare a couple of extra dishes today? What's there to celebrate about being bountied? It means you two have been marked by the Navy. Huandream replied anxiously. I know. It was only a matter of time. Think about it. Being bountied by the Navy proves our strength has been recognized, and I wish the three of you would be bountied by the Navy soon. Mike responded. Huandream, Jinna, and Xiao Yunya all wore expressions of disbelief, simultaneously exclaiming, who wishes such a bizarre blessing? Ha ha ha. Mike burst into laughter. Before long, Mike and his companions arrived at Lo Town, the birthplace of the legendary pirate king. Gold. Roger, and the site of his execution, hence it is often referred to as the place of both beginnings and endings. Lo Town is the closest town to the entrance of the Grand Line, a haven for pirates and a bustling hub for merchants from all seas, making its marketplace extraordinarily rich, where one can procure almost any item found in the world. After anchoring the ship Puffing Wind, Huandream distributed the allocated funds to everyone according to Kana's budget, yet Mike received not a single coin, for he was unaware of the cost of the two renowned swords, Odin's Enma and the Snow Walk, that he had promised to gift Zoro. Huandream and Kana went off to purchase clothing and gather provisions, while Longway sought out Roger's favorite rum. As Mike prepared to set off towards the town, he turned to Xiao Ini and inquired, Xiao Ini, how do you perceive me? Captain Mike, aside from my parents, you have been the kindest to me throughout my life, Xiao Ini replied, tying his shoelaces. Then, could you possibly lend me some money? Mike asked. I know you have your own savings. Just lend me a little, and I promise to return double. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ini realized that Mike's initial question was merely a prelude to his request for money. He suddenly felt that he had fallen into Mike's trap, which left him quite embarrassed. Just as Xiao Ini hesitated on how to respond, Mike caught sight of another pirate ship entering the harbor. Although the crew aboard the ship was wrapped tightly in cloaks, concealing their true identities, the prominently flying red-nosed pirate flag was unmistakable to Mike. It belonged to Buggy's pirate crew. Xiao Ini, do you wish to collect a second pirate flag? Mike asked. Xiao Ini thought, could Mike be trying to trick him again? Nevertheless, he resolutely replied, absolutely. Mike pointed to the red-nosed pirate flag and proposed, do you see that flag? It belongs to Buggy's crew. Shall we go acquire it? Sure. Xiao Ini immediately became interested at the prospect of collecting a pirate flag. By the way, Buggy's pirate crew is quite wealthy. They often scour for treasures, so their ship must be laden with riches. Let us sneak aboard and steal all the treasure, Mike declared. Xiao Ini was momentarily stunned, realizing he had been outsmarted by Mike once more. However, The thought of stealing from Buggy's ship sounded thrilling. All right, but you must keep my theft a secret from Huanmeng. It will be my own little treasure trove that I in the future. If you need money, I can support you, Xiao Ini suggested. Deal, no problem, Mike readily agreed. When shall we act? After they all disembark. I'll lead you over stealthily. Once Buggy's ship docked, everyone disembarked, wrapped tightly and stealthily, making their way into Logue Town, seemingly engaged in some clandestine transaction. After they had left the ship, Mike seized Xiao Ini's tiger skin coat, activated his moonwalk, and silently boarded Buggy's vessel. Mike, let me shoot down the pirate flag first before we discuss the treasure, Xiao Ini whispered. Mike nodded. Shoot down the flag. This will mark the official commencement of our operation. Xiao Ini knocked an arrow and effortlessly shot down the red-nosed pirate flag from the mast. However, as the flag fell, it unexpectedly struck the head of a large lion. Ricky, who was sleeping beneath the mast. Buggy had left Ricky on board to watch the ship, yet it had been soundly asleep, startled by the flag and a small section of the mast that fell alongside it. Ricky abruptly lifted its head, glaring menacingly at Xiao Ini. Mike, this situation is rather precarious. We should make a hasty retreat. If we linger, we may become this lion's next meal, Xiao Ini exclaimed, ready to flee. Mike grabbed Xiao Ini, saying, Fear not, do not run. I have a plan to deal with it. At that moment, Mike produced a chicken leg from his pocket and waved it in front of Ricky. The lion, poised to roar, immediately closed its mouth upon seeing the chicken leg, its eyes fixated on the tantalizing morsel, obediently lying down before Mike, eagerly awaiting a taste. Observing Ricky's desperate yearning for food, Mike felt a pang of sympathy for the creature. It was evident that the beast's tamer, Machi, had been exceedingly cruel to Ricky. In a bid to tame the lion, Machi had deprived it of food for extended periods, causing immense psychological trauma. Thus, Ricky now forgot everything upon the sight of food. Mike tossed the chicken leg before Ricky and gently patted its fluffy head, saying, Go ahead, eat. Ricky nuzzled against Mike in gratitude. With Ricky pacified, Xiao Ini picked up the fallen red-nosed pirate flag, and together with Mike, they boldly strolled into the ship's cabin. They soon discovered a room brimming with treasures, and Mike was genuinely astonished. Wow, Buggy's crew is incredibly wealthy. I wish we could take all of this, Xiao Ini exclaimed. Ha, then let's take as much as we can. The more, the merrier. Ideally, we could haul it all away. Mike laughed. Xiao Ini pulled out 2 large cloth bags from his pocket, handing one to Mike, and they began to frantically fill the bags with riches. Surprisingly, the bags proved quite capacious, allowing them to fill them to the brim without reaching capacity. Wow, this feels fantastic, Mike beamed, thinking it would be a sin to leave even a single treasure behind for Buggy. Just as Mike and Xiao Ini emerged from the cabin with their bulging bags of treasure, they were suddenly confronted by Machi, who was riding atop Ricky. You little thieves, how dare you steal from our ship? Allow me to show you the might of beast tamer Machi, Machi shouted, tugging on Ricky's leash. Tear them apart, Ricky. Ricky suddenly let out a roar and lunged towards Mike and Xiao Ini. Xiao Ini turned pale with fright. The sensation of being caught red-handed while stealing was a severe blow to the psyche. Mike, do you have any more chicken legs? Throw one over. Xiao Ini pleaded anxiously. That I don't have that many chicken legs. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to him. I want to save some for myself. Mike retorted. Panic-stricken, Xiao Ini trembled. Then let us drop the treasure and flee. I can take on 5 of them without breaking a sweat. No need to regard them as a threat, Mike asserted. Moonwalk. Iron block days punch. Mike leaped into action, delivering swift punches to both Ricky and Machi's heads, causing them to instantly spiral into unconsciousness. All right, let us go. Mike clapped his hands and said to Xiao Ini. Xiao Ini smiled at Mike. Ha ha, that was incredible. Mike, no wonder your bounty is 35 million. How could I have forgotten that? Do you feel particularly safe with me around? Mike inquired. Of course, Xiao Ini chuckled. Great, let us head to the weapon shop. This money should suffice, Mike declared. Xiao Ini once again felt as though he had been outsmarted by Mike, and he quickly widened his eyes, asking, Are we really going to carry these 2 bags of treasure directly to the weapon shop? Indeed, whatever remains after buying swords will be yours, Mike laughed. Xiao Ini found himself at a loss, thinking it would be far too conspicuous to carry 2 large bags of treasure into a weapon shop. Surely, they would attract the attention of robbers. However, he quickly reconsidered. With Mike, the most wanted man in East Blue, by his side, He could practically strut through the East Blue. All right, no problem. You go ahead, Xiao Ini agreed. Amidst the throngs of Logtown, the pair's presence went largely unnoticed, as everyone continued with their own affairs. When they reached the weapon shop, the proprietor, Matsumatsu, was sound asleep at the counter. Hey, boss, I wish to purchase a sword, proclaimed Mike as he approached the counter, startling a man named Eben Song awake with a resounding slap. Eben Song, suddenly roused, retorted angrily, "Who dares challenge me?" Mike, taken aback, could not help but notice the striking similarity in their reactions. It was as if this balding man, resembling a rather plump version of a cartoon character, harbored a secret ambition to become a swordsman. Mike was well aware that Eben Song's weapon shop boasted a rich heritage of over 2 centuries. To thrive in the pirate-infested world for such a duration spoke volumes of the establishment's unique merits, and it surely housed numerous treasures within its walls. One wishes to duel with you. I merely seek to purchase swords, the finest 2 blades you possess, Mike stated. Eben Song cast a skeptical glance at the tattered appearance of Mike and his companion, Xiao Yuni, clad in a tiger skin outfit. Finding it absurd that they would inquire about the shop's finest swords, "Oh, you truly believe you can afford my best blades? Do you have sufficient funds?" He scoffed in response. Mike placed a large bag he had been carrying on the counter and opened it, inquiring, "Are you afraid I lack funds? Is this sufficient?" As the bag was unveiled, a dazzling light emanated from its depths, revealing it to be brimming with gold and silver treasures. Eben Song, having encountered many who attempted to barter with treasures for swords, had never seen such an abundance presented all at once. Stunned, he scratched his bald head and nervously fidgeted with the tufts of hair behind his ears, awkwardly asking, "Did you just return from the sea?" "Indeed. We arrived in Rogtown and came straight here." Mike replied that I had promised a friend that I would procure the sword Onigiri Sandai and the Ryo Katsu from your shop to present to him. Upon hearing the names of the swords, Eben Song felt an inexplicable wave of panic that he thought to himself, "Onigiri Sandai and Ryo Katsu are not even my finest blades. How does he know I possess these legendary swords? Could this ragged fellow be some hidden master?" With a serious demeanor, Eben Song inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name, sir?" "My name is Ketaway D. Mike, a man destined to become the Emperor of the Seas," Mike declared proudly. In that moment, Eben Song glimpsed a trace of the legendary Roger in Mike's demeanor. Roger, too, had once arrived at his weapon shop, laden with treasures, seeking the swiftest sword in the world. Back then, Eben Song had not demanded any of Roger's riches. Instead, he had gifted him a renowned sword adorned with a handguard, reminiscent of a Western blade. That sword had accompanied Roger through countless battles, steeped in the blood of many, ultimately becoming the world's foremost cursed blade. However, witnessing such wealth, Eben Song remarked, "What a boastful young man. Do you think wealth alone grants you significance? I refuse to sell to you." This statement left Mike utterly bewildered, his mind swirling with questions as to why Eben Song would forego such a lucrative transaction. That moment, a robust woman emerged from the back, far more formidable than Eben Song himself. She approached him with a fierce grip, exclaiming, "You fool, why refuse to sell to a customer? Ever since Smoker took control of Rogtown, our shop has seen little business. If we do not sell soon, our venerable establishment will face closure after 2 centuries. Dear wife, I was wrong. I shall sell. I shall sell." Eben Song stammered in fear. Upon witnessing Eben Song's submission, the woman's expression softened momentarily, only for Eben Song to then suddenly declare, "I shall not sell. I wish to gift these 2 swords to this young brother." The woman, incensed, retorted, "You imbecile. Have you lost your mind? What is wrong with entrusting one's dream of becoming a swordsman to another man?" Eben Song boldly countered. The woman was momentarily taken aback, speechless, as she had never anticipated that her typically timid husband harbored aspirations of becoming a swordsman. "You go clean the toilets," she finally snapped. Eben Song sulkily retreated to a corner, muttering, "If I must clean the toilets, so be it. A true man can endure both highs and lows." Mike found the couple's quarrel amusing and decided to hand the large bag of treasures to the woman, saying, "Please keep these swords safe. In a few days, my friend Zoro will come to collect them. You may simply hand them over to him." "What does your friend look like? We need to recognize him upon his arrival," the woman asked. Mike replied, "He has green hair, wears a green sash around his waist, and most notably, he wields a large sword known as the Kwandichi." The woman nodded, then asked, "But if he already possesses a large sword, why do you wish to gift him 2 more? Ah, he is a 3-sword style swordsman," Mike explained before exiting the weapon shop with Xiao Yunia. As the woman surveyed the sizable bag of treasure, she mused, "What an odd individual. However, this amount of money should sustain our shop for another 3 years." After leaving the weapon shop, Xiao Yuni sought to procure some personal items and parted ways with Mike. As he walked away, he reflected, "Thank goodness I kept my treasures separate from Mike's. Otherwise, with such a generous disposition, he might have squandered my wealth on a whim. I cannot afford to be such a fool." In truth, Mike was not the fool that Xiao Yuni assumed him to be. Having learned in his past life that since the White Hunter Smoker took charge of Rog Town, the influx of pirates had drastically diminished, leading to a decline in local commerce. While Ibn Song appeared to be a money-obsessed proprietor, he too was a man with dreams, capable of recognizing a hero, driven by a sense of camaraderie towards fellow heroes. Mike wished to prevent the closure of Ibn Song's weapon shop, leading him to part with his treasures. After separating from Xiao Yuni, Mike made his way to the execution platform where Roger had once met his fate. Earlier, Long Wei had already spent his funds and was now inebriated, his gourd filled with a haphazard mix of various spirits. Meanwhile, Huanmeng and Jinna had indulged in a shopping spree, purchasing garments not only for themselves, but also for Mike. Long Wei and Xiao Yuni. Due to the volume of their purchases, the shop attendants had even utilized a small cart to transport their goods to the ship that on their return journey. Huanmeng and Jinna stumbled upon the annual East Blue Chef competition taking place in Rog Town. The champion of the contest would earn the esteemed title of the East Blue's premier chef, along with a rare 6-legged golden dragon fish as a prize. Without hesitation, Huanmeng registered for the competition. After 3 rounds of fierce competition, she triumphantly claimed victory, earning the title of the East Blue's finest chef and the coveted 3-meter-long 6-legged golden dragon fish, while Huanmeng reveled in the excitement of the competition. Mike made his way to the execution platform, unaware that he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 35 million berries that he strolled boldly towards the platform, showing no intention of concealing his identity. Mike's likeness had long since circulated among the naval ranks in Rog Town, and one soldier, spotting him, hurried to inform Smoker. "Wow, this is the very execution platform where the pirate King Roger was once put to death." Mike marveled as he stood before the platform. Having walked in Roger's footsteps, why not sit where he once sat? He activated his moonwalk ability, ascending to the execution platform, sitting cross-legged as Roger had. Surveying the entirety of Rog Town, suddenly, he noticed a commotion nearby. A group of tightly wrapped individuals had gathered in a small alleyway, among them the infamous buggy pirates and the grotesquely stout woman. Yarlita. The crowd in the square had amassed, casting curious glances toward Mike on the execution platform. Just then, a plume of white smoke wafted toward him, and Mike immediately sensed the danger. He recalled that Smoker was a Logia-type smoke fruit user. Realizing he might be outmatched, "At present, my strength is insufficient to contend with a user of a natural-type devil fruit. If I can fight, I shall. If not, I will flee." Suddenly, Mike sprang to his feet and activated Moonwalk. Soaring towards Buggy and Alrita, Mike pondered that since a direct confrontation was futile, he would use Buggy and Alrita to divert Smoker's attention. Upon reaching Buggy and Alrita, Mike noticed that Buggy held a pink devil fruit in his hand. "Run, the Navy is coming. Quick, run," Mike shouted loudly. Upon hearing that the Navy was approaching, Buggy panicked and, with a swift motion, tossed the devil fruit away, fortuitously landing it in Mike's hands. It truly was a case of finding treasure without effort. Mike had unexpectedly acquired a devil fruit. "Oh no, the slip fruit is gone. Help me find it," Buggy exclaimed in a flurry, shedding his cloak. Alrita, wielding an iron rod, furiously demanded, "Buggy, what on earth are you doing? I have already given you the money for the slip fruit, and you gave it away to someone else. Who has the slip fruit?" Buggy turned around in confusion, but still failed to spot Mike. Suddenly, Alrita struck Buggy on the head with her iron rod, causing stars to dance in his vision. After regaining his senses, Buggy saw a blurry figure of Mike holding the slip fruit before him. "Who are you? Why are you stealing my slip fruit? Return it to me at once," Buggy shouted comically to Bo. "I am Ketaway D. Mike, a man destined to become the Emperor of the Seas," Mike declared while holding the slip fruit. "So this is the slip fruit. Alrita will transform into an unparalleled beauty upon consuming it." Suddenly, Alrita, her face adorned with freckles and a plump figure, grinned widely. "Huh? Will I really become an unparalleled beauty if I eat it?" "Absolutely. The slip fruit not only grants you a slender and alluring figure, but also smooth and delicate skin, instantly transforming you into the most beautiful woman in the world," Mike replied. After hearing Mike's enthusiastic description, Alrita was overwhelmed with an insatiable desire for the slip fruit. "Give it to me. It's mine. Otherwise, my iron rod will not spare you," Alrita threatened, brandishing her iron rod. Mike smirked. "If you wish for the slip fruit, you must first agree to one condition." "What condition?" "Smoker, the Navy captain, is on his way. Let us join forces against him." "All right. I agree." Alrita readily consented to AT that moment. Buggy quietly donned his cloak, wrapping himself tightly as he attempted to slip away. "Hey, Red Nose, are you scared?" Mike called out. Despite his red nose, Buggy despised being called that. Anyone who dared to address him as such would incur his wrath. Mike intentionally called him Red Nose to provoke him. Buggy's temper flared, and he threw his cloak to the ground, declaring, "I, Buggy, am a crewmate of Roger. How could I possibly fear that old smoker? Let him come. I shall face him one-on-one." No sooner had Buggy finished speaking than white smoke began to waft toward them. Mike quickly tossed the slip fruit to Alrita, urging, "Hurry and eat it." Alrita caught the slip fruit and immediately opened her mouth wide, swallowing it whole. "Is it tasty?" Mike inquired. "I ate too quickly. I couldn't taste anything," Alrita replied. Suddenly, a pink glow emanated from her body, and specks of starlight swirled around her, reminiscent of a magical transformation. Before long, Alrita transformed from a plump, unattractive woman into a sleek and radiant beauty, her formerly tight clothing now hanging loosely. Suddenly, Alrita's pink checkered pants slipped down, revealing her figure. In that moment, both Buggy and Mike were left dumbfounded, and even Buggy's crew, cloaked in their garb, discarded their cloaks for a clearer view, their eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. After a considerable pause, Alrita finally realized everyone was staring at her, their eyes filled with hearts, and she quickly covered herself with her outer garment, blushing. "Have you seen enough? You filthy men, my body is not for your eyes," Alrita shouted, swinging her iron rod toward the Buggy pirates. "Die, you bunch of perverts." As the iron rod swung through the air, Mike activated his shave skill and teleported away. However, Buggy was mesmerized by Alrita's beauty and stood frozen, his heart pounding with infatuation. Alrita's iron rod struck Buggy squarely on the head, slamming him to the ground, his hat flying off in the process. The hat landed perfectly in Mike's hands, who couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of the fallen Buggy. Long purple hair, twin ponytails, red nose. Mike had never seen Buggy without his hat, and was surprised to find that without it, he resembled a foolish village girl. "Ha!" Alrita joined in the laughter. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the air. There stood Smoker, his white hair contrasting against the two cigars clenched in his mouth. Clad in a large coat and windbreaker, with goggles perched on his neck, brandishing his jit as he bellowed, "Little pirates, now that you've come, you won't be leaving. Surrender at once." Mike, seated on the steps nearby, holding Buggy's hat, shouted, "Buggy, get up. Didn't you say you would face him one-on-one? In Logtown, Roger is surely watching over you. As a crewmate of Roger, you must not let him down." Buggy, rising from the ground, yelled at Mike, "Hand over my hat, defeat Smoker, and I will personally place the hat upon your head." Mike teased, playing with Buggy's hat. Mike thought to himself that this feeling of watching the fight unfold was simply marvelous. "Fine, I accept the challenge." Buggy gritted his teeth. However, Buggy suddenly turned to Smoker and said, "Smoker, we have no grievances between us. Let's keep it that way. If you could grant us a favor and let us leave, we shall never return to Lobetown." "Ha! Do you think you are Shanks? How dare you request a favor from me? What are you anyway?" Smoker coldly reprimanded Buggy. Buggy's temper flared in an instant. "Old Smoker, I wish you a speedy demise from lung cancer. You may call me worthless, but you shall not utter Shanks' name in my presence." Split, clowns flying knives. Buggy unleashed the ability of his chop fruit, launching 3 flying knives towards Smoker. However, just as the knives neared Smoker, he swung his jit and struck Buggy's hand, causing the knives to fall to the ground. Buggy quickly retracted his arm, but he found that his hand had already been marked with a deep red bruise from Smoker's blow. "Ouch! Ouch!" Buggy exclaimed, blowing on his hand. "That hurts. That really hurts." Smoker, with a stern expression, coldly stated, Buggy the Clown, user of the Chop Chop fruit. My jit is embedded with sea stone, specifically designed to counter you devil fruit users. Sea stone, we should run quickly. Upon hearing about the sea stone, Buggy panicked and attempted to flee. Watching Buggy scurry away, Mike found himself perplexed, uncertain whether Buggy was genuinely weak or merely feigning it. After all, he had once sailed alongside Shanks on Roger's ship. Why had Shanks risen to the status of an emperor while Buggy had failed to even attain the position of a warlord? It seemed hard to believe. However, Mike reconsidered. Perhaps it was akin to students from the same class. Not everyone could gain admission to prestigious universities or secure excellent jobs. With this thought, Mike shook his head helplessly, recalling that in his past life, Mo Xiaoping was the underachiever of the class, ultimately failing to find a good job and sinking to the depths of being an internet writer, leading to his demise from starvation. Hey, Buggy, don't you want your hat anymore? Mike called out. Oh, right. Hurry and give me back my hat. I have already faced Smoker one-on-one. We fought to a draw. You saw it with your own eyes, Buggy insisted. Mike chuckled, amused. Buggy, you are utterly useless, but you are the funniest of all. Ha, I saw you get injured by Smoker and try to escape, Mike remarked. Suddenly, Yalata approached Buggy, wielding a large iron rod, and proclaimed, Useless man, behold how I, the most beautiful woman in the world, shall conquer this silver-haired old man clad in a great coat, revealing his 8-pack abs. Mike felt that Yalata's words were less about battling Smoker and more akin to expressing a desire for romance with him. At that moment, Yalata raised her iron rod and loudly inquired, Smoker, who is the most beautiful woman in the world? Upon hearing Yalata pose such a question to Smoker, Mike nearly spewed a mouthful of blood. Smoker furrowed his brow and replied, The ugly duckling may transform into a beautiful swan. Yet it remains, at its core, a plump and unattractive duck. Yalata glanced back at Mike, seemingly asking, Am I beautiful? Mike smiled and said, Yalata, you are the most beautiful. Smoker is deceiving you. Do not believe him, white-haired scoundrel. Today, I shall use this iron rod to bring your demise, Yalata shouted fiercely, swinging the iron rod toward Smoker. However, as the rod swung, it became ensnared by the white vines conjured by Smoker, rendering it impossible to withdraw. Cease your futile resistance. None of you shall escape from Log Town. Surrender obediently, Smoker declared at that moment. Buggy, who had previously intended to flee, suddenly turned back, splitting cannon. With that, Buggy's hand, gripping 3 flying knives, split from his wrist and soared toward Smoker's head with incredible speed. The knives pierced through Smoker's head and flew past him. Wow, Captain Buggy, how impressive! Captain Buggy has single-handedly defeated Smoker. At this, the crew of Buggy's pirate ship erupted in cheers, praising Buggy's splendid strike. Yet, in the next instant, the head that had been pierced by the flying knives transformed into a cloud of smoke, gradually coalescing back together, appearing exactly as it had before, without a drop of blood or any wound. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of the Logia-type smoke fruit. When attacked, its user can elementalize the in the split second before the knife struck. Smoker swiftly transformed his head into smoke, rendering the attack harmless. While Smoker was in the process of restoring his shattered head, taking advantage of his momentary vulnerability, Mike threw Buggy's hat at him and instantly activated the shave technique, appearing before Smoker. Yet, astonishingly, Mike chose neither to attack Smoker nor to rescue Yalata. Instead, he seized Smoker's jit. Smoker was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Mike's audacity in snatching his jit. Smoker, I shall borrow your jit, Mike exclaimed. You are a devil fruit user yourself, yet you still wield a jit embedded with sea stone. Are you not inviting disaster upon yourself? Upon realizing his jit had been taken, Smoker felt a wave of panic, yet maintained a serious facade, stating, So you are Mike, the notorious pirate from the East Blue with a bounty of 35 million berries. Indeed, I am the man destined to become the Emperor of the Seas. Mike had adopted this declaration of his ambition to be the sea's sovereign as a catchphrase, eager for the world to hear it. You can't even escape Log Town? How do you expect to become the Emperor of the Seas? Such delusions, Smoker retorted. Whether I can escape or not is a conclusion best left for later. Using your jit to strike you, the naval dog, is simply perfect, Mike scorned. Suddenly, a woman clad in a floral yellow shirt and wearing black-framed glasses rushed over. Lieutenant Dashki, where have you been? I've been searching for you everywhere, Smoker remarked, glancing at Dashki. Colonel Smoker, I just want to get a new pair of high-prescription glasses, Dashki replied, leaning on her knees, panting. Smoker frowned slightly and admonished, how many times must I tell you? Do not stay up late. Yet you refuse to listen. Your nearsightedness will only worsen, and soon you may lose your sight altogether. Yes, I shall never stay up late again, Dashki promised. Well, you're just in time. Hold off that Mike who stole my jit while I deal with the clown buggy and the iron rod woman. Smoker commanded. Understood, Colonel Smoker. At this, Dashki looked at Mike and said, please return the jit. I will not allow Smoker's treasured possession to fall into the hands of pirates. Want it? Come and take it. Defeat me. And it shall be yours, Mike replied, a slight smile playing on his lips. Do not underestimate me. Just because I am a female swordsman, I will not hesitate to cleave you in two, Dashki declared, drawing her sword, Shiyu, wielding it behind her in a slashing stance. Tachu. With a fierce cry, Dashki charged at Mike. Just as the blade of Shiyu was about to cleave Mike's head, suddenly, a sword intercepted it. Hey, Mike, why aren't you dodging? If I hadn't blocked that strike, your body would have been cleaved in half, Longway remarked as he deflected Dashki's blow. Huh, I knew you would show up, hiding behind the building. Trying to catch me off guard, Mike laughed. You big fool. Had I known you were deliberately not dodging, I wouldn't have saved you. Let you be cleaved in half by this woman, Longway retorted angrily. At that moment, Mike looked closely at Dashki and stated, a woman can never become the world's strongest swordsman. Dashki not only resembled Kana, but also shared her temperament, which is why Mike intentionally invoked this phrase by Gung Siro to provoke her. Why? Dashki bit her lower lip and asked. Simply because you are a woman, Mike replied coldly. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Dashki was instantly enraged by Mike's words, swinging Shiyu once more toward him. However, Longway stepped forward and unleashed a thunderous strike, causing Shiyu to fly from Dashki's grasp and clatter to the ground. The sound of the sword falling was exceptionally clear, echoing in Dashki's mind. Defeated, she sank to her knees, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, raindrops began to fall from the sky, soaking Dashki's dark hair and obscuring her black-framed glasses. No, I am destined to become the world's greatest swordsman, Longway declared coldly. Suddenly, Dashki ceased her weeping, removed her glasses, wiped them with the hem of her shirt, and put them back on. At that moment, Dashki's attention was captured by the sword in Longway's hand. She pulled out a famous sword record book from her pocket and inquired, This sword you wield, I have never seen it before. It is not recorded. What is its name? Great Blade. Thunder, Longway replied. Great Blade. Thunder. Dashki exclaimed in astonishment. If it is a great blade, I cannot allow it to fall into the hands of pirates. I must seize it. Come, draw your sword and duel me, Longway taunted, gritting her teeth. Dashki rose, retrieving Shiyu from the ground. You all say women cannot become the world's strongest swordsman. I refuse to accept that curse. I shall break it and show you that women are no less than men. Suddenly, Yalata chimed in. Dashki, well done. As a fellow woman, I support you. Courageously defeat that filthy man. Buggy, observing from the side, widened his eyes and asked in confusion, Yalata, have you lost your mind? Whose side are you on? Dashki is a naval lieutenant. I am on neither side. I stand with women. Yalata shouted at Buggy. Mike felt a wave of exasperation. The logic of women could be bewildering at times. Suddenly, Smoker coldly remarked. Another has arrived. It seems Log Town is quite lively today. This newly emerged swordsman, Bugatti Longway, with a bounty of 10 million berries, is actually allied with the 35 million berries bounty Mike. It appears it is time for me to take action. White snake of smoke. Smoker's dual arms transformed into two streams of white smoke, resembling two white serpents flicking their tongues as they slithered toward Longway. At that moment, Dashki, wielding her blade Shishu, boldly positioned herself in front of Smoker and declared, This is a duel that belongs solely to swordsmen. You, an outsider, shall not interfere. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished that the seemingly naive sword enthusiast Dashki would dare to openly confront her superior. Smoker, just as the white serpents were about to strike Dashki, Smoker abruptly halted. Foolish woman, you cannot defeat him. All you need to do is assist me. Smoker uttered softly. No, I am not foolish. I am not merely a sword fanatic. You do not understand my world. I yearn for a duel with a formidable opponent, Dashki shouted, her voice hoarse and her eyes ablaze with fury. Smoker was momentarily baffled. After years of companionship, he believed he understood her well. Yet in this moment, Dashki was a puzzle he could not decipher. Smoker took 2 cigars, exhaling 3 smoke rings, and said, "Very well, Dashki, I shall not interfere with your duel." Dashki turned, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly against her body, and addressed Longwei, "Come, let the duel commence. This battle is a wager of life and death. Are you prepared?" Longwei, grasping his sword Thunderstrike, replied, "I regard life and death with indifference." In an instant, both combatants lunged at each other, their blades clashing with the speed of lightning. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged positions, now kneeling back to back on the ground. A.S. Longwei sheathed Thunderstrike. The blade of Shishiu became riddled with cracks, shattering into countless pieces with a resounding crash. At that moment, it seemed as though the entire world fell silent, save for the sound of raindrops cascading from the sky. Dashki suddenly blacked out, collapsing to the ground as her newly acquired black-framed glasses shattered upon impact. A swarm of naval soldiers, armed with swords and guns, swiftly encircled the battlefield. Smoker exhaled a plume of smoke, approached Dashki's side, and murmured, "What a foolish woman. I will take care of this from here." He lifted Dashki and entrusted her to 2 naval doctors, instructing, "Take her back and tend to her wounds meticulously. There must be no mistakes." "Yes, Colonel Smoker," the naval doctors responded, hastily carrying Dashki away on a stretcher. Suddenly, Smoker unleashed his power, his body morphing into 3 tendrils of white smoke that swiftly ensnared Buggy, Yarlita, and Longwei, gale of white mist. Smoker propelled the 3 toward the execution platform, enveloping them completely, leaving no room for escape. "Seize Mike," Smoker commanded his subordinates. The battlefield was left with only Mike and Buggy's inept crew. Smoker's cunning was evident, as he recognized that Mike possessed the sea stone-embedded Shurho, and thus refrained from attacking him directly, opting instead to send a horde of underlings to apprehend him. A farcical endeavor. Mike activated his moonwalk, soaring into the air, and said to Buggy's hapless crew, "I leave this to you. I will rescue your Captain Buggy." "Rescue Captain Buggy." Charge through the encirclement. "We cannot be without Captain Buggy," cried the crew, tears streaming down their faces as they fought valiantly against the naval soldiers. Upon glancing back, Smoker was astonished to see Mike approaching him via moonwalk, causing him to halt abruptly in the square before the execution platform. The crowd scattered in panic as Mike landed in the square. At that moment, Smoker asked Mike, "How did you come to master the Navy's 6 styles moonwalk? Why should I disclose that to you?" "However, since you inquired, I shall oblige. A general from the naval headquarters taught me the 6 styles," Mike replied, a cunning glint in his eyes. Smoker was taken aback, pondering how a general from the naval headquarters could impart the strongest martial technique to a pirate. Could it be that one of the 3 admirals had turned traitor? "What is that general's name?" Smoker pressed. "Guess. There are only 3 admirals in the Navy headquarters. A clever person could deduce it." Mike taunted. Smoker furrowed his brow, contemplating which of the 3, Akainu, Kizaru, or Akiji, could be the mentor. Yet, unwilling to concede his own lack of intelligence, he feigned understanding. "Ah, I see. You know nothing. Do not presume yourself clever. You are merely a foolish naval dog," Mike retorted, stripping away Smoker's facade. "Release Longwei, or I shall break your legs." Smoker's face flushed with indignation. "Kid, do not be so arrogant. Even with a naval admiral backing you, I shall not fear you to claim the title of Emperor of the Seas. You must first surpass me. Fail to do so, and you shall find yourself imprisoned." With Smoker's declaration, Mike felt no need to prolong their exchange. He would simply overpower him, just as Mike prepared to strike. The voice of the lucky draw system resonated in his mind. Ding! System task issued. Defeat Naval Colonel Smoker. The timing of the system's task was impeccable. What could be better than this serendipitous opportunity? Time to strike. Shurho instant movement. 10 hands flurry. Smoker had anticipated Mike's use of the 10 hands against him. However, he was still caught off guard as Mike instantly appeared before him, delivering a fierce blow to Smoker's face with the 10 hands. A crimson bruise marked Smoker's visage, and the cigars he held were knocked from his mouth, blood trickling from the corner of his lips. "Ah, Smoker, how does it feel to be struck by your own weapon?" Mike laughed. Smoker wiped the blood from his mouth with a cold smirk. "I have personally verified that the 10 hands is the ultimate weapon against devil fruit users. Unfortunately, it is not in your possession. So you are merely a test subject." Without a single curse, Mike humiliated Smoker, inciting the latter's fury. "Return my 10 hands." White smoke fist. Suddenly, one of Smoker's arms transformed into a fist of smoke, hurtling swiftly toward Mike. Mike gripped the 10 hands tightly, standing calmly in place. Just as the white smoke fist was about to land on Mike's face, he struck. Finger spear, 10 hands. Mike seamlessly combined the finger spear technique with the 10 hands, creating a new skill. The leading edge of the 10 hands pierced through the white smoke fist, causing the smoke to dissipate and revealing Smoker's arm. By the time Smoker attempted to retract his arm, it was too late. The 10 hands had already pierced his forearm, blood splattering onto the ground. Smoker cried out in pain, wincing at the agony. That moment, Buggy, Yarlita, and Longway, previously ensnared by Smoker's smoke, were freed. Mike, you are incredible. You actually wounded Smoker, Buggy exclaimed, grinning widely, displaying his gleaming white teeth. Mike, in my eyes, you are already my man. You are the most handsome, Yarlita said, casting a flirtatious glance at Mike, her cheeks flushed. Once a woman becomes beautiful, an involuntary aura of romantic allure emanates from her. Mike averted his gaze from Yarlita's captivating eyes and turned to see Longway approaching him. Mike, you are so clever. Why didn't I think to use that tactic? Longway remarked. In a fight, when brains can resolve the matter, one should not resort to brute force. Mike replied. By the way, Longway, fetch me a rope. Understood, Mike. Longway responded with an acknowledgement and set off in search of a rope. At that moment, Smoker also realized he could no longer utilize the powers of the smoke fruit against Mike. What was once a formidable ability was now completely subdued by the presence of Sea Prism Stone. Consequently, Smoker seized a knife from a nearby naval soldier, intending to engage Mike in hand-to-hand combat. In his days as a rookie at the Navy headquarters, Smoker had been a pupil of the former Marine Admiral Zephyr the Black Arm, and had systematically trained in the martial arts and swordsmanship of the Navy. Thus, he was confident that even without the powers of the smoke fruit, he could still defeat Mike. Mike, don't think that just because you stole my 10 hands, you can defeat me. I am the White Hunter, Smoker, he shouted at Mike. Smoker, so you wish to engage me in hand-to-hand combat? I shall gladly oblige. Mike retorted. That moment, Buggy jumped around, exclaiming, Clown Buggy reporting for duty. Count me in. Alvita waved the iron rod in her hand, declaring, I will fight alongside my man until the very end. Mike, initially perplexed by the absurdity of the situation, soon realized that more hands meant more strength. As long as they could defeat Smoker, they would successfully embark on the Grand Line from Lowtown. Excellent. You three, attack together, Smoker bellowed. Thus, Buggy, Alvita, and Mike formed an impromptu alliance to take down Smoker. The trio charged at Smoker without any elaborate techniques, relying solely on brute force. Within a mere exchange, Smoker found himself subdued by the dog-defeating alliance. Smoker had been overly confident, unaware of how vulnerable he had become without the powers of the smoke fruit. Almost simultaneously, Mike blocked Smoker's downward strike with his 10 hands. Buggy pierced Smoker's other arm, and Alvita swung her iron rod forcefully at Smoker's abdomen. Smoker was sent flying backward by the impact of the massive rod, crashing against the execution platform behind the square before finally coming to a halt, his body sliding down the platform until he slumped onto the ground, unconscious. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward, 10 points of luck value. The voice of the luck draw system rang out first. Mike was taken aback, thinking to himself, it seems the system acknowledges this collaborative approach to missions, though the reward's luck value is rather minimal. Oh, we won! Buggy exclaimed joyfully, bouncing around. Oh, Mike, the man of my heart. That blow I just delivered was a testament to my deep love for you. Alvita tossed flirtatious glances at Mike, speaking affectionately. Buggy, filled with jealousy, interjected, Alvita, when did you start liking him? What concern is it of yours? Tell me, who is the most beautiful woman in the world? Alvita suddenly pointed her iron rod at Buggy. Oh, of course, it is the stunning beauty, Alvita. Buggy replied begrudgingly. At that moment, Longway approached Mike with a rope in hand, asking, Mike, what do you need the rope for? To tie up Smoker. Mike replied. A group of surrounding naval soldiers, witnessing Smoker's defeat, were too frightened to approach, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Mike bound Smoker's hands with the rope, the Sea Prism Stone tip pressed against Smoker's jaw, then proceeded to wrap the rope around Smoker's entire body. To the untrained eye, Smoker resembled a large silk cocoon ensnared in ropes. At last, we can depart with peace of mind, Mike chuckled. That moment, Buggy stepped forward, declaring, "Watch me execute Smoker," splitting him into pieces. Suddenly, Buggy's upper body split apart, his hands lifting Smoker as he soared up to the execution platform. Buggy placed Smoker on the platform, a flying knife poised against Smoker's neck as he boisterously shouted, "Ahaha, Smoker, you never anticipated that as a Marine, you would one day meet your demise on the execution platform." At that instant, Smoker stirred awake, his eyes filled with terror as he glared at Buggy, exclaiming, "Clown Buggy, dare to attempt my execution? Oh dear, how did you wake up?" Buggy replied, astonished, quickly shifting his tone to a jovial one. "I was just joking. I don't wish to create deep enmity with the Marines. Consider yourself fortunate. I'm leaving." Buggy sheathed his knife and leapt down from the execution platform, receiving cheers from his incompetent crew. Captain Buggy single-handedly defeated Smoker. Captain Buggy, majestic and powerful. Captain Buggy is our role model. Mike gave Longway a pat on the back and whispered, "Let's run." Longway, unsure of the unfolding events, decided to follow Mike's lead. While Buggy reveled in his victory, Mike and Longway had already dashed away. Smoker lay on the execution platform, bellowing hoarsely, "Mike, I will never let you go. No matter where you run, I will find you and tear you to shreds," due to the immobility of his jaw. His voice echoed like a wolf's howl throughout the skies of Lobetown. Seeing Mike retreat, Alvida placed her hands over her heart, forming a heart shape, and declared, "No matter how far you go, I wish for your safety." After her transformation, Alvida had truly fallen for Mike, feeling as if her heart was now intertwined with his. Yet, at that moment, Mike was completely oblivious to Alvida's affections. Mike and Longway pressed on, making their way to the harbor and boarding the windward Voyager. It was then that Longway finally inquired, "Why are we running?" "Huh? It's nothing. I merely wanted to see who could run faster." Mike scratched his head, attempting to act nonchalant. In truth, the reason for Mike's hasty retreat was that he and Xiao Yuni had plundered all the treasures from Buggy's pirate ship. If Mike didn't hurry away, once Buggy returned to the ship and Machi reported back, Buggy would surely seek revenge on Mike. Having once been a crew member of the Pirate King, Roger, Buggy's strength remained an unknown factor for Mike, as the clown was exceedingly skilled at concealing his true power behind his comical facade. "Mike, you big fool," Longway remarked with a sideways glance. "Ha, have Huanmeng and Gianna returned?" "Let's set sail," Mike responded with a smile. Unfazed, suddenly, Huanmeng and Gianna emerged from the small villa. "What did you buy? Why were you gone for so long? We've been waiting impatiently," Huanmeng exclaimed. Upon hearing her voice, Mike turned to see Huanmeng and Gianna standing there, donned in alluring new outfits. "Wow, how beautiful!" Mike couldn't help but exclaim to "So sexy." Longway's eyes widened in astonishment. Clothes make the man, and the two girls on the ship, now dressed in new attire, appeared as if they had transformed entirely. If they had previously resembled rustic village girls, they now bore the elegance of princesses from a castle. "Thank you for the compliment. We also bought new clothes for you. Go try them on," Gianna said, flicking her long hair. "Awesome, new clothes to wear," Longway replied. Mike and Longway hurried into the villa, discovering the outfits prepared for them, and without even closing the door, they changed into their new clothes. "Little girl, do not gaze upon the male body. It may cause you to develop a squint," Huanmeng exclaimed, covering Gianna's eyes, though her own eyes were wide open with curiosity. "I won't look. I'm merely admiring their strong physiques," Gianna protested, pushing Huanmeng's hands away. However, Mike and Longway were changing back to back, so Huanmeng and Gianna could only see their sturdy silhouettes without catching a glimpse of anything improper. "Oh, you think they'll turn around?" Gianna asked. "They might," Huanmeng replied. "Will you close your eyes when they do?" "Of course, I will." Just as those words left her mouth, Mike suddenly turned around, causing Huanmeng and Gianna to quickly cover their eyes. Yet the gaps between their fingers remained open. However, Mike had already changed into his new clothes. "Haha, this fits quite well. You two are indeed shopping prodigies. I trust you with all my money," Mike declared. Longway, now dressed, turned around and added, They really put in effort. These swordsman pants were specially bought for me, and I can even hang my sword on them." Huanmeng and Gianna blushed at their compliments. "No need to thank us. We're partners after all," Huanmeng replied. At that moment, Gianna suddenly asked, "Where's Xiao Yuni? Isn't he with you?" "No. I parted ways with him at the weapon shop. Meet Sai. Why don't we call out his name together and bring him back?" "Ah, that's a method too," Longwei responded to AT that moment. Mitsai extended 3 fingers, bending them one by one, silently counting. 3, 2, 1. Xiao Yuni, set sail. This shout resonated with a clarity that rivaled the finest loudspeakers, a harmonious blend of soprano and baritone. Soaring and melodious, just as the four were about to shout again. Xiao Yuni's voice unexpectedly emerged from behind the small villa on the ship. All right. Xiao Yuni replied weakly that a flurry of question marks appeared above the heads of the four. Could it be that Xiao Yuni was already on the ship? The four hastened to the small garden at the back, where they found Xiao Yuni planting flowers. Wow, what beautiful red roses, Huanmeng exclaimed. And my favorite white roses, Jinna added. Unable to contain their excitement upon seeing their cherished flowers, Huanmeng and Jinna knelt beside them, bringing their noses close to inhale the delightful fragrance. So fragrant, Huanmeng remarked. So lovely. Jinna chimed in. It seems Xiao Yuni truly knows how to win our hearts. Indeed, much more romantic than those 2 wooden lumps changing clothes in front of us, Jinna said. You seem to have let something slip. Jinna, oh no. How did I reveal our secret of peeking at the men changing clothes? As Xiao Yuni listened to the girls' conversation, a wave of panic surged within, prompting her to ask, do you all have new clothes? What about me? Yes. They're in the living room on the 1st floor. Go try them on. Mitsai replied. After saying this, Mitsai called Longwei to weigh anchor and jumped onto the mast to unfurl the sails. Leaving behind the love-struck Huanmeng and Jinna, Xiao Yuni walked towards the small villa to change clothes. She suddenly turned back and said to Huanmeng and Jinna, you 2 mustn't peek. Go away. Huanmeng and Jinna shouted in unison. Xiao Yuni was startled and dashed away. Huanmeng and Jinna squatted by the flowers, exchanged glances, and simultaneously expressed, oh no. Our poised and demure image is completely ruined. Suddenly, Huanmeng noticed something glimmering golden in a pot of red roses. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a large gold ring. While Xiao Yuni was changing clothes in the small villa, she thought to herself, I am such a fool. How could I not know that girls love flowers? I foolishly bought flowers instead of green plants. If only I had bought greenery, my little treasure trove would be much safer. I hope Huanmeng doesn't discover my little stash. After raising the sails, Mitsai shouted, onward to the Grand Line. Let us set sail. Just after the ship, Windbreaker, departed from Rogtown's harbor, Vice Admiral Garp's dog-headed warship arrived at Rogtown at that moment. The arrogant clown Buggy was celebrating his victory in a hotel. When Machi rode in on the Great Lion Ricky to report, Mitsai has stolen all the treasures from our ship. Buggy's fury erupted. What a dog-fighting alliance. They dare to rob my treasures. The alliance is over. Hunt down the Mitsai pirates. Yes, Captain Buggy, the useless crew members chorused. Suddenly, a shout rang out from the street outside the hotel. Vice Admiral Garp is coming. Pirates, run. Upon hearing Garp's arrival, Buggy quickly donned a cloak. Wrapping himself tightly. Everyone, disperse and flee. Quickly, Buggy stuttered in fear. The useless crew members followed suit, draping cloaks over themselves, except for Yarlita, who did not. Scatter, Buggy commanded his order. The useless crew members paired off and stealthily slipped out of the hotel. Once Buggy had ensured he was thoroughly concealed by his cloak, he skulked along the walls like a rat, peering around nervously, hoping not to encounter Garp. Just then, a commotion arose in the crowd, and Buggy looked up to see Garp, wearing a dog-headed hat and munching on senbei, strolling down the street, flanked by numerous Navy soldiers. Buggy immediately turned to flee, but collided headfirst into Yarlita's chest. Yarlita, instantly infuriated, slapped Buggy hard across the face. How dare you take advantage of me? I won't let you off so easily. Yarlita seethed. Buggy, clutching his swollen face, blinked with indignation. But Garp is here. We must escape. Why escape? A pirate like you, lacking any power, is of no concern to Garp. Only great pirates like my heartthrob Mitsai will attract his attention. Yarlita retorted disdainfully. Buggy felt even more aggrieved, but he suddenly noticed that Yarlita was not wearing a cloak, and exclaimed, Hey, why aren't you wearing a cloak? If you get caught, it'll be bad for you. I've changed so much since then. That old man Garp wouldn't recognize me, Yarlita replied. Just as she finished speaking, Garp abruptly halted, swallowed his senbei, and boomed, Buggy, Yarlita, what are you two dawdling there for? Hurry up and get moving. Don't think I can't see you. At that moment, Buggy and Yarlita bolted like startled rabbits. Vice Admiral Garp, They're pirates. Why don't you order their capture? A Navy soldier behind asked. Ha! Garp laughed heartily. Just two little brats. No need to waste my energy on them. They still have much to learn. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting Vice Admiral Garp to utter such generous words. Etc. The windbreaker sailed smoothly towards the Grand Line. Huanmeng was deftly cooking in the kitchen, while the other four sat at the dining table, eagerly awaiting their meal and listening to Jinna recount how Huanmeng won the Eastern Sea Chef competition. Mitsai held Huanmeng's championship trophy, exclaiming, "You won the title of chef so quickly. Isn't that a bit too easy? Does this mean Huanmeng has fulfilled her dream? Does she still need to go to the Grand Line?" Mitsai suddenly felt a pang of worry, pondering, could it be that Huanmeng is preparing a final supper? What? No way. I just boarded the ship, and now someone wants to disembark. Xiao Yuni inquired. Longwei shook his wine gourd, saying, "This gourd of fine wine. Without Huanmeng's dishes, it's simply not enjoyable to drink. I love Huanmeng's cooking." "I really don't want her to leave," Jinna added, her eyes brimming with tears, affected by the melancholic mood of the three. Suddenly, Huanmeng called from the kitchen, "Dinner's ready. Is anyone coming to help serve the dishes?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Mitsai, Longwei, and Xiao Yuni rushed to assist. After bringing 13 large dishes and 7 small ones to the grand round dining table, Huanmeng emerged from the kitchen, wiping the sweat from her brow, joyfully announcing, "Today is a day worth celebrating, and I want to take this opportunity to announce something." Before Huanmeng could reveal her news, the four wore tear-streaked faces, their eyes glistening with moisture as they looked at her, causing Huanmeng's joyful spirit to falter, sensing something was amiss. "What is with those expressions? Don't you like the full fish banquet I prepared? This is the 6-legged golden dragon fish I painstakingly won in the competition. It's extremely rare. Come, taste it," Huanmeng said, perplexed. "Huanmeng, please don't leave us," Jinna implored. "Huh? When did I say I was leaving?" Huanmeng was taken aback. "Just now. Captain Mitsai said once you earned the title of chef, you would leave us." Jinna explained. It was then that Huanmeng understood why the four wore such glum expressions. It was all Mitsai's doing. "Mitsai, you silly fool who only knows how to eat without thinking," Huanmeng exclaimed, holding up the trophy. "Look closely, it says Eastern Sea's top chef, not sea chef. This chef competition in Rogtown isn't a big deal. What I truly aspire to is the legendary chef competition held once every 4 years in all blue, where one can attain the highest honor in the culinary world, the sea chef." "Oh, so that is how it is," Mike chuckled and quickly exclaimed, "Let us feast." "Wait a moment. I have yet to make the announcement," Huanmeng interjected. "Then do so swiftly," Mike urged, grasping a piece of fried fish with eagerness. Huanmeng, with a serious demeanor, proclaimed, "Having consumed the 6-legged golden dragon fish, let us toast to our future voyages filled with abundance and prosperity. May fortune be ever in our favor." "Excellent. Cheers." The 5 of them raised their glasses in celebration of Huanmeng's achievement as the premier culinary master of the East Sea. "Hey, Huanmeng, where is the Sea of Legends? Why is it that one can only attain the title of sea chef there?" Kana inquired. Huanmeng took a sip of red wine and replied, "This world is divided into 4 great seas, east, west, south, and north, by the Red Earth continent and the Grand Line. Under normal circumstances, the fish from these 4 seas cannot communicate with one another. However, the Sea of Legends within the Grand Line gathers fish from all corners of the seas, and only exceptional chefs can reach it. Hence, it is there that one can earn the highest honor of the sea chef." "Wow, that's incredible. With me around, I will surely take you to the Sea of Legends," Kana declared. Huanmeng raised her wine glass to clink with Kana's and said, "Thank you, little sister Kana." Once the feast commenced, Mike lapsed into silence, succumbing to his insatiable hunger, devouring without restraint. Ultimately, it was estimated that he consumed 60% of the lavish banquet. "Longwei, just how much wine is in that gourd of yours? You've already poured out 30 cups, yet it seems inexhaustible," Mike inquired, rubbing his round belly. "This gourd is a treasured heirloom of our family." Longwei replied, "A family heirloom?" Mike exclaimed in astonishment. "Typically, a family heirloom is among the most precious items, and it is rare for someone to carry it about, as Longwei does. This gourd has an extraordinary name." Longwei teased, "What's so remarkable about a mere name?" I said, collecting the leftover fish bones from the table. This golden fish bone more impressive. I shall affix these bones to my arrows to enhance their power." "Indeed, Its name is never full. No matter how much wine is poured into it, it never fills. Yet I often find it empty from my drinking. Longway exclaimed, though. This gourd is rather intriguing. Never full. Huh? Mike laughed heartily, after they had feasted. Longway and Kaunii began washing the dishes, while Kana stepped outside to assess the wind direction, leaving Huandream to tidy the dining table until it was spotless. Mike leisurely settled onto the sofa, rubbing his belly to aid digestion, feeling somewhat overstuffed and drowsy, as if deprived of blood to his brain. That he reclined against the sofa and soon drifted into slumber, dreaming of himself seated upon a throne at sea, surrounded by a bevy of beautiful maidens. Suddenly, a shout jolted Mike awake. "Captain Mike, there is a naval warship ahead," Kana cried. Mike, momentarily stunned, thought, could Smoker have caught up with us so soon? Even if he did, he should be pursuing us from behind. How could he be in front of our ship? Mike dashed outside. Should we alter our course? Kana suggested that I can change the wind direction to shake off the Navy. Just then, Kaunii, stationed at the lookout, shouted, "Mike, the warship is sending an SOS signal." "Very well. Kana, let us approach and investigate," Mike commanded. "But Mike, that is a Navy ship. Approaching could bring us trouble." Kana cautioned that if we have chosen to traverse the Grand Line, we must possess the courage to face all challenges, Mike asserted. "All right, I will follow your lead, Mike," Kana replied, turning the ship's helm as they sailed directly towards the warship. Upon nearing, Mike discerned a young girl standing at the ship's lookout, her clothing marked with soot, spelling out the SOS signal in black. Mike recognized her as ABI's, a girl exploited by the Navy. ABI's had consumed the whispering devil fruit, granting her the ability to understand animal speech, which the Navy sought to exploit in locating the bones of a Millennium Dragon for crafting an immortal potion. However, ABI's had no desire to be used by the Navy and was attempting to escape. But unable to swim due to the devil fruit's effects, she had sought refuge atop the lookout for help. "Help! Someone save me!" ABI's cried desperately upon spotting their ship, as several naval soldiers climbed the rope ladder towards her. Suddenly, Kana rushed over, cupping her hands, summoning a whirlpool bathtub. The whirlwind swirled towards ABI's like a bathtub. As it approached, Kana shouted, "Little sister, jump in here, I will catch you." ABI's hesitated, gazing at the spinning vortex. "I'm scared." "It's all right, trust me. Jump quickly," Kana urged fervently. At that moment, several naval soldiers spotted Kana and without hesitation began firing at her. Just as the bullets were about to strike, Mike dashed in front of Kana, shielding her from harm. The bullets struck Mike, producing a metallic clang before the bullets fell to the ground. "Mike, are you all right?" Kana asked anxiously. "That I'm fine. My body is as tough as iron." Mike chuckled. Suddenly, a naval soldier who had climbed to the lookout grabbed Abby's clothing. "Ah!" ABI screamed, closing her eyes as she leaped towards the whirlpool bathtub. Although the whirlpool was spinning, ABI's landed steadily inside. Kana skillfully guided the whirlpool back, bringing along the soldier who had clutched ABI's. "Take that!" Mike kicked the soldier in the stomach, sending him flying away. Kana gently placed ABI's on the deck, asking, "Little sister, are you hurt? You must have been frightened." "I'm fine, thank you," ABI's replied. "What is your name?" "Little sister, where are your family?" Kana inquired kindly. Upon seeing ABI's, Kana felt a nostalgic kinship, reminiscent of her own childhood. "My name is ABI's. I live on Battleship Island," she said. "All right, I will take you home," Kana promised. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the warship, clad in a gray suit, sporting a question mark-shaped hairstyle, with long nails. None other than Eric, who was intent on acquiring the dragon bones. "You little pirates, hand over that girl," Eric commanded. "How despicable! How can the Navy not spare even a little girl?" Kana rebuked. "I'm not Navy. I'm a Navy mercenary," sighed Whirlwind Eric. "She is of great importance to me. You shall not take her," Eric declared. Mike approached Kana, saying, "Kana, take ABI's back to the cabin. I will handle this." At that moment, Eric suddenly rubbed his fingertips together and proclaimed, "Scythe Whirlwind Slash," just as Kana was about to carry ABI's away. Eric's hands danced wildly, unleashing a whirlwind laden with razor-sharp blades towards them. Mike swiftly leaped to protect Kana and ABI's with his body. Once the Scythe Whirlwind Slash subsided, Mike's new clothes were tattered, riddled with holes, and even his hair looked as though it had been chewed by a dog. "Kana, ABI's, am I protecting you both safely? Did the Scythe Whirlwind harm you?" Mike inquired with concern. It was then that Mike realized he had been somewhat flustered. Awkwardly positioned atop Kana as they shielded ABI's. I'm fine, but you seem quite heavy, making it hard for me to breathe, Kana remarked. Mike quickly straightened up, realizing the awkwardness of his posture. Longway suddenly drew his sword, saying, Mike, leave this sword-wielding fellow to me. I do not wish to miss any opportunity to battle a swordsman. In the world of One Piece, a sword refers to any bladed weapon, so whether wielding a knife or a sword, one can be termed a swordsman. Longway, pay attention. He isn't carrying a sword. He wields the scythe devil fruit. Mike warned that a scythe is still a blade. Longway shouted at Mike. Mike could sense the fervent determination within Longway's heart to prove himself as the mightiest swordsman, and thus replied, Very well. Your voice is loud. You take the lead. Thank you, Captain. The corners of Longway's mouth curled into a smile as he spoke. At that moment, Eric, standing on the warship, declared, You, little pirate, your blade is fit only for slicing vegetables, while my scythe is meant for taking lives. Anyone who dares impede my quest for the dragon bone will meet their demise. Scythe slash. Eric's fingertips ignited a deep blue flame against his lips, subsequently unleashing a fiery scythe strike toward Longway. As the scythe strike approached, Longway swiftly parried with his blade. Suddenly, the scythe, deflected by Longway, spun around in a 180-degree arc and attacked him once more. Longway had never witnessed a deflected strike returning to assault him in such a manner, and the blow cut a gash across his arm. Is this all the damage you can muster? Watch me, Longway replied coldly with a calm demeanor. One sword style. Blade of revenge. With a vigorous motion, Longway unleashed a scythe-like blade of energy, crackling with lightning, aimed at Eric. Just then, a figure clad in a white suit leaped out from behind Eric, wielding a spinning circular weapon that effortlessly deflected the blade of energy. What on earth is that? Do not interfere in our duel, Longway exclaimed in shock. The figure in the white suit, upon halting the rotation of the circular weapon, revealed it to resemble a windmill-like blade. I am the Navy mercenary Uzaza, and I shall demonstrate the might of the windmill crescent blade, Uzaza proclaimed. Such a blade exists, Longway murmured. Meanwhile, Mike interjected, Longway, are you up to the task? Perhaps I should take over. Stand aside. Regardless of the bizarre weapons they wield, I shall face them head-on, Longway asserted resolutely. Suddenly, Kana approached Longway and said, I will handle the scythe-wielding Eric. You take care of Uzaza. Why should that be? Both of them are my adversaries, Longway retorted to Kana. Because Eric's skills also involve a whirlwind. I refuse to let a scythe-wielder tarnish the whirlwinds, Kana responded. You? Longway found himself at a loss for words. Your arm is already injured. Do not take on two at once. Are you daring enough to compete with me? Kana challenged. What kind of competition? Let us see whose blade is swifter, yours or my whirlwind. I want Captain Mike to know that my whirlwind can not only sail the ship, but can also be used for combat. Very well. Let us compete, Longway agreed. Mike, grinning at the side, exclaimed, Excellent. I shall be the judge. Let us see if our ship's second strongest fighter, Longway, can surpass the unarmed female navigator. Ha! At this moment, Eric and Uzaza, standing on the warship, were utterly bewildered. These two little pirates completely disregarded them and treated them as mere tools for their competition, which was intolerable. Hey, you two defeated foes dare to speak so arrogantly. Do you wish for your demise to come even swifter? Eric scoffed. Quickly cut down these little pirates. Once they are dealt with, Abisi will obediently return to us, Uzaza declared. Ignoring both, Kana and Longway exchanged glances and announced, Begin, whirlwind of the skies. Kana brought her palms together, spun them inward, then rapidly rotated outward, unleashing an unprecedented whirlwind that surged toward Eric like a coiling dragon. One sword style, fierce dragon slash. Longway crouched low, adopting a bow stance, and with a powerful push of his back leg, surged forward in unison with Kana's whirlwind. Witnessing this, Eric and Uzaza were dumbfounded. They had not anticipated the two who had just suffered a setback to launch such a ferocious counterattack. In a moment of disbelief, Eric suddenly felt his body involuntarily spiral along with the approaching whirlwind. In the next instant, before he could comprehend the situation, Eric was swept away by the whirlwind, soaring higher and farther until he became a mere speck in the distance, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Longway leapt onto the warship, springing off the railing to gain even greater speed. A shadow flashed past Uzaza, who hurriedly raised his windmill crescent blade to block Longwei's fierce strike. However, in the blink of an eye, Longwei had already positioned himself behind Yuzaza, confidently sheathing his blade with a resounding click. Suddenly, Yuzaza's windmill crescent blade shattered with a loud crash, leaving a deep gash on his front, blood splattering forth. Yuzaza cried out in agony before collapsing forward, lifeless in a pool of blood, the Navy soldiers on the warship. Witnessing one captain being sent flying and the other slain, stared in shock, unable to comprehend the calamity unfolding before them. Longwei, with a fierce glare, surveyed the remaining naval soldiers and coldly declared, "Who else? Come forth." Upon hearing this, the soldiers were instantly struck with fear, scattering in all directions, abandoning the warship as they plunged into the sea. "What a bunch of worthless fools," Longwei scoffed disdainfully before leaping back onto the windbreaker. "Mike, who is swifter between us?" Longwei inquired confidently. Mike gasped in surprise, realizing he should not have agreed to be the judge. The two had been so evenly matched that he found it difficult to decide. Suddenly, Abisi piped up, "Sister Kana's whirlwind is the fastest. You had to jump onto the warship and back, while Sister Kana stood still and sent that bad guy flying. Abisi is right. Come with me to the cabin. There are delicious snacks that Sister Huanyun made," Kana said as she lifted Abisi into her arms. Abisi stuck her tongue out at Longwei while nestled in Kana's embrace. Longwei, feeling a wave of embarrassment, could only sweat awkwardly. "Am I truly slower than her?" Longwei questioned Mike defiantly. "You're both incredibly fast. While you were launching your moves, I was tying my shoelaces. Before I could finish, you both had already concluded." Mike hastily diverted the topic. "I'll go find Huanyun to change clothes. This outfit is a bit breezy. You should ask Joe Uni up above. He has a telescope and can see clearly." Mike casually passed the blame onto Joe Uni. "What kind of judge are you? At such a critical moment, you're tying your shoelaces," Longwei remarked, then realized, "Wait a minute. You don't even have shoelaces." By the time Longwei grasped the situation, Mike had already dashed into the small house. Longwei could only turn to Joe Uni to ask who was faster, but Joe Uni, knowing that any answer would likely offend someone, quickly replied, "I was looking too far with the telescope. I couldn't see you too clearly up close." "But Longwei, don't be upset. Children often speak without thinking." Even Longwei, despite his occasional dullness, could discern the underlying message in Joe Uni's words. "Very well. It seems I must not only bolster my strength, but also enhance my speed," Longwei concluded, then entered the gym, setting the treadmill to a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. In the house, Huanyun emerged from the kitchen to find Kana carrying a BC inside. "Has the battle outside concluded?" Huanyun inquired. "Yes, it was easily settled by me and Longwei. This is the little girl who called for help on the warship. Her name is Abisi," Kana replied. "Oh, look at this poor child. She must be famished. Would you like to have some cake that I made, dear?" Huanyun offered a piece of strawberry custard cake to Abisi. Abisi, gazing at the cake, asked, "Who are you?" "I am a pirate." Huanyun answered, "A pirate? Did you poison the cake?" Abisi questioned. "Poison? Ha! For someone so young, you certainly have a keen mind." Huanyun chuckled, scooping a spoonful of cake into her mouth. "I've already tasted it. You can eat it without worry." The ethereal dream placed the cake upon the dining table. It was only then that Abisi, having descended from Kana, scampered over to the table and began to devour the cake with great fervor. Kana retrieved a bottle of juice from the refrigerator for Abisi. Observing her ravenous state at that moment, Mike entered and addressed Dream, who was seated on the sofa, saying, "Dream, do you have my clothes? I wish to change, but your outfit looks perfectly fine. Why would you want to change?" "You aren't even participating in the battle," Dream replied, perplexed. However, as Mike turned his back to her, Dream couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Mike appeared as though he were wearing a backless outfit, with his trousers allowing a draft to pass through. "What on earth happened? The front looks fine, yet the back is in such a state. Did you tumble down a spiked slide?" Dream chuckled. Mike, visibly embarrassed, thought to himself, what does a spiked slide even mean? That hardly qualifies as a slide. It should be called a grater. Meanwhile, Kana stepped in to alleviate the situation, saying, "Sister Dream, please refrain from mocking Captain Mike. He has been cut to shreds by the scythe Whirlwind while protecting me." "Oh, is that so? Thankfully, I foresaw this and purchased extra clothing. They're neatly organized in the wardrobe, each with a name on the cabinet door. You may change at your leisure," Dream declared. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Dream," Mike exclaimed before rushing off to the wardrobe. After finishing her cake, Abisi felt that both Kana and Dream were quite kind to her and not villains at all. Thus, she recounted her ordeal of being captured by the Navy mercenaries. "Sister Kana, I wish to go home. Will you take me back?" Abisi cried. "I can help you with laundry, cooking, and cleaning as compensation. What a sweet little sister you are. I truly wish to escort you home. But I must first consult Brother Mike, for he is the captain," Kana replied. Abisi, feeling somewhat disheartened, lowered her head. Dream gently patted Abisi's head, reassuring her, "Do not worry, little sister. Mike will surely agree to take you home. If he refuses, I shall deny him food." Just then, Mike returned from changing clothes and fortuitously overheard Dream's last remark, quickly interjecting, "Dream, you may withhold food from anyone you wish, but you cannot deny me my meals. You promised me I wouldn't starve. Mike, your timing is impeccable. We were just discussing something that requires your input." Dream stated, "No need to elaborate. I already know. To Battleship Island we go. Set sail," Mike shouted. Dream laughed, saying, "Mike truly is quite the clever one, a jack of all trades." At this, Kana and Abisi joined in joyous laughter. Battleship Island is situated near the doldrums along the Grand Line, its appearance reminiscent of a warship, which is how it acquired its name. However, Battleship Island harbors a little-known secret. To its east lies a legendary lost island. This lost island serves as the burial mound for the ancient thousand-year dragon and the birthplace of the young thousand-year dragon. Appearing only once every millennium and typically concealed beneath the sea, Mike delivered Abisi to Battleship Island, graciously declining her invitation for them to return home for her grandfather's delectable pork buns. Although Abisi's grandfather's buns were indeed delicious, Mike had no desire to endure the old man's endless, tedious tales at that moment. Mike called Abisi aside and said, "The Lost Island is just east of Battleship Island and will soon make its appearance. When that occurs, you can bring the thousand-year dragon back to its lair and fulfill its wish." Abisi gazed at Mike in astonishment, scarcely able to believe her ears. "How do you know about the dragon?" "As Sister Dream mentioned, I am quite knowledgeable," Mike replied. Suddenly, Abisi's expression shifted to one of alarm as she exclaimed, "Are you also seeking the dragon's bones to create an elixir of immortality? You are all villains. I will never allow you to harm the dragon." "Abisi, there is no such thing as an elixir of immortality. Those Navy mercenaries are merely deceiving themselves." Mike reassured her, "Remember what I said. Be patient for a few days, and you will be able to help the dragon fulfill its wish." "Yes." Abisi nodded vigorously. Kana approached, embracing Abisi with reluctance, saying, "Wait for me to return from the Grand Line, and I shall come find you." "All right? Okay. Wishing you a safe journey, sister. May everyone travel safely." Abisi waved goodbye to Mike and the others. The ship, riding the waves, swiftly departed from Battleship Island, heading towards the entrance of the Grand Line. "Kana, we should soon reach the entrance of the Grand Line." "Shouldn't we?" Mike inquired. Kana produced a map of the Grand Line she had purchased in Rogue Town, stating, "Indeed, we shall reach Reverse Mountain if we take a detour to the west." Suddenly, Dream pointed at the map, exclaiming, "We are quite close to the Grand Line. Mike, let us enter through the doldrums. That way, we won't need to take the long route through Reverse Mountain." Kana's expression shifted with concern. "That is not advisable. With our current strength, entering the doldrums would be akin to walking into the jaws of death. Although I can generate wind within the doldrums to provide propulsion for the ship, the Sea Kings lurking there could easily devour both us and the vessel." Longway expressed skepticism. "Is it really that formidable? I would love to see it." Xiao Yuni quickly interjected, "Longway, if you want to become a Sea King snack, don't drag us into it. I've heard that a Sea King's sneeze can stir up a hurricane." "Oh, now I'm even more intrigued," Longway replied. Seeing the group in disagreement, Kana hastily turned to Mike. "Let us not bicker. We shall heed the captain's decision. Mike, you are the captain. You must decide whether we should safely navigate around Reverse Mountain or recklessly cut through and risk provoking the Sea Kings." Mike realized that being a captain had its perks. Although they often bickered over trivial matters, insignificant decisions, they looked to him for guidance. Kana is correct. The Grand Line is sandwiched between two doldrums, acting as a natural barrier. Within the doldrums, there is a complete lack of wind. Without the wind to propel our vessel, we would be rendered immobile. Furthermore, the doldrums serve as a nesting ground for the Sea Kings. We have neither sea stone to mask our ship's presence nor the Haki to deter the Sea Kings. Thus, should we enter, it would be exceedingly difficult to guarantee everyone's safety. Mike concluded at this point. Kana and Xiao Yuni displayed expressions of delight, believing that Mike's words indicated he preferred to enter safely through Reverse Mountain. However, Mike continued, since we are so close to the doldrums and none of us have encountered a Sea King before, let us venture into the doldrums for a brief experience. Let us behold the true nature of the Sea Kings. Oh yeah, we're going to see the Sea Kings, Longway exclaimed in excitement. Dream pondered. If we could capture a Sea King for a meal, I wonder what it would taste like. Would it be better fried or grilled? What? We would be walking to our doom. Why are you two so cheerful about this? Kana shouted. Xiao Yuni remarked. Even if we managed to capture a Sea King, our ship couldn't accommodate even one of its eyes. It appeared that the group's opinions regarding entering the doldrums were quite clear, 2 in favor and 2 against. However, with 5 individuals on board, Mike also favored attempting the doldrums, tipping the scale to 3 against 2, thus adhering to the majority rule. This time, Mike was grateful that their numbers were odd, preventing any ties in voting. Nevertheless, to soothe the wounded spirits of Kana and Xiao Yuni, he said, we shall merely observe the edges of the doldrums. We won't venture too deep. Consider it a sightseeing trip, should we encounter an attack from a Sea King. We will swiftly turn the ship around and retreat. That way, we shall be just fine. Reluctantly, Kana and Xiao Yuni nodded in agreement. Battleship Island was very close to the doldrums, and it wasn't long before they arrived. As the riding the waves merely entered the fringes of the doldrums, the sails that had previously billowed in the wind became limp, and the Jolly Roger atop the mast drooped down. The water's surface was eerily calm, devoid of even the slightest ripple, and an unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings, with not a single sound to be heard. Mike, how long must we wait here? Perhaps we should reconsider and leave. The eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, sending a shiver down Xiao Yuni's spine as he stammered. If a chicken were tossed into a pond inhabited by crocodiles, how long do you think it would take for them to notice? Mike offered this analogy to in an instant. Xiao Yuni grasped the underlying implication of Mike's words, his entire body trembling with fear. Just then, enormous geysers began to erupt across the nearby sea, water surging skyward. Brace yourselves, for the Sea Kings are about to make their appearance, Mike warned. Longway suddenly drew his sword, Jing Lei, gripping it tightly as he declared, I am prepared. I shall sever its head and roast it for our feast. Huanmeng, transforming into a fiery phoenix, eagerly chimed in. Capturing one for our reserves wouldn't be such a bad idea. Mike gazed at Longway and Huanmeng, pondering, what audacity propels these two fools? They dare to challenge the Sea Kings. Let us see if they maintain such bravado once the Sea Kings emerge. At that moment, Jianna and Xiaoyuni, disregarding any notions of propriety, clung to one another. Their souls nearly vanquished by fear even before encountering the Sea Kings. Suddenly, a dark figure began to rise from the ocean's surface, growing larger and taller until it rivaled the size of an island and towered as high as a skyscraper. However, the group quickly realized that this was merely the head of a Sea King. When it fully emerged, Mike was taken aback. He had known the Sea Kings were colossal, but this was beyond imagination. One could surmise that 100 near Sea Kings combined would not equal the size of a single Sea King. Moreover, many more of these giants continued to surface, each more bizarre than the last, some resembling massive black bulls. Others like crocodiles, frogs, or even cobras, adorned with vibrant patterns throughout their bodies. Longway, do you dare to engage? Huanmeng inquired. It seems a bit beyond my expectations. Longway replied that if you don't, I shall. Huanmeng declared, flapping her wings as she soared toward a formidable Sea King, its body black as night, with the head of a bull and the body of a serpent. Huanmeng, don't go. It's dangerous, Mike shouted. The mistress is indeed formidable. Even in such perilous circumstances, she risks everything for provisions. To the bull-headed serpent Sea King, Huanmeng appeared as insignificant as a mere mosquito. Huanmeng landed atop the Sea King's head. Her fiery claws struck down momentarily. In an instant, the bull-headed serpent Sea King recoiled in pain, jerking its head back, and Huanmeng fell from its crown. Huanmeng, come back, Mike urgently called out to that moment. A rooster-headed cobra Sea King, hearing Mike's cries, turned its gaze toward the windbreaker. This is bad. Our ship has been targeted, Mike exclaimed. Jianna, time for sightseeing is over. We must flee. Wait, Longway interrupted. Now that we're here, How can we discern the disparity without testing it? Gripping the hilt of his sword, he summoned strength, electricity crackling along Jing Lei's blade. Terrifying triple slash. With a swift motion, Long Wei executed 3 strikes. The resulting energy forming a sparking triangular wave aimed at the rooster-headed Cobra Sea King. Yet, upon impact, the slash merely fizzled, akin to a spark extinguished in a vast ocean. The gap truly this vast? Long Wei gasped in disbelief. Mike scratched his head, perplexed by Long Wei and Huanmeng's reckless behavior. They had initially intended merely to sightsee, yet these two seemed unfazed by danger, eager to confront it. Their bravery was commendable, yet their actions were foolish. The previously inconspicuous group now drew the attention of every Sea King, all of them fixated on the humans as if they were mere ants. Just then, Huanmeng, intending to attack the bull-headed serpent Sea King once more, was targeted by a frog Sea King, poised to snatch her with its elongated tongue. Simultaneously, the rooster-headed Cobra Sea King surged toward the windbreaker. Its mouth agape like a gaping chasm, rows of sharp teeth resembling small mountain peaks within its maw. Each tooth was larger than 10 windbreakers combined. Jinnah, set sail quickly. Ignore me, Mike urged, activating his moon step to reach Huanmeng. Upon hearing Mike's call, Jinnah hesitated no longer. She extended her arms and waved toward the sails, a gust of wind filling them as the windbreaker sliced through the waves, escaping the doldrums. However, the rooster-headed Cobra Sea King swam with astonishing speed. Closing in on the windbreaker, in a moment of bravado, Xiao Yuni struck his chest, bolstering his courage. I am a man capable of piercing the sun. Why should I fear mere Sea Kings? Yet, internally he mused. We all doomed anyway. I might as well fight back. He retrieved his bow and arrows, drawing 3 2-meter-long arrows tipped with the sharp spines of 6-legged golden dragon fish, golden bone arrows. Go. Xiao Yuni released the arrows in unison. All 3 arrows struck true within the Cobra Sea King's mouth. Mistaking them for food, it swallowed them whole. Little did it know that each arrow was laced with a small explosive. As the arrows lodged in its throat, the explosives detonated, driving the golden spines deep into its tender flesh. The rooster-headed Cobra Sea King let out a pained cough, abruptly halting its pursuit of the windbreaker. It tilted its head back, expelling a cough that surged toward the ship like a tempest. Is this ferocity even possible? Xiao Yuni shrieked, clinging to the mast. Long Wei grasped the ship's railing tightly, while Jinnah firmly gripped the helm, realizing that the winds they generated were utterly insignificant compared to the storm unleashed by the Sea King's cough. The windbreaker finally faced its first true storm since setting sail, racing toward the safety of the eastern sea. Fortunately, the ship was sturdy enough to withstand the monstrous waves, successfully navigating out of the stormy waters. Meanwhile, Mike leapt from the ship, employing his moon step to rescue Huanmeng. The Frog Sea King, aiming its bifurcated tongue at Huanmeng, resembled a gigantic clamp, ready to ensnare her as a meal. Huanmeng, dodge, Mike shouted urgently. Huanmeng, startled by Mike's voice, turned just in time to evade capture. At that moment, Mike propelled himself off another Crocodile Sea King, executing a swift maneuver, swift shift. Without a second thought, he seized one of Huanmeng's talons, just as the Frog Sea King's tongue was about to ensnare her. Huanmeng shrank her form, reverting to her human shape and narrowly avoiding the grasp. Let us go, Mike urged, clutching Huanmeng's leg as he nimbly dodged the oncoming attacks of the Sea Kings, utilizing his moon step to evade their clutches. Fortunately, the Sea King's massive size rendered their attacks less agile, allowing Mike to deftly navigate through their strikes. Once outside the encirclement of the Sea Kings, Mike glanced down at Huanmeng. However, upon seeing her in a short skirt, he found it impossible to look away, nearly losing control as blood rushed to his face. Huanmeng's sixth sense alerted her to Mike's gaze, prompting her to look up and discover him unabashedly peering beneath her skirt. Mike, you pervert, put me down. How shameless, she fumed. Mike, momentarily entranced, snapped back to reality upon her scolding, awkwardly averting his gaze. I can't let go. If I do, you'll fall into the sea. You lecherous captain. Had I known, I wouldn't have boarded your ship. Huanmeng retorted. Did I want to disembark? Just a moment. Let me adjust your position. Mike spoke as he swung one of Dream's legs forward. Dream executed a stunning 900-degree turn, spinning 2.5 times right in front of Mike. Dream exclaimed in surprise. Immediately after, Mike grasped her tightly, and the two of them had a moment of close contact in midair. Mike's lips brushing against Dream's face. "Keep your distance." Dream suddenly slapped his forehead, nearly sending his head spinning backward. "Whoa, it was unintentional, purely coincidental." Mike lamented helplessly. "I'll give you a pounding until your head is swollen." Dream, momentarily enraged, struck Mike's head twice more at that moment. Mike finally spotted the ship, the windbreaker, and thought to himself, "Kana, Longway, and Kaiania must have escaped safely. All right, I'll set you down on the ship," Mike hurriedly declared. He quickened his pace and finally reached the vessel, gently placing Dream down. Dream shot Mike a glance, clenched her fist, as if warning him not to divulge her secret of being caught in a compromising situation. Mike, not comprehending her intent, simply offered, "I'm sorry. It's fine. It's fine. As long as everyone is safe." Dream feigned indifference. She certainly did not want the others on the ship to know that Mike had seen her in such a state. The embarrassment was unbearable. The three individuals, who had been anxiously awaiting the return of Dream and Mike, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them return safely. "That was close," Kana exclaimed. "So thrilling," Longway added. "We were almost dinner. What a stroke of luck," Kaianii remarked. "It's a pity we didn't capture any as provisions," Dream commented. "What a marvelous sight to behold. Truly enlightening," Mike said with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Dream sensed something amiss in Mike's words and, raising her fist, struck him on the head, causing a lump to form. "What's wrong?" "Is it my fault?" Mike said, pouting in grievance. "Mike, if you utter anything inappropriate again, I'll starve you for 3 days," Dream threatened. "No. If I go 3 days without food, I'll die. I've tried it myself. A person really can perish without food for 3 days," Mike exclaimed in panic. "I've decided, no meals for you for 2 days, until you realize your mistake," Dream declared. Mike was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, "I already know my mistake. I shouldn't have peeked under your skirt." "I'm sorry, Mike." Dream was instantly infuriated. She removed her shoe and stuffed it into Mike's mouth. "That'll teach you to babble on." Mike endured another bout of Dream's wrath. Must every ship have such a boisterous woman aboard? Is this roughness innate or cultivated over time? Mike found himself at a loss for an answer. He remembered the first time he saw Dream. She had been a cute girl with a red ponytail. Ever since she gained control over food and finances, her demeanor had transformed into one of wildness. Kana, Longway, and Kaianii watched as Dream pummeled Mike. Initially, they felt a twinge of sympathy, but soon they all exclaimed in unison, "What?" Peeking under skirts, upon hearing their cries, Dream plopped down on the ground, lamenting, "It's over. My image is ruined. I shouldn't have boarded this cursed ship. I want to disembark." "No, Dream sister, you can't say that. It will hurt Captain Mike's feelings." Kana gently embraced Dream. "Kana, is my image completely shattered?" Dream asked, feeling aggrieved. Mike had anticipated that the usually carefree Dream would have such a heavy concern about her image. "It's all right. Our image was already lost when we spied on them changing. It's fine. Letting go of a false image allows us to truly face ourselves. Image is merely a shell that binds us," Kana reassured. After hearing Kana's words, Dream's heart began to lighten, thinking, "True, after all. I am wearing my cute underwear. It's not like Mike saw everything. I didn't let that guy see anything substantial. Indeed, let go of the pretentious image and embrace adventure," Longway encouraged. "Who doesn't know a little something about each other? No need to be overly concerned about appearances," Kaianii chimed in boldly. Suddenly, Dream stood up, delivering a punch to both Longway and Kaianii's heads. "You little rascals. What are you saying? You all go clean the deck. No food until it's spotless." "Yes, Mike," Longway and Kaianii responded in unison before grabbing brooms and mops to tidy up. "Mike, why do we have to listen to her?" Kaianii inquired. "Flexibility is the mark of true manhood. We must be fierce in front of our enemies and gentle with our comrades," Mike replied. "Exactly, Mike's right. Never argue with a woman. Admitting fault is the best weapon for self-preservation," Longway added. "Hurry up. I'm already starving," Mike urged. All right. The thought of the delicious meals Dream would prepare spurred the three into action with renewed vigor. At that moment, Kana suddenly asked, "Mike, we've seen the Sea Kings, so we can safely enter the entrance of Upside Down Mountain, right?" Mike raised his mop and shouted, "All right, set sail for Upside Down Mountain. Let us go." Despite the bickering and chaos, Mike remained the captain, the cohesive spirit of the entire crew. after they finished cleaning the windbreaker. The three collapsed on the outdoor balcony of the little cottage, panting from exhaustion. Kana and Dream sat nearby under a sunshade, indulging in small cakes and sipping lemon tea, looking utterly relaxed and content. At that moment, Kana, holding a nautical chart, frowned deeply, seemingly troubled by something. Is there a mistake on the chart I bought? Or is my understanding flawed? How can the entrance to the Grand Line be at the peak of Upside Down Mountain? Are we supposed to carry the ship up the mountain? Kana bombarded them with questions, prompting Dream, who had been perusing a cookbook, to look up in surprise. The entrance is on the mountain. How can that be? That must be a mistake. It shouldn't be wrong. I bought this chart from a reputable store, Kana insisted. Dream, look, the 5 streams flowing down Upside Down Mountain. The 4 corner streams lead to the 4 seas, while the central stream flows toward the Grand Line. If we wish to enter the Grand Line, we need to go upstream and reach the peak of Upside Down Mountain. What? We have to carry the ship up the mountain? That sounds like quite the workout. But how high is Upside Down Mountain? Longway asked, soaring into the clouds. Beyond sight, Kana replied. Kayuni quickly sat up. Kana, can't you use your whirlwind technique? You could blow our ship to the top of the mountain. With my current strength, I can blow people, but not a ship, especially not that high. Even if I could lift it, what if I run out of strength midair? Our ship would plummet, and we'd all perish. Kana explained. Dream frowned. Carrying the ship up the mountain with just the 5 of us is definitely not feasible. Are there any strong men nearby we can hire? We would need at least 100 strong men to help us carry the ship up. Mike, listening to their increasingly absurd ideas, thought, if it were just the 4 of them setting sail, who knows what trouble they would stir up. The notion of having people carry the ship up Upside Down Mountain was utterly ludicrous. Your ideas are indeed unique. However, this method is impractical. There are very few individuals in the world who could scale the Red Earth continent by hand. Like Fisher Tiger, Mike stated. What should we do then? Kana asked. Mike stood up, walked over to Kana, and said, let me see the chart. Knowing Mike was well-versed in many matters, Kana quickly handed him the chart, hoping he would provide a suitable solution. Upon examining the chart, Mike couldn't help but chuckle. Mike, what are you laughing at? Kana asked, puzzled. This chart is fake. The person who drew it has surely never been to Upside Down Mountain. It must be a pirated version of someone else's chart. Mike revealed. What? I purchased it from an authentic store. How could it possibly be a counterfeit nautical chart? Jinnah inquired. Mike shook his head and replied. Recently, the businesses in Rogtown have been plummeting. It is quite plausible that authentic stores resort to selling counterfeit goods to sustain their livelihood. However, there is no need for excessive worry. Aside from the erroneous direction of the water flow on the inverted mountain, everything else is accurate. Jinnah blinked in disbelief, exclaiming, the water flow direction is incorrect? Is it not supposed to flow downward from the mountain, but rather upward? Mike nodded, confirming, indeed. The waters of the 4 maritime regions rely on the force of ocean currents to flow upwards to the inverted mountain, where they converge through the central stream into the Grand Line. Upon hearing Mike's explanation, the 4 finally comprehended how the ship ascended the mountain. At that moment, a thick fog began to rise from the sea, and through the mist, a colossal peak loomed ahead, its summit obscured from view. Suddenly, the ship, windbreaker, accelerated sharply. Longway, quickly stow the sails. We must harness the speed of the ocean current to surge forward, Jinnah commanded. Understood, Longway responded, swiftly climbing the mast to retract all sails. Kayuni, steer the ship well. No problem, Jinnah. With me at the helm, we shall not lose our course, Kayuni assured that he donned the binoculars he had purchased in Rogtown, firmly grasping the helm. Mike, Huanmeng, be ready for any unforeseen circumstances. We are about to reach the water gate. We must pass through smoothly, without colliding with the inverted mountain. Jinnah expressed her concern. True to her role as the navigator, Jinnah was more attentive to sudden navigational challenges than Mike. Yet, despite her diligence, fate had other plans. The windbreaker veered too far from the water gate. If this continued, only half of the vessel would enter the gate, while the other half would collide with the inverted mountain. Jinnah, what should we do? The helm won't budge, Kayuni shouted as they approached the inverted mountain. The currents became increasingly fierce, battering the rudder beneath the ship, rendering it immobile. Just hold steady. Do not exert too much force to avoid damaging the rudder, Jinnah instructed Kayuni. Hearing her words warmed Mike's heart, and he thought, choosing Jinnah as the navigator was indeed the right decision. She is far more meticulous than Nami. However, even the most diligent navigator could feel helpless against circumstances beyond human control. Longway, unfurl the largest sail in the center. Rotate it 60 degrees to the left. Hurry, Jinna urged. Yes, unfurling the largest sail, rotating 60 degrees to the left. Done. Longway acted swiftly, not daring to delay to end this life-or-death moment. Every individual felt a taut tension in their hearts. Even Mike was sweating profusely. At that instant, he realized that knowledge alone could not resolve matters. One had to attempt it firsthand to ascertain its feasibility. Every year, at the entrance of the Grand Line, countless ships aspiring to enter would crash against the inverted mountain, leading to their destruction, yet many pirates continued to venture here, driven by their undying dreams. Mike firmly believed that they could successfully navigate into the waterway. In a sudden moment of urgency, Jinna decided to utilize a whirlwind to shift the ship slightly to the left. She brought her palms together, rapidly rubbing them, summoning a small whirlwind that intensified with each motion. Move, whirlwind, Jinna exclaimed, abruptly directing the swirling force towards the sails. The ship responded to the exertion, lurching to the right, nearly capsizing. Longway, still on the mast, clung tightly to it, his legs dangling precariously. Wow, Jinna is incredible. We're aligned, Kaionii shouted. However, as the ship stabilized, Kaionii abruptly called out, Jinna, we need to move half a meter to the left. I can't. I'm out of energy. Jinna gasped, collapsing onto the deck. Tio, an outsider. It might have seemed as though Jinna was merely blowing a breeze, but she knew all too well that each use of the whirlwind drained her considerable strength. The speed of the currents continued to escalate, and the windbreaker was nearing the water gate. The right side of the ship was about to collide with the gate. If that occurred, the right side would shatter, causing seawater to flood the cabin, leading to their demise before reaching the inverted mountain. Captain Mike, what should we do? Kaionii shouted hoarsely. We're going to crash. I'm going to die. At that moment, Mike, standing at the bow, furrowed his brow, contemplating, am I destined to perish at the entrance of the Grand Line? My dreams have only just begun. I cannot allow them to end here. Just as the ship was about to collide with the rocky wall on the right side of the water gate, Mike leapt towards the cliff, thinking, even if I must die, I will ensure the safety of the crew. Seeing Mike jump, Kaionii turned pale with fear, crying out, Mike, it's dangerous. Mike, Longway shouted from the mast, tears streaming down his face. Huanmeng and Jinna, too, were taken aback to see Mike leap beneath the ship, both exclaiming in unison, Mike. The four watched in astonishment at Mike's reckless act of self-sacrifice. Yet, in the next moment, Mike pushed off the rocks with his feet. Grasping the bow of the ship, and with a forceful shove, the vessel shifted approximately a meter to the left, successfully passing through the water gate and entering the waterway. However, as Mike attempted to leap back onto the ship, a large rock plummeted from above the water gate, striking him directly. Mike, I'm coming. Huanmeng transformed into a fire phoenix and soared towards him, just as Mike was about to plunge into the water. Huanmeng's claws grasped him tightly. Longway, Jinna, and Kaionii erupted in cheers upon seeing Mike rescued by Huanmeng, shouting, Huanmeng, well done, Captain Mike is safe. Back on board, the unconscious Mike was abruptly awakened by a slap from Huanmeng. Are we all still alive? Mike inquired. Alive, all thanks to you. We're doing well, Huanmeng replied, tears glistening in her eyes. Then why are you crying? Mike asked. Because you moved me. Silly, Huanmeng replied, with a smile curving his lips. Mike declared, I'm hungry. All right. Once we enter the Grand Line, I'll prepare braised pork for you. Mike suddenly felt invigorated, standing tall. Wonderful. Let us revel in the beauty of the inverted mountain, gazing at the scene before him. Mike couldn't help but exclaim, how beautiful. The windbreaker swiftly ascended the rapidly rising waterway towards the inverted mountain. The five, still shaken, were entranced by the breathtaking scenery, their faces beaming with joy as the ship pierced through the clouds. Mike could reach out and touch the drifting mist, while eagles soared past him in the distance. The outline of the East Sea spread out before him. Atop the peak, one gazes down at the lesser mountains. Mike recited a line from a poem etched in his memory. The windbreaker soon reached the summit of the inverted mountain, where the four waterways converged, sending up splashes that resembled a dazzling display of fireworks. Yet, behind every beautiful sight lurked danger. As the windbreaker reached the pinnacle of the waterway, it soared out into the open air, startling the five as they scrambled to find something to hold on to. Having ascended the inverted mountain, they now had to descend. The windbreaker landed smoothly into the waterway leading to the Grand Line. The descent was exponentially faster than the ascent. "Ah, this is exhilarating," Longwei shouted, gripping the ship's railing. "This is insane." Huanmeng exclaimed, "I'm feeling a bit queasy." Jinna admitted, "I can hardly breathe." Kaini gasped. "Grand Line, here we come," Mike shouted as well. However, after their cries, they heard a piercing echo that did not resemble their own voices, but rather sounded like a call. The further the ship descended, the more grating the sound became. As the vessel navigated through the clouds, they discovered a towering peak rising from the outlet of the Grand Line. "Mike, how can there be a mountain at the outlet?" Kana inquired urgently. "That is not a mountain. That is an island whale." Mike explained that if we collide with the whale, we will surely perish. Kana exclaimed, "I am aware." "It all depends on our luck," Mike responded. The bow of the windbreaker was devoid of cannons, rendering them unable to fire a shot at the whale to provide the ship with a thrust to halt. Moreover, the downward velocity was too rapid to alter the ship's direction as they had done upon entering AT that moment. Mike felt utterly helpless, surrendering their fate to destiny. The five of them stared blankly at the island whale, already resigned to their impending doom. Suddenly, the island whale stirred. Upon spotting the windbreaker rushing down the channel of the inverted mountain, it submerged its head into the sea and opened its mouth wide. "Oh no, we are going to be swallowed by the whale," Kana shouted. "The whale's mouth has completely blocked the entrance to the channel. We have no chance of escape," Xiao Yuni cried in despair. While the others were in a state of panic, Mike's expression shifted from worry to relief. "Dio, not panic. Our only chance for survival lies in being swallowed. If we crash, it will be certain death," Mike said with composure. At that moment, the windbreaker plunged unceremoniously into the whale's mouth, which then closed its massive jaws. However, as they entered the belly of the island whale, they discovered that it was not the pitch-black abyss they had anticipated. Instead, it was a hidden paradise, not as bright as the outside but still adorned with blue skies, white clouds, and endless clear vistas. "Where are we? Are we inside the whale's stomach?" Kana asked in wonder. "Of course, take a whiff. This water has an acidic scent. We must be in the whale's stomach, and this water is its gastric acid," Xiao Yuni remarked. "Can clouds form in the stomach? And there are flocks of little birds." "What a beautiful sky." Kana gazed upward, inquiring. "Those clouds and birds are illusions. What you see above is merely a painted landscape on the stomach wall," Mike clarified. Kana scrutinized it closely and remarked, "So it's a painting. No wonder those little birds aren't moving." "Ah, look below. There are skulls in the water. They must be from those who were swallowed before us. We are about to be turned into liquid," Xiao Yuni exclaimed. His face paling at the sight of the skulls, Longwei suddenly brandished his weapon, Thunder, declaring, "Watch me carve a hole in this whale's belly and save everyone." "Longwei, do not harm the whale," Mike quickly intervened. "Why not? Are we to wait here for death?" Longwei questioned in confusion. At that moment, Mike pointed to a distant wooden door and said, "Look, there is a door that leads outside." "Oh, so, we have a chance," Longwei exclaimed. However, Huandream interjected, "That wouldn't lead to the small intestine, would it? If we go in, we might end up as the whale's excrement." "Ah, we must not enter," Xiao Yuni gasped in astonishment. "Then we can only hope that this whale has indigestion and spits us out whole," Huandream suggested. Mike covered his forehead with his hand, feeling that the imaginations of these companions were rather far-fetched yet oddly reasonable. "Enough of these wild thoughts. Let me reveal the truth," Mike said as he sat at the bow. "This island whale is named Laboon. Due to its illness, a doctor named Kuroka's created this passage to facilitate its treatment. Island whale Laboon. Has it suffered a concussion? When I was swallowed, I noticed many scars on its head, as if it had been struck by something massive," Huandream noted. Mike slapped his forehead, stating, "Whether it has a concussion, I cannot say, but those scars were not caused by external blows. Rather, it was attempting to bash its head against the red Earth continent, injuring itself in the process. Indeed, it is unwell. It requires urgent treatment," Huandream replied. Suddenly, the ship began to shake violently, accompanied by a cacophony of crashing sounds from outside. "It seems Laboon is once again ramming its head against the red Earth continent," Mike remarked. Just then, the wooden door swung open, and a vessel resembling a small island drifted in. Standing on the boat was an old man with flowers sprouting from his head. dressed in a red short-sleeved shirt and gray shorts. "Look, that is Kuroka's, the doctor I mentioned," Mike exclaimed. Kuroka's then leaped from his boat, gracefully landing on a passageway on the stomach wall, disappearing into the tunnel. "Mike, that flowered old man seems incredibly skilled. He can treat such a massive island whale." "Truly remarkable," Longway observed. "Certainly, Kuroka's was once the ship's doctor on Pirate King Roger's ship. He was originally the guardian of Twin Cape, and when the ailing Roger arrived at the Grand Line, Kuroka's not only cured Roger's grave illness, but was also invited aboard the ship, fulfilling his dream of circling the Grand Line. Later, in Roger's final moments, Kuroka's used his exceptional medical skills to extend Roger's life by 3 years," Mike recounted. Huandream suddenly expressed admiration. "Wow, Kuroka's is simply a miracle worker. We should invite him aboard. I will give it a try. Having him on board would be ideal. However, I feel it might be unlikely. He has already circumnavigated the Grand Line with Roger, having seen all there is to see. And he may not wish to accompany us on further adventures. Moreover, he is already 71 years old." Mike remarked. 71 years old, yet still so formidable. "Truly impressive," Huandream responded, just as Mike was sharing stories about Kuroka's. A gigantic octopus emerged from the water behind him, extending a colossal tentacle towards Mike. "Dada! Captain Mike, there is an octopus king behind you," Xiao Yuni exclaimed in shock. And no sooner had he spoken than Mike felt a tight grip around his waist. Ensnared by the octopus king's tentacle, Longway drew his weapon. Thunder, laughing, "Excellent. If we can't catch a sea king for our feast, catching an octopus king will suffice." At that moment, Mike, about to be delivered to the octopus king's maw, suddenly contracted his body and forcefully broke free from the grip. Moonstep. Iron block punch. Mike propelled himself, landing a powerful blow on the octopus king's head, instantly knocking it unconscious, then seized one of its tentacles. Lifting it effortlessly, "Longway, here comes the delicacy," Mike declared, tossing the octopus king towards Longway. "All right, Mike, we are in perfect sync," Longway exclaimed, gripping Thunder, leaping into the air, and unleashing a flurry of strikes on the octopus king. One sword style, octopus chopped to bits. In an instant, the octopus king erupted in ink, transforming into small fragments. Fortunately, the ink did not splatter onto the ship, but flowed into the water instead. Otherwise, Huandream would have had to face the wrath of cleaning the deck. Mike had merely intended for Longway to deliver a couple of fatal blows to the octopus king, but was taken aback when Longway obliterated it into pieces. "Longway, you've chopped it too finely," Mike exclaimed as he began to collect the octopus fragments in midair, striving to gather as many as possible before they fell into the water to serve as barbecue meat. The pieces were not too small. Roughly uniform 1-meter square chunks of flesh, and Mike couldn't help but admire Longway's improved swordsmanship. Just then, Kuroka's burst forth from the small passage, enveloped in black smoke. "Mike, the flowered old man seems to have been blasted out." "Catch him," Longway shouted from the ship. Mike sensed something flying towards him and turned to see Kuroka's approaching. He quickly executed a moon step to catch Kuroka's and embraced him as he returned to the ship. "Kuroka's, what has happened to you?" Mike inquired anxiously. Kuroka's, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, replied, "I am fine, just a minor injury. At my age, my reflexes are a bit slow, and I was ambushed by 2 little devils." "By the way, who are you? How do you know my name?" Mike replied, "I am Mike, a man destined to become the Emperor of the Seas." "Ha ha," Kuroka suddenly chuckled. "I have been guarding the lighthouse here at Gemini Cape for decades. I have heard countless people utter words similar to yours, yet very few have succeeded." Mike, with a sudden seriousness, declared, "I firmly believe I will prevail. Whether it be the formidable 7 warlords, the 4 emperors, the admirals of the navy, or the arrogant celestial dragons, I shall defeat them all. The wealth, power, fame, and beauties of this world shall belong to me. I will become the sole sovereign of the Grand Line, establish a new world order, and bring an end to this chaotic era of piracy." Kuroka shivered slightly, gazing deeply at Mike, pondering. This young lad possesses a certain audacity that surpasses even Roger. While it was relatively easy for Roger to ignite the age of pirates, bringing it to a close is an exceedingly arduous task. The times have indeed changed. "Bravo. Your dream is the most audacious I have ever heard in my lifetime. However, the more audacious, the more I admire it," Kuroka remarked at that moment. Mike abruptly shifted the conversation, saying, "Uncle Hua, Would you be willing to serve as our ship's doctor and join us in changing this world? Thank you for inviting this old man aboard, to be honest. I too wish to change the world alongside you. Yet, one must acknowledge their age. My medical skills and strength have waned compared to my youth. Joining you would only be a burden. Moreover, I prefer to leisurely enjoy my twilight years with Laboon. Coloccus replied sincerely. Very well. I understand your position, Mike responded as Coloccus entered the treatment passage to administer a sedative to Laboon. The latter had finally quieted down. The ship also ceased its rocking and stabilized. Suddenly, from the entrance of the treatment passage, emerged a figure adorned with a crown, his face marked by two bearded nines, and a large cannon resting on his shoulder. This individual was Mr. Nine, a pioneering agent of Baroque works, tasked with procuring supplies for the organization. Old man, this whale is beyond saving. Let us take it back to town and feast on its meat. It is large enough to sustain our village for a year, Mr. Nine proclaimed, igniting the fuse on the cannon. With a thunderous boom, a cannonball shot forth, hurtling toward the whale's stomach. You shall not harm Laboon, Coloccus exclaimed as he hurried to intercept the cannonball. However, before Coloccus could rise, Mike had already activated his moonwalk, positioning himself before the projectile. You will be blown to bits, Coloccus worriedly cried. Mike suspended in midair, effortlessly caught the incoming cannonball, which subsequently exploded with a resounding bang. Yet, Mike emerged and scathed at Mr. Nine. Your cannonball lacks sufficient power. Can you procure something more formidable? Mike inquired. Suddenly, a girl with long aquamarine hair and a waist-length ponytail emerged from behind Mr. Nine. A peacock chain wrapped around her pinky finger. Mr. Nine, step aside. The girl spun the peacock chain rapidly, forming a saw-like loop. Peacock chain saw, she declared, launching the spinning chain toward Mike like a serrated serpent. As the chain approached, Mike swiftly grasped it, yanking the girl from the treatment passageway and sending her flying towards the ship. Longway, catch her, Mike shouted. Sure, Mike. I love this surprise drop. Longway grinned mischievously. Mike then approached Mr. Nine, delivering a kick that sent him flying onto the ship. Who will catch him? Mike asked. However, upon seeing Mr. Nine hurtling towards them, the crew members not only refrained from catching him, but also scattered away, leaving Mr. Nine to crash heavily onto the deck, unconscious. Mike rejoined the ship. How did you manage to hover in the air? You even caught the cannonball and the peacock chain barehanded without a scratch. Coloccus inquired. No, it's nothing. I have mastered the Navy's 6 styles, Mike replied with a smile. Why do I feel your techniques seem familiar? So, you have indeed learned the Navy's 6 styles, if you can wield them skillfully. Your strength would rival that of a rear admiral in the Navy, Coloccus noted. Not quite. I still have one technique, paper drawing, yet to master, Mike chuckled. You are still young. Your future is limitless, Coloccus remarked, flattered by Coloccus's praise. Mike felt a bit bashful. Suddenly, the girl with aquamarine hair shouted from Longway's embrace. Put me down. Let me go. It was then that everyone realized Longway was still holding the girl. Longway, stop taking advantage. Release her, Mike instructed. Longway, looking embarrassed, quickly set the girl down. I am Miss Wednesday. Not Weiwei, she retorted. Nefertari Vivi, princess of the Alabasta kingdom, a descendant of the rulers who bring justice to the world. I infiltrated Baroque works to save my country. Codename, Miss Wednesday. Mike recounted Vivi's background with a sly grin. Is there anything else you wish to conceal? Vivi slumped to the ground, her face pale. Who are you? How do you know so much? This is our captain, Mike. Known as the all-knowing captain, he knows everything except his own lineage, Kana proudly declared. That may be a bit exaggerated. I wouldn't dare boast in front of Senior Coloccus. I merely happen to know a few things, Mike chuckled. Mike, we should hurry and leave. We're still inside the whale's stomach, Jiao Yuni urged. Coloccus, the entrance you came through leads outside, right? Mike asked. Indeed. I will guide everyone out, Coloccus replied. With that, everyone felt reassured. If they could exit, they would no longer have to worry about becoming whale excrement. Coloccus hopped onto his island ship, leading Mike and the others through the passage from Laboon's stomach. Coloccus invited Mike to visit his home beneath the lighthouse, which Mike gladly accepted. Upon arriving at Coloccus's home, Longway took the Octopus King's meat from the ship and began grilling it over a fire. Kana and Jiao Yuni securely tied Mr. Nine and Vivi to the ship's masts before feeling at ease to disembark at that moment. Huandream, seated at a stone table, inquired, Uncle Hua, do you feel lonely here by yourself? Not at all. I have Labu to keep me company. Coloca's replied. Is Labu suffering from a concussion? Wandering continued to ask. It has a mild concussion. At this rate, its head will soon be bruised from repeated impacts. If only it could let go of its emotional burdens and stop colliding with Red Earth continent, it would recover, Coloca's explained. Emotional burdens? Do whales even have emotional burdens? Isn't a fish's memory only 7 seconds? Wandering questioned in confusion. Labu is not like ordinary whales. It is the most emotionally attuned island whale. It can sense human emotions and even comprehend human speech. It was left in my care by the Rumbar pirates, who sought to conquer the Grand Line. Due to the treacherous nature of the Grand Line, they entrusted young Labu to me, promising to return for it after a round of the Grand Line. Yet, 50 years have passed, and the Rumbar pirates have yet to return. Coloca's lamented. I see. Labu is truly unfortunate. Having waited here for 50 years, those pirates are truly heartless. Huandream exclaimed in frustration. Coloca sighed. I believe they are not so callous. They likely perished while trying to conquer the Grand Line. You should inform Labu. It shouldn't wait foolishly anymore. It should return home instead of ramming itself against the Red Earth continent. Huandream insisted. I have already fully conveyed this to Labu. However, it refuses to believe me. Coloca's expressed his distress. I pride myself on my medical skills, capable of treating many ailments, yet I cannot cure Labu's heartache. Suddenly, Mike approached with a piece of squid meat, exclaiming, It is not that Laboon does not believe they are all gone, but rather that he cannot bear to accept it. In Laboon's heart, awaiting the return of the Rumbar pirates is the very essence of his existence, his hope and dream. Yet, to tell him not to wait is akin to extinguishing his hopes and dreams. To live without hope and dreams is hardly better than death. Upon hearing Mike's words, Coloca's realized that Laboon's affliction stemmed from the sorrowful words he had spoken. A wave of regret washed over Coloca's. It is all my fault. I should not have uttered such words, he lamented. Like a child, bowing his head and stamping his foot in remorse. That moment, Mike handed Coloca's a string of squid meat, saying, Coloca's, you must eat and drink. Do not let troubles weigh heavily on your heart. A troubled heart requires a remedy. Allow me, the somewhat inept psychologist, to help Laboon untangle his emotional knots. You can unravel Laboon's heartache. Huanmeng said incredulously. Absolutely. After all, I am your all-knowing captain. Mike chuckled. Suddenly, the voice of the lucky draw system echoed in Mike's mind. Ding. System has issued a task. Help Laboon resolve his emotional turmoil. Mike thought to himself. Well, this system task has been triggered at just the right moment. Suddenly, Laboon emerged from the water, letting out 2 anguished roars filled with sorrow and despair, before plunging back into the depths, once again crashing towards the Red Earth continent. Thud. Thud. The sea churned violently, the muffled sounds of flesh colliding with stone resonating from beneath the surface. Coloca's exclaimed, Laboon's body has developed a resistance to the tranquilizers. The dosage we administered this time was the maximum, yet he could barely endure a single meal's time. I am at my wit's end. At that moment, Mike stood at the water's edge, calling out loudly. Laboon! 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 However, after several shouts, Laboon showed no sign of response. Thus, Mike leaped directly into the sea. What is this fool doing? Is he risking his life? Coloca's gasped in astonishment. Let him be. That fellow has extraordinary luck. He won't perish, Huanmeng replied. After diving into the water, Mike swam straight to Laboon, activating his iron fist skill and delivering a powerful punch to Laboon's scarred head. Laboon, taken aback by the sudden pain, raised his head, tossing Mike out of the water. That moment, Laboon's head broke the surface, prompting Mike to leap onto Laboon's head once again, delivering another heavy iron fist before jumping back to the shore. Laboon, somewhat irked by Mike's 2 heavy blows, glared at him with eyes as large as 3-story buildings, seemingly contemplating whether to crush Mike with his bulk. At this juncture, Mike suddenly raised his hands in a gesture of pause and shouted, Laboon! Laboon! Listen to me! Laboon sensed that Mike bore no ill will and gradually calmed down. Laboon, are you waiting for Brooke here? Mike called out. Laboon responded with a soft grunt of affirmation. Mike was able to decipher Laboon's feelings through his gaze and continued. Let me share a secret with you. Brooke is still alive. Although the Rumbar pirates perished decades ago in the Florian Triangle, Brooke's soul, while journeying to the underworld, consumed a devil fruit that allowed him to inhabit his own skeleton, becoming an immortal living skeleton. In a few days, a crew called the Straw Hat Pirates will pass through here, led by a captain named Monkey D. Luffy. Brook will join their ship and continue to sail the Grand Line. Before long, he will return here to reunite with you. Brook has not forgotten your promise. You must continue to wait for him. He will surely come for you. You must believe in him. Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings. Mike's words struck a chord deep within Laboon's heart, and tears of joy welled up in Laboon's eyes as he slowly leaned closer to Mike. Mike gently patted Laboon's head, reassuring him, "You must always believe in your friends." Suddenly, Laboon nodded his large head. That's enough. You must never again use your head to crash into the Red Earth continent. How foolish. Do you hear me? Mike chided. Laboon nodded once more. Good. Go play. Mike encouraged. Laboon then sank beneath the water before surfacing again, playfully splashing Mike with a mouthful of water. The spray drenched Mike, akin to being doused by a waterfall. Thankfully, Mike's sturdy physique saved him from being knocked unconscious by the force. Subsequently, Laboon let out a triumphant roar towards the sky, this time filled not with despair, but with an indescribable joy. At that moment, the voice of the lucky draw system chimed in. Ding. Task completed. Reward. 10 points of luck value. Oh, yes, we did it. Mike exclaimed joyfully. Coloccas, witnessing Mike's words heal Laboon, was so overwhelmed that tears streamed down his face. Uncle Hua, what troubles you? Shouldn't you be smiling with joy? Huanmeng remarked from the side. You wouldn't understand. These are tears of happiness. Coloccas replied. Suddenly, Kana, clutching a sea chart and compass, exclaimed, Why has my compass suddenly malfunctioned? What do we do now? Coloccas sniffled, a blend of laughter and tears in his voice, saying, Young lady, you must be the navigator aboard this ship. It seems you arrived unprepared to record the compass. Feel free to use mine. Kana took the recording log from Coloccas, examining the glass sphere with a pointer inside, asking, Recording log. What a peculiar contraption. Realizing Kana's ignorance regarding the Grand Line, Coloccas proceeded to explain the essential knowledge of sailing within it. Once you pass Reverse Mountain, you have entered the Grand Line. The compass used in the 4 blue seas becomes ineffective. This is because every island within the Grand Line has a chaotic magnetic field, rendering directional navigation impossible. Moreover, not only are the magnetic fields chaotic, but the celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and air currents are all in disarray, making it exceedingly difficult to determine one's location. The navigational techniques and experiences from the 4 blue seas are unreliable here. Hence, the only trustworthy tool is the recording log. After explaining the complexities of the Grand Line, Coloccas found that not only Kana was astonished, but also Huanmeng, Longwei, and Kai were equally bewildered. Kana gazed at the recording log Coloccas had provided, stating, I see. Although everything in the Grand Line is chaotic, as long as we follow the direction indicated by the log, we will surely find an island. Coloccas smiled and replied, From Reverse Mountain, 7 magnetic lines extend outward. Initially, you may choose any one of them. But no matter which island you begin from, they will soon converge into a single route, ultimately leading to the destination, which is the opposite side of Reverse Mountain. Huanmeng suddenly recalled her suggestion about climbing the mountain and inquired, Since the destination is directly across from Reverse Mountain, why must we take a roundabout route? Why not just climb over the mountain? Your idea is quite charming, setting aside the difficulty of climbing. Even if one could scale it, they would still be unable to locate the One Piece. Coloccas replied, Why not? Huanmeng pressed further. Young lady, once you make a choice, embrace the adventure with courage. Sailing the Grand Line is a wondrous journey awaiting your exploration. Coloccas said, feigning mystery. Suddenly, a sunglasses-wearing vulture appeared in the sky, its neck adorned with a bundle of explosives that a sea otter rode atop the vulture, incessantly tapping the fuse of the explosives, producing a clanging sound. This is bad. This is an ill-omened duo from the Baroque works, here to punish Mr. Nine and Vivi. They intend to drop that bomb on our ship. Mike shouted, Do not panic, as long as I am here. The Going Merry will be safeguarded. In the realm of dreams, Huanmeng transformed into a fiery phoenix, soaring towards the ill-fated duo. The once formidable vulture appeared diminutive in comparison to Huanmeng's majestic phoenix form. With remarkable speed, Huanmeng was on the verge of catching up to the ill-fated pair when, unexpectedly, a stream of fire erupted from her mouth, hurtling directly towards the vulture to her astonishment. The vulture displayed remarkable agility, swiftly veering to the right to evade the fiery onslaught, quickly distancing itself from the deck of the ship. CHNGF NGP LNDT that moment. The fuse of the explosive was ignited by a blow from the otter, plunging into the sea and triggering a violent explosion. Huanmeng. Come back. Those two rascals are not worth your pursuit, Mike called out to Huanmeng, though she wished to continue the chase. Upon hearing Mike's urgent plea, she reluctantly returned. Upon rejoining Mike, Huanmeng questioned, "Why must I not pursue them? Those two are ominous. The otter is known as Mr. 13, and the vulture is Miss Friday. They are members of the punishment team from the Baroque works. Anyone who crosses paths with them is bound to encounter misfortune." Mike explained, "They had better not cross my path again. If they do, I shall incinerate them until not a feather remains," Huanmeng declared resolutely. Just then, Jinnah approached Mike and inquired, "Captain Mike, among these 7 islands, which one should we choose?" "The Whiskey Peak," Mike replied without even glancing at the map. "Whiskey Peak?" Jinnah expressed her confusion. "Indeed, the 2 individuals we captured earlier likely possessed a permanent pointer leading to Whiskey Peak. We can follow it to reach our destination," Mike clarified. Jinnah retrieved from her pocket an object resembling an hourglass, with a glass orb suspended in the center. Is this the item? This permanent pointer seems quite similar to the recording pointer Uncle Hua gave me. At first, I mistook it for a regular compass. Jinnah remarked, "Yes, that is it. The purpose of a permanent pointer is that, regardless of where you are on the Grand Line, it will always point towards a single island. Unlike the recording pointer, which requires a stopover at each island to gather magnetic power before indicating the next. The permanent pointer is unwavering," Mike elaborated, imparting some navigational knowledge to Jinnah. "Wow, truly, Captain Mike is remarkable. You know everything. It is such a blessing to have a captain like you," Jinnah exclaimed, suddenly enveloping Mike in a warm embrace. "Jinnah, maintain your composure," Huanmeng quietly reminded from the side. Jinnah quickly released Mike. Her cheeks flushed and playfully replied, "Sister Huanmeng, this was merely an admiring hug. Please do not be jealous." Huanmeng shook her head and said, "I am returning to the ship. If anyone doesn't wish to eat, do not follow." "Very well. On board we go. Our destination is Whiskey Peak. Set sail," Mike commanded. After bidding farewell to Kalokas, Jinnah, Longwei, and Kaioni boarded the ship, eager not to miss a meal. Just as Mike was about to embark, Kalokas called out, "Mike, your ship lacks a doctor, does it not?" "Indeed. You still have time to reconsider," Mike replied. "That I will not change my decision. However, since you healed Laboon, I wish to recommend a doctor to you. You must take him aboard, no matter what," Kalokas insisted, handing Mike a wanted poster. "His name is Vincent Baisheng, 19 years old, and he has spent 2 years in medical studies with me. We share a bond akin to that of old friends. Though young, his medical skills surpass my own. He is currently in the advanced medical nation of Magnet Drum. You must locate him. Navigating the Grand Line is fraught with danger. A ship cannot be without a doctor," Kalokas urged. Yet, Mike, holding the wanted poster, grew troubled as it featured multiple faces, each distinct from the other. "Kalokas, are you certain this is a single individual?" Mike asked, perplexed as he pointed to the numerous images on the poster. "Indeed, the various faces are all of the same person. Baisheng has consumed the Buddha fruit, granting him the ability to assume countless appearances, earning him the moniker Thousand-Faced Buddha each time the Navy captures him. He appears with a different visage, thus the poster's peculiar nature." Kalokas explained, "He can change at will. How am I to find him? After spending 2 years with him, does he possess any distinguishing physical traits?" Mike inquired. "Yes, regardless of how he transforms, he can never become female. Additionally, he bears a distinctive white snowflake birthmark on his back that remains unchanged," Kalokas revealed. Mike scratched his head. "Oh, those traits seem rather subtle. If only the birthmark were on his face. However, with it on his back, locating him presents a challenge. Then it depends on your fortune," Kalokas shrugged. "Thank you, Kalokas. Regardless, I shall find him," Mike assured as he boarded the ship. Waving farewell to Kalokas, spotting Laboon resurfacing, Mike called out, "Farewell, Laboon. Be sure to wait here for Brooks' return." Laboon responded with a shout towards Mike before diving back into the sea, the resulting waves propelling the CHNGF NGP-L ing swiftly onward. At that moment, the bound Meiwei suddenly cried out, "Release me. You cannot kill me." Mike approached Meiwei and untied her, saying, "Meiwei, You must have endured much hardship over the past 3 years. Come inside and sit. Mike naturally took her hand, inviting her into the parlor as if they were old acquaintances. The other four exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Mike's intentions, perceiving him as an undeniably lecherous captain. Let go of me. Who are you, and what do you want? Mei Wei exclaimed, shaking off Mike's grasp in anger. That I wish to inform you that your identity has been revealed, Mike stated. Mei Wei, feeling wronged, retorted, You disclosed my identity in front of so many people. How could I not be exposed? No. It seems you have misunderstood. I meant to say that your employer, Crocodile, has discovered your true identity, Mike clarified. Impossible. I have been undercover for 3 years. There is no way I could be exposed. Mei Wei expressed her disbelief. Not only have you been exposed, but Icolum has as well. Soon, Mr. Five and Miss Valentine will come hunting for you. Mike warned a while. Mei Wei paused, scrutinizing Mike, pondering, is this person truly a jack of all trades? How does he know so much about my situation? Can he predict future events? With that thought, Mei Wei set aside her resistance towards Mike and asked, What should I do now? Join us. We will protect you. Mike offered that I cannot accompany you. I must save my country's people. Baroque Works is a clandestine criminal organization. The domestic rebellion is Crocodile's plot. I must return quickly to inform my father and the leader of the rebel army. Kosha, they must cease the internal conflict and unite against external threats, Mei Wei said, tears welling in her eyes. Mike empathized with Mei Wei's plight, yet Huanmeng, Longwei, Jinna, and Kai were left bewildered, struggling to grasp the gravity of their conversation. Though it seemed rather tragic, seeing Mei Wei in such distress stirred Huanmeng's compassion, prompting her to console Mei Wei while asking Mike, what is happening? We cannot understand. Very well. Since you have asked, I shall explain everything, Mike replied. Thus, Mike recounted the entire saga. Mei Wei is the princess of the Alabasta kingdom, who, upon discovering an inexplicable rebellion at home, infiltrated Baroque Works to conduct a covert investigation. The outcome revealed that the insurrection was, in fact, orchestrated by Crocodile, the leader of Baroque Works. That on one hand, Crocodile covertly directed his subordinates to use dance powder in the capital, Alabasta, depriving other cities of rain for 3 years, turning their lands to dust. The people perished from thirst, while others succumbed to hunger. The city has long since fallen into desolation. That on the other hand, Crocodile has dispatched his second-in-command, a senior agent, to consume the imitation devil fruit. Von Clay, who now roams about feigning royalty, accompanied by counterfeit royal soldiers, wreaking havoc upon innocent civilians. That I, in such dire circumstances, my childhood friend, Kusha, has mustered a rebellion. Now I comprehend. The solution is rather straightforward. Simply eliminate Baroque Works, and everything will come to an end. Huandream suddenly interjected. No, that won't suffice. Baroque Works is a vast criminal organization. Mr. 1 through Mr. 5, along with their partners, are all users of devil fruit abilities, classified as elite assassination agents. Moreover, Mr. 6 through Mr. 12 and their associates are specialized operatives. Additionally, there are 200 billionaires and over 1,800 millionaires. All these individuals maintain concealed identities, making them exceedingly difficult to track down. Upon hearing this, Huandream broke into a cold sweat, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Mike, however, maintained a relaxed demeanor, chuckling as he reassured, Don't be so tense. No matter how formidable an organization may seem, they are but paper tigers. As long as we can eliminate their leader, Crocodile, the entire structure will crumble. You speak so lightly. Crocodile is a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. He is a natural type user of the sand fruit. With a bounty of 81 million berries, defeating him is nothing short of impossible, Wei Wei protested. What? The 7 warlords of the sea? Huandream, Longwei, Jinna, and Kai exclaimed in unison. Huandream regained his composure and remarked, Are we truly to engage in combat with the warlords of the sea as soon as we enter the Grand Line? This is far too sudden. I am utterly unprepared for such a confrontation. I feel a twinge of fear. Jinna murmured softly that I want to go home. I want to go home. I refuse to venture into the Grand Line. This is far too terrifying. Kai trembled, his legs shaking in panic. Longwei cast a sidelong glance at Kai, patting his shoulder, and said, Hey, cowardly Chiao, what home do you have left? Your house has already been swallowed by the sea. Indeed. I have no home left. How pitiful I am! Kainei lamented. Suddenly, Mike admonished, Kainei, could you muster the strength to act like a man? 3 young ladies here exhibit more fortitude than you. You fear the 7 warlords when you don't even tremble at the might of the world government. Kainei, momentarily jolted by Mike's scolding, blinked in surprise. Indeed, what is there to fear about the 7 warlords? I will shoot through Crocodile's head, he declared, gripping his bow tightly. That's the spirit, Kainei, the mission of defeating Crocodile. This formidable boss shall be entrusted to you, Mike proclaimed. Huh? Kainei's eyes widened in shock as he awkwardly laughed. Wait, I was just speaking hypothetically. Don't take it too seriously. This monumental task should be handled by Captain Mike himself. I refuse. I lack the confidence to defeat him, Mike retorted. Upon hearing Mike's words, Huanmeng erupted in fury. What? Mike, after all your analysis and insights, you will not take responsibility for Weiwei. You have truly disappointed me. In truth, Mike did not intend to neglect Weiwei. His aim was to ensure her safety while awaiting Luffy's arrival, believing that this intricate situation would be better handled by the innocent and seemingly foolish Luffy. According to Mike's recollections from his previous life, it took Luffy 3 attempts to finally defeat Crocodile. In their first encounter, Luffy was pierced through the abdomen by Crocodile's golden hook. In the second, Crocodile drained him of all moisture, leaving him as a desiccated husk. Given that Luffy, a user of the gum-gum fruit, could stretch his limbs and withstand considerable punishment, found it so arduous to vanquish Crocodile. One could only imagine how much more challenging it would be for Mike, who was merely a novice in the Navy's 6 styles. If the opportunity arose, Mike wished to join forces with Luffy to eliminate Crocodile in one fell swoop, thereby avoiding being toyed with. Just as Mike was about to express his desire to wait for Luffy, a voice echoed in his mind from the wishful lottery system. Ding! System issue. Defeat Crocodile alone within 7 days. Mike's face fell upon hearing this task. This time, the system's assignment was unexpectedly contrary to his desires. It not only imposed a time constraint, but also mandated that Mike accomplish it single-handedly. For the first time, Mike felt that the wishful lottery system was anything but wishful. Little Wish, are you deliberately stirring up trouble? Mike questioned in his mind. However, the system remained silent. Little Wish, have you misinterpreted my intentions? Or have you assigned the wrong task? Mike continued to inquire. The system remained unresponsive. Little Wish, why do you not speak? Beware, or I shall take my frustrations out on you, Mike warned once more. Yet, the system continued to remain silent. Mike found this behavior perplexing. Previously, whenever he called out to Little Wish, the system would respond promptly. But now, it was as if it were sulking. Damn system, will you respond or not? If you remain silent, I will abandon this task entirely. Mike feigned indignation. Suddenly, the system emitted a response. Ding! System notification. Failure to complete the task as stipulated will result in immediate annihilation by the system. Mike's countenance turned to one of shock. As he contemplated, just as I suspected, the system's demands remained stringent. He quickly clarified in his mind. No, Little Wish, my earlier statement about abandoning was merely a bluff. Please do not take it seriously. I will undoubtedly fulfill this daunting task assigned by the system. Might I receive additional rewards in return? The system remained silent. Seeing the system's continued silence, Mike had no choice but to relent. Regaining his composure, he noticed that everyone was staring at him intently, making him feel akin to a wayward child being scrutinized by concerned parents. Hey, why do you all look at me like that? Mike inquired, puzzled. Huanmeng turned away, emitting a dismissive sound to express her disdain. Jinna shook her head, fiddling with her small whirlwind, and said, Captain Mike, you have changed. Huh? How have I changed? Mike asked, bewildered. Kainei plucked at his bowstring and said, You have become even more cowardly than I. Indeed, the captain's position should be relinquished. Longway unsheathed thunder, caressing the blade, and added, I will not allow my captain to utter such words of self-doubt. If you dare to say it again, I shall strike you down. Ha! Very well. Mike chuckled at that moment. Jinna suddenly exclaimed, Oh no! A storm is approaching. Longway, quickly stow away the sails. Kainei, steer the ship with care? Yes. Longway and Kainei responded in unison, swiftly entering a state of readiness to face the impending storm. As everyone exited the quaint villa, they were greeted by a clear blue sky devoid of any clouds, showing no signs of the tempest that was supposedly approaching. Yet, a subtle tension was evident on everyone's faces. Moments ago, they had been embroiled in conflict, but now they appeared remarkably united. The sails have been furled, came Longwei's voice from atop the mast. Rest assured, the helm is secured. We are ready, shouted Chang at that moment. Wei quietly asked Mike, in such splendid weather, how can there possibly be a storm? Could there be a mistake? There can be no error. Jinna's instincts have always proven accurate, Mike replied with conviction, just as he finished speaking. A vast bank of ominous clouds appeared in the distance, racing towards them with alarming speed, swiftly eclipsing the sun. A fierce wind surged, plunging the surroundings into darkness, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed closely by a deafening clap of thunder. Wei instinctively clung to Mike. Wei, do not fear. I shall protect you. Mike reassured her that as the tempest unleashed its fury, with thunder rumbling and torrential rain pouring down. Wei, trembling with trepidation, nestled herself in Mike's embrace, too frightened to move. Wei, such torrential downpours are rare in your homeland, are they not? Be brave. Open your eyes and take a look. Mike gently stroked her shoulder. Summoning her courage, Wei slowly peered out from Mike's protective hold. What a deluge! I have never witnessed rain of this magnitude. If only this downpour could reach our country, she remarked, gazing at the storm before her. Wei was truly a compassionate princess, deeply concerned for her people, a stark contrast to those haughty, capricious royals afflicted by princess syndrome. At that moment, a violent wave crashed, causing the ship to tilt sharply. And Mike lost his balance, tumbling onto the deck with Wei in his arms. His astonishment, he found Wei inadvertently sprawled across his face, her lips pressed against him. Without a moment's hesitation, Mike helped her to her feet. While Wei thought to herself, Jinna is indeed an extraordinary navigator. She perceives celestial phenomena that others cannot, relying solely on her intuition. Truly remarkable. The storm arrived as swiftly as it departed, and soon after the clouds rolled away. The sun re-emerged, allowing the ship, the windbreaker, to continue its course undeterred. Captain Mike, why is there a new red lip mark on your face? Jinna inquired. It's an accidental kiss, purely coincidental, Mike replied, vigorously rubbing his face with his hand. However, it seemed that the lipsticks used by both Huanmeng and Wei were of a kind that could not be easily removed, and the marks only became more pronounced with each attempt. At that moment, Wei produced a white handkerchief from her sleeve and approached Mike, wiping away the red lip imprint on his face. Here, take it. I no longer need it, she said, discarding the handkerchief to him after she was finished. Being a princess, Wei was accustomed to carrying a handkerchief with her. Mike, with a cheeky demeanor, accepted the handkerchief and noticed it was embroidered with the image of a duck. This was no ordinary duck, but a unique breed from Alabasta, large and swift, known as Kizaru, Wei's mount. Kizaru, quite impressive. Is he currently at Whiskey Peak? Mike asked. Yes, I left him there while I undertook this mission, Wei replied. Suddenly, Mr. 9, still tied to the mast, sneezed and called out, Is anyone there? Let me go. Hearing his cries, Wei urged Mike. Please, let him go. Mr. 9 is my partner. He means no harm. Very well, I shall release him, but he must be taught a lesson. After all, he did attempt to blow me up, Mike replied, somewhat grudgingly. As Mike approached Mr. 9, he saw that the poor fellow was disheveled from the storm, his crown askew upon his head. Release me at once. I am a member of the Baroque works. You have attacked the unlucky duo, and Miss Friday has already sketched your likeness and sent it to the boss. Before long, you shall find yourselves assassinated by elite agents. Prepare for your demise, Mr. 9 declared defiantly. Indeed, Mike, his words serve as a reminder. We must exercise caution, Wei added, realizing the gravity of the situation. Miss Wednesday, how have you allied with them? Mr. 9 exclaimed in surprise. Wei found herself at a loss for words. Are you attempting to frighten us with tales of elite agents? It won't work. We are actually hoping for their arrival. If they do not come, I shall be disappointed, Mike retorted, snatching the crown from Mr. 9's head. Little 9, you are no prince. Why wear a crown? I suspect it is this very crown that has revealed Wei's identity. What say you, Wei? Wei was momentarily taken aback. This was a notion she had not considered. I do not know, she stammered, disbelief evident in her voice. Could it be that my best partner betrayed me? No, Wei, I would never betray you. He is merely trying to sow discord between us. You must trust me. Mr. Point Nine insisted, panic etched on his face. However, he soon pondered, what identity have I exposed? We are agents of Baroque works, also bounty hunters. That does not count as revealing, does it? Oh, it seems you are still unaware. Let me enlighten you. Wei Wei's true identity is that of a princess of Alabasta, a compassionate one at that, Mike proclaimed. Just then, Huanmeng approached and smacked Mike on the head. How can you be so reckless? You've not revealed anything, and yet you claim to have. This crown appears to be pure gold, adorned with 3 gemstones. It seems quite valuable, Mike teased, waving the crown before Huanmeng's eyes. Upon seeing the crown, Huanmeng's eyes sparkled with the symbols of belly, her mind echoing with the sound of coins clinking. In a flash, she snatched the crown from Mike's grasp, greedily exclaiming, such a valuable crown, wasted on his head. Let me safeguard it. All right, it is yours then, Mike acquiesced. But that is my crown. How can you seize my possessions? Mr. Nine protested. We are pirates. It is only natural for us to take what we desire. Huanmeng retorted. Mr. Nine found himself at a loss for a counterargument. We shall take your belongings right before your eyes. What will you do about it? I have yet to settle the score for your attempt to blow me up. Mike glared menacingly. But I did not blow you up. You were the one who jumped up to catch it, Mr. Nine argued. Yet, as he beheld Mike's fierce gaze, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Fearing for his life. Longway, may I borrow your knife for a moment? Mike asked out of course. Here it comes. Longway flicked the small knife towards Mike. Mike deftly caught it between his fingers. Little Nine, I feel that the 9 on your cheeks is rather unsightly. Allow me to shave it off. Mike quipped. No. Please don't. You might as well kill me if you shave my mustache, Mr. Nine cried out, his legs flailing in panic. The more you protest, the more I am inclined to shave it. Mike chuckled mischievously. Please, dear brother, I beg you. I will do whatever you ask. Just spare my mustache. Mr. Nine pleaded desperately. Wei Wei, save me. Are we not the best of partners? Just as Mike's knife was poised to approach Mr. Nine's face, Wei Wei interjected. Mike, do not treat him thus. He, like myself, is merely fulfilling the mission for our studio. Now that we have failed, the unlucky duo will surely report this to Crocodile. Baroque Works has a rule. Failure of a mission equates to the end of one's life. They will send someone to assassinate us. Indeed, brother, I am now aligning with you. I will do whatever you require, as long as you spare my mustache, Mr. Nine echoed, hastily joining in. Very well, since Wei Wei has pleaded for you. And your attitude is so sincere, if I do not release you, it would be utterly inconsiderate of me. Xiao Yuni, untie him. Mike, put away the knife and toss it to Longway. That's my little fruit's knife. Wouldn't shaving ruin my knife? Longway retorted. Xiao Yuni carefully lowered Mr. Nine from the mast and, intrigued, asked, why not shave off those unsightly tufts of hair on your face? That is a secret I must keep. Mr. Point Nine replied. Xiaojio, it must be that Miss Monday appreciates those whiskers of yours, doesn't she? You may keep your affair hidden from others, but not from me. Ha! Mike chimed in. Mr. Nine, somewhat bashful, beamed with happiness. All right then. I shall be forthright. Monday is my girlfriend. Well, you two have concealed your relationship quite effectively. Even I was unaware, Wei Wei exclaimed in surprise. And you have been quite secretive yourself. A princess, no less. Mr. Nine turned to Huanmeng and chuckled. My dear lady, might I kindly request the return of my crown? It is a token of love bestowed upon me by Monday. She declared that regardless of how others perceive me, I shall always be her prince. Mike glanced at Huanmeng, saying, greedy chef, isn't it rather unbecoming to snatch another's token of affection? Huanmeng disdainfully shot Mike a glance. I have plenty of my own. Who would covet his crown? With a haughty pout. Huanmeng extended the crown to Mr. Nine. However, when Mr. Nine reached out to take it, no matter how hard he tried, he could not wrest it from Huanmeng's grasp. Instead, with a forceful tug, Huanmeng unexpectedly yanked Mr. Nine forward, causing him to stumble. Oh dear, my apologies. This is what happens when you flaunt affection in my presence, Huanmeng remarked. The others erupted in laughter, leaving Mr. Nine in a state of embarrassment as he wiped his crown. Muttering, we never flaunt our love. We are in a secret relationship. Mike mused to himself. It is quite perplexing that strong woman, Monday, is with this weakling, Xiaojio. At that moment, Xiao Yuni, twisting his binoculars, shouted, look, there are enormous cactus balls growing in the sea. They are as large as mountains. Huanmeng, Gianna and Longwei, filled with curiosity, rushed to the bow to see. Cactus balls are not meant to grow in the sea, are they? How could they be here? Gianna inquired. Indeed, and they are so massive. How extraordinary. I wonder if we could cut a piece for cooking, Huanmeng pondered. Mike also approached the bow, standing on the spray platform, gazing at the massive cactus-like formations before him. That is Whiskey Peak. We are about to arrive at the first stop of the Grand Line. The four were momentarily taken aback, surprised that Whiskey Peak appeared in such a manner. Those were not cactus balls. What looked like cactus spines were actually tombstones. Each tombstone represented a lost life, Wei remarked with a hint of melancholy. The four were further astonished. How could so many people have died in a single town? Mr. Point 9, sensing their astonishment, explained, Whiskey Town is home to hundreds of bounty hunters, lying in wait for inexperienced pirates venturing into the Grand Line. They kill them not only to collect bounties, but also to seize the riches aboard their ships. You must be cautious. They are desperate men, just a bunch of rabble. Even if they gather in numbers, they are merely fodder for slaughter, just right for me to warm up before defeating Crocodile and to assess my own strength. Longwei declared calmly. Mike, standing at the bow, laughed heartily. Longwei is right. We shall pretend we are unaware of their true nature, play along with their activities, and then seize the right moment. Agreed. I second that, Longwei affirmed. Huanmeng, Gianna, and Xiao Yuni all nodded in agreement. That moment. Wei suddenly asked, what about us too? The townspeople recognize us. Longwei scratched his head. You two should hide in the house. Once we reach the shore and the coast is clear, you can discreetly leave the ship. Wei and Mr. Nine nodded. All right. There is no time to waste. Let us hide inside now. With that, the two stealthily crept into the small cabin on the ship. The windbreaker gently sailed towards Whiskey Town. Upon entering a river flowing through Whiskey Town, they saw the shores lined with people, some beating drums, others striking gongs, and some blowing horns, creating a lively scene. Further in, they could hear cheers from the crowd, accompanied by a group of beautiful women swaying their hips and singing joyously. Welcome to Whiskey Town. Welcome, brave warriors of the sea. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Mike stood on the bow, waving his arms, and shouted, I am Ketaway D. Mike, a man destined to become the emperor of the sea. Mike, why are you introducing yourself right off the bat? They are bounty hunters. They already have your and Longwei's wanted posters. Do you think they wouldn't recognize you? Huanmeng remarked, at that moment. Mike noticed that the four of them wore tense expressions, as if they were ready to kill, and quickly whispered, Hey, what's wrong with you all? Didn't I tell you to pretend to play along? Can't you do that? Prompted by Mike. The four quickly plastered on smiles and began to respond. Thank you. I want to drink the finest wine in town, Longwei exclaimed, raising his wine gourd in excitement. Thank you. I wish to savor the best delicacies in town. Huanmeng added, Is there an authentic sea chart available? I want the genuine one, Gianna declared, tearing up a map in her hand as if scattering confetti. What fun things are there in town? I want to buy some to have on the ship for entertainment, Xiao Yuni shouted, seeing the four of them act more convincingly than he did. Mike couldn't detect any flaws in their exuberant demeanor. As the ship docked, the five disembarked together. That moment, the welcoming crowd parted to create a path, and from behind the crowd emerged a tall man with a grand stature. Welcome, welcome, brave warriors of the sea, to Whiskey Town. We have prepared delicious food and fine wine for you. Please, follow me, the tall man declared. Mike recognized him as Ikelam, the captain of the King's Guard and Wei's personal bodyguard, who had joined Baroque Works under the codename Mr. 8 to protect Wei. Observing his demeanor, Mike realized he was disguised quite well, having even become a small leader within Baroque Works. Thank you. Thank you. The five chorused, following the throng into a restaurant. Upon entering, a large dining table was laden with an array of delicacies: bone-in meat, braised pork, salads, pancakes, red bean soup, and more, a perfect balance of meat and vegetables. An abundance of dishes. Wow, I adore braised pork, Mike exclaimed, grabbing a plate of it and devouring it ravenously. So engrossed was Mike in his meal that he completely forgot that they were in the presence of bounty hunters. Meanwhile, the other four, despite their mouths watering at the sight of the delicious food and wine, remained still, waiting to see if Mike would fall victim to poisoning before they dared to eat. They too were acting, but unlike Mike, they retained a sliver of caution in their hearts. That moment, as Mike choked on the braised pork, Huanmeng quickly handed him a glass of wine. Thank you. Huanmeng, Mike gulped down several large swigs, feeling relief wash over him, and expressed his gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, Huanmeng was using Mike as a test subject, silently praying, "Captain Mike, thank you for leading the charge. If anything were to happen to you, we would surely avenge you." However, after devouring 2 plates of braised pork and downing 3 glasses of wine, Mike showed no signs of distress, noticing that the other 4 were merely standing there without touching their chopsticks. He urged, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and eat. Although this food may not be as good as what Huanmeng makes, the portions are plentiful. I haven't had a full meal on the ship for quite some time." Huanmeng, frustrated, punched Mike on the head, exclaiming, "You big fool. Can one not speak with a touch of conscience? Every meal, your portion alone exceeds the combined total of the 4 of us. How can you even utter such words?" Apologies poured forth from Mike, who quickly expressed his regret. "It's all right. Considering your generosity in allowing everyone to taste the dishes and drinks, I shall forgive you," Huanmeng replied, "since you have consumed and drunk without incident. These dishes and wines must be free of poison, and we can indulge without worry." "Ah, why didn't you remind me earlier?" Mike exclaimed, belatedly realizing that in fact, from Mike's past life memories, although these individuals were pirate hunters, they held no disdain for the despicable act of poisoning a meal to capture pirates. They preferred to let the pirates feast and drink until satisfied, and then, under the cover of night, quietly snuff them out while they slumbered peacefully. Thus, upon entering the restaurant, Mike harbored no concerns regarding the safety of the food and drink. "Captain Mike, we all admire you," Kana remarked at that moment. Ikolum approached with a wine glass in hand. Addressing Kana and Huanmeng, "May I offer a toast to the 2 beautiful fairies?" "Sure, you first down 10 cups. We shall take it easy," Huanmeng replied. Ikolum's expression turned foolish, realizing he had been outsmarted, as his anticipated response was quite different. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, my esteemed fairies. I am more than willing." Ikolum cleared his throat, forcing a smile. "Well then, you drink first. We shall eat," Kana added. Ikolum was aware that although the wine in his glass was not particularly strong, his own tolerance was low. He figured that after 3 cups, he would be sprawled on the ground. However, being a towering man over 2 meters tall, he did not want to lose face, so he impulsively raised a large wooden cup and downed it in one go. As Ikolum prepared to take a second cup, a woman with dark skin, clad in a tight-fitting bodysuit that accentuated her muscular build, approached him and placed a hand on his glass. Mike recognized her as Miss Monday, the girlfriend of Mr. Nine and Ikolum's partner. "Mayor, let me drink on your behalf," Miss Monday said. Though Miss Monday's physique was even more imposing than Ikolum's, her voice was delicate and high-pitched. Ikolum felt a bit awkward, glancing at Huanmeng as if to seek permission, but hesitated to voice it. Huanmeng, having discerned the underlying tension, said, "All right, this valiant lady clearly possesses unmatched strength. How about you down 20 cups first?" The previously boisterous atmosphere suddenly fell silent, everyone casting suspicious glances at Huanmeng. She sensed their doubts and swiftly reassured them. "Ha, merely jesting. We should raise a toast to you all, thanking you for your warm hospitality. Captain Mike, let us lift our glasses together," Kana declared, raising her wine glass. "Cheers," Mike responded, lifting his glass in unison. "Cheers," everyone echoed. Once more, the lively ambience returned. Mike, true to his reputation as a famished spirit traversing realms, consumed food with fervor, the plates surrounding him piled high like miniature mountains. Yet, he showed no signs of stopping, loosening his belt, feeling that he could still indulge further. Huanmeng and Kana began a drinking contest with the formidable lady, neither becoming intoxicated, but both pretending to be utterly inebriated. Slumped over the table as if unconscious. "How are you faring with your meal?" Xiao Yuni whispered to Longwei. "Shouldn't we also pretend to be drunk?" Longwei, without responding, suddenly buried his face into a plate of fried rice, snoring loudly, even bubbles of mucus escaping his nose. Seeing this, Xiao Yuni thought Longwei was overdoing it, so he decided to outdo him. He lifted a glass of wine to his lips, leaned back, and fell to the ground. The cup resting on his nose, wine splattering across his face, resembling a truly drunken man. Mike continued to feast. He suddenly noticed the surrounding silence again. Looking around, he realized everyone else had collapsed, leaving him the sole upright individual. An overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over him. His companions were merely pretending, yet the pirate hunters were even more convincing in their act. feeling a sense of isolation and sobriety amidst the pretense of drunkenness. Mike resolved to play along to feign drunkenness, slumping over the dining table, but discreetly placed a meat bun near his mouth, quietly nibbling away while trying not to make a sound. The restaurant was enveloped in silence. At that moment, Icolum peeked through his disheveled hair, eyeing the scene and noticing that Mike's group had all succumbed to their act, a cold smirk crossing his face. "Miss Monday, we can proceed," Icolum whispered. "Understood, Mr. 8. Miss Monday stood up from a small table, only for the table to lose balance, causing Huanmeng and Kana, who had been leaning on the other end, to crash to the ground. However, in a bid to maintain their facade of unconsciousness, Huanmeng and Kana endured the pain, achieving the pinnacle of their performance. "Humph, two fragile women think they can outdrink me. They are still too green," Miss Monday scoffed. Mike, with half-closed eyes, observed everything, feeling a pang of sympathy for Huanmeng and Kana, who were enduring discomfort for the greater good. At that moment, the pirate hunters in the restaurant began to raise their heads, stealthily trailing Icolum as he exited. When the last pirate hunter passed by Mike, he seized the man's hand, eyes closed, muttering, "Delicious big pig trotters," and attempted to shove the man's hand into his mouth. The pirate hunter yelped, quickly retracting his hand. Icolum, startled, turned back to check on Mike and his companions, relieved to see they remained unresponsive. "Shoo!" Icolum signaled for silence with a finger to his lips. The pirate hunter, heart racing from the scare, exhaled cautiously, realizing Mike was merely mumbling in his sleep, and followed Icolum out of the restaurant. Once all the pirate hunters had exited and moved away, Mike finally lifted his head, sighing. Pretending is truly exhausting." Huanmeng and Kana stood up from the ground, both sporting bruises on their foreheads. "Not only is pretending tiring, but it also left me genuinely hurt," Huanmeng lamented. "Indeed, I didn't get drunk from the wine, but nearly knocked myself out," Kana added. "Achoo." Xiao Yuni sneezed, long strands of mucus draping from his nostrils. He quickly pinched the mucus and flicked it to the ground, exclaiming, "Finally, I managed to sneeze. The wine nearly suffocated me. Thankfully, I can breathe through my mouth." "You, how disgusting," Huanmeng and Kana simultaneously replied. Seeing that everyone had awakened from their act, Mike noticed Longwei still buried in the plate of fried rice, his head not yet lifted, bubbles of mucus fluctuating as if he truly were asleep. Xiao Yuni pulled an arrow from his quiver and jabbed the mucus bubble. Pop! The bubble burst, prompting Longwei to raise his head, his face smeared with rice grains, looking bewildered. "What happened? How did I fall asleep?" "You big fool. I thought you were pretending to be asleep. I only followed your lead," Xiao Yuni retorted angrily. "You made me miss out on a full meal." "Oh, who told you to eat so slowly?" Longwei countered. "You can continue eating. I'll go handle those pirate hunters." Longwei abruptly tugged at Xiao Yuni's shirt, wiping his face clean of rice, and then took off with a thunderous clap. After Longwei departed, Xiao Yuni realized in anger. "You scoundrel! How dare you wipe your face with my shirt?" At that moment, the ethereal figure, Huanmeng, inquired of Mike, "Can Longwei truly handle so many pirate hunters alone? Shall we not venture out to assist him? Let us wait a moment. Allow him to warm up and hone his skills. I believe he can manage on his own," Mike replied, his words muffled as he stuffed a beef bun into his mouth. "I see you haven't had your fill. Continue eating. I shall go take a look." Huanmeng declared as she rose that it would be prudent for you to keep watch. If he truly struggles, return and inform us. Mike responded. Huanmeng said nothing further, allowing GNN to apply a bit of foundation on her forehead to conceal her scars before she exited the restaurant. Inside, only Mike and Chiyo Y New York remained, still indulging in their meal, while GNN adjusted her makeup with a small mirror. Meanwhile, in the square of Whiskey Town, over 100 pirate hunters armed with knives, guns, and clubs gathered. "Mr. 8. All personnel are assembled. We may commence our operation," Miss XNGQY announced. "Indeed. Now, while they slumber, we shall eliminate them without a trace," Icolem proclaimed. Suddenly, Longwei strode into the square, exclaiming, "Oh, you pirate hunters are gathered here. However, to harm them, you must first contend with me." Icolem turned abruptly, spotting Longwei standing there with a sword in hand. "Weren't you asleep?" Icolem asked in astonishment. "That as a swordsman, one must always maintain a vigilant mind. How could I possibly be truly asleep?" Longwei replied. At that moment, Huanmeng, following behind Longwei, noticed the multitude of armed pirate hunters and swiftly hid behind a wall. This fool. Had it not been for Chi, a wine New York popping your snot bubble, you would likely still be in slumber, Huanmeng muttered to herself, feeling embarrassed for him. However, Ikolim was not intimidated by Longwei's words. Instead, he joyfully sang a few incomprehensible lines before raising his arm and declaring, "Esteemed millionaires, the person before you is the bounty of 10 million berries, Bugatti Longwei. Whoever kills him shall ascend to the ranks of the numerical agents." With this command, 100 individuals brandishing weapons charged towards Longwei, shouting, "Onward, kill him. I wish to ascend to the rank of numerical agent. I want to earn 10 million berries and return home to Mary." Seeing this bizarre assortment of individuals recklessly rushing towards him, Longwei thought to himself, "Well, this is beyond my expectations, but it presents an excellent opportunity to test my speed. I shall dispatch this group within 3 seconds and show them how much faster I am than GNN." Calm and composed, Longwei drew his sword, Jinglei, gripping it firmly, poised before him, and proclaimed, "In the realm of swordsmanship, only speed prevails. One sword style, 100-man quick slash." As soon as he finished speaking, Longwei, sword in hand, dashed towards the crowd, gaining speed with each stride until he appeared merely as a fleeting shadow weaving through the thronged Huanmeng counted silently. 1, 2, 3. Just as she reached 3, Longwei had already traversed from the front to the back of the crowd. Coming to a halt, he sheathed Jinglei and called out, "Break." The next instant, the 100 armed pirate hunters all erupted in a spray of blood, collapsing to the ground. "Wow, Longwei's swordsmanship has improved tremendously," Huanmeng exclaimed in astonishment. Ikolim and Miss XNGQY were equally taken aback. "So powerful," Ikolim remarked. "His speed is astounding. I couldn't even catch a glimpse," Miss XNGQY added. "Even so, he cannot surpass my shotgun saxophone," Ikolim declared, producing the shotgun saxophone and blowing 2 notes towards Longwei. Toot, toot. The sound resonated as 2 bullets simultaneously erupted from the saxophone. Longwei hastily rolled aside, narrowly avoiding 2 large craters that formed in his previous position. "That was close. A shotgun saxophone, indeed," Longwei murmured. Immediately after, Ikolim blew another note. Toot. This time, however, Longwei did not evade, but instead swung his sword directly at the shotgun saxophone. Saxophone slash. The crescent-shaped blade of energy surged toward the saxophone, severing it in 2, and in its path, the bullets were also cleaved, falling harmlessly to the ground. At my apologies, curly-haired uncle. You ought to consider a different instrument. Your saxophone plays quite poorly, Longwei jested. Ikolim remained silent, pulling on his bow tie, revealing 6 cannon barrels concealed within his elaborate curls. Curly cannon. Suddenly, all 6 barrels fired simultaneously at Longwei. Tat-tat-tat. Boom. Boom. After a barrage, the wall behind Longwei was obliterated, sending clouds of dust and debris into the air. As the smoke cleared, Longwei's figure had vanished from sight. And no matter how fast he is, he can't outpace a cannonball. Ikolim grinned. Is that so? Perhaps I should offer you a complimentary hairdo. Longwei's voice rang out from behind Ikolim. Ikolim turned to see the sword's tip piercing through his curls, causing a chill to run down his spine and cold sweat to bead on his brow. "When did you get behind me?" Ikolim stammered. Longwei remained silent, channeling energy through his hand as Jinglei crackled with electricity, its blade heating up. Suddenly, he brushed the glowing back of his sword against Ikolim's voluminous curls, dislodging 6 cannon tubes from his hair. The once curly hair transformed into long, straight strands, nearly dragging on the ground. Ikolim fainted from the shock of Longwei's audacity. "Wow, I didn't expect his hair to be much longer than that of you." The dark-skinned warrior, Longwei chuckled as he sheathed Jinglei. Miss XNGQY, upon hearing Longwei's comment, felt a surge of anger. "You insolent swordsman, how dare you call me dark? I shall crush your skull." With iron rings adorning her right hand, she lunged at Longwei's head. However, Longwei did not flinch, meeting her strike with a punch. Bang! Their fists collided with a sound akin to stone striking stone, causing both to stagger back 2 steps. "Insolent swordsman, no man has ever bested my strength," Miss XNGQY declared. "That is because you have yet to encounter me," Longwei replied. "You dare not wield a sword. You shall never defeat me." As they both roared in unison, they clenched their right fists and charged at each other once more. Their fists collided with a resounding thud, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Longwei glanced at Miss X and GQY and said, "It's time for you to take flight." No sooner had he spoken than she grimaced in pain, her feet lifting off the ground, and she was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall and leaving an imprint of her form. Longwei, observing the blood trickling from his right hand, flexed his wrist and remarked, "This dark-skinned woman certainly possesses considerable strength. Yet, compared to me, she falls far short." Just as Longwei reveled in his triumph over the pirate hunters, I rode in on Karu toward the square, followed closely by Mr. 9, who ran alongside. "Eichel M. Eichel M. I called out as she reached Eichel M's side. Meanwhile, Mr. 9 excavated Miss X in GQY from beneath the rubble, exclaiming, "X in GQY! X in GQY! Are you all right?" "I'm fine, they won't die," Longwei assured. "You were far too ruthless, were we not to pretend? Why did you turn the act into reality?" I questioned. Longwei suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment. At a loss for words that moment, Huanmeng dashed out from behind the wall, exclaiming, Why have you only just arrived? If not for Longwei's intervention, we would have been slain by those pirate hunters." Our ship was under constant surveillance. We had no means of disembarking. Upon hearing the explosion, we swiftly dealt with the few individuals who were fixated on the ship and made our way here. Wei Wei remarked, "We cannot be blamed for this. The fault lies solely with the two of you for being so foolish. You couldn't even manage to disembark stealthily." Huanmeng interjected. Wei Wei found Huanmeng's argument somewhat valid and chose to remain silent. At that moment, a man and a woman approached the plaza. The man, sporting black glasses and a spiky, curly hairstyle, donned a coat emblazoned with the number 5. The woman, wearing a round hat and an ultra-short dress, walked gracefully in high heels, holding a parasol. "Wei Wei, do you recognize these two?" Longwei inquired. Yes, Wei Wei helped Eichel to his feet. She exclaimed, "It's them, Mr. 5 and Mississippi Valentine." "Oh, since you know them, they must be friends," Longwei declared, preparing to turn away. But Huanmeng quickly stopped him, saying, "Wait. These two do not seem to come with good intentions." "Really? The girl with the parasol looks quite cheerful." Longwei replied, "That haven't you heard the saying, 'A smile conceals a dagger'?" Huanmeng retorted. Just then, Mr. 9 and Mississippi Monday approached, and Mississippi Monday realized that their earlier confrontation with Longwei had been a misunderstanding. That man is named Jim, and the girl with the parasol is his partner. They are both high-ranking assassination agents from Baroque Works, and they are surely here to punish us, Mr. 9 stated, though. "So they are enemies. In that case, I wouldn't mind taking down a couple more," Longwei declared. "Both of them possess the powers of devil fruits, making them formidable opponents," Mr. 9 cautioned. Huanmeng patted Longwei on the shoulder and suggested, "Why not take a break? I'll handle these two abilities." "No, you are our ship's cook. I cannot allow them to dirty your hands. Let me take care of it," Longwei insisted. "Very well. Please, continue your performance," Huanmeng replied helplessly. Longwei drew his weapon, Thunder, and charged towards Jim and Mississippi Valentine, but the two of them walked right past him as if he were invisible. "You are not on our assassination list. Stand aside, or I shall not hesitate to flick boogers at you," Jim warned, his finger lodged in his nostril. Longwei, infuriated by such an insult, retorted, "You dare to flick one? I'll hurl it back at you. You fool. If you don't experience the taste of boogers, you might think they're delicious," Jim taunted. He extracted a small clump of booger from his nostril, rolled it between his thumb and forefinger, and flicked it towards Longwei. Seeing the booger hurtling towards him, Longwei dodged swiftly, only to have it explode against the wall. "What just happened? Did the booger explode?" Longwei exclaimed in shock. "Humph, fool. I am a user of the explosion fruit, capable of causing explosions all over my body," Jim coldly explained. Longwei, momentarily stunned, reflected, "Thank goodness I avoided that disgusting booger. Otherwise, I would have been blasted by it." Just then, Mississippi Valentine began to twirl her parasol and floated into the air. "What kind of bizarre character is this?" Longwei gasped. "Ha! I am a user of the floating fruit. My weight is now 0. Now I shall increase my weight. 100 pounds, 200 pounds, 300 pounds. Miss Valentine laughed heartily as she floated above Longwei. She began to increase her weight and descend. Longwei looked up and, with widened eyes and a cheeky grin, exclaimed, "In that short dress, It's easy for you to have a wardrobe malfunction while hovering above me. I wouldn't dare to look away. On the other side, Huanmeng shouted, Long way, quickly dodge. Don't look, it's dangerous. Mississippi Valentine laughed. Ha, feel free to look. I am not afraid of being seen naked by a dead man like you. Suddenly, she increased her weight to 10,000 pounds, stowed away her parasol, and dropped down with one leg outstretched like a guillotine. Boom! The ground cracked, smoke billowed, and a large crater formed. It's over. Longwei has perished due to his desires. Huanmeng lamented. Such is the weakness of men. May he rest in peace, Weiwei stated, shaking her head. However, as the smoke cleared, Longwei stood at the edge of the crater, his eyes sparkling with hearts, gazing at Mississippi Valentine. Your little undergarment is red. How festive. Mississippi Valentine, feeling embarrassed, angrily shouted, Mr. Five, quickly eliminate this perverted swordsman. Otherwise, I shall be too ashamed to face anyone. Mississippi Valentine, we must not waste any more time. Our target is Mississippi Wednesday. Jem asserted, we are the best partners. I was seen naked by others, and you have not avenged me. Mississippi Valentine replied, disappointed. Then next time, choose a fighting style that won't expose you. Not only this swordsman saw it, but everyone with functioning eyes in the plaza saw the color of your undergarment. I saw it too. Jem finally spoke the truth. He felt quite awkward himself. Every time Mississippi Valentine used her guillotine move, he had to pretend to be blind. Finally voicing what he had long wanted to say brought him a sense of relief. At that moment, Mississippi Valentine glanced around the plaza, noticing the multitude of onlookers, including the hundreds of pirate hunters previously defeated by Longwei, all gazing at her with hearts in their eyes. I can't face anyone. This is too embarrassing. Mississippi Valentine slumped into the crater and opened her parasol to shield her face. Longwei hadn't expected Mississippi Valentine to be so bashful, losing her fighting spirit so easily. To Mississippi Wednesday, our sole objective is you, the princess of the Alabasta kingdom. Today, you must perish, Jem declared menacingly, pointing at Weiwei. Upon hearing this, Weiwei realized that these two high-ranking assassination agents had come for her, just as Mike had informed her. It turned out Crocodile truly knew her identity and had sent them to kill her, not as punishment for the failed capture of the island whale. Princess Weiwei, quickly take the permanent pointer to return home. I will hold them off. Ikolum urged. Ikolum. Weiwei wanted to express her gratitude, but the words caught in her throat. No time for words. Hurry and go. Ikolum insisted. At that moment, Karu came to Weiwei's side, making a sound to signal her to climb onto his back. Weiwei accepted the permanent pointer from Ikolum and mounted Karu, preparing to flee. Thinking you can escape? Not so easily, Jem shouted, immediately pursuing Weiwei. Suddenly, Ikolum, Mississippi Monday, and Mr. Nine formed a line to block Jem. Exploder, we will not allow you to pass. The three declared in unison. You three are courting death, Jem yelled. Just then, Jem dug out 3 more clumps of booger from his nostrils and flicked them in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 explosions struck Ikolum, who collapsed to the ground, unconscious, his long hair ignited by the blasts. Mississippi Monday rushed forward to pat out the flames on his hair. Weiwei, riding on Karu, turned back just in time to see Ikolum fall, and she cried out in desperation, Ikolum, Ikolum, you must not die. Her shout caught Jem's attention, and he continued to pursue Weiwei. To At that moment, Mr. Nine stepped in with 2 metal rods to block Jem. Weiwei is my best partner. To harm her, you must step over my body, Mr. Nine declared. Jem scoffed. You are merely seeking your own demise. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Mr. Nine, you are my prince, always a true hero, Miss Monday cried out. At that moment, Mr. Nine swung a metallic rod towards Jem. However, before the rod could make contact, Jem raised his foot and kicked towards him. A series of explosive sounds erupted as Jem unleashed a flurry of kicks, each landing on Mr. Nine, producing a cacophony of blasts. No, Mr. Nine, Weiwei exclaimed tearfully, not wishing for anyone else to be harmed on her behalf. By the time Jem ceased his assault, Mr. Nine lay motionless on the ground, his body a wreck and his crown lost to the chaos. How dare a mere operative obstruct the path of a senior agent? Pathetic, utterly self-important. Your death is inconsequential, Jem declared. At this moment, Miss Monday had extinguished the flames in Ikolum's hair, stood up, donned an iron ring on her finger, and clenched her fist, declaring, I will avenge Mr. 8 for the prince in my heart. With that, She charged at Jim from behind. Unfazed, Jim turned his back and released a thunderous fart towards Miss Monday. The stench erupted as Jim's noxious release struck Miss Monday. An explosion ensued, leaving her, already somewhat grimy, utterly blackened. I forgot to mention, anything on my person can explode, even my farts. Jim laughed. The scene was utterly incredulous, leaving Illusion and Longway dumbfounded, exclaiming, farts can explode. After dispatching the three who had restrained him, Jim continued his pursuit of Wei Wei. Despite her grief, Wei Wei urged Karu, run. Gah! Karu hastily took off with Wei Wei. Yet, while Karu moved swiftly, Jim was swifter still, closing in on Wei Wei. Just as Jim prepared to leap and kick Karu, Mike suddenly descended from the rooftop, blocking Jim's path. Exploding man, Mr. 5, you've disturbed my slumber, Mike said coldly. A fool unaware of their own fate. Look at the sorry state of those three, and you should understand the consequences of obstructing me. Jim mistook Mike for a pirate hunter. If you think I will meet the same fate as them, prepare to be disappointed. Mike replied icily at that moment. Wei Wei halted once more, calling back to Mike. Mike, don't engage him any further. Why not? Do you wish to protect this exploding man? Mike asked, perplexed. No, I just don't want you to get hurt because of me. Wei Wei cried out, rest assured, I am destined to defeat Crocodile. How dare this insignificant exploding man act so brazenly? Mike retorted, beckoning Jim. Exploding man, come here. At that point, Jim adjusted his black sunglasses, drew a revolver from his person, and blew into the barrel. Against a simpleton like you, I needn't lift a finger. You will fall. Air explosion. Jim aimed the gun at Mike and pulled the trigger. Bang! The air bullet from the revolver exploded upon hitting Mike. However, as the smoke dissipated, Mike emerged unscathed, pinching his nose and coughing twice. You walking dung ball. Did you eat garlic before arriving? Your breath is atrocious. I didn't eat garlic. How could I have bad breath? Jim said, covering his mouth, exhaling a couple of breaths, then sniffing. How dare you mock me? Watch the gun. But before Jim could fire again, Mike activated his shaving technique, instantly appearing beside him. Iron fist explosion. Mike unleashed his iron block skill, landing a punch on Jim's chin with a resounding crack. The sound of the explosion overlapped with the shattering of Jim's jawbone. Exploding man, do you understand the concept of action and reaction? Don't presume that your explosions only affect others. They can just as easily backfire on you. If you excel at exploding, then I shall ensure you explode to your heart's content, Mike asserted, with his jaw misaligned. Jim was unable to respond. Rapid iron feet explosion. Mike executed his iron block skill again, delivering a relentless barrage of kicks upon Jim, causing a series of explosions that shook the very ground beneath them. Dust fell from the surrounding buildings, disturbed by the tremors. Meanwhile, on the other side, Miss Valentine's Day attempted to take flight to ambush Mike, but just as she ascended a short distance, Longway called out, if you wish to avoid being seen by so many, feel free to fly up. I certainly haven't had my fill of looking. Miss Valentine's Day promptly descended, retorting, you lecherous swordsman, next time I shall wear pants and crush you. If you wish to crush me, you'd best wear something alluring. Pants are quite inconvenient. Longway smirked. Miss Valentine's Day's cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, lecherous swordsman, you will never win my affection. I never claimed I would pursue you. You merely overthought it, Longway replied. Overwhelmed by Longway's words, Miss Valentine's Day succumbed to embarrassment, collapsing to the ground, concealing herself with a parasol, mortified and contemplating. Could it be that I've developed feelings for this lecherous swordsman? Why do I feel so weak in his presence? With the explosion subsiding, Jim lay in a crater created by the blasts, his attire in tatters, even his undergarments reduced to mere shreds. Mike dusted himself off and stepped out of the cracked pit, saying, remember, when you explode others, you may very well explode yourself. Stop mindlessly blowing things up. If you have the guts, go blow up those celestial dragons. However, Jim could no longer hear these words, seeing the exploding man defeated. Wei Wei swiftly dismounted from Karu and rushed to Mike, embracing him tightly. Mike, thank you. Are you injured? I'm fine. Taking down such weaklings is no challenge at all. Mike replied that you're incredible. With you around, I feel so secure. I truly can't bear to leave you. Wei Wei sobbed. Mike suddenly sensed that Wei Wei might be expressing affection, though it felt ambiguous. All right, then let us stick together, Mike said, embracing Wei Wei in a somewhat affectionate manner. But how can I inform my father and the rebel leader Kosher about my feelings? Wei Wei queried. Icolum can go in your stead, Mike suggested. Okay, that works, Wei Wei agreed. Just then, the group heard a ringing sound from above. As the vulture and the otter returned. You monsters, we failed to capture you last time, but this time, there will be no escape. Illusion declared, transforming and preparing to attack. However, before Illusion could take flight, on another rooftop, Xiao Yuni had already drawn his bow, launching a fishbone arrow that soared through the air, striking the vulture's wing. The vulture, focused on Illusion's transformation, failed to notice Xiao Yuni lurking in the shadows. The ill-fated duo was caught off guard and plummeted. Coincidentally, they fell directly towards Mike and Wei Wei, who were still embracing. Mike, enjoying Wei Wei's gentle hold, looked up to see two large figures descending rapidly, and promptly lifted Wei Wei to dodge. The vulture and otter emitted piercing cries as they tumbled to the ground, losing consciousness upon impact. Hey, Mike, sorry for interrupting you too, Xiao Yuni called out. Regaining her composure, Wei Wei quickly released Mike, her face flushed with embarrassment. I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to thank you. Yes, I understand. A thank you hug. Mike, suddenly, Xiao Yuni asked with a hint of mischief, what do you think of my archery skills? Your archery is impressive. You managed to hit from such a distance. It seems your skills are growing stronger, Mike praised. Xiao Yuni beamed with joy. Of course, I am the man who can pierce the sun. At that moment, Huandream transformed back into human form and shouted at Xiao Yuni. Why are you stealing my prey? I didn't. My bow just misfired for a moment, Xiao Yuni replied. Mike thought to himself, Xiao Yuni is lying. And poorly at that. Who would believe that his bow misfired? However, to his astonishment, Huandream said, all right. I believe you. I won't hold it against you. Mike looked at Huandream in disbelief. It was hard to fathom that she could accept such a flimsy excuse. Suddenly, Mike noticed a permanent pointer had rolled out of the otter's shell handbag. Curiosity piqued. He approached to pick it up. Discovering it pointed to the little garden, he then took the handbag from the unconscious otter. Dumping out the contents, which included paper and a pen, Huandream, Longwei, and Xiao Yuni also approached, eager to see what was inside Clockter's messenger bag. However, apart from the paper and pen, they found only a few bounty notices, including those for Mike and Longwei, which left them somewhat disappointed. Mike spotted a distinct notice among the bounties, pulling it out to reveal it was an order. After reading it, Mike exclaimed, this is bad. Dongli and Baroque in the little garden are in danger. We must hurry to save them. The group was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Mike's sudden outburst. That moment, Wei Wei took the order from Mike to examine it, stating, Dongli and Baroque have already been killed by Mr. 3, two giant pirates with a bounty of 100 million berries. Mr. 3, originally named Galdino, is a senior assassination operative of Baroque Works, a candle man who has consumed the melt fruit. Mike furrowed his brow, pondering, how could this be? The timing of Mr. 3's assassination of Dongli and Baroque should still be far off. Has time shifted? Did my arrival alter certain timelines in the pirate world? However, Mike reconsidered. That can't be. I haven't encountered any events that occurred prematurely. This shouldn't have happened ahead of schedule. It's very likely that Mr. 3 is lying. Huandream asked in surprise, who are Dongli and Baroque? Are they related to us? Shouldn't we focus on reaching Alabasta to defeat Clockter? Two pirates with a bounty of 100 million berries. It's a pity they've been assassinated, Longwei remarked, since they've already been killed. It's too late for us to go now. We should head to Alabasta, Xiao Yuni suggested. Mike suddenly smiled and said, the contents of this order aren't entirely true, but I'm certain that Dongli and Baroque are still alive. We should first go to the little garden to take down Mr. 3, then proceed to Alabasta. If that's the case, will the 7-day promise still hold? Don't let me down. Huandream retorted that of course it counts. So we must set sail immediately. Mike scanned the surroundings and quickly added, where's Kana? She isn't still putting on makeup, is she? I'm here, Captain Mike. Kana emerged from a house, holding Mr. Nine's crown. I went to see if there was an authentic map of the Grand Line. Did you find one? Mike inquired. These fools only know how to wield swords and guns. They don't even have paper and pens, let alone a map, Kana replied. Here are paper and pens, all for you. Mike gestured to the shell handbag. Great, this is just what I need. From now on, I will create my own map of the Grand Line and let the counterfeit maps go to hell. Kana exclaimed joyfully. Shortly after, Icolum, Miss Monday, and Mr. 9 also regained consciousness. Kana tossed the crown to Mr. 9, saying, Keep your crown safe. Don't let down your beloved. Mr. Nine donned the crown with a smile, saying, I won't. We're getting married in a few days. Congratulations in advance on your marriage, Kana said, at that moment. Mr. Nine quickly gestured for silence, indicating they wished to keep their relationship under wraps in front of the pirate hunters, since Mr. Nine intended to keep his relationship with Miss Monday private. Everyone pretended to be oblivious. Thus, a life-and-death crisis was averted. Mr. 5, Miss Valentine, Mr. 13, and Miss Friday were all tied up and taken away by a group of pirate hunters. As Miss Valentine departed, she shouted at Longway, Swordsman, I will never let you off the hook. No matter where you go, I will find you. Longway was taken aback, smirking, I'll be waiting for you to come and crush me. Meanwhile, Icolum, Mr. 9, and Miss Monday had their wounds treated by the doctor. They were all minor injuries and would heal quickly. Considering the 7-day vow, Mike and the others took a brief respite at Whiskey Peak before preparing to set sail. Mike, should I send Icolum back on a small boat to inform the country? That way, we can expose Clockter's scheme, and the rebellion at home can cease. Weiwei suggested, no. Clockter has sent not only those 2 high-ranking operatives to kill you, for safety's sake, you and Icolum should accompany us to the little garden. And then we will all head to Alabasta together, Mike insisted resolutely. All right, I will follow your lead, Weiwei agreed. Time is of the essence. Let us leave Karu in the care of Mr. 9 and Miss Monday. Weiwei and Icolum will board the windbreaker with us. Destination: Little Garden, full speed ahead, Mike declared from the bow of the ship. Aye, Kana responded. At this moment, Xiao Yuni quietly asked Longwei, do you think Mike is intentionally trying to relinquish the captaincy? He is wasting time to save those 2 foolish individuals. Not a chance. His captaincy is irreplaceable. Longwei replied that I could also be captain. As the saying goes, a sailor who does not aspire to be a captain is not a good warrior. Xiao Yuni patted his chest confidently. Nonsense, Longwei scoffed. Suddenly, Mike stealthily approached Xiao Yuni and inquired, what are you discussing? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Xiao Yuni jumped in surprise, flustered. Longwei chuckled. Xiao Yuni wants you to give him the captain's position. I do not. Longwei. Oh, misinterpreting me. I said that a sailor who does not aspire to be a captain is not a good warrior. Xiao Yuni quickly clarified. Ha, such ambition. Xiao Yuni, the day you can surpass Longwei is when you become our ship's first mate. Mike said cheerfully. All right, from now on, I will intensify my training and surely surpass him. I am the man who can pierce the sun. After declaring this, Xiao Yuni quickly climbed up to the lookout to observe the surroundings. At that moment, aboard Mike asked everyone, oh, by the way, have any of you ever seen a dinosaur? No. Everyone shook their heads in unison. There are dinosaurs on Little Garden Island. Would you like to see them? Mike proposed. How is that possible? We are in a modern era. Dinosaurs from the ancient times have long been extinct, Weiwei exclaimed. Mike cleared his throat and stated earnestly, in the grand line, the most unreliable things to believe are past common sense and experiences. As they are not applicable here, due to the Grand Line's uniqueness, each island is almost isolated, lacking any civilized exchange, resulting in uneven development among islands. Some islands are in a high-tech era, while others remain stuck in ancient times. At that moment, Huandream interjected, Captain Wanshido, does that mean we can feast on dinosaur meat? Absolutely. I regret not purchasing an oversized refrigerator. Then we could store an entire dinosaur inside. Mike replied enthusiastically. Ha ha ha. Mike chuckled. Our ship is rather compact, yet we already have 3 refrigerators, one for wine and beverages, another for fruits and vegetables, and the last for assorted meats. If we wish to accommodate an entire dinosaur on board, we must first consider procuring a larger vessel, Huanmeng remarked. Indeed, this ship is somewhat small, but it has its advantages. We are pirates, after all, and agility at sea is paramount. When faced with danger, we can fight if we stand a chance. Or simply flee if we do not, Mike stated. Suddenly, from the lookout tower, Xiao Yuni called out, Hey, everyone, look, a giant sea turtle is swimming toward us. There's a person on it, a black-haired woman wearing a cowboy hat. The crew immediately became alert. The Grand Line is fraught with hidden dangers, and one must always exercise caution when encountering unfamiliar individuals. The sea turtle approached swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. It was before them to Mike's astonishment. There was a sofa atop the turtle, accompanied by a pavilion, where a woman clad in a fitted uniform and wearing a cowboy hat sat leisurely, engrossed in a thick book. Mike furrowed his brows as he recognized her to be Nico Robin, the wielder of the Hana no Mi, capable of sprouting limbs from her body like flowers, adept at using joint locks to kill without a trace. "Robin, my dear beauty, how delightful to see you again," Mike said with a relaxed smile. Yet, beneath his calm exterior, Mike felt a surge of tension. Even combined, their abilities were no match for Robin's if she so desired. She could eliminate them all in an instant. However, Mike knew that Robin was not a heartless demon. At her core, she possessed a kind heart, though. "You know my name?" Robin closed her book and leaped from the turtle to stand before Mike. "It seems I must add another name to my list of tasks. You would never kill me," Mike retorted. "Interesting, you appear to know quite a bit about me," Robin replied with intrigue. "You are the goddess of academia in my heart. Of course, I pay special attention to you, the sole survivor of O'Hara's demon-slaying mission, wanted by the world government at the tender age of 8 with a bounty of 79 million berries. You are the only one capable of deciphering the poneglyphs and the greatest threat to this world," Mike concluded, adding, "Am I correct, Robin?" Robin sneered. "You know too much. Therefore, you must die, fourfold flower," before Mike could react. 4 alabaster arms sprouted from his back, 2 gripping his arms while another grabbed his hair, and the last pushed under his chin. Witnessing this, Longway immediately drew his sword to rescue Mike. However, as soon as he stepped forward, 2 hands erupted from the deck, seizing his ankles and sending him crashing to the ground. Almost instantly, 2 more hands appeared on Longway's shoulders, twisting his head. With a crack, Longway fell unconscious. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuni, poised to shoot Robin from the lookout tower, found 2 hands emerging from the arrow, snapping it in two. As 2 more hands appeared at the edge of the lookout, Xiao Yuni was unexpectedly pulled off the platform and fell heavily onto the deck. Also losing consciousness. "Eightfold flower," Robin declared again. Huanmeng, Jinna, Weiwei, and Ikelim found themselves similarly ensnared by Robin's control. "Do not move. Anyone who dares to stir will find their necks twisted," Robin threatened. In an instant, all 7 individuals aboard the ship were subdued by Robin. Paralyzed by fear, Robin's grip was formidable. Mike's hair felt as though it might be yanked from his scalp, and his neck was nearly crushed. Desperate for a solution, Mike suddenly recalled the lucky draw system. Just as he felt himself slipping into unconsciousness, he urgently thought, "Little Rui, I wish to draw a prize." Ding! "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill, flexible bone technique." Upon hearing this, Mike felt immensely grateful to the system. The flexible bone technique counters the joint lock technique. With newfound vigor, Mike activated the skill, rendering his joints pliable. The pain in his arms dissipated, and he discovered he could rotate his head freely. "Hee, you can't do anything to me now, Nico Robin," Mike proclaimed, breaking free from Robin's grasp. A cold smile adorning his face. Robin's expression shifted to one of panic as she inquired, "Who are you? How did you break my technique? Are you also a devil fruit user?" "I am KTVID. Mike, a man destined to become the Emperor of the Seas. How could I possibly be defeated by you?" Mike retorted coldly. Suddenly, Mike activated the shave technique, instantly appearing before Robin, grasping her neck with his left hand while pointing his right index finger at her chest. "What do you intend to do?" "This is harassment," Robin gasped. "Silence. Release them all, or I shall pierce your heart with my finger." "Please, no. I have already let them go." Robin complied, retracting her powers. Seeing Robin relent, Mike released her and said, "Let's discuss matters amicably. There's no need for violence from the outset. It's quite detrimental to our rapport. I only came to oversee Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Killing is not part of my mission. I merely wish to play with you." Robin smiled. "With you here to protect Weiwei and Ikelim, it seems their mission is doomed to fail. Indeed, they have already been captured by the bounty hunters." Mike swiftly shifted the conversation that it's time for you to part ways with Crocodile. "He is merely using you." "Oh, it appears you know quite a bit," Robin said. "Shall we be friends?" "Certainly. I shall consider you my sister. Let us regard this battle as a familial contest," Mike replied. "Very well. Little brother Mike," Robin agreed with surprising cheerfulness. That moment, Weiwei approached Mike and exclaimed, "Mike, she is the vice president of Baroque Works, codename Miss Sunday, Crocodile's assistant, a criminal of the highest order. How could you accept her as your sister?" Robin collaborated with Crocodile for the sake of the poneglyphs. She harbors no intent to harm anyone, and that is forgivable. Mike defended her. Robin suddenly found herself perplexed by Mike. She thought, This person is no ordinary individual. It would be advantageous to forge a sibling bond with him. All right, everyone, let us ease our tension. I have acknowledged the world's sole expert on ancient scripts. What a joyous occasion this is. Let us celebrate our meeting today. Mike declared enthusiastically. After a century of cultivation, we now share the same vessel. This moment is a result of our fateful connections. Jinnah echoed that. The others began to put aside their earlier discomfort. Huanmeng and Jinnah took it upon themselves to revive Longwei, and Xiao Yuni with a few slaps to the face. Is Mike dead? Longwei inquired upon waking. Dead? Quite the opposite. He has just acquired a sister. Huanmeng teased. Sister? Which one? Xiao Yuni asked, astonished. The very sister who just pulled you off the lookout. Jinnah's words seemed to carry an edge. Longwei and Xiao Yuni exchanged bewildered glances, realizing they had missed much excitement during their unconsciousness. Nonetheless, those with dreams can connect in myriad ways, through a lively celebration, ultimately becoming good friends. Mike's enthusiasm ignited the celebratory atmosphere, with glasses frequently raised. Even the typically aloof Robin found herself swept up in the revelry. Rising to dance after a few rounds of drinks. Robin's sister, you are so beautiful, Huanmeng exclaimed joyfully. Robin's sister, your dancing is exquisite. I wish to join. Jinnah expressed with envy. Come, let's all dance together, and you too. Wei, I will teach you how to dance. Robin danced with exuberance, exclaiming with joy. Initially, she was slightly preoccupied with thoughts of the domestic rebellion, which hindered her ability to fully enjoy the festivities and keep pace with the rhythm of the dance. Consequently, Robin sprouted a pair of hands behind each of them, guiding them in their movements. Longwei, Kaiunii, and Ikolum. We cannot simply stand by and watch. Let us join in and provide them with musical accompaniment. Let us sing together the tune of Bink Sake. Agreed. Yo ho ho ho. As Mike took the lead, everyone joined in a harmonious chorus, elevating the celebratory atmosphere to its zenith after the revelry had worn them out. They sprawled across the lawn in front of the cottage, resting in disarray at that moment. Robin remarked with heartfelt laughter, Today, I am truly delighted to have met you all. You are the most intriguing companions I have encountered. Furthermore, I feel an immense happiness in having sworn brotherhood with Mike. Sister Robin, you have been my idol for over a decade. To have the chance to become sworn siblings with my idol is simply overwhelming. Mike replied, Captain Mike, why don't we invite Sister Robin onto our ship so she can join us on our adventures? Huandream suggested. Indeed, we feel an instant connection. How wonderful it would be to share the same vessel. Kiana concurred. Mike was momentarily taken aback, pondering, why have Huandream and Kiana suddenly become so enthusiastic? They vehemently opposed Nami boarding last time, yet now they are proactively inviting Robin. It's rather perplexing. Mike could only marvel at his inability to comprehend the girl's thoughts. Before Mike could respond, Robin spoke first. No, I cannot. I have a very important matter to attend to. I hope that once this task is completed, you will still extend an invitation for me to board. Is it related to the historical text of Alabasta? Mike inquired. Brother Mike, how do you know so much? I feel as though I have no secrets left before you, Robin replied. Mike gazed at Robin with deep affection and said, Sister Robin, while you are near the sand crocodile, please ensure to protect yourself. In a couple of days, I will confront him. At that moment, Robin's gaze met Mike's, and in that shared glance, they understood each other's feelings. Thank you for your concern. You take care as well. Robin nodded. It's nearly time. I must take my leave. As Robin stood up to depart, Huandream and Kiana rushed forward to embrace her, saying, We cannot bear to part with you. My dear sisters, this temporary separation is for the sake of a longer-lasting union in the future. Robin reassured them that as Robin set sail on her giant turtle ship. The atmosphere aboard suddenly grew somber. Longwei, Kaiunii, go wash the dishes, Huandream commanded, her face darkening. Just a moment. Let me savor Sister Robin's dance a little longer. Longwei replied, somewhat reluctant. I feel the same. Sister Robin looks so beautiful dancing in her uniform. Kaiunii squinted his eyes in admiration. That moment, Huandream's eyes blazed with fury. She clenched her fists and delivered a swift blow to each of their heads, causing large bumps to form instantly. You two need to wake up. Don't make me repeat myself. Longwei and Kaiunii, upon witnessing Huandream's fierce glare, dared not protest further and promptly set to work. Huandream cast a sidelong glance at Ikolum. Ahem, I'll help with the cleaning too. Ikelim said, his face flushing as he wisely made his exit. Huandream then turned her attention to Mike, who pretended not to notice and averted his gaze. Singing, "Today is a fine day. All wishes shall come true. Fine, since you're part of the crew, I shall spare you. Besides, you saved everyone on board today, which is no small feat. Otherwise, I would have cut off your meals." Huandream declared at that moment. Mike suddenly felt an unsettling sensation. If their ship were likened to a family, Huandream would be the mother, Kiana the father, and he, Longwei, and Kaioni would be the perpetually childish offspring. Amusingly, Mike couldn't help but chuckle. "Thank you for your generosity, chef," Mike exclaimed. "Spare me the pleasantries. Once we reach the little garden, if there's no dinosaur meat to be had, you'll regret it." Huandream retorted, "There will definitely be some. I've never told a lie." Mike responded, "Kiana, our course is correct. I assent it. Absolutely. All is well," Kiana affirmed. Splendid. Full speed ahead toward the little garden, the windbreaker sailed swiftly across the sea. Its journey remarkably smooth, a rare moment of ease that as they approached the little garden. Kiana suddenly asked, "Captain Mike, why is this island called the Little Garden? It doesn't sound like an island's name." "Because giants reside on this island, and it resembles their backyard, hence the name," Mike explained. "What? Giants? I no longer wish to set foot on the island. It sounds terrifying," Kiana exclaimed. "Let me tell you, these giants stand 6 or 7 stories high. We wouldn't even measure up to a single one of their fingers." "Ha!" Mike laughed. That's too frightening. I want to stay on the ship. I don't want to go ashore," Kiana declared, increasingly alarmed. "All right. Those who don't wish to disembark may remain on the ship. After all, someone must keep watch," Mike announced. With someone voluntarily opting to stay aboard, Mike no longer faced the dilemma of choosing a lookout. The windbreaker gradually entered the little garden, surrounded by an eerie silence, which heightened everyone's alertness. Suddenly, a series of loud metallic clashes echoed, startling flocks of birds into flight. Mike thought, this metallic sound likely signifies that Dongli and Broggy are battling once more. This means they are still alive. At that moment, a startled bird flew over the ship, dropping a sizable deposit right onto Longwei's head, resembling a rather unflattering bird droppings hat. Laughter erupted among the crew. "That filthy bird, Kaioni, as a brother, help me shoot it down," Longwei urged. "Don't be like that. That bird must have been frightened into a frenzy. It couldn't hold it in." Kaioni chuckled uncontrollably. Roar, roar, while everyone was gazing upward. A pair of low growls suddenly emerged from the shore and a striped saber-toothed tiger appeared, eyeing the ship hungrily, drooling as if anticipating a meal. "The tiger, I'm so scared. It won't leap onto our ship." "Will it?" Kiana inched closer to Mike. "Don't worry. I will protect you," Mike reassured her. Huandream also edged closer to Mike, exclaiming, "Mike, I'm terrified of tigers too. You must protect me." It's all right. Tigers typically don't prey on their own kind." Mike attempted to soothe them. Huandream paused, then suddenly erupted. "Mike, how dare you insult me? Go to hell." Just as Huandream clenched her fist, the saber-toothed tiger abruptly retreated a few steps before launching itself toward the ship. Huandream, Kana, and Weiwei huddled together, mouths agape in shock. As the saber-toothed tiger leaped towards the ship, Longwei swiftly drew Thunderstrike. Tiger meat should taste delicious. Just as Longwei prepared to strike the saber-toothed tiger, a massive red pterosaur swooped down from the heavens, swallowing the tiger whole before soaring off over the water. The crew stood dumbfounded. The red pterosaur was larger than the ship, flying at an astonishing speed. How wonderful it would be to have such a red pterosaur as a mount for our travels. Mike mused. "What are you thinking? Are you out of your mind? It just devoured a saber-toothed tiger." Huandream exclaimed, "We cannot afford such a ferocious creature. Indeed, it's far too terrifying." Kiana agreed, "We've missed our chance. It will be difficult to encounter another." Longwei shook his head and said, Mike felt it was about time to enter the small garden, so he instructed Jinnah to dock the boat. Longwei furled the sail, and Kaioni dropped the anchor. Longwei, Huandream, and Weiwei decided to accompany Mike ashore, while Kaioni, Jinnah, and Ikelim remained on the vessel to watch over it. Before departing, Mike introduced them to the appearances of Mr. 3 and Mississippi Golden Week, instructing them to signal Kaioni should they spot them. "Rest assured, Mike, I shall ensure the boat remains safe," Kaioni declared. "Well, even if I'm not around, the boat must stay," Kaioni added. "Understood," Kai and I affirmed resolutely. However, once Mike, Longwei, Huandream, and Weiwei disembarked, Kai and I trembled and exclaimed, Mike no longer loves us. He implies that my life is worth less than that of a boat. Captain Mike did not mean that. He intended to motivate you to protect the sailing wind. This vessel is our shared home. We cannot do without it. Jinna interjected. I truly do not comprehend your thoughts. I certainly do. Although I yearn for adventure, for the sake of our shared home, I must choose to remain and safeguard our ship. Icolum, do you share my sentiments? Kai and I turned to Icolum and inquired, No, that is not my intention. I shall wait until Weiwei has wandered far before I disembark. Icolum replied, glancing in the direction where Weiwei had departed. Feeling that she had gone far enough, he then tied up his hair and stepped off the boat. What are you doing disembarking? Didn't we agree to watch the boat together? Kai and I exclaimed in astonishment. Icolum snapped a twig, resting it atop his head, and crouched low. In comparison to watching the boat, Weiwei is far more important to me. I must protect her from the shadows. Kai and I felt a wave of embarrassment and said, Go ahead. A good man quietly contributes behind a woman, expecting nothing in return. Kai and I, you need not conceal the fear within you any longer. We are indeed the timid duo aboard our ship, Jinna remarked. Having been seen through by Jinna, Kai and I sulkily hugged his knees, sitting closely beside her under the mast, falling silent. Meanwhile, the first four to reach the island split into two groups, Weiwei and Huandream together, and Longwei with Mike, both heading towards the island. Mike, why does this scene feel somewhat familiar? We aren't walking into a trap again, are we? Longwei questioned. How could that be? Are we really that foolish? Mike replied, True, we cannot possibly be that foolish. Longwei agreed. However, just as the words left their lips, both froze, hearing rustling sounds behind them. Mike, I feel something is following us. Longwei said, I sense it too. Mike responded. When they turned around, they were confronted by two triceratops, their eyes filled with fury. Turning back, they were astonished to find two more triceratops blocking their path. Mike, it seems we must admit we've been rather foolish, Longwei remarked. I will not concede to being foolish. Let us just say these four triceratops are the real dimwits, Mike asserted that moment. The four enormous triceratops pointed their horns at Mike and Longwei, their front legs digging furiously into the ground, preparing to charge. Longwei swiftly drew his knife and declared, Mike, allow me to turn these four beasts into mincemeat. Hold your horses. We need not engage physically with these muscle-bound simpletons. We can handle them without lifting a finger, Mike countered. Then what shall we do? Longwei asked. Can you run fast enough? Mike replied with a question. I suppose so. Ever since racing against Jinna, I can run at the speed of the wind. Longwei boasted. Excellent. Stay calm. When I shout run, you head left while I go right. Make sure to use your utmost speed, Mike instructed. All right, I shall follow your lead. Longwei agreed. Just then, the four massive triceratops seemed to receive a unified command. White mist billowing from their nostrils as they lowered their heads and charged towards Mike and Longwei. As the triceratops closed in, Mike shouted, Run! Utilizing the shave technique, he instantly teleported, while Longwei accelerated to a whirlwind pace. Boom! The four colossal triceratops collided with a thunderous crash, subsequently collapsing to the ground. When Mike turned to look, he saw the four triceratops had crashed into one another, their three sharp horns impaling each other's heads. All lifeless. Oh dear. How tragic. Now that is true mutual destruction, Longwei commented. Indeed, there are those even more foolish than us. Just then, Mike noticed that Longwei had ended up alongside him. Didn't I say you should go left while I went right? Why are you next to me? Mike questioned. I momentarily lost focus and followed you, Longwei chuckled. After effortlessly dispatching the four giant triceratops, they continued their search for Mr. 3 and Mississippi Golden Week. Mike, that large tree seemed to move just now. Longwei remarked that I too sensed several trees shifting. Could we be encountering tree spirits? Mike speculated. Suddenly, darkness enveloped them, and upon looking up, Mike was astonished to see a dozen long-necked sauropods feasting on the leaves. That is not a tree. It is the leg of a sauropod, Mike exclaimed. Have we just escaped one trap only to fall into another? This feels eerily similar, Longwei lamented. Not to worry, sauropods are quite gentle. If we do not disturb them, they should pose no threat, Mike reassured. However, at that moment, the red-winged dragon that had devoured the saber-toothed tigers swooped down, targeting the feeding sauropods to bite their necks. Upon spotting the red-winged dragon, the feeding sauropods immediately fled, causing trees to topple in chaotic disarray, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, the herd of sauropods began to stampede, the ground trembling violently beneath them. Mike and Longway found themselves beneath the stampede of enormous sauropods, as if they had stumbled into a calamitous disaster, having to dodge frequently, lest they be crushed. Yet these sauropods seemed to have eyes on their feet, stepping exactly where Mike and Longway stood. Longway, would you like to see the view above? Mike inquired. Being beneath the sauropods is utterly stifling. How can we ascend? Longway replied that I will take you up, Mike declared, activating the moonwalk technique, grabbing Longway by the collar and soaring towards the back of a sauropod. In a critical moment, Mike quickly brought Longway atop a sauropod. Sitting atop the sauropod, Mike gazed at the picturesque scenery of the small garden, which was simply breathtaking. Due to the sauropod's swift reflexes, the red-winged dragon failed to injure any of them and flew away. Suddenly, Mike noticed that another sauropod nearby was also carrying two individuals. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Huanmeng and Weiwei. This time, not only did we fall into a trap, but they too have unwittingly stumbled into this bizarre predicament. Mike laughed. Hearing Mike's words, Longway couldn't help but burst into laughter. We are no longer the foolish duo. We have become the foolish quartet. Mike joined in the laughter. Huanmeng and Weiwei, witnessing Mike and Longway sitting atop the sauropod, laughing with open mouths, felt utterly perplexed. However, they did not understand. This was simply the humor shared between men. Hey, what are you two laughing at? Huanmeng called out loudly that I don't know. I just feel like laughing. Mike responded, me too. I can't stop laughing, Longway added. Weiwei exclaimed, you two surely haven't lost your minds, have you? As soon as Mike and Longway heard the word fool, their laughter intensified, rendering them unable to cease. Suddenly, a towering giant with a long beard obstructed the path of the serpentine dragons, and with a swift motion of his sword, he severed the heads of the two serpentine dragons carrying the four of them. Causing the other dragons to scatter in alarm, the two slain dragons lurched forward, and the four of them screamed as they tumbled off their backs. Yet, they did not collide with the ground. The bearded giant caught Huanmeng and Weiwei in his left hand, while he grasped Mike and Longway in his right. Wow, what a colossal giant, the four exclaimed in unison, having never before witnessed such a sight. The giant set them down beside a mountain riddled with holes, and then returned to retrieve the bodies of the two slain serpentine dragons. Mike, will the giant eat us? Huanmeng suddenly pointed at a nearby skull and inquired. Not at all. Those skulls belong to pirates who perished of starvation upon arriving at this island. This bearded giant is Dongli, known as the Blue Demon, a warrior of Elbaf and the captain of the giant pirate crew from a century ago. Mike explained succinctly that a century ago. Are they all over 100 years old? Huanmeng asked in astonishment. Indeed, over 150, I believe. However, this is not surprising. Giants live 3 times longer than ordinary humans. Mike replied. Weiwei then whispered, Mike, wasn't Mr. Three's reply in the directive already about having killed him? Mr. Three's response must have been a ruse, merely a temporary measure to appease the boss, but we must remain vigilant. We cannot predict when he might strike, Mike cautioned. While the four engaged in hushed conversation, Dongli had already sliced the dragon meat into large cubes with his sword, impaling them on wooden sticks and roasting them over a campfire. Uncle Dongli, thank you for your assistance. Would you care to join us for some meat and drink? Longway shouted, holding up a gourd of wine. Certainly. However, your gourd is too small. It won't even suffice to fill the gaps in my teeth. Dongli boisterously laughed, his voice echoing loudly. Longway replied, don't underestimate my small gourd. It holds a considerable amount of wine. Bring out your large cup. I'll fill it for you. Dongli produced a cup taller than Longway himself. And standing on a stone, Longway began pouring wine from the gourd into it. Initially skeptical, Dongli watched as Longway poured more and more rapidly, soon filling the massive cup to overflowing, far exceeding the gourd's capacity. Splendid. Your gourd is indeed a treasure. Allow me to treat you to meat, Dongli proclaimed, distributing the roasted dinosaur meat to the four of them, and then inquired, who are you, and how do you know my name? The four introduced themselves in turn. Once you arrive on this island, you must wait a year before leaving, Dongli stated. Why is that? Weiwei asked anxiously. Because on this island, it takes a full year to fully charge the record pointer's magnetic force. Dongli explained, "No need to worry. We possess the permanent pointer from Alabasta," Wei Wei assured. Just then, a distant volcano erupted suddenly. "Well then, I won't keep you any longer. The signal for battle has sounded. I must take my leave." "Thank you for the delightful wine," Dongli said, seizing his massive shield and sword before striding away to a duel. "Who is he fighting?" Huanmeng inquired. "He is to face a giant named Baroque. The two have been dueling on this island for a century, having fought over 70,000 battles without a victor." Mike responded, 70,000 battles? What could possibly be the cause? Do they harbor some deep-seated grudge? Huanmeng asked. "No animosity whatsoever. They fight for the convictions in their hearts." Mike replied with a hint of solemnity at that moment. Longwei, munching on dinosaur meat while sipping wine, declared, "They are my role models. I too shall engage in endless duels. However, I must first sate my hunger. This dinosaur meat would be even more delectable with a sprinkle of seasoning." "You two only know how to eat, like a couple of fools," Huanmeng retorted. "Ha!" Upon hearing the word fools, Mike and Longwei erupted into laughter once more. At that moment, the clash of metal against metal and the roars of two giants echoed from afar, signaling the commencement of Dongli and Baroque's duel once more. Having never witnessed giants in battle, Huanmeng lost interest in the meat, rising to declare, "You two can enjoy your meal at your leisure. I shall go watch the fight. I shall accompany you." Wei Wei added, "No need to go closer. The spectacle of their duel is clearly visible from here. Standing too close would obscure the view," Mike remarked, chewing on dinosaur meat. Huanmeng and Wei Wei stood atop a nearby rock, hands clasped as if praying for peace between Dongli and Baroque. Suddenly, Huanmeng's expression shifted, and she shouted, "Mike, something is amiss. Both giants are bleeding profusely and have collapsed." Mike, still ravenously devouring dinosaur meat, promptly set down his food, his expression tense. "This is bad. We must extinguish the campfire at once. Mr. Point 3 must have taken advantage of their duel. Indeed, we were careless." Longwei hastily stowed away his gourd and discarded the remaining meat, lamenting that dining had distracted them. The four scrambled to extinguish the fire before rushing toward Dongli and Baroque. Upon their arrival, they found Dongli and Baroque sprawled on the ground, their limbs bound tightly by waxy restraints, while Mr. 3 stood nearby, two muscle-bound simpletons. "Unbeknownst to you, while the clam and the snipe contend. The fisherman benefits. I intended to seize you both when you were exhausted from your duel," Mr. 3 sneered. Suddenly, Dongli noticed the four approaching and, filled with rage, shouted, "You despicable scoundrels! I rescued you from the serpentine dragons and shared meat and drink with you. Yet you turn out to be such vile individuals. No, you are mistaken. We are not associated with this ignoble little wretch." Mike interjected, "To be frank, we came to this island to rescue you both." "Indeed, otherwise we would have gone straight to Alabasta," Huanmeng added. "This fellow is a high-ranking assassin from the Baroque works. We intercepted their directives to reach here," Wei Wei explained. "Though we shared meat and drink, we are no mere drinking buddies. Your spirit of dueling has deeply moved me. I cannot allow anyone to disrupt your battles," Longwei declared vehemently. Upon hearing their words, Dongli realized he had misjudged them and quickly responded, "I apologize for my misunderstanding. You must be cautious." "Ah, I cannot endure this any longer. The sensation of being bound is unbearable," Baroque shouted in frustration. At that moment, Baroque's muscles began to swell as he raised his arms, forcefully shattering the waxy bindings. "Red Demon, you are far too agitated. You need to calm down," Mr. 3 remarked, as his fingers began to melt. Candle spikes, for long waxen spikes fell from Mr. 3's body, embedding themselves into Baroque's limbs. Baroque trembled in agony, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated painfully in the ears of those nearby. Suddenly, Mr. 3 conjured a massive waxen sphere from his hand and stuffed it into Baroque's mouth, silencing his roar in an instant. "Baroque," Dongli cried out. "Worry about yourself, Blue Demon," Mr. 3 retorted, sealing Dongli's mouth with another waxen sphere. At this point, Longwei could no longer contain his fury, unsheathing his thunder and charging at Mr. 3. "You little wretch, prepare to meet your end." Just then, the three-shaped pigtails atop Mr. 3's head ignited with flames, and the melting wax from his fingers was suddenly hurled toward Longwei's legs. Candle shackles. In the next moment, Longwei's legs were firmly restrained by candlesticks, causing his body to lurch forward and roll several times on the ground before crashing into a nearby tree, resulting in a large bump on his head, rendering him unconscious. "You little imps. You look somewhat familiar." Mr. 3 furrowed his brow and remarked. "Oh, I remember now. Aren't you the new pirate prodigy from the East Sea, with a bounty of 35 million berries? Your name is Ketaway D. Mike. Galdi.Nual. I must say, I admire you. At least you are a person who uses their intellect." Mike replied coldly. "A competent criminal should rely on their cunning to accomplish tasks. Thank you for your compliment." Mr. Point 3 chuckled. "But have you considered what consequences await you from Crocodile should you fail your mission?" Mike inquired of Mr. 3, feeling the chill from Mike's icy gaze, involuntarily shivered, thinking to himself, "This guy knows quite a bit." The Baroque Works is a covert assassination organization, and the boss's name is kept so secret, yet he is aware of it. I have never failed in my tasks. Today shall be no different. Mr. Point 3 asserted calmly. "Is that so? You simply haven't encountered me before," Mike declared. "Come on, little brat. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve," Mr. 3 taunted. "You little scoundrel, I'll let you taste my fist. Iron block shattering wax fist," Mike shouted as he lunged towards Mr. 3 with a punch. "Candle wall," Mr. 3 exclaimed, erecting a waxen barrier before him. Mike's punch missed Mr. 3 and instead slammed into the candle wall. "Oh, wow, that hurts." Mike's fist struck the candle wall as though it had collided with steel. Although he employed the iron block skill, his hands were not forged from iron, and he felt a tingling in his arm, hastily blowing on his knuckles. "Kid, my wax is 3 times harder than steel. Stop making a fool of yourself and admit defeat," Mr. 3 boasted. "The one who should concede is you," Mike retorted defiantly. Immediately, Mike activated the Soru technique, instantly teleporting beside Mr. 3, intending to deliver another iron fist assault. However, just as Mike's fist was about to connect with Mr. 3, his hands were ensnared by Mr. 3's waxen shackles. Mike attempted to break free, but to no avail. Yet, he did not surrender, launching a kick at Mr. 3. Gale kick. Just as he spoke, his feet were also ensnared by the candlesticks. With both hands and feet bound, Mike lay on the ground like a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Ha! Now I have 2 more wax sculptures. Today's haul is quite bountiful. Not only do I have 2 giants, but I can also have 2 little ones. However, what I truly desire are 2 lovely ladies to become my wax sculptures," Mr. Point 3 said, eyeing Huanmeng and Weiwei. Weiwei, feeling flustered, quickly exclaimed, "If even Mike and Longwei can be defeated, what shall we do? You 2 fools, you shouldn't have come here to die." Huanmeng scolded angrily. "This mess started because of me, and I shall avenge them," Weiwei declared, pulling a peacock chain from her sleeve, but before she could act, her legs were already bound by candlesticks, and no matter how she rolled on the ground, she could not escape. "Stop resisting, blue-haired beauty, lest you injure yourself. The wax sculpture I create won't be pleasing," Mr. 3 grinned maliciously. "Now, red-haired beauty, you are the last one left. Stand still and don't move. Soon, I shall transform you into my most exquisite wax sculpture." Huanmeng surveyed her surroundings, feeling a wave of panic. What was once a 4-on-1 advantageous situation had now left her as the sole combatant at that moment. Mr. 3 felt he had secured victory, flames igniting once more atop his head as he pressed his hand to the ground. Mega Service Candle Feast. Before long, white wax candles began to surge from Mr. 3's hand, and in no time, a colossal sculpture resembling a 2-tiered wax cake arose, alongside a gigantic pumpkin skull candlestick, adorned with a circle of burning candles. "Red-haired beauty, will you ascend on your own, or shall I assist you?" Mr. 3 addressed Huanmeng. "Once you step up, the wax mist that drifts down will adhere to your body and enter through your breath. You shall become the perfect wax doll sculpture." How thrilling! Just the thought sent shivers down Huanmeng's spine. In her moment of desperation, she turned to Mike, her expression taut with anxiety. "Mike, what should we do? Aren't you the one who knows everything? Why are you silent now? Think of something that can break this." At that moment, Mike sat on the ground, tapping the candlesticks binding his feet with the ones on his hands, attempting to break free, but the position was ineffective, and he could not manage to loosen them. A way to break free. Let me think carefully. Prompted by Huanmeng's question, Mike suddenly remembered that candles are afraid of fire, and Huanmeng happened to be a fire phoenix capable of breathing flames. Wasn't he the perfect counter to Mr. 3? How could I have forgotten that? I was so focused on brute force that I didn't engage my brain. Mike exclaimed, "Fire! Use fire!" Though his candles are as hard as steel, they are still fundamentally wax. At that moment, Huanmeng realized that she was the main force. Why didn't you say so earlier? You nearly scared the life out of me. Fire Phoenix, transform. In an instant, Huanmeng extended her arms, transforming into a magnificent phoenix engulfed in crimson flames. She then soared into the air. Phoenix meteor feathers. Suddenly, countless flaming feathers burst forth from the fire phoenix, darting towards the colossal wax cake like fiery daggers, embedding themselves and igniting upon contact. In an instant, the giant cake erupted into roaring flames, swiftly melting into a pool of wax, witnessing the destruction of his wax cake and the thwarting of his powers. Mr. Point 3 realized the tide had turned against him, and it was wise to make a hasty retreat. Seeing her abilities had borne fruit, Huanmeng quickly flapped her wings, embedding several burning feathers into the wax shackles of the other 5 individuals. Soon, they too were liberated from their bonds. Huanmeng reverted to her human form and rushed to Longwei's side, delivering 2 swift slaps to his face, awakening him instantly. You useless swordsman, wake up, Huanmeng chastised. Huh? Did we save the 2 giants? Longwei inquired. The group collectively groaned at Longwei's obliviousness. Upon seeing the giants had been rescued, Longwei awkwardly remarked, as long as they are saved, I will become stronger. I will never lose again. Mike patted Longwei on the shoulder, saying, in your spare time, hit your head with a hammer, master the iron head skill, and you'll be invincible. All right, I'll remember that. Longwei nodded vigorously. Suddenly, Weiwei shouted anxiously, oh no, Mr. 3 has escaped. The group looked around and indeed found no trace of Mr. 3. That we must find him quickly. If he discovers our ship, the 3 guarding it will be in peril, Huanmeng urged. Mike promptly instructed, Dongli, stay here and assist Baroque with his wounds. The 4 of us will search for Mr. 3. Thank you, Mike. We will follow your lead, Dongli replied. Time was of the essence, and the 4 decided to return to the ship to investigate. As they proceeded, Huanmeng suddenly asked Mike, I saved the 2 giants. So why do they say they listen to you? Because I am the captain, Mike laughed heartily. Humph, if you can't even defeat Mr. 3, it's time to change captains, Huanmeng retorted. Isn't this a chance for you to shine? That move you pulled off earlier was quite impressive. Why would you want to take my captaincy? Mike countered. You are nothing but a gluttonous captain, Huanmeng shot back. Suddenly, Mike came to a halt, prompting the others to stop as well. What's wrong? Did I offend you? Huanmeng asked, puzzled. Mike sniffed the air intently. Do you smell that? It smells like roasted meat. I can perceive the delightful aromas of green tea and sunbae, Longwei remarked. Huanmeng fell silent, exclaiming, you 2 gluttons. When do you ever stop thinking about food? Indeed, Captain Mike replied. We should hasten back to the ship and check things out. Although Weiwei's voice was soft, the urgency etched on her face was unmistakable. Do not fret. The presence of such scents indicates that there are likely others nearby. Besides, when Xiao Yuni encounters Mr. 3, he will promptly signal us, Mike added. Suddenly, Longwei erupted into laughter upon hearing Mike mention the word fool. Mike, could you refrain from using that term? It makes me unable to contain my laughter. Indeed, no one is as foolish as us, Mike chuckled along. Huanmeng and Weiwei exchanged bewildered glances at Mike and Longwei's innocent mirth. Utterly perplexed by their laughter, the sight of Huanmeng and Weiwei's confusion only intensified their amusement. Unable to endure any longer, Huanmeng clenched her fists, producing a cracking sound, and delivered 2 swift punches atop Mike and Longwei's heads. The 2, now sporting lumps on their noggins, immediately ceased their laughter, knowing that others are still around. What is there to laugh about? Huanmeng admonished. Longwei rubbed his head and replied, all right, let us follow the direction from which the scent is wafting. Although I cannot discern from which direction it emanates, that is obvious. You are not a dog, Huanmeng retorted. Indeed, a dog's head is far sturdier than yours, Mike quipped at that moment. Weiwei made a shushing gesture. Please, do not speak. Listen carefully. It seems there are other voices nearby. The 4 quickly covered their mouths, held their breaths, and perked up their ears, straining to hear the sounds around them. After a brief moment, they all pointed in unison toward a particular direction, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is that way, Mike whispered. Let us approach quietly. The 4 cautiously parted the grass, stealthily advancing in the direction of the sound. Not long after, they spotted a small white house ahead. From its exterior, it was clear that Mr. 3 had crafted it from wax. Upon closer inspection, they noticed 2 figures seated on the grass in front of the house. One was a little girl donning a red sun hat with 2 braided pigtails, savoring sunbae with great enthusiasm. The other was a boy whose face was adorned with a mix of green and black camouflage, slinging a quiver of arrows over his shoulder and enjoying roasted meat. Grease smeared across his mouth. The pair chatted and laughed while sipping green tea, appearing utterly content. That not Xiao Yuni? And who is that little girl? It cannot be Jina, Huandream whispered. That girl is Mississippi. Huang Jinzhou. She is Mr. Three's partner, Wei Wei quietly replied. What? Huandream exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't Xiao Yuni supposed to be watching the ship? How did he end up here? Wei Wei shook her head in response. Just then, Longwei could no longer contain himself and shouted. Xiao Yuni, how dare you indulge in secret feasting here? The sudden outburst startled both Mississippi, Huang Jinzhou, and Xiao Yuni. Turning around to see Longwei, Xiao Yuni shuddered, feeling as though he had been caught in a misdeed. Longwei, Mike, Huandream, Wei Wei, you all have arrived. Searching for someone can be quite exhausting, right? Come, sit down and have something to eat to replenish your strength, Xiao Yuni said, his body trembling involuntarily. Brother Yuni, who are these for? Mississippi Huang Jinzhou asked in her innocent voice. Fear not, they are all my companions, good people, Xiao Yuni reassured her. Mike was taken aback, realizing, no wonder he hadn't seen Mississippi Huang Jinzhou during the battle with Mr. Three. She had been hiding here, indulging with Xiao Yuni. Miss Huang Jinzhou, a gifted artist at the tender age of 16, was not a devil fruit user, but possessed a far more formidable ability. She could manipulate various colors on her palette to influence the emotions of others. What did she just call you? Huandream asked in astonishment. I forgot to introduce her. This is my newly sworn sister, Huang Jinzhou. I am her elder brother Yuni, Xiao Yuni explained. The 4 stared agog, their eyes nearly popping out. Jin Zhou, sister? They exclaimed in unison. At that moment, Mississippi Huang Jinzhou, seeing their astonished expressions, leaped into Xiao Yuni's embrace. Brother Yuni, why are they so fierce? I am so scared. Xiao Yuni wrapped his arms around Mississippi Huang Jinzhou, comforting her. Do not fear. I shall protect you. Let me teach them a lesson. He playfully scolded. Could you all refrain from being so astonished? Is it only permissible for Mike to acknowledge an elder sister while I cannot recognize a younger sister? I, Xiao Yuni, am a man capable of piercing the sun. Mike gave Xiao Yuni a thumbs up. You are doing splendidly. Quite remarkable. The other 3 chimed in with agreement, since Ikelam had disembarked to secretly protect Wei Wei. Xiao Yuni had increasingly felt inadequate aboard the ship, as a warrior venturing into the Grand Line. How could he fear stepping onto the island? After much inner turmoil, Xiao Yuni resolutely chose to disembark. He recalled a piece of advice Mike had once given him. To strengthen one's body, one must first fortify one's spirit. Upon reaching the island, Xiao Yuni camouflaged himself using vines, branches, and leaves, not to conceal himself from others, but to evade detection by ferocious beasts. As he traversed the island, he frequently paused to survey his surroundings, fearful of any lurking predators. Even the little turtle accompanying him had ventured farther onto the island. Yet, during one such pause to assess his surroundings, Xiao Yuni unexpectedly spotted Mississippi Huang Jinzhou. Without hesitation, he shut his eyes and stood still, pretending to be a tree. Mississippi Huang Jinzhou, who had initially accompanied Mr. Three to assassinate Dongli and Bragi, had lost track of him and found herself lost. When she spotted what appeared to be a humanoid tree, she was filled with delight and curiosity. Setting her backpack down, she retrieved her palette and brush, preparing to paint on Xiao Yuni's face. Just as she began to paint, Xiao Yuni suddenly opened his eyes and, upon seeing her, gasped in shock, his mouth agape as he cried out. His unexpected shout startled Mississippi Huang Jinzhou, who thought she had encountered a tree spirit. Her eyes glazed over, brush dropping from her hand. She fainted on the spot, realizing that his peculiar disguise had frightened the young girl into unconsciousness. Xiao Yuni hurriedly removed the vines, branches, and leaves from his body, deciding to administer first aid to her. Initially intending to carry Mississippi Huang Jinzhou back to the ship, he stumbled upon the small white house on the way and changed his mind, entering the house instead. Inside, Xiao Yuni employed the first aid method he remembered most vividly: artificial respiration. To his surprise, this unconventional approach not only took advantage of the situation but also revived Mississippi Huang Jinzhou. Upon waking, she regarded Xiao Yuni as her savior, insisting on recognizing him as her brother. Faced with such a fortuitous turn of events, Xiao Yuni readily accepted. He even boasted to Mississippi Huang Jinzhou that he had shot an arrow to wound the tree spirit just as it was about to devour her. Miss Huang Jinzhou believed his every word without question. Moreover, Xiao Yuni boasted that he could pierce the sun. That Mississippi Golden Week instantly became an ardent admirer of Xiao Yuni, clinging to him without release. However, such matters were only clear to Xiao Yuni himself. Others remained oblivious. The four did not inquire about Xiao Yuni, but instead sat down with the two and indulged in barbecued meat and green tea. Just as they were savoring their meal, Mr. Point 3 rushed over in a flurry, and upon seeing Mississippi Golden Week in the company of Mike and the others, he collapsed onto the ground, breathless. "How did you all end up here?" Mr. 3 asked, astonished at Mr. 3, you arrived just in time. Come, join us for meat and tea. Stop running. It's exhausting. Isn't it nice to make new friends? Mike suggested. No. Mr. 3 waved his hand, exclaiming, Mississippi Golden Week, come here quickly. Those people will kill you. No. I don't want to work for Crocodile anymore. I want to be with Brother Uni. Mississippi Golden Week once again embraced Xiao Yuni. Xiao Yuni was taken aback and softly asked Mike, Hey, Mike, this is Mr. 3. Quickly, apprehend him. I know. We've already crossed paths. He is merely our defeated foe now. Their mission is also beyond completion. At this moment, he should be contemplating how Crocodile will punish him. Mike responded. Mr. 3 slumped on the ground. A clever man. Sensing an ominous premonition, suddenly, the sound of a telephone bug echoed from the small white house. Buru, Mr. 3's heart raced, and he scrambled into the small house, seizing a telephone bug marked with Mr. Point 3. This was Mr. 3's personal telephone bug. However, Mr. 3 did not immediately answer. His clever mind had already deduced Crocodile's intentions behind the call. Quick, answer. Just say you've killed Dongli and Baroque, Mike urged. Mike had also surmised that they had dealt with Mr. 13 and Mississippi Friday. Crocodile, unable to receive a response from Mr. 3, had taken the risk of being overheard to question him. Mr. Point 3 steadied himself and picked up the transmitter attached to the telephone bug. Mr. 3, why did you take so long to answer the phone? The telephone bug mimicked Crocodile's voice and demeanor. Mr. 3 was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a question. In a moment of panic, he hastily replied, I just had a stomach issue. Crocodile's voice elongated, clearly displeased, but then he asked, have you completed the task I assigned to you? Yes, I have already beheaded the two giants. Mr. 3 declared. Is that so? Don't you dare lie to me. I stake my life on it, though the task of eliminating the two giants was formidable. I accomplished it splendidly. If you don't believe me, I can have Mississippi Golden Week confirm it, Mr. 3 said, placing the transmitter near Mississippi Golden Week's mouth. Signaling her insistently, Mississippi Golden Week felt somewhat pressured, but to avoid punishment, she steeled herself and fibbed, reporting to the boss, the mission has been completed. Please rest assured. Good. You two have done well. Once I seize Alabasta, I shall reward you both with titles and ranks. Thank you. Boss, Mr. 3 and Mississippi Golden Week expressed their gratitude, eager to end the call. However, just as Mr. 3 attempted to set down the transmitter, Crocodile suddenly stated, I have learned that Mr. 5 and Mississippi Valentine's mission has failed. You two must return to Alabasta with 200 million berries as soon as possible. I have even more critical tasks for you. Yes, boss, Mr. 3 agreed without a second thought, but as soon as he spoke, he realized he had spoken too hastily about staking his life on it. Yet, at that moment, the telephone bug's eyes drooped, and Crocodile had already hung up. Mr. 3 placed the transmitter back on the telephone bug. His legs weakened, his eyes glazed over, and he collapsed onto the ground. The bounty on Dongli and Baroque was 100 million berries each, totaling 200 million berries. Mr. 3's mission had been sabotaged by Mike. Even killing him would not yield the 200 million berries. Moreover, Mr. 3 had claimed to stake his life on it. Mr. 3, you're finished. Mike slurped a sip of red tea and said, Stop lying on the ground. Get up and have a cup of your favorite red tea. I'm already on the verge of losing my life. How can I even think of drinking red tea? Just let me quietly await my demise. Mr. Point 3 despaired. Wishing to die indicates you are beginning to grow weak. It is the desire to live that will make you stronger, Mike retorted coldly. After hearing Mike's words, Mr. 3 felt as if he had been invigorated. Springing to his feet, Captain Mike, may I befriend you? Mr. 3 inquired. Now that's the wise choice. Mike laughed. Mr. 3 suddenly knelt before Mike, exclaiming, "Thank you, Captain Mike. Ah, we're all friends now. No need to be so formal." "Let me take care of Crocodile," Mike said, pulling Mr. 3 up from the ground. "Since we've made yet another new friend, shouldn't we celebrate?" Illusion Dream proposed. "Indeed, I haven't had enough of dinosaur meat yet." Longway added, "Illusion Dream, you fly faster than us. Go fetch Jana and Icolum, and have them gather at the previous Skull Mountain." Mike instructed. "Understood." Illusion Dream transformed into a fire phoenix and soared toward the ship. Mike and his companions arrived at Skull Mountain, where Dongli had already tended to Baroque's injuries that moment. Illusion Dream also arrived with Jana, but did not see Icolum. Mike hurriedly asked, "Where is Icolum?" Illusion Dream replied anxiously, "Mike, I was just about to inform you. Icolum said he would secretly protect Weiwei. He disembarked as soon as we arrived on the island. We haven't seen him since." "What if something has happened? That guy always enjoys pulling stunts. It's truly vexing," Mike remarked. "Let us split up and search for him quickly. 2 people per group. Hurry." Just as everyone was preparing to disperse to find Icolum, a massive red pterosaur flew toward them once more, coming with ill intent. "Let me deal with it." Longway immediately drew his sword and stood in front of the group. At that moment, Dongli suddenly interjected, "Don't act rashly. Everyone, remain calm. This is a flying pet I raised. Its name is Little Red. Although it is fierce and loves to eat meat, it does not eat humans." "A pet?" the group exclaimed in unison. Little Red landed before them like a ship descending from the sky, instilling a sense of dread. However, Little Red seemed to harbor no intention of harming them. Instead, it lowered its head to the ground, opened its mouth, and dropped a person. "Icolum." Weiwei rushed over to help Icolum up. Dongli then added, "Little Red not only doesn't eat humans, but it is also very friendly. It often brings injured or deceased individuals from this island here for me to treat. So that's how it is," Mike remarked. Weiwei called out, "Icolum, what happened?" "Why isn't he waking up?" Mr. 3 approached with a cup of red tea and said, "Let me handle it." He walked up to Icolum and, opening his mouth, sprayed Icolum's face with red tea. "You little rascal, what are you doing?" Illusion Dream suddenly yanked Mr. 3's small braid, scolding, "I've long found your 3-shaped braid unappealing. Do you believe I'll use scissors to cut it off?" As Illusion Dream spoke, he indeed pulled out a pair of scissors, ready to snip Mr. 3's upward braid in a critical moment. "Miss." Golden Week suddenly took out a brush and drew a somewhat similar red pattern on the ground beside Illusion Dream. The next moment, Illusion Dream's hand holding the scissors inexplicably drifted away from Mr. 3's braid, uncontrollably moving toward the red pattern on the ground. "What is happening?" In a fit of unwillingness, Fantasy Dream seized the scissors once more and aimed them at Mr. 3's braid. However, much like the last time, the scissors veered toward the red pattern instead. Fantasy Dream, "Let him go. Icolum has awakened," Weiwei interjected. Releasing Mr. 3, Fantasy Dream admonished, "From now on, pay more attention." Mr. 3, holding a cup of red tea in his left hand and brushing his mouth with his right, exhaled deeply and said, "You scared me to death. I need a sip of red tea to calm my nerves." "Icolum, what on earth happened to you?" Weiwei asked with concern. Icolum sighed. "I was so foolish. I was holding a branch, too engrossed in watching you, and inadvertently stepped into a deep pit, unable to escape." "Ah!" Before Icolum could finish his sentence, Mike and Longway burst into laughter simultaneously. "What's wrong with you two today? Why are you laughing for no reason?" Fantasy Dream said, clenching his fist. Mike and Longway, wishing to avoid Fantasy Dream's wrath, stifled their laughter. Suddenly, Miss Golden Week painted a green pattern on Mike and Longway with her brush. "Ha!" The two erupted into laughter once more. "Oh, so it was you, little girl, playing tricks." Fantasy Dream glared at Miss Golden Week. "Brother Uni, I'm so scared." Miss Golden Week pouted into Chow Uni's embrace that moment. Jinnah stepped forward and wiped away the green patterns from Mike and Longway, causing them to immediately cease their laughter, clutching their bellies and exclaiming, "I'm laughing so hard it hurts." "Oh, little girl, so your drawings lose their effect once wiped away. Now that I know your weakness, just wait and see how I deal with you," Fantasy Dream said, shaking his fist. "Chef, please don't scare Sister Jinzhou. She's quite timid," Xiao Uni pleaded with Fantasy Dream while holding Miss Golden Week. Upon hearing this, Fantasy Dream retracted his fist and chuckled. "Ah, haha, just teasing her." Suddenly, The volcano in the distance began to erupt once more. Dongli said to Baroque, "The signal for the duel has arrived. Will your injury affect our battle?" "It's just a minor wound. How could it hinder our duel? Let us continue." Baroque laughed heartily. Dongli picked up his long sword and large round shield, while Baroque grabbed his giant axe and shield. And the two prepared to move away. "Hey, you two big fools. Hold on. Let me say something," Mike called out. Dongli and Baroque halted and turned to Mike. "Speak." "Mike, we're listening. You two have been dueling for 100 years, having fought over 73,000 battles. Yet, there has been no resolution at Dio. You know why?" Mike inquired, no idea. "Why?" Dongli and Baroque replied blankly. "Do you even remember why you started dueling?" "Nope." They both shook their heads in unison. Fantasy Dream interjected, "It's for the beliefs in your hearts." "What beliefs?" Mike pressed further. Fantasy Dream fell silent, pondering. "Didn't you mention it before? Why are you asking me now?" Dongli explained, "We are warriors from Elbaf. When disputes arise, we should find a place to duel. The gods of Elbaf will favor the rightful side." Baroque added, "Yes, that is correct. But what was the cause of your dispute?" Mike persisted with his questions. Dongli and Baroque shook their heads. "It's been too long. We've forgotten." "All right, let me help you remember what caused your dispute 100 years ago." Mike approached Skull Mountain and tapped on the rocks. "These two Skull Mountains are not mountains at all, but the fossilized bones of the Sea Kings you both hunted a century ago." Everyone gasped in astonishment, realizing the massive mountains were indeed the skeletal remains of Sea Kings. With this reminder, Dongli suddenly recalled, "Oh, I seem to remember, 100 years ago, we had a hunting competition. Each of us hunted a Sea King at sea." Baroque burst into laughter. "I remember now, a little girl asked us who had caught the bigger Sea King. But we didn't hunt the same type. Dongli caught a long, slender one, while I caught a short, stout one. It was impossible to determine whose was bigger, which led to our quarrel." Dongli continued, "That's exactly it. Since we couldn't discern who had the larger catch, according to the will of the Elbaf gods, we had to duel to prove whose was greater. Absurd. This is utterly ridiculous." Mike rubbed his temples. "To determine a winner, you must address the root of the issue. A hunting competition has devolved into a duel. What mindless folly." Upon hearing mindless, Longway burst into laughter as if triggered. "Hold it, don't laugh. I am discussing serious matters." Mike shot a cold glare at Longway, who immediately silenced himself. Mike continued, addressing Dongli and Baroque. "Since your last hunting competition ended 100 years ago without resolution, it indicates that the competition itself had inherent flaws. Therefore, I declare your previous contest null and propose a new hunting competition. What do you think?" Dongli and Baroque exchanged glances and nodded. "That's a splendid idea. We'll follow your lead." "Good. I shall establish a new set of rules. Each of you will hunt a Triceratops. Whoever brings back the heavier one wins. I will serve as your judge. Do you agree?" Mike stated. "Agreed." Dongli and Baroque replied in unison. "Go. Hurry back. You have 10 minutes. Mike waved them off. Upon hearing the time limit, the duo hurried off with their swords and axes to hunt Triceratops. That moment, Fantasy Dream approached Mike and asked, "Mike, we don't have a scale to weigh the Triceratops. How will you determine their weight?" "I have my methods," Mike declared confidently. "Longway, go fetch some wood." "All right, Mike," Longway replied as he dashed off. In no time, Longway returned, single-handedly carrying several logs thick enough for 2 people to embrace, under Mike's guidance. Longway's cutting was precise, and soon they had assembled a large wooden balance scale capable of supporting the weight of 2 Triceratops. All done. Now we just need them to place their catches on the scale. Whoever sinks it wins. Mike rubbed his hands together. "Not bad. Mike, your brain is quite sharp. Not too foolish." Fantasy Dream remarked. "Of course. Otherwise, how could I be your captain?" Mike replied with pride. With only half a minute left, Dongli and Baroque each returned, holding a Triceratops. Mike instructed them to stand at opposite ends of the giant wooden balance scale that on his command. They simultaneously placed their Triceratops onto the scale's trays. The massive scale swayed left and right a few times before gradually coming to a halt. Everyone gathered around the central column of the scale, watching the needle that was still slightly oscillating. Dongli and Baroque leaned down, tilting their heads with wide eyes, holding their breath to avoid affecting the needle's movement with their heavy breathing. After a while, the needle finally settled, slightly favoring Dongli's side. Mike sighed in relief, thinking, "Thank goodness the needle isn't pointing to the middle." Suddenly, he activated Moonwalk, leaping into the air to land on Dongli's right shoulder, declaring, "I now announce the results of the hunting competition. The blue demon Dongli is the victor." At this, Dongli raised his fist in excitement, shouting, "After 100 years, we finally have a clear outcome. I am truly overjoyed." At that moment, Baroque beheld the jubilant expression of Dongli upon his victory, and seemingly inspired by this emotional stimulus, he began to weep loudly. The tears of Baroque cascaded from his eyes like rain falling from the heavens. These two titans, one weeping and the other laughing, presented a striking contrast akin to ice and fire. "This is merely a friendly match. Must you both be so fervent? My ears are on the verge of being deafened," shouted Mike. Dongli and Baroque reined in their emotions and fell silent. "We must not waste these triceratops. I have brought some seasoning for barbecued meat from the ship. Let us celebrate our newfound friendship and this friendly match with a grand feast," exclaimed Illusion.at that moment. Illusion breathed fire, igniting a massive wooden scale that blazed instantly. Longway gathered the remaining wood into a pile, and the grand bonfire roasted the triceratops meat, generously sprinkled with Illusion's secret barbecue seasoning, an irresistible delicacy. While the festivities ensued, Mr. 3 fashioned wax figures for everyone using the melted wax from his candles, placing them beside Skull Mountain. Miss Golden Week adorned each wax figure with vibrant colors, rendering them strikingly lifelike. "Our wax figures shall remain here to accompany you both," Mike declared. "Wonderful. We shall take good care of them," replied Dongli. "In truth, there is something I have long wished to express. Dongli, Baroque, you both bear a striking resemblance to two brothers I once had," Mike said, his voice laden with emotion. "Really? What a remarkable connection we share." Baroque responded, "Indeed, Dongli resembles my second brother, Guan Yu, while Baroque bears a likeness to my third brother, Zhang Fei. Alas, they are no longer with us. I miss them dearly." As Mike spoke, he was overcome with emotion, and tears streamed down his face. Although Mike had initially spoken in jest, he was suddenly struck by sorrow, recalling how Guan Yu, a valiant warrior, had never known defeat in battle, yet met his end in a retreat from Maiching. He also thought of Zhang Fei, whose bold nature ultimately led to his demise at the hands of his own men, filling him with a profound sense of grief. "Captain Mike, what troubles you? Why the tears?" Connor approached Mike, offering comfort. "Do not be disheartened. The dead cannot return to life." Mike furrowed his brow, pondering. What sort of comforting words are those, Kana? If that were true, I would only weep more fiercely. "Brother, do not be sorrowful. From now on, consider me your second brother," Dongli proclaimed. "Indeed, and I shall be your third brother," Baroque added. The onlookers were taken aback, thinking, have these two giants lost their minds? Mike is barely 20. While these giants are already 150 or 60 years old, they could be his great-grandfathers, yet they call him brother? Mike realized that this emotional appeal, reminiscent of Liu Bei's tears, was indeed a potent tool for those with a kind heart. "Very well, I thank you both for your kindness. Shall we seize this opportunity to toast and forge a brotherhood? Regardless of age or lineage, let us honor our brotherly bond before the god of justice of Elbaf." Mike proposed. "Brother, we heed your words." Dongli and Baroque responded in unison. At this juncture, Mike inserted 3 flaming sticks into the ground, laying the triceratops meat upon them to create a makeshift altar. The 3 knelt before the altar, bowed their heads thrice, recited their vows, and addressed one another, thereby solidifying their bond as brothers. Suddenly, Mike noticed the red wyvern owned by Dongli gazing longingly at the feast, its mouth watering in anticipation. Thus, Mike approached the wyvern with a piece of deliciously roasted dinosaur meat and asked, "Little Red, would you like to have some?" Though the wyvern did not vocalize a response, Mike observed the movement of its throat, a clear indication of its desire. "You wish to eat. Here's a piece for you," Mike said, tossing the roasted dinosaur meat to the red wyvern. The wyvern caught the meat with its beak and swallowed it whole, emitting a joyful cry that radiated delight. Mike could tell that the red wyvern relished the roasted dinosaur meat, so he tossed several more pieces, all of which were eagerly consumed. "Little Red, I am reluctant to eat all this delicious meat myself. Could you perhaps take me for a flight?" Mike inquired, harboring hopes of making the red wyvern his steed. At that moment, the red wyvern seemed to comprehend Mike's words, lowering its head invitingly for him to climb aboard. "Splendid, Little Red. You are magnificent," Mike exclaimed as he leapt onto the wyvern's head. "Take off. he shouted joyfully. The red wyvern flapped its wings a few times, stirring up a cloud of dust, while the onlookers hastily shielded their faces in their arms. Brother, hold on tight and steady yourself. Little Red can soar to great heights, Dongli cautioned. Understood, Mike waved back cheerfully. However, he soon realized that the giant's notion of great heights differed significantly from that of an ordinary person. After circling above the crowd a few times, the red wyvern began to ascend higher and higher. The spectators gazed upward, witnessing the red wyvern and Mike swiftly climb above the clouds. Illusion quietly asked Kana. Can you still see Mike? Not at all. That enormous red wyvern has shrunk to a tiny... Kana replied. Meanwhile, Mike, who had been perched atop the red wyvern, could not help but crouch down, gripping the wyvern's antennae tightly to prevent himself from falling. Suddenly, he found it difficult to breathe and leaned over to peer down, discovering that the island of the little garden was completely out of sight. Oh my heavens! Little Red, please do not ascend any higher. I understand your prowess now. We can return. Mike patted the red wyvern's head. Heeding Mike's words, the red wyvern folded its wings and dove from the sky. The wind rushed past Mike's ears, tugging at his hair, and causing his scalp to ache as they descended faster than he had anticipated. Woohoo! Mike sat atop the red wyvern, reveling in the breathtaking view of the little garden from above. Upon returning to the ground, Mike felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he stumbled about, as if intoxicated. Mike, are you all right? How does it feel to soar through the skies? Illusion asked. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating, Mike replied as he settled onto the ground to regain his composure. Was it not thrilling? Kana inquired as she approached. Indubitably thrilling, Mike affirmed. Should we not set sail for Alabasta? Kana reminded him. Mike was jolted into realization. In his excitement, he had completely forgotten the important matter at hand. Let us depart, he exclaimed. Just as they took a few steps, Mike turned back to Dongli and Baroque, saying, Second brother, third brother, I entrust you with dealing with the monstrous creatures blocking our path. Rest assured. Brother, Dongli assured him that as they made their way back to the ship, Longway took the opportunity to hunt another triceratops to replenish their supplies. Approaching the vessel, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week bid farewell to everyone. Miss Golden Week embraced Xiao Yuni, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Brother Yuni, I shall miss you dearly. I shall miss you as well, Xiao Yuni replied, drawing an arrow from his quiver and presenting it to Miss Golden Week. This signal arrow is for you. Once I have circled the Grand Line, I will return to find you. Miss Golden Week clutched the arrow tightly, tears streaming down her face. Yes, I will wait for Brother Yuni's return. The group boarded the ship, hoisted the sails, and began their departure from the little garden. Mr. 3 remarked to Miss Golden Week, I hope they succeed in defeating Crocodile, for that is the only way we can ensure our safety. May Brother Uni have a safe journey. Miss Golden Week added, It's time to go. We have our own matters to attend to. Mr. 3 said, leading Miss Golden Week away as the windward ship navigated the river. Preparing to exit the little garden, Dongli and Baroque stood armed on either side of the river's mouth. Brother, feel free to sail straight ahead, Dongli declared. Brother, let us see you off one last time. Buluo Ji Dao. Very well, proceed straight ahead. Mike stood at the bow of the ship, arms outstretched, shouting. Suddenly, the sea water ahead began to churn violently, and an enormous creature emerged from the depths. What is that? It's even bigger than Laboon, Xiao Yuni exclaimed. That thing looks like a gigantic goldfish. Gianna urgently called out. Mike, we can't sail any further. We will be devoured. This time, we might not be as fortunate as we were with Laboon. Gianna, sail straight ahead. Mike commanded, sail straight ahead. Longway shouted with thunderous intensity, then quietly added, if it comes to it, I'll fight this monster. Trust Mike, sail straight ahead. Huanmeng echoed. Wei Wei and Ikelam, their faces tense, clutched the ship's railing tightly, silently praying for no missteps. That moment, the colossal creature opened its gaping maw, and the surrounding seawater began to rush into its mouth. The windbreaker began to be drawn toward the creature's maw by the inflowing water. Oh no, we're going to be eaten, the crew gasped in horror, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. Yet Mike remained at the bow, a broad smile on his face. In truth, Mike was also extremely anxious. He was gambling on Dongli and Buluo Ji to rescue them from the creature's jaws. Undoubtedly, the windbreaker had entered the creature's mouth. Suddenly, the gaping mouth began to close slowly, causing Mike to panic. Thinking, why haven't Dongli and Buluo Ji made their move yet? If they don't act soon, we'll truly become fish feed. Mike was the backbone of the entire crew. If he were to perish, it wouldn't matter, but if his misjudgment led to the deaths of everyone on board, he wouldn't rest in peace even in death. Just as the creature's mouth narrowed to a mere slit, Mike could no longer contain himself and turned to look outside through the gap of the creature's mouth. Suddenly, he saw Dongli wielding a sword and Buluo Ji brandishing a giant axe. Swinging toward their direction, thunderous dominance, Mike shouted, "Everyone, hold on tight. Our ship is about to soar." Upon hearing this, the crew hastily grabbed onto whatever they could find. Just as everyone steadied themselves, a powerful gust of air surged from the back of the ship. Lifting it upwards, with a resounding bang, a massive hole opened in the creature's belly, and the windbreaker shot forth through it. "Wow, we're saved," Xiao Yuni cried out. "That was close. We've once again escaped death." Gianna exclaimed at that moment. Mike felt a heaviness in his body and a constriction around him. He looked and found that Huanmeng and Gianna were hugging him from both sides. You two have to be so affectionate with me?" Mike asked awkwardly, realizing their mistake in the heat of the moment. Huanmeng and Gianna quickly released him. "Sorry, it was too dark around. I mistook you for the mast," Huanmeng said sheepishly. Gianna's face flushed as she bashfully remarked, "Captain Mike, even in death, I wish to share my fate with you. It would be nice to have company on the road to the underworld. With our luck, how could we possibly die?" Mike replied. Longwei put away his thunder and said, "Looks like we don't need to fight that monster after all." The windbreaker landed safely on the sea, and Mike waved to Dongli and Buluo Ji, saying, "Second brother, third brother, thank you, thank you." The crew echoed, waving their thanks to that moment. Dongli glanced at the sword in his hand, now just a hilt, and said, "When did this thing become so fragile?" Buluo Ji's giant axe fared no better, leaving him with only half of the handle. Laughing as he remarked, "Perhaps it's because we've been dueling with them for a century. Their time has simply run out," as the two men chuckled at their predicament. Mike's voice called from afar, second brother, I owe you a Qinglong Yenhua Dao and a Zhangba Shi Mao. I will definitely find someone to forge them for you upon my return." "Big brother, safe travels," Dongli and Buluo Ji shouted in unison. Just then, the sky darkened, and the crew instinctively looked up to see a red wyvern circling above the windbreaker. "Xiaohong, farewell. I hope to fly with you again someday." Mike waved again, calling out, "Gua." The red wyvern screeched, its voice echoing through the skies, lingering long after. Mike smiled and said, "Did you hear that? I have gained another dragon brother." The crew sighed in awe. Mike jumped onto the ship's bow platform, arms outstretched, shouting, "Full speed ahead to Alabasta." Having once again escaped death, the crew had witnessed the wonders of a bygone era. They had even encountered giants. This journey to the little garden was certainly not in vain. The crew sang and danced, raising their cups in joyous celebration, unaware that this was merely a small corner of the Grand Line, where even greater challenges awaited them as they ventured deeper. Taking advantage of the rare respite at sea, Weiwei and Icolum each focused on navigating toward Alabasta, one steering while the other monitored the eternal pointer. Xiao Yuni retreated to his cabin, tinkering with strange contraptions for his arrows. Huanmeng and Gianna appeared to be training together, with Huanmeng continuously challenging her flying abilities amidst swirling winds, honing her skills. Meanwhile, Gianna improved her control over the whirlwind, enhancing its lethality and the number of whirlwinds she could manipulate simultaneously. Longwei took Mike's earlier advice to heart, wielding a small hammer to strike his own head, dozing off when he became dizzy, only to wake and continue hammering, his head now adorned with large lumps, yet he showed no signs of stopping. Mike opened the attributes panel of the wishful lottery system in his mind, which displayed, Host, Kutiwe D. Mike age, 17 skills, Iron Block, Finger Gun, Moonwalk, Shave, Gale Foot, Soft Bone Technique wishful points. 4010 Mike surveyed the skills he had acquired, 5 out of the 6 Navy Rokushiki techniques, and the Soft Bone Technique. While these skills were formidable, they would be wholly insufficient against a natural-type user like Crocodile of the Sand Fruit. Observing his comrades diligently cultivating their abilities, Mike also commenced his own physical training. He performed 2,000 push-ups in 3 sets, followed by 2,000 squats in the same manner, serving as a warm-up. Mike understood that he could not place all his hopes on the wishful lottery system. If it failed him at a critical moment, he would be doomed. Moreover, even if the system granted him the mightiest Haki skill, Without a robust physique to support it, he would be left unable to unleash the full potential of those skills. During their time in Little Garden, Mike's iron block skill had proven inadequate to shatter Mr. Three's wax wall, exposing his physical limitations. Hey, Long Way, training alone is rather dull. Let us engage in a fist fight. No weapons for you, and no skills for me, Mike proposed. Upon hearing fist fight, Long Way's interest peaked instantly. He dropped the hammer, cracking his knuckles, and said, Mike, are you sure you can handle it? I'm quite strong. Just your little frame, and I could crush you with a gentle squeeze. Is that so? Strength alone won't suffice. Speed of attack is crucial as well. Your captain will always be your captain. Mike retorted defiantly. After exchanging fierce words, their gazes locked, and they began to brawl, engaging in a pure test of physical prowess, with neither side clearly besting the other. The scene was utterly chaotic. Mike and Long Way fought intensely for approximately 3,000 rounds, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, both were exhausted, collapsing onto the deck, panting heavily. Dinner is ready. Huanmeng emerged from the cabin, frowning upon seeing Mike and Long Way entangled together. What are you two doing? We read training together, Mike and Long Way replied weakly. You two big men, what kind of training is this? You're just wasting your energy. If our ship is attacked by other pirate crews, in your current state, how will you be able to fight? With great indignation, Huanmeng chastised, prompting both Mike and Long Way to realize the validity of her words. They hastily scrambled to their feet, neglecting to wash their hands, and rushed into the cabin, where they indulged in a frenzied feast at the dining table. Once satiated, they simultaneously exclaimed, We're invigorated. The ship, the spirit of the wind, sailed swiftly, and whenever she had the opportunity, Jianna assisted in generating favorable winds, allowing the crew to swiftly approach the territory of the Alabasta kingdom. Ahead lay the port city of Yukawa. Weiwei, peering through her telescope, declared, At last, we have returned. It feels so familiar. Finally arrived. The provisions aboard the ship also require replenishing, Huanmeng remarked. Has the food been consumed already after just one day? Mike inquired. Huanmeng's eyes blazed with fire as she retorted, Isn't it all to replenish the nutrients for you two foolish gluttons who squander your energy? Ah, so that's the reason. No wonder my muscles have seen explosive growth, Mike exclaimed, removing his shirt and puffing out his chest before Huanmeng, saying, Look at my pectorals, and these magnificent 8-pack abs, and my arm muscles. The growth is quite evident, isn't it? Huanmeng covered her eyes with her hand and bashfully replied, Put your shirt back on. You're exposing yourself. However, Jianna boldly approached Mike's side, caressing his muscular physique and exclaiming, Wow, so big and firm. Now that's a real man. I feel so secure on your ship. Mike suddenly felt as if Jianna were teasing him, his face flushed with heat as he stammered, It's so hot. At that moment, Weiwei quickly interjected, Mike, you should really put your shirt back on. We are in the Sand Kingdom, where the air is dry and the sun relentless. Exposing your torso could lead to sunburn. Mike promptly donned his shirt again, saying, It seems that the responsibility of procuring supplies and clothing falls once more to Huanmeng and Jianna. Huanmeng and Jianna signaled an okay gesture, indicating their agreement. Weiwei gathered everyone together, revealing a map of Alabasta, stating, We shall first make a brief stop at Yukawa to replenish the necessary items and provisions, and concurrently, allow Icolum to return and inform my father. Afterward, we will set sail for Yuba. Mike glanced at the map in Weiwei's hands. Although it was somewhat incomplete, it still marked the major cities. The map depicted the St. Dora River dividing the land into two sections, with cities such as Uendi, Yuba, and Ierba on the left, while the right side featured Albana and Yukawa, with Catalia situated to the right of Yukawa. Currently, the nearest city was indeed Yukawa. All right, we shall heed Weiwei's plan and land at the port city of Yukawa, Mike announced. Jianna maneuvered the ship into an inconspicuous spot at the port to avoid detection by the Navy. After disembarking, Icolum took Weiwei's handwritten letter and rented a camel to journey north across the desert to deliver it to King Cobra in the capital. Albana, Huanmeng and Jianna set out to procure supplies and clothing, while Xiao Yunyi was relegated to the role of a porter. Just as Mike and Longwei were about to disembark, Weiwei suddenly called out, Mike, Longwei, you absolutely must not go down. Puzzled, Mike turned to ask, Why not? You two are wanted individuals. If there are bounty hunters or Navy personnel in the city, it could spell trouble, Weiwei warned, suddenly struck with inspiration. Mike retrieved a handkerchief adorned with the pattern of a Karoo duck from his pocket, folded it into a triangle, and tied it around his mouth, declaring, "This way, I won't be easily recognized." Upon closer inspection, Wei Wei recognized the handkerchief as the one she had given him. Feeling an inexplicable warmth in her heart, her cheeks flushed. She then produced a new handkerchief and said to Mike, "Mike, why are you still keeping the handkerchief I gave you? It must be dirty by now. Let me give you a new one. No need for a change. You are a princess, and many in the city may recognize you. You haven't returned home in so long. And now that you finally have, it would be wise to cover your face with a handkerchief as well. Let us go ashore together and take a look," Mike replied. "All right, please help me tie it on." Wei Wei shyly turned her body, allowing Mike to secure the handkerchief behind her head. Observing that both of them had their faces covered, Longwei hastily asked, "What about me? Am I wanted too? Can I have a handkerchief as well?" "You can skip it. With all those lumps on your head, no one would recognize you," Mike retorted. Wei Wei couldn't help but chuckled at "Is that so? Do I really have that many lumps on my head?" Longwei queried, feeling his head, only to exclaim in astonishment, "Who did this to me? Who caused all these lumps?" Mike turned to Wei Wei and said, "Don't mind this big fool. Let us go. What about our ship? Isn't anyone staying behind to watch it?" Wei Wei asked, concerned that "No worries. We'll just wander nearby. We won't venture far," Mike assured her. After disembarking, the trio headed toward the city of Yukawa, true to its reputation as a bustling port city. Yukawa was teeming with people, and numerous street vendors were vocally peddling their wares to that moment. An elderly man holding a golden apple stepped into their path, exclaiming, "Handsome young man and beautiful lady. Would you like to buy a golden apple? It's said that only one of these apples is produced every 1,000 years. Eating it grants eternal life." Wei Wei, linking her arm with Mike's, walked past without acknowledging the old man. Thinking, with our faces covered, how can anyone tell we are handsome or beautiful? "Wow, that's impressive. How much for one?" Longwei asked, stopping to inquire. "Not expensive at all, just 10,000 berries each. Eat it, and you'll surely become the world's greatest swordsman." The old man replied, "So remarkable. Mike, do you have any money? I want to buy one," Longwei exclaimed. Mike scratched his head and said, "Longwei, are you really that naive? If this thing could grant eternal life, why would he sell it instead of consuming it himself?" "Oh, that makes sense." Longwei turned to the old man, saying, "Such a precious apple should be reserved for your own consumption. Look at your gray hair and beard and all those wrinkles on your face. Perhaps eating it could restore your youth." As they moved a short distance away, Wei Wei leaned closer to Mike's ear and whispered, "The gold color of that apple is merely paint." "Indeed," Mike nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the street as someone shouted, "Make way! Make way! This is something the king desires. If you delay, none of you shall live." The street vendors hurriedly packed up their stalls, trying to retreat to the sides of the road. While frightened citizens quickly made way, the elderly man selling golden apples was knocked to the ground by the panicked crowd, and before he could gather his wares, his golden apples rolled and were trampled. Utterly ruined. My golden apples. Please, don't step on them. Don't step on them. The old man wailed, tears streaming down his face as he scrambled to collect the ruined apples. Suddenly, a group of 10 or more individuals pulled a wooden cart filled with woven sacks. Rushing toward the direction of the old man, one man, sporting a feathered top hat and arrow-shaped mustache, leading the cart, saw the old man sprawled on the ground blocking their path, and drew his sword, aiming it at the old man. "You old fool! Seeking death, are you?" Longwei, witnessing the scene, sprang into action, arriving at the old man's side in the blink of an eye, using his thunder to block the assailant's blade. A true swordsman's sword is drawn only against fellow swordsmen, not against a defenseless old man, Longwei declared coldly. "Who do you think you are, you lump-headed fool? How dare you obstruct my path? I'll deal with you first." The man swung his sword at Longwei. Longwei's eyes glinted with coldness as he tapped his toes on the ground, and in a flash, a gust of wind swept past the man. No one saw when Longwei drew his sword. But by the time he sheathed it, the man with the feathered hat was already lying on the ground, bleeding profusely. Longwei helped the old man to his feet, asking, "Are you hurt?" "No, thank you. Your swordsmanship is truly impressive." The old man, holding a crushed apple, offered, "Please, take a bite of this golden apple for free. You are destined to become the world's greatest swordsman." Longwei, feeling somewhat speechless but compelled by the old man's words. Took a deep breath and bit into the apple, declaring, so sweet. At that moment, Mike glanced at Wei Wei and asked, "You should know this person, right?" "Yes, Mr. 11, like myself, belongs to the pioneering agents of the Baroque studio," whispered Wei Wei. It seems that the agents of the Baroque studio have infiltrated deeply. It is quite possible that there are secret agents from the Baroque studio hidden among both the royal army and the rebels. Mike remarked thoughtfully. No sooner had he spoken than a squad of armored royal soldiers rushed over, surrounding Longwei. From within the royal army stepped forth a middle-aged man with long black curly hair and a tuft of black beard. Suddenly, Wei Wei seized Mike's arm and anxiously exclaimed, "How does this man resemble my father so closely?" Mike chuckled and replied, "Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance, but he is not your father." At that moment, a soldier shouted, "The king has arrived. You are to kneel." At the command, the citizens in the street all knelt, with the exception of Mike, Longwei, and Wei Wei. One soldier yelled, "Why are the three of you not kneeling? Are you seeking death?" Just as he spoke, he drew a gun from his waist and fired at Mike. Bang! The bullet struck Mike, producing a ringing sound before it fell to the ground. "What? How could this happen? Who are you?" the soldier who fired exclaimed in astonishment. "You impostors of the royal army dare to demand others to kneel before you. Truly shameless," Mike shouted angrily, pointing at the king. "Little Feng, if you do not reveal yourself now, when will you?" At that moment, Wei Wei recalled that the second agent of the Baroque studio, Mr. 2, Feng Klai, was a person who had consumed the superhuman model fruit as long as he touched someone's face. He could transform into that person, including their body, voice, and gender, perfectly replicating them, even wielding their skills. Recognizing Feng Klai, Mike prompted him to drop the guise, and he reverted to his true form, donning a feather headband, a pink swan costume, and ballet slippers. So I've been recognized. Who are you really?" Feng Klai asked in surprise. Mike removed the handkerchief from his face and declared, "I am Kedav D. Mike, a man destined to become the Emperor of the Seas. I care not what you aspire to be. In my presence, you shall only become a corpse." Human demons toe kick. With that, Feng Klai's ballet shoes transformed into the shape of a swan's beak and aimed a kick at Mike. Overestimating yourself, Mike activated his iron block skill, lifting his toe to collide with Feng Klai's foot. In the next instant, the swan's beak of the ballet shoe was forcefully shattered, morphing into two curled pieces resembling spring rolls. "Oh, you seem to possess some skill." Human demon's handblade. Feng Klai extended his arms outwards, akin to a swan's neck, and struck at Mike once more. "Iron block's broken blade hand," Mike declared as he directly blocked Feng Klai's arm. The next moment, a sharp crack echoed as Feng Klai's arm suffered a fracture. Yet, Feng Klai refused to relent. Human demon's eyelash boomerang. Suddenly, Feng Klai blinked, and a pair of eyelashes flew forth, aiming for Mike's face. Mike swiftly dodged and seized the lashes, exclaiming in anger, "It seems that if I do not unleash a fierce attack, you will endlessly persist." Severing the lineage kick, Mike dashed towards Feng Klai, raising his right foot to deliver a kick to Feng Klai's puffy trousers. Feng Klai bent into a shape resembling a less than sign, propelled backwards, as onlookers hastily cleared a path for him. Feng Klai crashed against the wall like a monkey, breaking through several walls before finally halting, blood streaming from his head as the structure collapsed upon him. The citizens witnessing this scene quickly stood up and retreated, too fearful to approach. "Longwei, please assist me in retrieving little Feng," Mike implored Longwei. "What nonsense. That is your defeated opponent. You should go yourself," Longwei replied begrudgingly. "Hurry up. Later, I shall teach you how to pursue girls," Mike said with a mischievous grin. "Tch. I have no interest in girls," Longwei retorted, yet he nonetheless walked over, extracting the unconscious Feng Klai from the rubble and tossing one of his legs in front of Mike. "Thank you. Ha ha ha." Mike chuckled in delight. "I despise human demons," Longwei declared. At that moment, Mike approached the fallen Mr. 11, seizing the knife from his hand, closing the sheath, and handing it to Longwei. "This Huajo, while merely a decent knife of 50 craftsmanship, is vastly superior to the little knight Rain that Dasky previously wielded. You should gift it to him." "Who? Dasky? Why should I gift her a knife?" Longwei asked, somewhat perplexed. "You shattered her knife last time in Rog Town. Do you not wish to compensate her?" Mike responded. "Will I have the chance to see her again?" Longwei inquired, clutching the Huajo. "Of course, and very soon," Mike replied with a smile. "Hee hee, I do indeed feel a hint of anticipation, Longwei said with a smile. Just now, you claim to have no interest in girls. What of now? You are secretly reveling in your heart, Mike teased at that moment. The disguised royal soldiers all removed their armor, revealing their true identities as human demons. The citizens who had been watching from the sidelines finally realized that both the king and his army were imposters. The old man selling golden apples suddenly led the charge, exclaiming, "Young man, truly impressive." Others began to step forward boldly, shouting to Mike, "Incredible! You have saved us all. These individuals are truly wicked. They dared impersonate the royal army and force us to kneel. Do they truly regard us common folk as fools? Indeed, we must seize their goods from the cart." A few agitated citizens climbed onto the cart, preparing to unload the woven bags. Suddenly, one woven bag slipped from the cart, its seal breaking and spilling forth a green powder. "What is this? It doesn't resemble flour," someone asked, grabbing a handful of the powder. Wei Wei rushed over, crouched down, and examined a handful, declaring, "This is dance powder." "Ah, so this is dance powder. I heard that the king used it in the capital, Alabasta, to seize the rainwater from other cities, causing them to suffer 3 years of drought. Indeed, I have also heard that this substance is explicitly prohibited by the world government. How could the king do this? Is he not disregarding the plight of the common people, leaving them to starve and perish?" Wei Wei, hearing the murmurs of the onlookers, felt her eyes redden and tears brim as she shouted, "Silence! It is not as you claim. The king knows nothing of this. It is all a conspiracy by Crocodile." The crowd fell silent in shock, glancing at Wei Wei with astonished expressions. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "It is Princess Wei Wei." Princess Wei Wei. The surrounding people gasped in surprise at that moment. Wei Wei removed the handkerchief covering her face, and everyone finally recognized that the girl before them was indeed Princess Wei Wei. "Princess Wei Wei, please forgive us." The crowd cried as they immediately knelt. "Everyone, please rise. I have come to investigate the matter of the dance powder. Your actions will expose me," Wei Wei urged in haste. Upon hearing her words, the crowd gradually stood up. The old man selling golden apples approached Wei Wei, trembling as he presented a red apple. "Princess Wei Wei, please have an apple. This apple is clean and free of paint." Wei Wei accepted the apple from the old man's hands, saying, "Thank you, old man. Please refrain from painting apples in the future." The old man nodded, promising, "I will never paint apples again. Princess Wei Wei, I implore you to save our city. I am a refugee from afar. My original city has been ravaged by sandstorms. Rest assured, old man, I have determined the reason, so please trust me. Alabasta will soon be saved," Wei Wei said, unable to hold back her tears upon seeing Wei Wei cry. Everyone else also covered their faces and began to weep, filling the air with sorrowful sounds. Mike approached Wei Wei and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "This is something to rejoice about. Do not be disheartened. The calamity will soon pass." Suddenly, Wei Wei turned and embraced Mike, sobbing against his shoulder. "Thank you, Mike." At that moment, Longwei bound Mr. 11 and Feng Cly and inquired, "Mike, what shall we do with these two?" "Take them with us. We need them as witnesses." Mike replied that we must rent a camel cart and head to Cartlea. A young man selling knives stepped forward from the crowd, saying, "You can ride in my cart. I happen to be going to Cartlea." "That would be splendid. What is your name?" Mike asked. "My name is Jinhai." Jinhai prepared the camel cart, and Mike, Wei Wei, and Long Wei, along with Mr. 11 and Feng Cly, boarded the cart and set off for Cartlea. The camel cart had a canopy, beneath which lay 2 elongated boxes, upon which they sat. This moment, Wei Wei suddenly asked, "Mike, did you not say we would only wander near the port? Why are we now heading to Cartlea?" "The situation has changed. We are going to Cartlea to find Kusha," Mike replied. "Kusha? Is he not in Yuba?" Wei Wei asked in astonishment. "No, your memory is trapped in 3 years ago. Kusha is currently in Cartlea," Mike explained. Just as he finished speaking, Jinhai, who was driving the camel, turned to join the conversation. "So you are also searching for the rebel leader Kusha? What a coincidence. I am on my way to deliver weapons to him." "Delivering weapons?" Wei Wei exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, the boxes you are sitting upon contain weapons, including long knives and rifles. I have heard that in a few days, Kusha will lead the rebels in a full-scale assault on the king's army in the capital. He is currently gathering arms." Jinhai spoke candidly, forgetting that Wei Wei was a princess. "Hurry, I must speak to Kusha. We absolutely cannot allow him to launch an attack against the king's army. Innocent citizens will suffer. Wei Wei said anxiously. Wei Wei, do not be so tense. I have everything under control. Even if Kusha does not believe you, we have these two as witnesses, do we not? Mike reassured. Sitting closely beside Mike, Wei Wei suddenly grasped his hand tightly, saying, Jana was right. I indeed feel a sense of security beside you, Mike. I wish to remain by your side forever. Mike did not respond verbally but tightened his grip on Wei Wei's hand in that moment. Wei Wei felt her heart gradually drawing closer to Mike's. At that instant, Feng Klai, who had been unconscious, awoke and exclaimed, Where are you taking me? Little Feng, you are awake. Do not panic. You will understand soon enough. Mike replied. With the camel cart, their journey was swift, and it was not long before they arrived at the rebel headquarters in Kartlea. Jinhai presented the rebels' pass and drove the camel cart inside the base. A guide emerged from within, instructing Jinhai to unload the weapons in the armory. Where is your leader, Kusha? I have esteemed guests who wish to see him. Jinhai inquired. The leader, Kusha, is not someone you can just meet at will. Hurry up and unload the cargo, and take your payment, the guide retorted. Mike stepped down from the camel cart and politely said, Could you please announce that Nefertari Wei Wei wishes to see him? Wei Wei? Is it Princess Wei Wei? The guide asked. Enough with the chatter. Go quickly. A hint of coldness flickered in Mike's eyes. Sensing Mike's murderous intent, the guide hurriedly turned and ran towards the central military tent, shouting, Leader, leader, it's bad. Princess Wei Wei has arrived. Moments later, Kusha emerged from the central tent, donning a reddish-brown long coat, wrapped in a blue scarf, wielding an exceptionally long sword, with a prominent scar beneath his left eye that added to his imposing presence. At this moment, Wei Wei also descended from the camel cart. Upon seeing his childhood companion, the princess who cared for her people, Kusha felt his eyes moisten unexpectedly. He reminisced about their childhood days when he and his father lived in Albana, where he and Wei Wei became the best of friends. They had even formed the Sandy Group to thwart some pirates, with him as the leader and Wei Wei as the deputy. Yet, such blissful times were fleeting. One day, King Cobra entrusted Kusha's father, Dodo, with the task of rebuilding a new city at a trade hub, which came to be known as Yuba. Kusha, Kusha, what is the matter? Wei Wei called out when she noticed Kusha lost in thought. Kusha snapped back to reality, rubbing his eyes. Oh, it's nothing. Just got some sand in my eyes. Are they all your friends? Kusha asked, glancing at Mike and Long Wei that moment. Mike and Long Wei held the firmly tied Feng Klai and Mr. 11. Yes, we also captured 2 agents from the Baroque works, Wei Wei replied. Very well. Let us not linger here. Let us speak inside. Kusha sensed that Wei Wei was not there for mere nostalgia, but had more pressing matters to discuss. And he quickly ushered them into the tent. Once inside the central tent, Mike and Long Wei tossed Feng Klai and Mr. 11 onto the ground. At this moment, Wei Wei said, Kusha, if you still cherish our childhood friendship, please call off your troops and do not wage war against the king's army. Upon hearing this, Kusha's expression suddenly grew serious. I would never forget our friendship. However, the king's use of dancing powder has caused numerous cities to suffer 3 consecutive years without a drop of rain. Rivers to dry up, lands to desertify, and storms to ravage. Even the once prosperous oasis of Yuba has become a desolate city. Can personal friendship resolve such matters? The king only cares for his own enjoyment, indifferent to the lives of the common people. Can our friendship bring back those innocently lost lives? Kusha's words pierced Wei Wei's heart like a dagger. With a pained heart, Wei Wei replied, Kusha, you have wronged my father. He has never used dancing powder nor harmed innocent citizens. To investigate this matter, I left the palace and infiltrated the Baroque works for 3 years, and I have finally uncovered the true reason behind it. Upon hearing this, Kusha's face reflected doubt. What truth have you uncovered? This is all a conspiracy by Sand Crocodile. He is a user of the sand fruit and has established a secret criminal organization. Baroque works, under the guise of his position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Not only did he have his agents secretly burn dancing powder in Albana, but he also had Mr. to impersonate my father, leading a fake king's army to harm the people. Wei Wei recounted the results of her investigation to Kusha. Upon hearing Wei Wei's words, Kusha's pupils constricted, his eyes glazed over, and he found himself at a loss for words. Feeling like a fool manipulated by others' schemes, suddenly, Feng Klai, who lay on the ground, burst into tears. Mike kicked Feng Klai, saying, What nonsense are you crying about? Hold it in. I am so moved. It is too touching. I was wronged by you all, Fong Cly cried. Nearby, Mr. 11, witnessing Fong Cly's outburst, quickly joined in, shouting, I was wronged too. I am innocent. It was then that Kusha remembered the two bound individuals on the ground and quickly asked, Wei Wei, what is the story with them? Ask them. Let them tell you what they have done. Wei Wei replied. Suddenly, Kusha drew his sword and pointed it at Fong Cly. Speak. What have you two done? Confess honestly. If you utter a single lie, I will slit your throat. Fong Cly hastily said, No, please. I will tell everything. I swear. Quickly speak. I am known as Mr. 2 in Baroque works, a mimic fruit user. It was Crocodile who ordered me to impersonate the king, promising that once Alabasta was taken, he would establish an ideal nation and make me a founding elder. Fong Cly said frantically. And you? Kusha once again pointed his longsword at him. A 11.my codename at the Baroque studio is Mr. 11, responsible for secretly transporting dance powder to Albana and framing the king. Mr. 11 weakly exclaimed, I'm furious. I want to kill you all. Upon finishing his words, Kusha unsheathed his longsword and swiftly swung it towards the two. Just as the blade was about to strike their heads, Longwei drew his knife to block Kusha's attack. Bring them here tied up, not for you to vent your anger on. Mike interjected, they still hold value. Longwei added. Kusha paused, realizing he had momentarily lost his temper, and quickly sheathed his sword, saying, I was impulsive. I thank this swordsman for his timely intervention. You're too kind. My name is Longwei, a man destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. Longwei pointed at Mike. And this is Mike, my captain, the future emperor of the seas. Mike shot a sidelong glance at Longwei and chuckled. Longwei, you don't seem so foolish now that the swelling on your head has gone down. Ha ha. I'm not as foolish as you think. Longwei laughed in return. Suddenly, both recalled the matter of the trap, and they burst into another round of uncontrollable laughter. In such a tense atmosphere, it was unexpected that Mike and Longwei could find such joy. Seeing that they were unable to contain their amusement, Wei Wei imitated Huanmeng's method, clenched her fists, and delivered a punch to each of their heads, causing bumps to form and silencing their laughter. Wei Wei thought to herself, Huanmeng's method is quite effective. However, she quickly tugged at Mike's arm and playfully ruffled his hair, saying, I didn't want to hit you, but you two were laughing a bit excessively, which prompted me to act. Hitting you hurts my heart. No worries, it's all in good fun. Does your hand hurt? Let me blow on it, Mike replied, grabbing Wei Wei's small hand to blow on it. Wei Wei promptly withdrew her hand and asked Mike, what do you plan to do with them? Oh, right, we still need to deal with them. Mike pondered, killing them would be a pity. However, if they are willing to atone for their sins, I can offer them a chance at redemption. It depends on their choice. At that moment, Von Clay quickly declared, I am willing to atone. I will do anything you ask. Mr. 11 followed suit. I am also willing to atone. I wish to repay your mercy of sparing our lives. Seeing their sincere attitude, Mike said, very well. Hand them over to Kusha to assist him in uncovering the undercover agents among the rebel army. Furthermore, Kusha, after you finish investigating the rebels, you must go to Albana to reconcile with the king's army and help them identify the infiltrators. Yes, Captain Mike, Kusha responded, feeling a surge of respect for Mike. By the way, remember one thing. Do not let little Vaughn touch your faces. If he does, he will assume your appearance, Mike warned. All right, I'll give him my gloves, Kusha said as he donned his orange gloves on Von Clay's hands, ensuring their safety. All right, we've resolved half of the issue, and the other half awaits us, Mike declared. Kusha, do you have camels? Can you lend me 6? Certainly, don't mention 6. I could lend you 60, Kusha replied readily. Mike, what do you need camels for? Wei Wei asked, puzzled. Don't ask now. You'll find out later, Mike responded. Without further ado, Mike, Longwei, and Wei Wei each mounted a camel, followed by another camel. As they left Catalia, just before departing, Mike said to Von Clay, Little Vaughn, after this is all over, you can seek out your idol Ivankov at the Ladyboy Paradise. That is where you truly belong. Von Clay was taken aback, finally encountering someone who understood him. Feeling as if he had found a kindred spirit, watching Mike's retreating figure, he cried out, Mike, I love you, as Mike rode swiftly on his camel. He nearly fell off upon hearing Von Clay's declaration. Mike, you've been confessed to by a ladyboy, Longwei teased. You heard wrong. If your brain isn't functioning well, why should your ears be? Mike feigned ignorance. I think I heard someone shout, Mike, I love you. Wei Wei chimed in. Mike pretended not to have heard clearly and asked again, Wei Wei, what did you hear someone say? Mike, I love you. Wei Wei answered. All right. I got it. Mike replied with a mischievous grin. Realizing Mike's smile was somewhat mischievous, Wei Wei blushed and retorted. Mike, you naughty rascal. How could you take advantage of me? Huh? Mike laughed, pulling on the reins and urging, let us hurry back. We don't want Huanmeng and the others to be waiting anxiously. Let us go. The trio sped off on their camels towards the field of rapeseed. Upon returning to the port of rapeseed flowers, Huanmeng, Gianna, and Xiao Yuni were standing on the ship waiting for them. Surprised to see the three return on camels. Where have you three been? We've been waiting. Huanmeng inquired. We took care of something very important. Now we can confidently head to the rainy land and defeat old Sha. Mike replied with ease. After leading the 6 camels onto the ship, they raised the sails and set off towards the coastal city of Irmal at the mouth of the St. Dora River. The 6 of them changed into the unique attire of Alabasta, which was loose, breathable, and sun-protective, ensuring they would not suffer from the scorching sun while traversing the desert. Wei Wei recounted their adventure to Catalia in detail for Huanmeng, Gianna, and Xiao Yuni. Subsequently, Wei Wei produced a map and explained, to reach the headquarters of the Baroque studio in the rainy land, we need to land in Irmal and then traverse the desert for 2 days and nights. At that moment, Gianna looked at the map and asked, why don't we sail along the St. Dora River? That way, we could land vertically in the rainy land. Avoiding the desert altogether, it would save us both time and effort. Wei Wei frowned. Actually, the St. Dora River is not strictly a river. Due to its elevation being lower than sea level, seawater flows into it, making it an inland river with saline water that is undrinkable. More importantly, the water level in the river is very shallow, so our ship would run aground. Now I understand. No wonder you brought 6 camels with you. They are our means of transportation across the desert. Gianna exclaimed, I thought they were provisions for the ship. Ha ha, Huanmeng said, stroking one of the camels, seeing how adorable they are. I really can't bear to harm them. Wei Wei was suddenly taken aback, thinking, so Mike had anticipated the need to cross the desert. Which is why he borrowed these 6 camels from Kusha. That I truly admire his resourcefulness. He is so charming and gives a sense of security. Wei Wei gazed at Mike as if he were her guardian deity. In her heart, Mike appeared so tall and strong, and every movement he made seemed incredibly handsome. That I can ride a camel now. I've never ridden one before. Let me practice a few laps on the ship. Xiao Yuni exclaimed, approaching a camel resting on the deck, ready to climb on. However, the reclining camel suddenly stood up, and Xiao Yuni lost his balance, falling to the ground and cursing, you smelly camel. Why won't you let me ride you? I insist on riding. Feeling frustrated for not mounting the camel, Xiao Yuni fetched a wooden bucket from the cabin, placed it next to the camel, and stepped on it to try again. Unexpectedly, the camel turned around, kicked over the bucket with its hind leg, and Xiao Yuni, standing on the bucket, tumbled down with a thud, landing awkwardly on the ground, his expression one of embarrassment as he seemed to have fallen rather hard. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yuni, you are too clumsy. You can't even get on a camel, Longwei remarked with a hint of mockery. You think just because you have 2 swords, you can demonstrate how to ride a camel? Show me how it's done. Oh great swordsman, Xiao Yuni shot back defiantly. Watch closely, Xiao little brave. Longwei spoke, lightly tapping his toes as he leaped onto the very camel that Xiao Yuni had just ridden, settling himself between the dual humps. Now, this is what I call the proper way to ride a camel. Tell me, was my posture not impressive? He boasted, grinning at Xiao Yuni, before Xiao Yuni could respond. The camel suddenly twisted its mouth, squinted its eyes, tossed its head back, raised its front legs, and abruptly stood upright. Caught off guard, Longwei, who had been reveling in his triumph atop the camel, was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Landing hard on the deck, the previously subsided bump on his head swelled anew. Longwei, you great fool. You're even worse than I am. Xiao Yuni laughed heartily upon witnessing Longwei's disheveled state. Oh, this camel refuses to be ridden. What use is it to keep it? I might as well kill it and make a feast, Longwei declared, drawing his knife at the sight of Longwei brandishing his weapon. The camel was instantly alarmed and bolted away as the camel began to run. The other 5 camels followed suit, creating a chaotic scene where 6 camels dashed ahead, while Longwei and Xiao Yuni chased behind with knives drawn, causing the ship to sway as if in the midst of an earthquake, the noise reaching a fever-pitched at that moment. Huanmeng became furious and shouted, You two, stop this at once. In the midst of her command, both Long Wei and Xiao Yuni received a punch to the head. Chef, why do you always hit me? Long Wei lamented, his head drooping in a display of grievance. Since this camel won't let us ride it, we should just get rid of it and enjoy some roasted camel meat. Indeed, it has mocked us both. We cannot allow it to live. Xiao Yuni exclaimed, reaching for his bow and arrow. Suddenly, Wei Wei hurriedly stepped in front of Xiao Yuni's bow, exclaiming, do not harm them. We borrowed them from Kusha and must return them. Seeing Wei Wei blocking his shot, Xiao Yuni quickly put away his bow, conceding, fine, we'll let it go. Just like that, the succulent meat slips away. Long Wei lamented. Just then, Mike approached and inquired, which camel refuses to let you two ride? Upon pointing out the particular camel among the six, Long Wei and Xiao Yuni indicated one that was grinning widely. Mike took a look and, noticing its peculiar demeanor, wondered, could it be that I've encountered the infamous tough guy camel? Mike approached the tough camel and asked, hey, tough guy, want me to ride you? The camel, however, turned its head away, ignoring Mike completely. This provoked an urge within Mike to kick it into the SEAT that moment. Wei Wei approached the tough camel and remarked, isn't this the one I rode back? It was quite good. It runs swiftly, is stable, and is comfortable to ride. Have you both forgotten? I don't remember, Mike replied. All six camels look identical. I can't tell them apart. Long Wei added, this one is different. Look, it has a scar behind its ear. Wei Wei pointed out, gently touching the tough camel's ear. Perhaps it has been harmed by you boys, which is why it refuses to let you ride it. Is that true, tough guy? The tough camel opened its mouth wide, grinning and nodding in agreement. So it can understand us. Wonderful. From now on, we shall call you tough guy, Wei Wei declared. Upon closer inspection, they indeed found a deep scar. Mike glanced at it and scoffed, scar-faced camel. Yes, scar-faced camel. Long Wei and Xiao Yuni echoed in agreement. In the time it took to enjoy a meal, the ship riding the wind and breaking the waves had arrived at Iremare. Thus, the six of them disembarked with provisions for 2 days and fresh water. As soon as they stepped ashore, they were confronted by a group of small creatures resembling enormous green sea cows, their bodies covered in what appeared to be turtle shell-like armored dough. These little creatures are so adorable. Xiao Yuni exclaimed, eager to approach. Come back. Don't touch them. Those are kung fu sea cows. You won't stand a chance. Wei Wei urgently called out to Xiao Yuni. How could that be? I'm quite strong, you know. Don't underestimate me. I could easily handle a few little creatures, Xiao Yuni boasted. However, before he could make a move, one kung fu sea cow charged at him, fists clenched. Xiao Yuni hurriedly attempted to defend himself, but within mere moments, he found himself on the ground, unable to rise. Why must you be so reckless? Wei Wei sighed, slapping her forehead. Kung fu sea cows are fervent martial arts enthusiasts. They challenge anyone they see. Mike stepped forward to help Xiao Yuni up. Let me take a turn, Xiao Yuni said, dejected. All right, teach them a good lesson on my behalf. Mike beckoned to the kung fu sea cow. Hey, little buddy, I'm here to duel. One kung fu sea cow pounded its fists against its chest in response, indicating its readiness to fight. All right, let us begin. Right punch, Mike shouted as he lunged at the responding sea cow. The sea cow retaliated, and their fists collided. In the next instant, the kung fu sea cow was sent flying backward, caught securely by another sea cow behind it. Moo, the sea cow that had been struck called out, and immediately, the surrounding kung fu sea cows lowered their fists to the ground, bowing in unison to Mike as if paying homage. Mike, they are bowing to you as their master, Wei Wei explained from behind. Please rise. Mike replied to the sea cow that had just fought him. Since you are now my disciple, I shall give you a new name. The sea cow nodded eagerly. From now on, you shall be called Little Green, Mike announced. Moo. Little Green responded, beaming with delight. All right, Little Green, as your master, I shall teach you some formidable martial arts. Mike continued. He imparted various boxing techniques from his past life, including uppercuts, lower hooks, and jabs to Little Green. That will be enough for today. Master must now hurry to deal with a nefarious foe. I entrust you with 2 tasks. First, practice the techniques I've taught you with your brethren. And second, guard the ship diligently to ensure none of those righteous-seeming naval dogs steal it. Can you accomplish these tasks? Mike inquired. Little Green nodded enthusiastically, waving goodbye to Mike, indicating his commitment to fulfilling the tasks. With Little Green and the other kung fu sea cows watching over the ship, Mike felt much more at ease. Thus, The group gathered their belongings, mounted their camels, waved farewell to the Kung Fu sea cows, and embarked on their desert journey. Upon entering the city of Irbel, they found the once verdant landscape completely covered in sand. The trees had withered into a desolate yellow, devoid of any trace of greenery. Evoking a profound sense of sorrow, a chilling wind swept through the ruins, producing ghostly howls that sent shivers down the spines of Xiao Yuni and Jina. Suddenly, Wei Wei spotted a skull exposed on the ground and hurriedly dismounted her camel to pick it up. Wei Wei, what are you doing? That's terrifying. You should throw it away, Xiao Yuni urged, trembling with fear. Yes, don't touch the skull. You'll have nightmares about ghosts, Jina added. Crossing her arms, Wei Wei's expression grew grave as she remained silent. Her fingers tracing the skull's surface, which bore the marks of a knife wound, suggesting it had been dead for a considerable time. I arrived too late. Wei Wei sobbed, filled with self-reproach. If only I had discovered the truth sooner and come to help them. They wouldn't have perished. At that moment, the others dismounted their camels as well. Huanmeng approached Wei Wei to comfort her, saying, Wei Wei, do not blame yourself any longer. You have done admirably. Jina also stepped forward, offering reassurance. Indeed. Wei Wei, what has transpired is already done. We should accept it and look forward. He suffered from a knife wound. He must have been a swordsman in life. I hope he died honorably in a duel. Without any regrets, Long Wei remarked. No. He has regrets, Xiao Yuni countered. Suddenly, Long Wei turned to Xiao Yuni and asked, How do you know he has regrets? Xiao Yuni remarked, in addition to the knife wound. There is also an arrow injury on the back of his skull, evidently incurred during a duel when he was struck by a hidden arrow, resulting in a tragic demise. I implore you both. Please cease your discourse, Wei Wei cried out, her voice tinged with sorrow. Huanmeng and Jiana glared at Long Wei and Xiao Yuni, signaling them to simply observe without engaging in futile analysis. Long Wei and Xiao Yuni promptly fell silent. Refraining from further comment at that moment, Mike crouched down, digging a circular pit in the sandy ground and smashing a large chunk of rock with his fist to construct a rudimentary grave wall. Wei Wei, do not mourn any longer. Let us lay him to rest. I shall ensure he is avenged, Mike said solemnly and softly. Wei Wei placed the skull into the round pit, covering it with sand, inserting a twig beside it, and using stones to shield it from the wind's might. Mike retrieved 2 pieces of roasted meat and an apple from his belongings, placing them atop the modest grave, and poured out a bowl of water, stating, A valiant man who perishes on the battlefield has no shame before his country or his parents. May you suffer no more from thirst or hunger on your journey. Farewell, as Mike poured the water over the grave. The 6 of them bowed 3 times in unison, observing 3 minutes of silence as they mounted their camels to depart. The atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive. Just then, Xiao Yuni approached Mike on his camel and asked, Mike, do you think the person we just honored was good or evil? Mike exhaled deeply and replied, In this world, who is born a villain? It is merely through the gradual journey of life that one chooses different means of survival. In this world of pirates, justice is forever defined by the victors. Who cares about the sense of justice within the hearts of the vanquished? Pondering this, Xiao Yuni asked, Then are we good or evil? Ponder that yourself. Mike evaded the question, unwilling to engage further in Xiao Yuni's trivial inquiries as they departed from Herbal. Their journey was abruptly halted when all 6 camels suddenly came to a standstill. Just as the group was feeling perplexed, they saw the sand ahead roiling like the sea, and in a moment, a massive crimson crab emerged from beneath the sand. Mike gasped, for this crab was larger than 3 or 4 buses combined. The enormous red crab raised its large pincers and charged toward them. It's a ghost crab. It devours humans, Wei Wei exclaimed in panic. What perfect timing for this crab to appear. I was just pondering what to prepare for you all. The ingredients have come right to our doorstep, Huanmeng declared, transforming into a fire phoenix and soaring into the air. Burn the ghost crab. Huanmeng unleashed a stream of fire that shot straight at the creature. Before long, the ghost crab was engulfed in flames, smoke billowing from its body as it was cooked. Marvelous! I adore crab meat. Long Wei exclaimed joyfully that I shall carve it up. Dual blade style. Feast time, with thunder and huajo in hand. Long Wei swiftly sliced the colossal ghost crab into countless pieces. Splendid. I see a small hill ahead. Let us dine there, Xiao Yuni suggested. The group collected the crab fragments and made their way to the shaded side of the hill to enjoy their meal. While they savored the delicacies, a flock of white long-billed birds descended from the sky, fluttering briefly before collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath as if they had exhausted all their air. These birds are so pitiful. They appear to be desperately thirsty. I shall fetch them some water, Gianna said. Do not approach, Wei Wei interjected. Those are deceitful birds. They feign death in the presence of travelers to elicit sympathy. And when you attempt to rescue them, they will snatch your belongings. Such birds exist? Gianna questioned, puzzled. At that moment, Huanmeng stood up and remarked, I thought food would be scarce in the desert. I never anticipated so many ingredients would present themselves. What a bounty. Longwei, go and chop them all up for me. I'll prepare salt-baked birds for you to enjoy with your drink. Thank you, chef. Longwei expressed his gratitude, brandishing his knife to approach the deceitful birds. However, the birds, sensing that Longwei was not there to save them but rather to harm them, quickly took flight, flapping their wings in a hurried escape. Do not flee, my salt-baked birds, Longwei shouted. Ha! Looks like our side dish is gone. Huanmeng teased. After indulging in the crab meat and resting for a brief moment, the six of them remounted their camels and continued their journey. Suddenly, Mike raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. Did you hear someone calling for help? As silence enveloped them, distant cries for aid reached their ears. Help! Help! I hear it. It sounds like a child's voice, Gianna exclaimed. Indeed, 2 boys, Xiao Yuni confirmed through his binoculars. Where are they? We must hurry to their rescue. Wei Wei urged anxiously. The group strained their eyes in the direction pointed out by Xiao Yuni and vaguely discerned 2 children ensnared by some entity. Mike and Longwei hastily urged their camels forward. As they approached, they discovered 2 leafy plants that seemed intent on devouring the 2 boys. Big brother, save us. It's a man-eating plant. Help. I don't want to die. I'm still so young, the children cried out. Spotting Mike and Longwei riding their camels, just as Mike and Longwei were about to intervene, they sensed something flying toward them from behind. They turned to see 2 arrows hurtling their way. Mike, Longwei, duck, Xiao Yuni shouted. Without a moment to lose, Mike and Longwei quickly lowered their heads, feeling the arrows graze their hair as they struck the man-eating plants. In an instant, the plants exploded, freeing the 2 boys, who fainted on the ground. Xiao Yuni, were you trying to murder us? You scared me to death, Mike exclaimed. Xiao, you can't aspire to be captain using such underhanded tactics. It's disgraceful, Longwei scolded. You two were just too slow. Rescuing requires swiftness, Xiao Yuni chuckled. If you had truly failed to dodge my arrows, I wouldn't mind taking the captain's position for myself. What a fanciful thought. Do you feel no guilt in seizing the captaincy through ambush? Longwei retorted. Not at all. I simply choose different means to attain my goals. Why should I feel remorse? Xiao Yuni made a playful face. Mike felt a headache coming on. It seemed that unless he showcased some formidable abilities to instill fear in them, his position as captain would inevitably be usurped by these 2. Enough? You 2 stop bickering. Since you are both so eager for the captaincy, I shall relinquish it to you. Who among you wishes to claim it? Mike's icy gaze swept over Longwei and Xiao Yuni, employing a tactic of feigned surrender. I don't need your handouts. Longwei quickly replied that if I wanted it, I would challenge you to a duel. The victor becomes captain. However, I'm not interested in that role at the moment. Then it's yours, Xiao Yuni? Mike inquired. Xiao Yuni, quick on the uptake, discerned Mike's ulterior motive and smiled. Mike, spare us your feigned humility. If I could defeat you to become captain, pigs would be flying. Let us not quarrel. Saving lives is paramount. Let us act swiftly. What are you 3 dawdling about? The man-eating plants are coming again. In the distance, the ethereal voice of fantasy called out. That moment, 2 enormous man-eating plants swiftly emerged from the sand, unfurling their thick, expansive leaves that resembled 2 oversized lips, lunging toward Longwei and Mike, as if intent on swallowing both of them, along with their camel, whole. With their backs turned to the carnivorous plants, Mike and Longwei turned just in time to see Kainei, who swiftly reached back with his right hand, drawing 2 arrows from his quiver, knocking them onto his bow, and releasing them in a flash. Kainei, once again, beat Mike and Longwei to the draw, dispatching the 2 man-eating plants with precision. Upon closer inspection, the plant's 4 hefty leaves fell to the ground as if severed by a blade. Well, if I can't defeat animals, that's one thing, but can I, Kainei, really be bested by mere plants? Kainei exclaimed, his confidence soaring. Impressive, Kainei. What manner of invention have you placed upon those arrowheads? The first two exploded, yet these two cut like knives. Mike inquired with curiosity. Ah, you wouldn't understand. These are my latest inventions, explosive arrows and scissor arrows. Each equipped with miniature explosives and retractable scissors, Kayunai replied. Mike was taken aback by Kayunai's ingenuity and creativity, expressing his admiration. Kayunai, you're brilliant. How extraordinary to shoot two arrows simultaneously with such accuracy. Stay humble. Unlike a certain someone who flaunts his dual blades, I don't need to show off my skills, Kayunai remarked, indirectly criticizing Longwei. Upon hearing this, even Longwei, who was not the sharpest, realized Kayunai was referring to him. As he was the only one in the group carrying swords. Kayunai, I'm not angry with you. One of these swords is meant for a girl. Longwei, feeling a bit bashful, softened his tone to at that moment. The two boys they had rescued began to stir from their unconsciousness. Thank you for saving us. I'm Dibu, and this is my brother Chibu, one of the boys exclaimed. What were you two doing in this perilous desert? Where are your family? Mike asked. We went out to find something to eat. We encountered those man-eating plants. Thank you, big brother, for rescuing us, Chibu said, leaning against one of the plant's large leaves and taking a sip of its juice. Can the leaves of these plants be eaten? Mike inquired. Yes, they are edible. The juice inside is very sweet. Would you like to try some, big brother? Chibu responded. Mike, realizing the desert indeed held wonders, dismounted from the camel and took a sip from the large leaf. Wow, this is surprisingly delicious. It tastes a bit like yogurt, tangy and sweet, Mike exclaimed, taking a few more sips. Kayunai and Longwei also dismounted, sampling the leaves and expressing their astonishment. Mike, let us take these leaves with us. This isn't just any leaf. It's plant milk. Longwei declared. One sip feels as warm as a mother's love, Kayunai added. All right, you two each take 2 large leaves, and I'll escort Dibu and Chibu back home. Mike instructed. Sure thing, Longwei and Kayunai replied in unison. Each of them gathered their belongings and rode their camels back to the group. Let us go. We must return these children home, Mike commanded, following the path indicated by Dibu and Chibu. They journeyed toward their home. Before long, they spotted a cluster of towering cacti in the distance, some flat, some spherical, and others cylindrical. Regardless of their shapes, they were all impressively large, with the tallest reaching heights of over 20 stories. We almost home. We live in that tallest cactus, Dibu exclaimed excitedly. Your home is inside a cactus? Mike asked incredulously. Yes, the cactus protects us, Chibu affirmed. How remarkable. I've never seen a home inside a cactus. Can we visit? Mike inquired. Absolutely. My father is the most hospitable, Dibu and Chibu replied joyfully. However, just as they arrived at the base of the towering cactus, a burly man with a brown mustache shaped like a scorpion and a large cannon slung over his shoulder blocked their way. Ha ha, little brats. Today, you have entered my scorpion territory, and there's no way you'll pass, the man bellowed. Who is Blackbeard? Is he formidable? Longwei asked. Suddenly, Fantasy stepped forward and explained, according to past newspaper reports, Blackbeard, named Marshal D. Teach, was once the subordinate of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. To obtain the dark fruit. He killed the division captain, Ace, and is a truly ruthless individual. You seem quite knowledgeable, Longwei remarked, surprised that do we have 2 know-it-alls aboard our ship. I merely followed the news due to Ace being a famous chef. Compared to Mike, I'm still far behind. I'm merely an amateur, Fantasy humbly replied. You are the only one on our ship who enjoys reading newspapers. I am oblivious to the outside world, only focused on defeating Mihawk, Longwei declared at that moment. Scorpion, noticing the group's disregard for him, shouted in anger. Do you understand how serious this is? Drop the camel and your belongings, and I might spare you. Otherwise, your lives will end here. Mike, sitting on the camel and busy splitting crab meat to share with Dibu and Chibu, hadn't caught Scorpion's words, so he asked. Excuse me, sir, who are you? I am the world's greatest bounty hunter, Scorpion, he proclaimed, raising his cannon, but I have already introduced myself once. If you disregard me, prepare to face the wrath of my 500-meter diameter cannonball. Hey, Scorpion, you're less than 100 meters from us. If you fire a 500-meter diameter cannonball, you'll blow yourself up too, Mike cautioned. Suddenly, Dibu and Chibu jumped down from the camel, rushing towards Scorpion, shouting, Daddy, Daddy, don't fire the cannon. Don't fire the cannon. The big brother is our savior. Upon seeing his children running toward him, Scorpion immediately asked, "Why are you two with these evildoers? Did they harm you?" "Daddy, these three big brothers saved us from the man-eating plants." "They are good people," Dibu replied. However, instead of expressing gratitude, Scorpion's face darkened. "They're deceiving you? Children, they want to lower your guard and lead you to our home to rob us. I was just trying to scare them with the 500-meter cannonball. Its actual blast radius is only 50 meters. Hurry, go inside. I'll protect you," Scorpion said, igniting the fuse without hesitation and aiming the cannon at Mike. Yet, at that moment, a gigantic azure lizard, as long as two buses put together, erupted from the sand beside Scorpion. The lizard opened its mouth, towering over the man, and lunged towards Scorpion and the two children. Scorpion, panicking, quickly redirected the cannon, which was initially aimed at Mike, toward the azure lizard. Boom! The cannonball shot directly into the lizard's mouth. However, to everyone's shock, instead of exploding, the cannonball was chewed up and swallowed by the lizard. After devouring the cannonball, the azure lizard let out a strange cry and lunged at Scorpion and the two children once more. Realizing that his most powerful weapon had no effect, Scorpion felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground in fear. Dibu and Chibu were also terrified, crying out, "Big brother, help us!" in the blink of an eye. Mike, having never encountered such a massive lizard before, momentarily stood in awe. Yet, upon hearing the children's cries, he sprang from the camel, activating his moonwalk technique, swiftly propelling himself into the air, and descended vertically. Utilizing his iron block technique with the assistance of moonwalk, he extended his arms, resembling a colossal bullet hurtling toward the azure lizard's head. Iron block. Madman hunt. Thud. Boom. A pair of thunderous sounds reverberated through the air. The first was the resounding impact of Mike's fist striking the great lizard's head, while the second was the thud of the massive creature collapsing to the ground. "All right, that takes care of it. Now you can have water to drink and meat to eat," Mike declared to Longwei. "Bring over those 4 large leaves from the man-eating plants, and while you're at it, help them carve this great lizard into pieces." "Not a problem," Longwei replied, placing the 4 large leaves before the Scorpion and then expertly chopping the lizard into square chunks the size of wash basins, just as Longwei was busy with the lizard. A large white ostrich appeared before the Scorpion, clutching 2 wanted posters in its beak. The Scorpion took the posters, glanced at the photographs, then looked at Mike and Longwei. It was only then that he realized the individuals depicted on the posters were the very 2 standing before him. His face instantly contorting with panic as he clutched Dibu and Chibu, trembling uncontrollably. "Hey, Uncle Scorpion, where do you live? We have a lot of people here. Let us help you carry this meat to your home," Mike inquired at that moment. The Scorpion, with trembling lips, asked, "Are you pirates?" "Indeed," Mike replied. "You are the infamous Kodaway D. Mike with a bounty of 35 million berries." The Scorpion pressed. "Yes, that's correct, Uncle Scorpion, as the world's foremost bounty hunter." "How come you only received the wanted posters so late? News must travel slowly in this desert," Mike remarked. "Why are you bringing us food and drink? I was just about to kill you." The Scorpion's face reflected his fear. "Because you are a subject of Princess Weiwei," Mike stated. "So you truly are Princess Weiwei," the Scorpion exclaimed, suddenly kneeling before Weiwei. "Princess Weiwei, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for you in great suffering." Weiwei hurriedly stepped forward to assist the Scorpion to his feet, saying, "Uncle, I am sorry for my tardiness. I feel remorse for your suffering. I promise to resolve this matter swiftly. Please trust me. Trust. I do not believe in heaven or earth. I only believe in Princess Weiwei. With your arrival, we are saved," the Scorpion explained, tears streaming down his face. "I was merely pretending to be the world's greatest bounty hunter to dissuade you from coming. I had already figured that out. The tale of defeating Blackbeard was a fabrication of yours as well, wasn't it?" Mike retorted. "Well, I did it for the safety of the citizens of Cactus Village." The Scorpion gestured towards the immense cacti, calling out, "Do not be afraid. It is safe now. Come out, everyone. Princess Weiwei has come to rescue us." As his words fell, numerous windows opened up in the colossal cacti, and many villagers began to emerge, climbing down the spines of the cacti to the ground. "Princess Weiwei, may I distribute the meat of this great lizard among the villagers? What do you think?" The Scorpion respectfully inquired. "Of course, we do not need it. It is all for you. As long as the villagers are well, I will be at ease," Weiwei responded. The villagers received their portions of lizard meat with great excitement. Expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Wei Wei, curiosity led Mike to explore the interiors of the cacti that he discovered that the insides of these immense cacti were hollow, allowing the villagers to reside within. Initially, Mike assumed the villagers had hollowed out the cacti, but upon questioning the scorpion, he learned that due to prolonged drought, the moisture inside the cacti had been evaporated by the sun and winds, leaving only the hard outer shell. If it did not rain soon, these cacti would perish from drought. Hearing this, Wei Wei felt a pang of sorrow, tears cascading down her cheeks. She was aware of the severe drought afflicting her country, but she never imagined it had reached such a dire state that even the drought-resistant cacti were on the brink of dying. This journey through the desert had deepened her understanding of the severity of the situation, surpassing her previous imagination. If left unresolved, their kingdom would face ruin. As they prepared to depart, Mike turned to the scorpion, saying, "Uncle Scorpion, you will undoubtedly become the world's greatest bounty hunter. Indeed, and you shall certainly become the future emperor of the seas." The scorpion replied. The desert was unforgiving, and as they ventured deeper, they began to grasp its terrors. The path they had traversed was merely the outskirts of the desert. As they pressed on, the landscape became devoid of small hills, greenery, or any semblance of meat delivered to them. All that surrounded them was an endless expanse of yellow sand and countless dunes, with the scorching sun beating down relentlessly, creating waves of heat. The group, mounted on their camels, resembled wilted seedlings under the harsh sun. Thankfully, they had camels to ride. Walking would have felt like being tossed around in a frying pan of sand. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing all 6 camels to halt in unison. At that moment, Jinnah shouted, "Everyone, dismount the camels and take cover. A sandstorm is approaching." "A sandstorm?" The group gasped in astonishment, hastily dismounting to prevent being scattered by the storm. They arranged the 6 camels in a circle and crouched down. The 6 individuals nestled within the protective circle formed by the camels, covering their heads with wide scarves, leaving only their eyes exposed. Just as they secured their hiding spot, the sandstorm arrived. The swirling yellow sand resembled a colossal waterfall of sand, engulfing the sky and blocking out the sun, turning the once blue heavens a shade of yellow. The storm moved swiftly, reaching the group in an instant. The camels buried their heads into their bodies, while everyone shut their eyes, holding hands, waiting for the tempest to pass. Mike gripped the hands of Huanmeng and Jinnah tightly, feeling the winds and sands tearing at his clothes, his body being rapidly engulfed by the sand. After what felt like an eternity, the storm gradually subsided. Mike squeezed his hand tightly, feeling the reassuring response from Huanmeng and Jinnah, and began to pull them both from the sand. "Longwei, Xiao Yuni," Mike called out as he emerged. Longwei and Xiao Yuni also poked their heads out from the sand. "Here we are, Captain, we're fine," Xiao Yuni exclaimed, revealing that she had somehow been blown out of the protective circle and was now clinging to Longwei. "Wei Wei, are you all right?" Huanmeng asked with concern, digging Wei Wei out of the sand. "I am fine," Wei Wei replied. "Though Wei Wei is unharmed. That's wonderful," Mike laughed heartily. Wei Wei cast a disappointed glance at Mike, feeling a twinge of jealousy as she thought, "Does Mike truly not care for me?" When the storm came, he held on to Huanmeng and Jinnah. "Not me." After the storm, he called out for Longwei and Xiao Yuni first, neglecting to mention me. Jinnah kicked the sand beside her in frustration, cursing, "Dreadful sandstorm. It nearly buried us alive." Suddenly, beneath the sand that Jinnah had kicked, a hand emerged. "Ah, it's a ghost," Jinnah screamed, clutching Mike in fright. Mike glanced at the exposed hand, recognizing it as belonging to a girl. "Are all 3 of you intact?" Mike inquired. Jinnah climbed off Mike, while Huanmeng and Wei Wei extended their hands. To "No one is missing a hand." The 3 girls responded in unison. "Oh no. Quickly dig. Someone is still buried in the sand. They must have been blown over by the storm." Mike urged in alarm. "Ah." The group gasped, hastily working together to unearth a girl dressed in a light pink outfit, her long hair pinned atop her head with a small umbrella, a crescent-shaped double-edged dagger at her waist. "Lasha," Mike unconsciously called out her name. Huanmeng exclaimed, "You know her?" It's just a coincidence," Mike replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. His subconscious memories allowed him to recognize many beautiful women from the world of One Piece, and Lasha's distinctive umbrella was impossible to forget. "Why do you keep running into coincidences? I can't help but wonder if you've been to the Grand Line before and caused trouble for countless beauties." Huanmeng questioned in confusion. Mike's eyes widened in alarm as he hurriedly exclaimed, "You can't accuse me. I just happen to know more than you do. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm innocent." "Who knows whether you are innocent or not? You should never have been rescued from the sea. You should have drowned," Huanmeng exclaimed angrily. "Sister Huanmeng, how can you say such things about Captain Mike? I think he is quite commendable. Without his encyclopedic knowledge and foresight, we would have had to endure far more suffering." Jin interjected in defense that I feel like I've seen this girl somewhere before. "But I just can't recall where." I remarked thoughtfully. "All right, no need to dwell on that. Whether we know each other or not, saving lives comes first," Mike said, then turned to Huanmeng, asking, "Do you have any water left in your flask? Hand it to her. Perhaps it will help her regain consciousness." Huanmeng's anger was laced with jealousy, though she was unaware of it. But now, saving a life took precedence. She turned to fetch her flask and handed it to Mike, saying, "Fortunately, our belongings are still here, but there isn't much water left, so use it sparingly." "Understood," Mike replied. Taking the flask, "Mike, I'm sorry for what I said earlier. I misjudged you." Huanmeng pouted, "It's nothing. I will forever remember your life-saving grace," Mike responded, tilting the flask to pour some water into the cracked lips of LSH. However, LSH had lost consciousness, her tightly shut mouth refusing to open, and the water spilled onto the ground, with not a single drop reaching her lips. "Don't pour it like that. It's all spilling out." "She didn't drink any," Huanmeng exclaimed. "What should we do then?" Mike asked, feeling troubled. "There is only one solution," Huanmeng declared. "What solution?" Mike inquired. "You should take a sip, hold it in your mouth, and then feed her by kissing her," Huanmeng suggested. This is something for you girls to handle. I, as a man, cannot take advantage of her vulnerability," Mike replied, somewhat embarrassed. Huanmeng was unexpectedly startled, thinking, "I never imagined that Mike, who is usually so unrefined, would act so gentlemanly in a critical moment. Yet," she said aloud, "this is not the time for you to be a gentleman. We need to save her. It doesn't count as taking advantage of her." Jin added, "Yes, although I don't know if this is your first kiss, but for the sake of saving a life, you shouldn't worry about such trivial matters. Sacrifice small love for greater love. Saving a life is an infinite honor." Upon seeing Huanmeng and Jin being so magnanimous, I felt that if she were to snatch this life-saving task from Mike, it would make her seem petty. So she pretended to be indifferent and said, "Mike, go ahead. Save her." Seeing the three girls insist, and glancing at LNGWI and Chio Y New York, who both covered their mouths and shook their heads, Mike realized he had no choice but to act. He took a sip of water, held it in his mouth, closed his eyes, and puckered his lips to kiss LSH. Just then, LSH suddenly coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of sand, which landed squarely on Mike's face. Mike felt uncomfortable and quickly opened his eyes, just in time to meet LSH's gaze as she regained consciousness. Instinctively, she raised her hand and slapped Mike across the face. Slap. The sound was sharp and clear. Puffed. The water in Mike's mouth instantly sprayed out. "Pervert, trying to take advantage of me. I'll kill you," LSH shouted, rising to her feet and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks at Mike. Mike felt utterly wronged. He had selflessly tried to save a life, only to be met with a beating. LSH, stop. He is trying to save you. I rushed forward to seize LSH's hand. LSH paused, only then realizing there were others around. "Who are you?" she asked, momentarily stunned upon seeing WIWI. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly drew a crescent double-edged dagger from her waist, twisting WIWI's arm behind her and pressing the blade against her neck, the edge barely touching her skin. Yet blood began to trickle down. Seeing this unfold, Huanmeng panicked and shouted, "Noble warrior, please, do not act rashly." Jin quickly added, "She is your princess WIWI. She is the one you seek to kill. You are all fools. You have betrayed me. I will not let her go," LSH said, her eyes burning with rage. This moment, I stepped forward, resting his hand on the two daggers at his waist. Speaking coldly, "If you kill her, do you really think you can escape with your strength? I never intended to escape. I would rather perish alongside her." I declared. LNGWI frowned, thinking, "This woman is truly ruthless, not afraid of death at all. Fine. Then go ahead and act." LNGWI said. Suddenly, Huanmeng struck LNGWI on the head, exclaiming, "You fool! What are you saying? WIWI has gone through so much to bring us here to save Alabasta. The mission isn't complete. She cannot die like this." At that moment, tears streamed from WIWI's eyes as she said, "I have failed to protect my people. Allowing them to suffer such calamity I am a sinner, and to die at the hands of my own people would bring me no regret. LNGWI, remember this. After my death, you must not harm LSH in the slightest, or I will haunt you as a vengeful spirit." LNGW, I was taken aback, thinking, what kind of twisted logic is this? However, as soon as WIWI finished speaking, LSH suddenly withdrew her crescent dagger from WIWI's throat, saying, "Princess WIWI, you truly haven't changed at all. I remember now. You are LSH, my dear sister from the Sand group. I am so sorry. My father has wronged you." WIWI wept. Yet the severity of the situation weighed heavily on her. The entire nation is suffering from a devastating drought, and my father has been tirelessly seeking solutions, neglecting you all. You have come too late. My father could have escaped, but he trusted your promises, believing that you would surely come to save him. Therefore, he must have waited for you in the city, until the sandstorm engulfed the entire city. He never emerged. Tears welled in LSH's eyes, but she held on to her last shred of defiance. Huanmeng and GN stood by in shock, realizing this was a reunion amidst the storm. LSH, please believe me. I have discovered the true cause behind the disaster. I am on my way to Rainland to eliminate the instigator, Crocodile. Once he is dead, our country will be saved. WIW, I urged. Can you do it alone? LSH questioned. No, she is not alone. She has us. Mike stood up, wiping his face and spitting out sand from his mouth. Yes, we are all here. Huanmeng, LNGWI. Choi New York and GN echoed in support. WIWI. You are still so naive. Are you still playing with the Sand group? How could you few possibly be his match? You are simply walking into death, LSH retorted. How will we know if we don't try? If I die, it will only prove that my strength is insufficient, Mike declared resolutely, seeing the so-called pervert she had just struck. LSH suddenly felt she had misjudged him and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't hurt you too badly. Being hit by a beautiful woman doesn't hurt at all, Mike said, thick-skinned, as he handed the flask back to LSH, saying, There's a bit of water left. You can have some. LSH took the flask, sipped a little, and returned it to Mike. Suddenly, they heard someone calling from a distance. LSH, LSH, where are you? LSH. Everyone turned towards the sound and saw a group of people dressed similarly to LSH, sporting small umbrellas atop their heads. Marching in unison, searching for LSH by treading through the sand. It's my desert bandits coming to find me, LSH exclaimed, waving her hand with a bright voice. Hey, I'm over here. Once the bandits heard LSH's call, they all rushed over, rolling up their sleeves and hurrying towards her. After a brief introduction, the bandits learned the backstory and quickly thanked Mike and the others, inviting them to join them on their ship for a celebration, welcoming them to the desert. Mike and the others had long finished their food, and their water flasks were nearly empty, so they were in dire need of supplies. Looking up at the sky, it was already late, and they needed to find a place to spend the night. Mike readily agreed and returned to the ship with the band of raiders. On the way back, the members of the raider group were in high spirits, taking turns carrying Lasha and Weiwei, a clear testament to their fondness for them. Mike and his companions followed the raider group back to the ship. They were about to hold a welcome party when suddenly, a cloud of yellow sand billowed in the distance, accompanied by the sound of thundering hooves and cries of battle. That moment, the previously lively atmosphere fell silent, with everyone wearing grave expressions as they gazed at the riders on camels, while only Mike remained calm, nonchalantly munching on a desert pancake. Why is this pancake so tough? Mike inquired. It tastes much better when soaked in milk tea, Lasha chimed in. Thus, Mike dipped the pancake in the milk tea before taking another bite, discovering it indeed had a delightful flavor. Just then, Huanmeng nudged Mike and exclaimed, Why are you still eating? We're surrounded by enemies. A tall, rotund man with a bushy beard shouted, Do not panic, young lady. These desert thieves are only capable of petty thievery. There's no need to fear them. Exactly, Huanmeng, Hurry and roast some meat. I'm craving barbecued meat. Mike declared. Don't rush. You can't eat hot tofu in haste. Just wait. Huanmeng replied calmly as she grilled the meat. At that moment, a dozen or so desert thieves on camels positioned themselves on a nearby dune, looking down at the ship of the raiders and shouted, "Raider scum, surrender your ship and flee for your lives." The bearded man retorted, "As long as there are people on board, we will not flee. If you have the courage, come down and face me." The crew of the raider ship joined in. "As long as there are people on board, we vow to live or die with our ship. Ha! We want to come down. We would never abandon this advantageous position." A camel-riding desert thief jeered. "Here's a special gift for you." Suddenly, a gigantic dung beetle, the size of a camel, appeared, pushing a massive ball of dung that stood 5 or 6 men high towards the dune where the thieves stood, rolling it down towards the raider ship. Mike, holding a piece of meat grilled by Huanmeng, stood at the edge of the ship, exclaiming, "What a massive dung ball! How many people must it take to produce such a quantity of dung?" "You re-eating meat while thinking about dung? Don't you find that disgusting?" Huanmeng replied. "Not at all. Isn't a dung beetle supposed to eat dung? I'm just curious why it would hoard such a large pile instead of consuming it, and instead uses its food to bombard us." Mike pondered aloud. "If you were that dung beetle, would you do the same?" Huanmeng suddenly shoved a piece of grilled meat into Mike's mouth, saying, "With food around, you can't complain." Mike quickly removed the meat from his mouth, fanning himself as he laughed. "Huanmeng, are you trying to roast me alive?" As Mike and Huanmeng playfully bickered, the enormous dung ball rolled closer to the raider's ship, gaining speed down the slope of the dune, threatening to smash the vessel. Suddenly, the bearded man leaped from the ship, rushing towards the dung ball, exclaiming, "You shall not destroy our ship." With all his strength, he planted his legs firmly in the sand and skidded a considerable distance before managing to halt the oncoming dung ball. However, mere seconds later, the massive ball rolled over him and continued its descent. "I'm coming too," Dragonway shouted as he leapt from the ship, dual swords in hand, crossing them before slicing forward, sending a cross-shaped blade of energy towards the dung ball. With a resounding boom, the dung ball was cleaved into 4 pieces, exploding and scattering its contents everywhere. The camel-riding desert thieves, recognizing they were outmatched, quickly turned their camels and fled into the distance. "These desert thieves are quite amusing. They ran away before even a fight broke out," Kana remarked. "Ha ha, quite perceptive. This is the thieves' tactical approach of using dung as a diversion." Mike chuckled. Seeing the thieves retreat, the members of the raider group hurriedly jumped from the ship to dig the bearded man out of the sand and helped him back on board. "Ha ha, thank you for rescuing me. Otherwise, our ship would have been doomed," the bearded man said gratefully to Mike as he regained consciousness. "Ta-da, no need to thank me. I didn't even lift a finger." Mike laughed. "Are you headed to Udi?" the bearded man inquired. "Indeed. It's getting late. You should stay on our ship for the night. Tomorrow morning, we'll use sand shovels to take you to Yuba. As a token of our gratitude," the bearded man offered. "Sounds good. That suits me perfectly," Mike agreed. After a round of celebration, everyone retreated to the cabin to rest, due to the sweltering heat of the desert during the day. Their attire was rather light, yet at night, the desert transformed into a frigid realm. Mike lay tossing and turning in the cabin, unable to sleep from the cold, so he decided to go for a couple of laps on deck to warm up before returning to sleep. However, upon exiting the cabin, he spotted Lasha standing at the bow of the ship, gazing at the vast starry sky, her tiny umbrella swaying in the chilly night breeze. "Don't you feel cold?" Mike approached Lasha and asked. "Not at all. The weather is icy," Lasha replied with a tone as frosty as the air. "Your little umbrella is quite amusing. Let me take a look," Mike said, reaching out to touch the umbrella atop Lasha's head. "Don't touch me." Lasha swiftly turned her head to evade Mike's hand, attempting to keep him from touching her umbrella. However, Mike had already grasped the umbrella, and with a sudden shake, it fell, causing Lasha's long hair to cascade down, fluttering gracefully in the gentle breeze. "You look stunning with your hair down," Mike exclaimed, captivated by the sight. "Pervert, this is all your fault," Lasha retorted angrily. "You stand here admiring the beauty of the stars, unaware that the stars in the sky are also admiring your beauty," Mike said warmly. "Humph, what a cheesy line. I don't like hearing such flattery," Lasha replied, though inwardly, she felt a sweetness in her heart. "Having never heard such compliments before, I'm just an honest person. If you say that to me, it makes me a bit unhappy." Mike suddenly turned his head away, feigning the demeanor of a sulking little girl. "It's late. You should get some rest," Lasha said, turning back towards the cabin. "Hey, your umbrella," Mike called out, noticing Lasha was about to leave. "Holding the umbrella out that I don't want it. Consider it a gift to you." Lasha replied without looking back. As Mike watched Lasha's retreating figure, a chill ran down his spine, realizing just how cold it was outside the cabin, prompting him to jump in place a few times. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed. "Mike, how's it going? Failed to woo the girl, huh?" Startled, Mike turned towards the sound and saw Dragonway squatting at the ship's railing, balancing 5 barrels on his head while doing squats. "When did you get here?" Mike hurriedly asked. "That I've been here the whole time," Dragonway replied. "Were you here when I just exited the cabin?" "I didn't see you," Mike remarked. "Your eyes were only on Lasha." "How could you possibly notice me?" Dragonway teased. Mike thought about it and realized it was true. His attention had been entirely focused on Lasha, oblivious to his surroundings, believing they were the only 2 people beneath the starry sky. "You heard everything we just said, didn't you?" Mike inquired. "My eyes and ears are perfectly functional. Of course, I saw and heard everything. If Huanmeng had caught wind of that, you'd probably be in for a beating." Dragonway laughed. "That I stand firm, so I fear no shadows. Besides, why would Huanmeng want to beat me?" Mike countered. "Think about it. Ponder it well." Dragonway urged. "That I refuse to ponder. What are you doing exercising at this hour?" "Shouldn't you be sleeping?" Mike replied, somewhat annoyed. "I'm keeping watch for you. Those desert thieves didn't succeed in the day. What if they come to ambush us at night?" Dragonway explained. Mike rubbed his weary eyes and said, "You're doing well, kid. Quite attentive. Keep watch diligently. I'm off to sleep." Mike turned back to the cabin, and Longway quietly remarked, "Swordsman, always maintain a clear mind," after a night of silence. The following morning, Mike rose and stepped onto the deck, only to find Longway sprawled on the deck, 5 barrels of liquor stacked atop him. Mike hurriedly moved the barrels aside, and, upon seeing Longway deep in slumber, furrowed his brow, raised his right hand, and swung it towards Longway's head. Just as Mike's hand was about to make contact, Longway suddenly lifted a hand to block the impending slap. "Mike, sneak attacks are not your style," Longway said, face down on the ground with his eyes closed. "Ha ha, I merely wish to awaken you," Mike replied, lifting his left hand to once again attempt a playful strike at Longway. However, before Mike could swing, a hand unexpectedly reached out from behind, grasping his arm. Turning around, Mike was surprised to find it was Lasha. "This swordsman has been guarding here all night. Do not disturb him," Lasha stated that moment. Mike felt a twinge of admiration for Longway. He had not expected the man often referred to as a big fool to be so attentive. However, with a shift in thought, Mike remarked, "Longway, you truly are a big fool. On such a cold day, if you freeze, we would lose a significant fighting force." Longway lifted his head and grinned widely, saying, "Hee hee, liquor is indeed a marvelous thing." Mike then recalled why the barrels had felt so light when he had moved them earlier. It was clear Longway had been drinking while training with those 5 barrels of liquor throughout the night. Huanmeng called everyone for breakfast and brought some food and fresh water. The bearded uncle had also prepared 6 sand sleds. "Mike, come ride on my sand sled," Lasha invited. Without hesitation, Mike took his place on Lasha's sled. Suddenly, Mike heard the sound of a camel braying. Turning around, he realized it was the rugged camels. "Oh no, how could I have forgotten them?" Mike exclaimed, quickly jumping off the sled and approaching the camels. "Rugged, thank you for bringing us this far. However, in order to defeat Crocodile swiftly, we have decided to switch to faster sand sleds. Please take your 5 brothers back to Kartlia to find Kusha. They need your assistance as well." The 6 camels simultaneously raised their heads and brayed at that moment. Weiwei, Huanmeng, Longway, Jinnah, and Kaiani also approached to bid farewell to their respective camels. Weiwei patted Rugged's head, saying, "You are battle camels. The rugged warriors of the desert. Do you remember the way back?" Rugged nodded in affirmation. "Good, thank you, for you 2 have contributed greatly to this battle. Since you remember the way back, travel safely. I hope to see you again." Weiwei concluded. After one last bray, Rugged led the other 5 camels to form a single file and began their journey back. Due to the limited size of the sand sleds, each could only carry 2 individuals. Any more would hinder their speed. The 6 of them boarded 6 sleds, progressing while learning how to maneuver them from the sand bandits' escort. After several attempts, they all became proficient in driving the sleds. The speed of the sleds was remarkable, and it wasn't long before they arrived at the former transit hub city of Yuba, now a desolate wasteland. They were left with 3 sand sleds for their future journey. As they prepared to part ways, Lasha pulled a small pink lace umbrella from his satchel and handed it to Mike, softly saying, "I hope you do not forget me." After uttering those words, Lasha drove off with his sled and companions at breakneck speed. Mike opened the small pink umbrella to find it adorned with both Lasha's and his name, with a heart drawn in between. Suddenly, the meaning dawned on him, and he waved, calling out to the vanishing figure of Lasha, "I want to forget." Mike's unexpected shout startled the others. "What are you yelling about, Mike?" Longway inquired. "I want to tell you." Mike replied, tucking the umbrella away. "Let us head into Yuba City and see if anyone remains. This city is already in ruins. How could anyone possibly still be here? No one would be foolish enough to stay behind." Longway remarked. As they gazed into the city, they were met with scenes of devastation, broken walls, withered trees, and yellow sand that nearly engulfed the entire place, appearing worse than the situation in Iremare. "This city is in such disrepair. Surely, no one remains. We should hasten our journey," Huandream suggested. "Indeed, even the rebels have retreated from this cursed city. There can't be anyone left," Jiana concurred. "No, there must be someone inside." "Listen, what is that sound?" Weiwei said, tilting her ear. The group held their breath, listening intently. Squeak, squeak. "Oh no, that sounds like ghosts devouring people. We must flee. There are surely many vengeful spirits in this city," Kaini exclaimed, fear causing her tongue to stammer. "If someone is being consumed by a ghost, we must enter the city to rescue them," Weiwei declared, dashing towards the city. The others, concerned for her safety, hurriedly followed. As they ran, they encountered a large sand pit, from which sand was still bubbling forth, accompanied by the strange squeaking noise that emanated from within. "The ghost must be in that pit. Don't get too close," Kaini urged Weiwei in a panic. "How can we save someone without getting close?" Weiwei replied, her heart also racing with fear, as she had never encountered a ghost before. "Going near one to save anyone and could cost you your life." "Let Longwei go first," Huandream suggested. "Huandream, why should I be the one to go first? I've never seen a ghost either," Longwei protested, tilting his head in reluctance, just as everyone else hesitated to approach. Mike suddenly sprinted a few steps closer to the pit and shouted, "Uncle Duochuo, have you found water yet?" To everyone's surprise, the pit did not contain a ghost, but rather a thin old man with a white, fluffy beard and a head wrapped in cloth, diligently digging in the sand with a shovel. Upon hearing his name called, Uncle Duochuo looked up in astonishment and replied, "Not yet, but I believe I will soon reach water." At this moment, the others gathered around the pit, and feelings of shame washed over them upon realizing he was merely digging. "Duochuo? Could he be Kush's father, Uncle Duochuo? I remember he used to be quite a hefty man." Weiwei thought, "Are you Kush's father, Uncle Duochuo?" Weiwei called out. Hearing his son's name, Uncle Duochuo assumed Mike and the others were rebels. "You rebels, do not mention that ungrateful son in front of me. Leave at once," he shouted, swinging his shovel violently towards Weiwei. Just as the shovel was about to strike her, Mike swiftly reached out, catching it and declaring, "Uncle Duochuo, the shovel is meant for digging sand, not for striking Princess Weiwei." Startled, Uncle Duochuo quickly climbed out of the pit, grasping Weiwei's hand and asking, "Princess Weiwei, is it really you?" "Yes, Uncle Duochuo. It's me, but why have you become so thin?" Weiwei replied. "Sigh. It's a long story. I have failed the king's expectations. Your father entrusted Yuba to me, and now it has fallen into this state. I am ashamed before your father," Uncle Duochuo said, tears welling in his eyes. "Uncle Duochuo, you mustn't blame yourself. You have done more than I could have imagined. Even in such dire circumstances, you have remained steadfast here." Weiwei reassured him that I have always believed that Yuba would never succumb to the sands. Uncle Duochuo affirmed resolutely. "Indeed, Uncle Duochuo, Yuba will never yield to the sands. Let me help you dig. We will surely find water," Mike declared. "How can that be? The sand is piled so thickly. It seems impossible to unearth water." The dreamscape is remarkably surreal. Yuba is distinct from other regions because it was once an oasis. The sand merely blankets the oasis, and the subterranean water remains unaffected as long as one can excavate the sand above and dig a little deeper. "They will reach the groundwater," Mike elucidated. Suddenly, Longwei leaped into the sand pit, exclaiming, "Since there is hope of unearthing the groundwater, Let us descend and assist in the excavation. As he spoke, Xiao Yuni and Kana also slid down to the bottom of the pit and began to dig with their hands. Xiao, you've shoveled sand all over me, Longwei shouted. Long, your shovel is far too cumbersome. You jabbed me in the backside, Xiao Yuni retorted. Standing nearby, Kana observed the two, back to back, with their posteriors protruding as they buried the sand they had dug out back into each other's holes. She felt that they were not there to help, but rather to create chaos. Xiao Yuni, Longwei, move aside a bit. You're hindering my ability to utilize my powers, Kana declared. What powers are you going to unleash? With all this sand, do you really think you can whip it away with a whirlwind? Xiao Yuni questioned. Perplexed, do you dare to question my abilities? It seems that unless I demonstrate my prowess, you will persist in underestimating me, Kana asserted, bringing her palms together and beginning to spin. Are you two not going to step aside? This is my latest improved skill, and I have yet to deploy it. I cannot guarantee your safety, Kana urged, seeing that Xiao Yuni and Long Wei remained motionless. Get away. Instantly, both Xiao Yuni and Long Wei felt a surge of alarm, scrambling to escape the pit with remarkable speed. I've never seen such a terrifying expression on Kana's face. Xiao Yuni gasped, breathless. Indeed, this must be the first time she has scolded us, Long Wei replied. Mike patted their shoulders and remarked. It seems that the usually gentle Kana has her moments of fury. At that moment, the whirlwind between Kana's hands morphed into an inverted cone shape. She withdrew her left hand from beneath the cone and plunged her right hand, as if grasping the whirlwind, into the sand. Whirlwind, well digger. In an instant, the inverted cone whirlwind plunged into the sand like a massive drill, expanding and elongating as it descended, casting aside the sand in wisps. Those standing at the edge of the pit, including Mike, quickly closed their eyes and shielded their heads. After a while, when the sound of the sand ceased, Mike and the others emerged from the sand. Looking up, they beheld a large hole with a diameter of about 3 meters at the bottom of the pit, with Kana floating gracefully at the opening. Mike, I've reached the hard soil. The whirlwind well digger cannot penetrate further, Kana announced. Suddenly, Uncle Duochuo exclaimed excitedly. Thank you, young lady. Allow me to dig with a shovel now. There is a strong possibility of water beneath this hard layer. We just need to dig a little deeper. With that, Uncle Duochuo eagerly descended, and after breaking through the hard soil with his shovel, he laughed joyfully. Ha ha ha. Water has emerged. Water has emerged. I knew Yuba would not succumb to the sand. Its vitality is indomitable. Mike leaned over the well's edge, observing the moist bottom, with water bubbling up. Uncle Duochuo, since we've unearthed water, we should take our leave. Once I defeat Crocodile, Yuba will surely revert to its former oasis state, Mike declared. Uncle Duochuo called from the well. Do not depart yet. I will filter the water quickly. This is the first cup of water for Yuba's rebirth, and it must be presented to Princess Weiwei and our esteemed guests. The water of Yuba is exceptionally sweet. Uncle Duochuo, we appreciate your efforts. No trouble at all. As everyone awaited Uncle Duochuo to collect and filter the well water, Kana suddenly stood alert. What's wrong? Kana, is a storm approaching? Xiao Yuni inquired. How could that be? Don't be ridiculous. What storm could exist in the desert? Longwei scoffed. Kana's expression grew increasingly grave, and sensing something ominous, Mike hastily asked. Could it be another sandstorm is on its way? Yes, a sandstorm tornado is imminent. Its force is capable of leveling Yuba to the ground, Kana replied, her face pale. What? Does that mean the well we just dug is doomed? Xiao Yuni exclaimed in panic. What are you thinking? The entire city will be reduced to rubble, and we cannot escape death. There's no way this small well will survive, Longwei exclaimed. Then we must hasten to rescue Uncle Duochuo. We cannot perish here, Huanmeng urged. Our sand sled is swift. You six board the sand sled while I transform into Windwalker and make our escape. As long as we preserve our lives, we can rebuild many Yubas after defeating Crocodile. Weiwei, silent and trembling, suddenly collapsed to the ground, weeping sorrowfully. Mike, command us to flee. Huanmeng had never been this anxious, but this time was different. During prior training with Kana, she had witnessed the Whirlwind's formidable power. In training, Kana had purposely slowed its speed. If even Kana was moved by the impending sandstorm tornado, its destructive capability was beyond imagination. In the face of a sandstorm tornado, humans are as weak as ants. Yet, Mike remained resolute, turning to Kana with a serious expression. Kana, I wish to save you, but you have a way to thwart the sandstorm tornado? I will give it a try. I too wish to test the extent of my control over the whirlwind. Kana stated coldly. I refuse to allow the well we unearthed to be destroyed. Everyone stared at Kana in astonishment, hardly believing such audacious words could come from the usually timid Kana. Suddenly, they sensed a pungent dust swirling in the air. And looking out, they beheld an enormous sandstorm tornado, reaching from the ground to the heavens, swirling like a colossal yellow pillar. Kana, are you certain you wish to confront this massive sandstorm tornado? It dwarfs even the Sea Kings. Huanmeng grasped Kana's hand. Concern etched on her face. That don't worry, Huanmeng. Although the sandstorm tornado is larger, it is fundamentally still a whirlwind, sharing its essence with my abilities that I wish to try. Kana replied. But it contains sand. Its force is far greater than a simple air whirlwind. My dear sister, if you reconsider now, we can still escape. If we wait too long, we may find ourselves unable to flee at all. Huanmeng continued to plead with Kana, hoping she would change her mind. However, Kana firmly patted Huanmeng's shoulder, saying, Sister Huanmeng, do not dissuade me. My resolve is unwavering and unchangeable. You are quite stubborn, Huanmeng remarked. Sister Huanmeng, we cannot waste any more time. The sandstorm tornado is moving too swiftly if I do not act now. It may be too late, Kana insisted. With a heavy heart, Mike said, stay safe. You must return. Of course. Captain Mike, we have only just embarked on the Grand Line. I still need to escort you to become the Emperor of the Seas, Kana responded playfully. Now, everyone, do not say another word, just wait here for my return. None of you are to approach. With that, Kana summoned 2 whirlwinds beneath her feet, soaring into the air, swiftly turning towards the colossal sandstorm tornado, disappearing from view in no time. Mike understood that this enormous sandstorm tornado was conjured by Crocodile. Crocodile had unleashed his sandstorm abilities towards Yuba amidst the rain. Initially, it may have started as a small whirlwind, but as time passed, the small whirlwind, laden with sand, grew larger and faster, ultimately forming the colossal sandstorm tornado now descending upon them. The 6 individuals above the well find themselves on the precipice of life and death, while Uncle Duochuo at the bottom remains blissfully unaware, diligently employing his specially crafted filter to collect and purify the water bubbling up from the depths. Jianna flies perilously close to the swirling sandstorm, teetering on the brink of being engulfed. That moment, she stands upon 2 spiraling winds, arms outstretched, hands cradling the gales as her body begins to spin continuously, summoning a mighty whirlwind around her. Within the heart of this tempest, her hands and 1 foot connect to the inner wall of the vortex, as if she were fueling its fury, yet the whirlwind fails to stir a single grain of sand. In an instant, the colossal whirlwind surrounding Jianna begins to ascend, forming a bridge from earth to sky, drawing in the white clouds above and transforming into a massive tornado of mist that eye in the distance. The 5 observers stand in stunned silence. The initial appearance of a yellow sandstorm tornado was already terrifying, yet the emergence of Jianna's white mist tornado amplifies their fear. The stark contrast of yellow and white is unmistakable. Mike, what is Jianna attempting to do? Huandream inquires, bewildered. The power of one tornado is already fearsome. How can she conjure another? Look closely. The rotation of the white mist tornado opposes that of the yellow sandstorm. She aims to merge the two to cancel each other out. Moreover, the tiny water droplets within the mist will condense the dust, Mike explains. Jianna is confronting it head-on. She's battling the sandstorm, Longwei exclaims. I previously underestimated her. I thought Jianna was timid like me. I never realized she possessed such bravery, Xiao Yuni remarks, adjusting his binoculars, noting Jianna's position amidst the white tornado. What are you all saying? She's courting death. Do you understand? If the power of her mist tornado fails to match the sandstorms, she will be torn apart. Huandream cries, tears streaming down her face. That moment, Wei Wei suddenly embraces Mike. Sobbing, it's all my fault. I should never have let you risk your lives for my country. Do not speak like that. I have faith in Jianna's abilities, Mike responds calmly, though internally he is more anxious than anyone else. If anything were to happen to Jianna, he would bear the burden of guilt. He knows he brought Jianna from Windstorm Island to the Grand Line, and though he could have followed Huandream's suggestion to escape with Uncle Duochuo, he chose not to order a retreat. Everyone above the well is tense, hearts racing, when suddenly Uncle Duochuo's voice calls from below. Hey, Who's crying up there? What's going on? Mike shouts down. It's nothing. Uncle Duochuo. Princess Weiwei merely longs for the sweet underground water of Yuba that you filtered. All right. It will be ready soon. Although Weiwei is a princess, the first cup should be given to that whirlwind girl. She is a distinguished guest of Yuba, having saved the city, and thus deserves the first sip. Uncle Duochuo replies. Upon hearing this, Mike cannot help but feel tears welling in his eyes as he responds. Yes, Uncle Duochuo, her name is Jinna. Please remember her. Jinna. I shall remember. I won't forget. Uncle Duochuo assures, it will be ready soon. As Mike and Uncle Duochuo converse, the white mist tornado collides with the yellow sandstorm. The scene resembles two colossal sea creatures engaged in combat, akin to two gigantic gears clashing in opposite directions, producing not sparks but clumps of sand and mud. Though it feels as if an eternity has passed, only a brief moment elapses before both the yellow sandstorm and the white mist tornado begin to diminish in size, until ultimately, only a small yellow whirlwind remains, while the white mist tornado has vanished entirely. However, that small sandstorm poses no threat and dissipates quickly without traveling far. Jinna, Huandream cries, her voice soaring like a phoenix, transforming into a firebird that swiftly ascends to search for Jinna. Stay here. I will return shortly. Mike activates his moonwalk, soaring into the air with incredible speed in search of Jinna. Huandream arrives first at the scene, spotting a figure lying on the ground amidst the sand. It is Jinna, battered and bruised. She immediately dives down, transforming back into her human form, and cradles Jinna, calling out, Jinna, Jinna, please wake up, wake up. At that moment, Mike also arrives and sees Jinna covered in blood, her clothes torn beyond recognition. He hastily removes his own shirt to wrap around her body. Huandream, we must act swiftly to tend to her wounds. Mike urges, but we have no ship's doctor. What shall we do? Huandream's tears flow uncontrollably. Suddenly, a sharp pain strikes Mike's chest, and he realizes they lack a ship's doctor, causing him to feel overwhelmed and sputter blood. Mike, what is wrong? Huandream gasps in alarm at the sight of his blood. Mike wipes the blood from his lips, asserting, I am fine. We must take her back and consult Uncle Duochuo. Perhaps he will know how to help. All right. Mike swiftly takes Jinna from Huandream's arms, launching himself back with a speed that surpasses his arrival. When Mike returns with Jinna, Uncle Duochuo emerges from the well, holding a cup of water, noticing Mike carrying an injured person. He immediately inquires, who is this you carry? Why is she so badly hurt? Uncle Duochuo, this is Jinna. Just moments ago, she thwarted the approaching sandstorm tornado while you were filtering the well water, Mike succinctly explains. Ah, the benefactor of Yuba? Quickly, take her to my home. I happen to have medicines left by the rebel army. Perhaps they can aid in her healing. Uncle Duochuo responds with trembling hands, due to his age and anxiety. Uncle Duochuo's legs wobble as he walks, prompting Longwei to carry him on his back, racing towards his home as directed. Upon their return, Mike grasps the wisdom of the saying, an elder at home is like a treasure. Despite his disdain for the rebel army, Uncle Duochuo had occasionally assisted in treating injured soldiers, as his son, Kusha, was their leader. Over time, he unwittingly learned the methods for treating external injuries. Uncle Duochuo instructs Mike, Longwei, and Xiao Yuni to wait outside while he leaves Huandream and Weiwei inside to assist with Jinna's treatment. The three outside kneel in a row, lost in fervent prayer, hoping for Jinna's recovery. After a long while, as Xiao Yuni nearly loses consciousness from bowing, Longwei remarks, Mike, we've bowed 9,999 times. Is this effective? Fool. If bowing were effective, what need would there be for doctors? Xiao Yuni responds, his eyes swirling. Little coward, if you bow one less time, it shows a lack of sincerity. If Jinna doesn't wake up, it will be your fault. Longwei retorts, enough, stop squabbling. This is my responsibility. If my strength were sufficient, Jinna wouldn't have had to go. I should never have let her. It's all my fault. I am unworthy to be your captain. For the first time, tears flow from Mike, who had never cried before, as he bows his head to the ground, pleading, Jinna, you must wake up. Suddenly, Huandream bursts through the door, seeing the three kneeling figures and exclaims, what are you shouting about? Jinna is fine. She's merely exhausted and will awaken after some rest. What? Jinna is all right. Mike raises his head, filled with excitement. Indeed, just now, while I was cleaning her wounds with alcohol, they began to heal. Uncle Duochuo applied some hemostatic medicine, I believe she will wake up after a good rest. Do not worry. In the realm of dreams and illusions, upon hearing the words of Huanmeng, the three individuals finally managed to set aside their anxious hearts, only to collapse in unison onto the ground with a thud. Huanmeng shook her head and remarked, "Truly, these three have never witnessed the grandeur of the world." At this moment, her lightheartedness belied the reality that both she and I had shed more tears while tending to GN's wounds than the blood that flowed from her body. From dawn until the sun dipped beyond the horizon, GN finally awoke, stretching her arms and yawning, only to discover herself swathed in bandages. Have I been disfigured? Huanmeng. GN called out. Hearing GN's cries while preparing a meal in the kitchen, Huanmeng swiftly extinguished the flame and rushed to her bedside. You are finally awake. You nearly scared us to death. Huanmeng exclaimed that Huanmeng. Quickly bring me a mirror. Am I disfigured? GN asked in a flurry of panic. Not at all. You are just fine. Huanmeng replied, handing her the mirror, adding, strangely enough, your skin is healing remarkably fast, and there are no scars whatsoever. Is that true? GN gazed into the mirror and, to her astonishment, found no blemishes on her face. She then unwrapped the bandages from her entire body, noticing that her skin seemed even more delicate than before at that moment. Mik, Lingwi, and Chioyny. Having heard GN's voice, raced from a distance and burst through the door to GN. What has happened to you? They exclaimed. Upon seeing GN standing bare on the bed, their eyes widened in shock, almost popping from their sockets. Get out, GN shouted, hurling her hand mirror at them. The three, startled, promptly turned and fled, slamming the door behind them. What a bunch of oblivious fools, Huanmeng muttered. Retrieving a fresh set of clothes from her belongings to dress GN, the group gathered at Uncle Du T's home for dinner. He presented GN with the first cup of water filtered from the well. Suddenly, Mik heard the familiar voice of the lucky draw system in his mind. Ding, system reminder. Only one day remains to defeat Clockdale individually. Mik felt a jolt of anxiety. He realized that they had indeed wasted too much time along their journey, leaving only a single day remaining. With urgency pressing upon them, Mik woke everyone at the crack of dawn the next day, urging them to set off towards the Rain District. Meanwhile, Robin, who was undercover beside Clockdale, dispatched a messenger with a scarf to inform the 4 elite assassination agents to gather at the Spider CF before traveling together via the transport turtle to the Rain District's gambling den, the headquarters of the Baroque works. However, instead of the expected 7, only Mr. 1 and his partner Mississippi Finger, along with Mr. 4 and his partner Mississippi Christmas, arrived at Mr. 2, Mr. 3, and their partner Mississippi Golden Week were conspicuously absent, despite the shortage. The agreed time had arrived, and the 4 set off. The 4 boarded the transport turtle and sipped their coffee en route to the Rain District. They fortuitously encountered Mik and his companions, who had arrived there first. The 6 were still busy packing their sand sleds and belongings when they spotted a massive sea turtle pulling a covered cart, which piqued their curiosity. Captain W. NSHTing. Isn't that the large sea turtle that Sister Robin rides? It can traverse the desert as well? GN inquired with intrigue. Mik looked up, hastily swallowing his breakfast, and shouted, Lingwi. Quickly stop that turtle cart. Without a moment's hesitation, Lingwi brandished his sword and positioned himself in front of the transport turtle. The turtle, startled by the sight of a blade, halted abruptly, causing the cart behind it to come to an immediate stop. Inside the cart, Mississippi 1 and Mississippi Finger, seated at the coffee table, were caught off guard by the sudden stop, spilling their freshly brewed hot coffee onto the faces of Mr. 4 and Mississippi Christmas. With fiery indignation, Mr. 4 and Mississippi Christmas, both scalded and bewildered, glared at their assailants. Mississippi Christmas, a plump old woman with frizzy black hair and blue goggles, possessed the power of the mole fruit and was known for her impatient demeanor. She banged on the coffee table, revealing her oversized front teeth, and shouted, Bola, I told you to serve the coffee at a drinkable temperature. Mississippi Finger, also known as Bola, was the alluring owner of the Spider CAF. With long blue curls and a figure to match, wielding the power of the thorn devil fruit, and known for her penchant for ambushes at that moment. Upon hearing the mole lady's outburst, Bola's fingers elongated like sharp thorns, plunging toward the old woman's neck, but instead piercing the sofa behind her. Old lady, Coffee is meant to be hot. And besides, did I ask you to sit across from me? Bola retorted with disdain. Meanwhile, Mr. Four, characterized by his slow reactions and rotund physique, attempted to diffuse the situation. Don't be angry. I'll help you clean it up, he said, reaching for his scarf to wipe the mole lady's face. Observing the sluggishness of Mr. Four, Mr. One swiftly transformed a finger into a blade, slicing off a piece of Mr. Four's scarf and tossing it to the mole lady. His movements are too slow. Mr. One, whose true name was Des Bones, was a muscular giant with a body as hard as steel, possessing the ability of the cut fruit, allowing him to turn any part of his body into a blade. He was typically quiet and stoic. Although Mr. Four felt a surge of anger at having his beloved scarf mutilated, he swallowed his grievances upon meeting the murderous gaze of Mr. One, realizing that the transport turtle had ceased its forward motion. Bola quickly sensed that something was amiss. The turtle isn't moving forward. Is something happening outside? She exclaimed. Just then, they heard L&Wi's voice from outside. Is Sister Robin in the car? I am L&Wi's little brother. We meet again. Bola's fingers elongated once more, piercing the car window as she leaned out to see L&W standing with a sword blocking the turtle's path, accompanied by 5 others. Who are you? How dare you obstruct our vehicle? If you don't want to die, get out of the way, Bola shouted. This sister seems fierce. May I ask if Sister Robin is aboard? L&W inquired politely, assuming this was Robin's vehicle. However, Bola had no knowledge of Robin. Though it was Robin who had sent them the message, she had only used a code name, and her true identity was unknown to any but Clockdale. What Robin? No one is here. Hurry and move aside. We are in a hurry. I don't want to waste time on you, brat. Bola snapped at that moment. The mole lady, impatient, pushed aside the window and shouted, You blockhead pig. Get out of the way. Be careful, or I'll turn you into roast pig. L&W, incensed by their insults after having greeted them politely, felt a surge of indignation that if I can endure this, what can I not endure? In a moment of impulsiveness, L&W drew his sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade imbued with lightning towards the individuals in the vehicle. Get out of the car. Bola and the mole lady shrieked simultaneously. In an instant, the 4 leapt from the vehicle, with Mr. One still clutching Mr. Four. That your reactions are too slow. Mr. One remarked that Mr. Four, still sluggish, muttered, Apologies, I am a heavyweight baseball player, the mole lady added. We should have left this fat pig in the car. Upon glancing back at their vehicle, they found it had been cleaved in 2 by L&W, smoke billowing from the severed edges. The transport turtle, seeing its predicament, turned to flee in fright, leaving a trail of cold sweat in its wake. L&W, splendid work, Mik praised, giving L&W a thumbs up. What is the situation? In a state of bewilderment, Huanmeng observed as Mike leisurely introduced the 4 peculiar individuals before them. Naming each one in turn, he then declared, My target is Crocodile, that I require sustenance to replenish my strength. And since Ghana has just recovered from severe injuries, she is unfit for battle. The remaining 4 of you may each select an opponent. I choose the bald-headed one. I am eager to discover whether his cutting fruit is swifter than my blade. Longway promptly identified his target. I shall take the alluring beauty, Bora. The remaining 2, an elderly and a youthful rotund duo, are left for Chow Uni and Weiwei. Huanmeng asserted, No problem. Age is irrelevant when it comes to foes. Heavyweight opponents suit my taste, Longwei replied. Chow Uni, they are all users of devil fruits. Shall we collaborate in our endeavor? Weiwei inquired. With Princess Weiwei by my side, I, Chow Uni, shall undoubtedly unleash my utmost prowess, he proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Mike noted that the targets chosen by the 4 aligned well with his intentions, and thus inquired, Do you have enough time for a meal? Ghana, and I shall commence breakfast. Rest assured, Mike, there is no need for your intervention. A meal's duration is more than sufficient, Longway assured. Indeed, the other 3 concurred simultaneously at that moment. The 4 individuals descending from the vehicle appeared somewhat dazed. Who are these people? Why are they dividing tasks upon arrival? Who exactly are you? Bora questioned. We are merely here awaiting those who will eliminate you. Huanmeng replied as he charged forward. These individuals come prepared. Let us advance, the mole old woman exclaimed, burrowing into the sand alongside Mr. Four as they made their hasty retreat. At this juncture, Chow Uni was taken aback to see his opponent fleeing and promptly exclaimed, Mole old woman, did you not say we would engage? Why are you escaping? It is one thing for you to flee, but to take someone with you. Xiao Yuni, we must pursue them without delay. Wei Wei urged, no rush. Let them escape a little further. I wish for my arrow to soar through the air for a while. Xiao Yuni declared, reaching behind to draw an arrow from his quiver. Closing one eye to aim at a distance. Observing Xiao Yuni preparing to shoot, Bonus swiftly transformed his arms into blades, lunging at Xiao Yuni. In that instant, Longwei stepped forward, raising his sword to block Bonus's blade. Stating, your opponent is me. Do not disrupt the rules of combat. Thank you, Longwei. Xiao Yuni replied, pulling back his bowstring and releasing the arrow, which soared through the air like a dragon, striking Mr. Four with a resounding explosion. The target has been hit. We can retrieve it now, Xiao Yuni declared with delight. He and Wei Wei hurried toward Mr. Four and the mole old woman, only to find Mr. Four being assisted to his feet by the mole old woman. You hefty pig are truly heavy, the mole old woman remarked. Mr. Four produced his long and thick sausage gun from behind him. Lasso, let us begin. With that, the sausage gun transformed into a dog resembling a sausage. Mr. Point Four then retrieved a baseball bat from his long carrying case. Xiao Yuni, intrigued, asked in astonishment, did the dog consume the sausage gun fruit, or did the gun consume the sausage dog fruit? It was the gun that consumed the sausage dog. Acquiring the dog fruit in that form. Wei Wei explained that it appears to be a sentient gun. Xiao Yuni noted, regardless of its sentience, you must find a way to silence it. Do not allow it to sneeze. Wei Wei urged in haste. However, as they conversed, Lasso had already begun to sneeze. Unlike typical dogs that expel scattered droplets when sneezing, Lasso emitted white balls resembling baseballs. Achoo! Achoo! Lasso's sneezes continued, sending the white sneeze balls flying toward Mr. Four, who swung his baseball bat with precision, sending the sneeze balls hurtling toward Xiao Yuni and Wei Wei like explosives. Quick, dodge. The two reacted swiftly, rolling to the ground as the sneeze balls detonated where they had just stood. Despite Mr. Four's sluggish speech and reaction, he transformed into a different persona when it came to baseball. The sneeze balls seemed to possess a mind of their own, targeting Xiao Yuni and Wei Wei with uncanny accuracy. Initially, they managed to evade the sneeze ball bombs, but as the onslaught continued, they were eventually struck. Xiao Yuni found himself bruised and battered, his face blackened and smoke billowing from his mouth. Wei Wei, having sustained lighter injuries, had rolled behind Mr. Four just as he struck a sneeze ball toward Xiao Yuni. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly drew her peacock chain from her sleeve, wrapping it around her right pinky finger and spinning toward Mr. Four's neck. Peacock chain saw, just as she was about to sever Mr. Four's throat, she felt her footing give way and suddenly fell. The peacock chain that should have cut Mr. Four's throat instead grazed his back, causing him to faint, and his baseball bat fell from his grasp. Seeing Mr. Four down, Lasso ceased firing sneezeball bombs, granting Xiao Yuni a moment to catch his breath. However, as he regained his composure, he realized he could no longer see Wei Wei and called out, Wei Wei, Wei Wei, where are you? At that moment, he noticed a hole had formed in the sand, and a voice emerged from within. Xiao Yuni, watch your step. Suddenly, Xiao Yuni felt the sand shift beneath him, sensing danger, and rolled forward just in time to avoid a large pit that had appeared in his original position. Yet, the emergence of one hole was not the end. The sand seemed to conspire against him, creating numerous sand pits as he rolled in various directions. That it dawned on Xiao Yuni that the mole old woman possessed the powers of the mole devil fruit, renowned for digging. Consequently, he drew an arrow from his quiver and shot it into one of the holes. Chili smoke arrow. Instantly, pungent red smoke erupted from all the holes, unable to withstand the irritation. The mole old woman crawled out, rubbing her eyes and coughing, only to be met with a flurry of punches and kicks from Xiao Yuni, rendering her unconscious. He quickly bound her hands and feet with rope. Haha, now let's see how you dig, Xiao Yuni chuckled. Wei Wei emerged from the sand hole, her eyes red and teary from rubbing, coughing as she cried, Water, water. Oh dear, Princess Wei Wei, you were in the hole as well. I completely forgot about you. Just a moment, I shall spray some special eye drops into your eyes. Xiao Yuni retrieved a small spray bottle from his pocket, holding open Wei Wei's eyes with one hand while pressing the spray trigger with the other, administering a dose to each eye. How does that feel? Is it better? He inquired. Wei Wei dabbed her eyes with her handkerchief, replying, Yes, much improved. Xiao Yuni couldn't help but laugh at her panda-like eyes. What are you laughing at? Quickly, stuff Lasso's mouth. Wei Wei hurriedly spoke. Xiao Yunya and Wei Wei stuffed Rasmouth and bound Mr. Four with ropes, each taking hold of one to return. Meanwhile, on the side of the sandbar, the first to charge forward. Illusion Dream discovered Bora's weakness. Although Bora's thorny spikes were exceedingly tough, capable of piercing through walls, they could not escape the inherent disadvantage of their own nature. Bora's thorns were of the wood element, while Illusion Dream's phoenix attribute was fire, and fire was particularly effective against wood. One could see Bora's elongated fingers already crackling and sparking from the flames, her once beautiful long blue curls reduced to a charred explosion, and her alluring lingerie burned to the point of indecency. Her appearance could only be described as tragic. After effortlessly dispatching Bora, Illusion Dream sat down to enjoy breakfast, with the three of them watching Longwei duel. Mike asked Longwei multiple times if he needed assistance, but Longwei resolutely declined, stating that if anyone interfered with his duel, he would take his own life. Ever since Longwei had shielded Xiao Yunya from bonus lethal blade, he found himself ensnared in an unending battle. Bonus arms and legs had transformed into razor-sharp blades, while Longwei wielded thunder and huazhou, ferociously cleaving at Bonus, the clashing blades producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. However, as the duel dragged on, Longwei's form and techniques began to falter. Bonus could sense Longwei's dwindling strength, which bolstered his confidence that in another round. Bonus shouted, "Master Slash!" Suddenly, Bonus fingers morphed into claw-like blades, gripping the twin swords that Longwei swung downwards. With a downward swipe, Longwei's abdomen was sliced open, blood gushing forth. Realizing he had suffered a setback, Longwei swiftly distanced himself from Bonus. This moment, Xiao Yunya and Wei Wei returned, having tied up Mr. Four and the mole old woman. And upon seeing Longwei still embroiled in battle, they were overjoyed. "Ha! Longwei, you're slower than us. Are you holding back?" Xiao Yunya exclaimed. "I am in a duel. How could I possibly hold back?" Longwei retorted, "Doh. Now I understand. You're not holding back. You're just water. Ha!" Xiao Yunya laughed even more heartily. Longwei felt embarrassed by Xiao Yunya's words, his teeth grinding in frustration. At that moment, Mike suddenly raised the bone he was holding and shouted, "Xiao Yunya, Wei Wei, come over for breakfast." "Mike, how can you still be eating? Have you consumed all the provisions by yourself?" Xiao Yunya questioned. "A full stomach makes for better fighting." Mike intentionally waved the meat toward Longwei and Bonus. "Hey, would you two like to eat a bit before resuming your duel?" Bonus shot Mike a cold glance and replied, "I am a vegetarian." "Oh, so you're planning to become a monk with that bald head? With such a strong physique, how can you not eat meat?" "Not eating meat will leave you weak in battle," Mike remarked. "Your incessant chatter is tiresome." Bonus snapped at that moment. Mike addressed Longwei. "A true swordsman does not merely chop wood or slice meat. A true swordsman can hear the breath of the sword in their hand, cutting through gold and jade, slicing iron as if it were mud." Longwei was taken aback by Mike's words, thinking, how do Mike's words echo those of my master? Although not the same, the essence is identical. Could it be that Mike understands swordsmanship as well? Just as Longwei was lost in thought, Bonus seized the opportunity to strike. Spinning slash. One could see that Bonus' arms were encircled by spiraling blades. Resembling the hairs on his arms transformed into blades, spinning at high speed. His legs too bore circles of blades, rotating rapidly. However, the spinning blades on Bonus' feet propelled him forward, as if he had installed thrusters. Hastening his charge toward Longwei, Longwei hurriedly raised his twin swords to block the rotating blades on Bonus' arms, sparks flying as the metallic clash rang out piercingly. Suddenly, Bonus' forward momentum forced Longwei to be sent flying backward. In the moment of duel, one must not be distracted, Bonus coldly stated. Longwei crashed into the sandbar, shattering it to pieces. "Longwei!" Everyone gasped in alarm, shouting loudly. Xiao Yunya immediately nocked an arrow, preparing to shoot at Bonus. Mike suddenly blocked Xiao Yunya, saying, "He is in a duel. Do not interfere." But Longwei has already been defeated, Xiao Yunya protested. "He has not yet fallen. This is merely a lesson," Mike asserted as soon as he finished speaking. Longwei stood up from the wreckage of the sandbar, his body covered in bloody wounds. He placed huazhou on the ground and coldly smiled at Mike. "Captain Jack of all trades, I heard it. I heard the sound of thunder." Mike's heart leaped with joy. "Congratulations. Breakfast is waiting for you." Xiao Yunya muttered in confusion. "What is there to congratulate? He is on the verge of defeat. I heard the sound of blades too. It was so grating, I don't want to hear it again." A true swordsman must be in tune with the sword in their hand. You wouldn't understand. Chow Yunya. Mike replied. At that moment, Longwei recalled a phrase once spoken to him by Eagle Eye. That he should find him for a duel once he had forged his sword into a black blade. Initially, Longwei had not grasped its true meaning, but now he understood. Unity of man and sword. Attunement of heart and mind can cut through all. Longwei closed his eyes, gripping thunder tightly. At that moment, he could feel the breath of thunder, the pulse of the blade, and the raging aura emanating from the sword. Suddenly, Longwei opened his eyes wide and said to Bonus, "Do you wish to keep your left arm or your right?" "That is precisely what I was going to say," Bonus replied. "Then, let us begin," Longwei declared. "Come." Bonus roared. Point 1 could see Bonus blade arms slightly bending, adopting a mantis-like stance. Meanwhile, Longwei held thunder horizontally, the blade crackling with electric energy, ready to sweep through legions. Attunement of heart and mind, swift strikes through all. Longwei proclaimed. Invincible swift strikes. Bonus echoed. The two shouted in unison. Instantly, all that could be seen were two fleeting shadows crossing each other. Bonus and Longwei had exchanged places, facing each other. "You have lost," Longwei said coldly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Bonus' left forearm fell away, the severed end emitting the scent of burnt feathers. "How is this possible?" Bonus exclaimed. "A true swordsman can cut through all. Your iron body is no different," Longwei stated. Bonus closed his eyes, his body stiffly toppling backward. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as Longwei, under the gaze of the onlookers, retrieved the scabbard from the ground, sheathing thunder and huajo before calmly attaching it to his waist. "Xiao Xiaodan, am I water?" Longwei questioned. Xiao Yunya shook his head, replying, "I saw nothing clearly." Mike tossed a piece of hot bone meat to Longwei, saying, "It's still warm. Eat." Longwei caught the meat and remarked, "A sword's worth is not in its quantity, but in the connection of hearts. Enough, stop pretending. It was merely a defeat of one assassin. You are still far from Eagle Eye's level." Mike's words, delivered just as Longwei was celebrating, felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him. Indeed, a swordsman must always maintain a clear mind and not be blinded by momentary victory. Xiao Yunya added. "Xiao Xiaodan, you stole my words. Long Dasha. You are nothing but a fool." Xiao Yunya and Longwei exchanged insults. At that moment, Mike said, "Your mission is completed. Now, let me take the lead. Captain Mike, we will all assist you." Everyone chimed in. Upon hearing this, Mike immediately felt alarmed and hurriedly said, "You must not help me fight Crocodile. I wish to duel him myself." The five simultaneously hissed in disbelief. "What? Do you not trust my strength?" Mike asked. The five nodded in unison. This infuriated Mike, feeling on the verge of a mutiny. Although he knew his current strength was insufficient to face Crocodile, he still had the lucky draw system to save his life. "Very well, let us wait and see. Allow me to convey that I am not merely a captain who relies on mere words. McDowell, it is highly probable that your tenure as captain will conclude today. However, I can still permit you to serve as an advisor aboard the ship." Huanmeng interjected. McCold retorted, "Impossible." At that moment, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from behind. "Charge! Someone has slain a high-ranking agent. We must avenge them." The crowd turned to behold a massive throng, numbering in the thousands, charging towards them. "This is dire. It is the million elders and the billion elders." Wei Wei exclaimed. "Hurry, let us retreat to the city. Perhaps we can find a place to take shelter," McDowell commanded. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, the sudden onslaught of such a multitude posed a grave threat. Although they could potentially defeat them, sheer numbers could overwhelm and exhaust them. The six of them, burdened with their belongings, dashed towards the city in haste. As they ran, they were suddenly confronted by a group of individuals clad in white garments blocking their path. "What is happening? Why have so many people appeared all of a sudden?" Xiao Yuni inquired. "Could it be that my whereabouts have been exposed?" Longwei speculated. "Our movements have not been shrouded in secrecy. We have spoken of them to others along the way," Gianna remarked. "Are we destined to perish beneath the chaos of blades?" Huanmeng expressed her concern. "Nonsense. We shall fight them." McDowell rallied the group. "They are but shrimp soldiers and crab generals. More of them does not change that." Just as they were about to make a desperate stand, Wei Wei suddenly declared, "Fear not. Ahead lies the king's army. Who can ascertain whether this is the true king's army or a false one?" Xiao Yuni questioned. "Indeed, the king's army could not have arrived before us. Gianna concurred at that juncture. Wei Wei cried out, "Belle, Princess Wei Wei." Belle responded, "Wei Wei, could he be disguised as Von Clure?" Long Wei expressed his apprehension that I doubt that. McDowell reassured him, "Little Vaughn is a man of principle. He has already grasped the truth. He would not resort to such deception." As they approached the king's army, Belle suddenly knelt before Wei Wei, proclaiming, "Your Highness, Kusha has reported the situation to the king. The rebel forces and the king's army have transformed hostility into peace. We have come to lend you our strength." "Belle, rise. How many men have you brought?" Wei Wei inquired. 1,000. "Splendid. You shall hold back the 1,000,000 elders and the 1,000,000,000 elders," Wei Wei commanded. "Yes, Your Highness. However, I must first verify your true identity," Wei Wei declared. Belle appeared bewildered, unsure of what was unfolding at that moment. Wei Wei whispered something into Belle's ear, causing him to startle and respond softly. "You are indeed genuine," Wei Wei remarked, patting Belle's shoulder with a smile. Belle replied with a subtle smile, "As true as can be." By this time, the thousands pursuing them had caught up, and Belle hastily urged, "Your Highness, you must enter the city at once. I will hold them back." With the situation growing urgent, Wei Wei and Belle had no time for pleasantries. Swiftly making their way through the pathway opened by the king's army into the city as they ran, Huanmeng asked Wei Wei, "What did you just discuss with that man in the white robe?" "Well, I asked him, did my father permit you to take me flying, or have you done so without his consent?" Wei Wei explained. He replied, "Not just once. I knew he was truly Belle." Huanmeng exclaimed, "Can he still fly?" She inquired, "Indeed, Belle possesses the powers of the bird fruit, and is known as Falcon Belle, our nation's mightiest warrior. He is also my father's aide. When I was a mischievous child, he once slapped me. To cheer me up, he would secretly take me flying in the sky." Wei Wei recounted, "That's how it is." Huanmeng acknowledged, "He is quite formidable. Nothing ill shall befall him," Wei Wei assured. The group then felt a surge of relief as they proceeded towards the city of Rain. Upon entering, they were met with a scene of bustling prosperity, a stark contrast to the desolation they had witnessed along the way. McDowell looked up to see a grand edifice at the city's center, adorned with a resplendent golden crocodile sculpture. "Look, ahead lies the headquarters of the Baroque studio, the Casino Rain Banquet. Let us quicken our pace," McDowell urged. "Truly, a brazen assassination organization. Even their headquarters is grandiose," Huanmeng remarked. "There is a fortune to be made within," McDowell declared. "All that wealth shall belong to me." "McDowell, you must give it your all," Huanmeng encouraged. "No problem. I shall take the lead." As McDowell spoke, he could hardly contain his eagerness to confront Crocodile. Activating his moonwalk and shave, vanishing in an instant, McDowell was the first to arrive at the casino, where a lively scene unfolded before him. Enraged, he raised his fists and unleashed a flurry of blows upon the gambling machines. "Crocodile, come out now," he bellowed, as he continued his rampage. Those within the Rain Banquet, startled by McDowell's ferocity, abandoned their money and fled in terror. The Rain Banquet was situated on an island at the center of a lake. Surrounded by water, with only a small bridge providing access to the shore, the multitude of gamblers sought to escape the chaos, causing the bridge to become exceedingly congested. Arriving late at the bridge, Huanmeng, Long Wei, Wei Wei, and Xiao Yuni found themselves blocked by the throngs surging outward, unable to gain entry. "Have McDowell and Crocodile already engaged in battle?" Huanmeng inquired. "Is it customary for them to fight upon meeting?" Without exchanging a few heated words to incite their wrath, Xiao Yuni wondered at that moment. Long Wei seized a fleeing individual and asked, "What transpired inside?" The man, in a panic, replied, "There is someone gambling wildly. Smashing the machines." "What?" Long Wei exclaimed, astonished. This was clearly not the answer he anticipated, and he released the man, pondering, could it be McDowell wreaking havoc inside? Has he not confronted Crocodile? Long Wei's deduction was accurate. Witnessing the gamblers lost in their indulgence incited McDowell's fury. Their gambling winnings only served to line Crocodile's pockets, indirectly aiding in the oppression of their nation and its people. "Crocodile, show yourself," McDowell roared, demolishing every gambling machine in sight, leaving the casino in disarray. Yet, not a single security personnel dared to intervene. Grabbing a security guard by the collar, McDowell demanded, "Where is Crocodile? Where is Robin?" The terrified guard, trembling, pointed toward a VIP room adorned with a crimson carpet, stammering, "In there, McDowell released the guard and charged toward the VIP room, kicking the door open, only to find a long corridor instead. He sprinted down the corridor and encountered a fork in the path, with a sign indicating VIP to the left, pirates to the right, complete with directional arrows. Suddenly, McDowell recalled that the pirate path led to the sea prison made of sea prism stone, though he identified as a pirate. He could not venture right. He had to choose the left. A small piece of sea prism stone was already more precious than gold. That crocodile had constructed a massive prison from it was telling of the atrocities committed by the Baroque studio. Cloaked in legitimacy while secretly claiming countless lives, the Rain Banquet Casino was nothing but a voracious beast. Devouring the hard-earned wealth of the populace, McDowell proceeded towards the VIP area, and after a short distance, he encountered a double-door room labeled Manager's Office. Upon entering, he discovered it was Robin's office, filled with peculiar tomes, yet devoid of any presence. Sensing something amiss, McDowell hastily searched for the mechanism to the hidden underground passage. At that moment, he spotted an exceptionally thick book on the desk. When he attempted to lift it, it would not budge, prompting him to rotate it clockwise. Haha, I am truly clever. I have found it at last. Mike was filled with excitement. Suddenly, the desk shifted to one side, revealing a large opening that led to a staircase descending below. Without hesitation, Mike rushed down the stairs and sprinted into the hidden chamber beneath. However, the chamber was eerily empty. The massive round conference table appeared untouched, with all the chairs seemingly undisturbed. Did I arrive too late? Mike pondered, bewildered by the circumstances. Crocodile and Robin should have been in the Rain Banquet Chamber. After enduring the arduous journey across the desert to reach this place, now he couldn't even catch a glimpse of Crocodile, leaving Mike feeling utterly lost. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from above, and 3 figures fell into the chamber. Thud! The 3 individuals landed unceremoniously in a colossal sea stone cage. Upon closer inspection, Mike realized it was Longwei, Xiao Yunya, and Jina. How did you 3 end up here? Mike exclaimed in astonishment. This is all Longwei's fault. He insisted we turn right, Xiao Yunya retorted. Just because I suggested turning right, you followed without question. The dream said to turn left. Why didn't you follow that advice? Longwei shot back. I believed in you. Xiao Yunya replied. Your words are touching, but I'm afraid I've let you down. Longwei responded. Longwei, can't you cut through steel? Use your sword to break this cage, Xiao Yunya urged. Indeed, watch this, Longwei exclaimed as he drew his thunderblade and swung it at the cage. But it merely clanged against it with no effect. Longwei swung twice more, yet the cage remained impervious. Stop wasting your energy. This cage is made of sea stone, Mike interjected. Jina, attempting to pry at the cage's bars, suddenly collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. It truly is made of sea stone, Jina said weakly. Xiao Yunya and Longwei quickly helped Jina back to her feet. Mike, what do we do? You must rescue us, Xiao Yunya implored. Unless we find the key to the cage, I am at a loss as well. Mike shrugged. Thank goodness I didn't turn right. Otherwise, I would have been the one trapped in the cage. At that moment, a voice echoed from the passageway above. Mike, have you defeated Crocodile yet? I haven't even caught a glimpse of him, Mike replied. Suddenly, Weiwei rushed in, holding a book. This is bad. Mike, Crocodile has gone to Alabasta. What? Everyone gasped in shock. How do you know this? Mike asked. Weiwei raised the book, saying, there are secret messages left by Sister Robin. Weiwei approached Mike and pulled out a bookmark from the book, handing it to him. Upon inspection, Mike discovered it read, MK, hurry to Alabasta. Could it be that Crocodile is going directly to find my father? Weiwei said, panic evident in her voice. This is infuriating. He played us for fools. Mike gritted his teeth, his expression darkening as he shouted, we must go to Alabasta and rescue the king. Just as Mike was about to leave, Xiao Yunya suddenly called out, Mike, what about us? First, we must rescue the 3 of them from the cage before we proceed. Dream interjected. Mike smacked his forehead, realizing, I am such a fool. Originally, Mike planned to confront Crocodile in a duel at the Rain Banquet, but he had not anticipated that Crocodile, upon learning of his exposed plan, would instruct Robin to summon the Elder Million and Elder Billion to the Rain Banquet. While Mike and his team engaged in combat with the 4 elite assassins, Crocodile had sneakily taken Robin straight to Alabasta. Intending to seize control of the king, locate the ancient historical texts, uncover the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluto, and demolish the entire palace, Crocodile abruptly deviated from the plan, personally leading Robin into the palace to subjugate the king. Mike, who had painstakingly arrived at the rain banquet, found himself outwitted by Crocodile's cunning maneuver. I told you not to come here. And now look. Your good intentions have only complicated matters, Mike lamented, slumping to the ground in frustration. Mike, I'm so sorry. I've hindered you. I want to end it all, Longwei declared, drawing his blade towards himself. Xiao Yunya, pale with fear, rushed forward to grasp Longwei's hand, exclaiming, Longwei, don't think like that. I won't blame you anymore. I promise not to call you Long the Fool again. It's my fault for not pulling you to the left instead of the right. You can't die. Jinna also stepped in, saying, Longwei, you can't die. Remember, you aspire to be the world's greatest swordsman. Besides, you don't even have a girlfriend yet. Stop trying to dissuade me. I can't be a burden to Captain Mike. I want to delay the rescue of the king. Let me go, Longwei shouted passionately. The three outside the cage looked at the three inside, utterly bewildered. Longwei, enough? Is it not chaotic enough already? Dream chided. Mike rubbed his temples and suddenly burst into laughter. Huh? How foolish. Longwei, you are the biggest fool aboard the Windbreaker. We can't be without you. Don't do anything rash. We'll find the key and get you out. Longwei sheathed his sword and said, Thank you. Captain Mike, Xiao Yunya and Jinna finally realized that Longwei had been acting all along. Consequently, Mike, Dream, and Wei Wei began searching for the key. However, in such a vast chamber, a tiny key could easily be hidden away, keeping them occupied for quite some time. Mike understood that even if he didn't worry about the king's safety, he had to consider his own, as the time allotted for the task from the lucky draw system was running short. Recalling from memory, Mike deduced that Crocodile had likely thrown the key into the crocodile tank, where it was swallowed by a banana crocodile, standing before the glass wall of the tank. Mike thought, if only I had X-ray vision, I could see which crocodile had swallowed the key. Noticing Mike's intense gaze fixed on the banana crocodile, Dream inquired, Mike, you don't suspect the key is inside the banana crocodile, do you? Indeed, that's exactly what I'm thinking, Mike replied resolutely. Then why are we hesitating? Smash the tank and search, Dream urged. Just then, Wei Wei exclaimed, the banana crocodile can even devour sea kings. It would be dangerous if released. However, before Wei Wei could finish, the glass of the chamber suddenly shattered as water gushed in, and the floor tiles began to rise. As the lake water poured into the chamber, oh no, Crocodile has set up a self-destruct mechanism here. The lake water is flooding in, Wei Wei exclaimed in a panic. There's no time to waste, Mike shouted as he leaped into action, throwing punches at the crocodile tank, creating a crack but not breaking it entirely. At that moment, several banana crocodiles spotted the crack and swiftly swam towards it, moving with incredible speed. Bang! The banana crocodiles collided with the crack, shattering the tank. The water, along with the banana crocodiles, erupted from the tank like a geyser. Ah, we're going to drown, Xiao Yunya screamed in terror, his tongue hanging out in fright. Xiao Xiaodian, can you please remain calm? Before you perish, at least strike a heroic pose so you don't die in such an embarrassing manner. Longwei said nonchalantly, striking a pose as if drawing his sword. Jinna joined Longwei, standing back to back. I'm still a budding flower yet to bloom. What a beautiful youth I have. I don't want to die yet. At that moment, Mike unleashed his full arsenal. Moonwalk, gale steps, iron blocks, finger guns, and a swift shave. As he launched a frenzied assault on the banana crocodiles, determined to eliminate every last one before long. All the banana crocodiles that had escaped from their tank perished at Mike's hands, allowing the wrath that had consumed him to finally subside. Meanwhile, Huanmeng and Wei Wei relentlessly pried open the jaws of the slain crocodiles, hoping to uncover the key to the cage within. Suddenly, as Huanmeng pried open the mouth of one crocodile, a white spherical object rolled out. This sphere resembles Mr. Three's wax so closely, Huanmeng exclaimed in astonishment. Upon seeing it, Mike's understanding dawned. Mr. Three had arrived at the rain banquet before him, and it was indeed peculiar that the situation had not been exposed. Huanmeng, pry it open and take a look, Mike urged. Transforming into a fiery phoenix, Huanmeng exhaled flames to melt the waxy sphere, revealing a shriveled Mr. Three within, resembling a desiccated mummy. Quick, give him some water. He might still be saved. Mike insisted. The water from the crocodile tank mingled with lake water, but Mike paid no heed to its filth as he pinched Mr. Three's mouth open, while Huanmeng and Wei Wei cupped water in their hands. Pouring it into Mr. Three's mouth, the water flowed in, Mr. Three's body began to gradually unfurl, and his once shriveled skin regained its elasticity. Mike pinched Mr. Three's philtrum firmly, shouting, "Galdino, awaken! Whether we can open the cage depends on you." After a moment, Mr. Three opened his eyes and coughed up a small fish. "Mike, thank you for saving me." Mr. Three said, "Forget about thanks. Use your abilities to create a key and unlock the cage to rescue my companions." As Mike spoke, he scooped up Mr. Three and hurried to the door of the seastone cage, inserting one of Mr. Three's fingers into the seastone lock. However, Mr. Three's finger showed no sign of change, growing impatient. Mike slapped Mr. Three's face. Mr. Three, now more alert, reached into his pocket and pulled out a key, grinning foolishly. "Here's the key." Mike snatched the key and hurriedly unlocked the seastone lock. "You three, stop posing. Hurry up. The chamber is about to collapse," Mike shouted at that moment. The glass walls of the chamber began to shatter, and lake water surged in as if a dam had burst. The 7 of them rushed through the secret passage to the gambling hall above, where the entire rain banquet began to tremble and wide. Deep cracks appeared in the walls as they reached the small bridge. The grand structure of the rain banquet began to crumble, and by the time they reached the lake shore, even the small bridge collapsed alongside them. "I still haven't found where the money is hidden. Is it just going to collapse like this?" Huanmeng said, somewhat disappointed. "Clockdale must have already relocated all the money before fleeing. The collapse is merely an empty shell." Mike replied, "I forgot to grab that seastone lock. I hear it's quite valuable." Huanmeng remarked, "Do you want this? Here you go." To her surprise, Mike was holding both the seastone lock and the key. However, as soon as Huanmeng caught the seastone lock, her body went limp, collapsing to the ground. Mike quickly caught her, taking the seastone lock from her hands, saying, "You're a power user. It's better to keep your distance from this thing." Huanmeng straightened herself, exclaiming, "I never knew seastone was so potent. Quickly, take it far away. I don't want it anymore." At that moment, Belle descended from the sky, addressing Wei Wei. "Your Highness, the millionaire and billionaire have been apprehended." "Well done, Belle. We need to return to Alabasta immediately. My father has been taken hostage by Clockdale," Wei Wei replied. "Yes, I've procured the fastest moving hermit crab in the desert to take you to Alabasta," Belle stated. "Great. Thank you, Belle. We're in a hurry. Let us go," Mike said. Just then, a large, crimson hermit crab scuttled toward them, resembling a ghost crab but significantly larger than 2 of them combined. "Bring Galdi." Knew all along. The 7 climbed onto the hermit crab's back, sitting atop its shell. "Hermit crab, charge forth. Let us race to Alabasta," Mike shouted. Suddenly, the crab bent its 8 legs, collapsing to the ground, closing its eyes, and becoming immobile. "What the hell? Why is it just lying there at a critical moment?" Huanmeng angrily pounded on the crab's shell, yelling, "Lazy crab, get up. Move. Huanmeng, stop hitting it. This hermit crab is like a tough camel. It's rather lecherous. Ladies, who among you wishes to wield the power of your beauty?" Mike inquired. Huanmeng, Wei Wei, and Gianna all felt a bit embarrassed. "I'll do it. This all started because of me. I should take responsibility," Wei Wei declared, preparing to remove her clothing. Just then, the hermit crab's eyes widened, turning around to fixate on Wei Wei's figure. As Wei Wei began to unveil her midriff, Gianna rushed forward, pulling her clothes back down, saying, "Wei Wei, you're a princess. How can you undress in front of so many people? Let me handle it." Gianna's words struck a chord with Wei Wei, almost bringing her to tears. Gianna turned to the hermit crab, saying, "Allow you to experience the first kiss of a youthful maiden." With that, Gianna kissed the crab's shell, leaving a pink lipstick mark on the bright red surface. The hermit crab's eyes instantly bulged, filled with hearts, and its heart raced. "Why are you still dawdling? Go," Gianna scolded, and no sooner had she spoken than the hermit crab sprang to life, its 8 claws propelling it up as it raced towards Alabasta. "Wow, this is so fast," Xiao Yuni exclaimed joyfully. Meanwhile, Gianna looked somewhat displeased, saying, "My first kiss was given to a lecherous crab." "Boo-hoo, Gianna, don't be upset. Once we reach our destination, I'll dismember it and roast it for you," Longwei offered. "What good will that do? Eating it won't bring back my first kiss." Gianna pouted that my first kiss is still intact. "Would you like me to give it to you?" Mike suggested. Both Huanmeng and Wei Wei erupted into laughter. "I certainly don't want that. Your first kiss has already been given to Lasha." Gianna retorted, "Don't say that. I never actually kissed," Mike defended. "But you've already given it away in your heart," Gianna persisted. Mike felt a headache coming on. What kind of baseless logic was that? Just then, Huanmeng came to Gianna's side, embracing her, and said, "Sister Gianna, your first kiss is still yours. Kisses given without intent do not count. That was merely an accidental touch." "Oh, you're right. Thank you, Sister Huanmeng. My first kiss remains." Gianna laughed, her spirits lifted. Since Gianna's kiss, the hermit crab seemed invigorated, charging relentlessly towards Alabasta. However, being a desert crab, it could not swim. Yet, Alabasta and Rain were separated by the Santora River, with the two cities echoing each other across the waters. Before long, the hermit crab brought everyone to the banks of the Santora River. "Hermit crab, don't stop. The water is shallow. If you cross the Santora River, I'll reward you with another kiss." Gianna shouted. The hermit crab, encouraged by Gianna's words, quickened its pace, boldly plunging into the river. However, coincidentally, the section it entered was particularly deep. Before long, the water engulfed the hermit crab's body. The group panicked, feeling as though they were stuck on the crab. Suddenly, Galdi de Nual waved his hand, and flames erupted from the small braid on his head. The wax on his fingers swiftly melted, and he miraculously fashioned a small boat. "Everyone, quick, get on the boat!" Gal de Nadeo. At the sight of this, everyone immediately sprang into action, leaping onto the small boat, which somewhat alleviated their panic. Gal de Nadeo fashioned 2 paddles, and Longway and Make exerted themselves to row, finally crossing the Santora River. Just as they were pondering how to swiftly return to Alabasta, the distant sounds of quacking Karoo ducks reached their ears. Upon looking over, they beheld 7 Karoo ducks, arranged in 2 lines, rushing towards them, stirring up clouds of yellow dust. "Karoo," cried out Weiwei, "the Super Karoo Duck Brigade has arrived. We need not worry anymore. Isn't Karoo at Whiskey Peak, being guarded by Mr. Nine and Miss Monday? How could he possibly return?" Longway inquired, puzzled. Could it be that he transformed into Phone Killiai? "No way, Longway. You are being overly cautious," Make replied. "It's quite possible that the 2 of them brought Karoo back. What is the harm in that?" You have a point," Longway conceded. "Karoo and Weiwei.